News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Joanne, this is it.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Breaking news overnight. The U.S. and U.K. launch a barrage of airstrikes in Yemen. The country's targeting Iran-backed Houthi rebels who've been attacking ships in the Red Sea. We'll have a live report from the nation's capital with the latest. Donald Trump gets his day in court. The former president delivering part of his closing argument, a 5-minute speech that had the judge calling on Trump's lawyers to, quote, control your client. That's after a bomb scare at the judge's home, with the verdict still up in the air. New video showing the moment a historic hotel exploded. 21 people injured in the blast. What investigators are learning now. The Midwest braces for a bomb cyclone blizzard as crippling cold moves east. New England could see another round of floods. Meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those systems and the blast of cold hitting the east. And an incredible rescue caught on camera the moment this police officer pulled a baby and grandmother from a sinking car, saving their lives. It's Friday, January 12th. Early Today starts right now. Good Friday morning to you. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking news and a developing story. The United States dramatically escalating its involvement in the Middle East. These planes seen here in footage just released by U.S. Central Command conducting airstrikes against Houthi targets inside Yemen, along with the U.K. and others. For a look from D.C., let's go live to Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. This is big news. What else do we know?
Well, good morning, Francis. Both President Biden and UK Prime Minister Sunak confirmed the airstrike last night, with Mr. Biden saying, quote, at my direction, U.S. military forces together with the UK and with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands successfully conducted strikes against a number of targets in Yemen used by Houthi rebels to endanger freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. The Houthis are a Yemeni group supported by Iran, and they control about a third of the country. They have recently enforced an erratic and violent blockade against merchant ships in the Red Sea, demanding that Israel stop its attacks in Gaza. Now, just hours before U.S.-UK airstrikes, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel interviewed a top Houthi leader via video link. Muhammad Buhari said this about the group's terms, quote, we do not want war with any party. We want peace, but a just peace and not the peace that America wants, because America wants to impose it and conquer the region, not only Palestine. Again, this was an interview conducted before U.S. airstrikes. Today, that same spokesman promising revenge, saying American and Britain will soon realize that the direct aggression against Yemen was the greatest folly in their history. Now, the group has previously indicated that they only want to target Israeli-bound or linked ships in the Red Sea, but in practice, they have menaced and disrupted vessels from many countries, not all of them tied to Israel. Francis?
All right, we'll be watching closely for any consequences or ramification for that. Thank you, Drew. One of the trials of Donald Trump came to a dramatic end Thursday. The former president spoke out during closing arguments in the New York civil fraud trial. Mr. Trump defending himself against allegations that he inflated his net worth by billions. Here's NBC's Laura Jarrett.
Fireworks in the courtroom. Donald Trump delivering his own closing argument in his Manhattan civil fraud trial, facing the prospect of losing control of his namesake company and a massive civil penalty. Mr. Trump briefly took matters into his own hands, declaring himself an innocent man, delivering a nearly 5-minute speech, largely grievances against the New York Attorney General and the judge overseeing the case, whom he accused of having his own agenda. All that forcing Judge Arthur Engoron, who previously resisted granting the former president permission to speak in closings, to call on Mr. Trump's attorneys to, quote, control their client.
They don't have any evidence against us. Millions and millions of pages, years of litigation, and all politically motivated.
The surreal scene in court laying out just hours after police responded to a bomb threat at Judge Engoron's home. The judge having become a target months ago after deciding the heart of the state's case against Mr. Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization, finding them liable for fraud. The Attorney General's office now asking for a $370 million civil penalty against Trump for ill-gotten gains, alleging his company intentionally exaggerated the value of some of its most well-known real estate properties like Mar-a-Lago and 40 Wall Street to receive better loans from banks.
We have produced evidence about the scope, the scale, the depth, the breadth of the illegality, the fraud that impersonally enriched Donald Trump.
Mr. Trump said in court the banks got all their money back as his defense team implored the judge not to impose the corporate death penalty for what they call a victimless crime. Arguments Judge Engoron previously rejected in his September summary judgment decision. Now that closing arguments are finished, the judge is left to determine several outstanding claims, including the falsification of business records, insurance fraud, also conspiracy. Of course, he also has to determine the ultimate penalty in the case. He says he expects to have a written decision, hopefully by the end of the month. Back to you.
Laura, thank you. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty to 9 tax charges. Prosecutors say the president's son will fully avoid paying $1.4 million in taxes over several years. Biden's legal team has argued Hunter was dealing with his addiction and has since paid the taxes back. Republicans in Congress have been scrutinizing Hunter's business dealings. The First Lady said this while defending her son.
What they are doing to Hunter is cruel. And I'm really proud of how Hunter has rebuilt his life after addiction.
The House is expected to hold a full vote on holding Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress as soon as next week. The border town of Eagle Pass, Texas, has become known across the country as a major thoroughfare for migrants and asylum seekers crossing over from Mexico. The mayor of that town now expressing dismay after Texas Governor Greg Abbott seized parts of the Shelby Public Park in Eagle Pass as part of federal immigration enforcement operation. In a video uploaded to Facebook, Rolando Salinas said, quote, "This is not something that we wanted. This is not something that we asked for. I want to make that clear." Now to the FAA launching an investigation into Boeing over that Alaska Airlines mid-air blowout. In a statement, the agency said it will look into whether Boeing failed to make sure their planes were in compliance with FAA regulations and were safe to fly. Preliminary examinations have turned up loose bolts around the door plug on several more of those planes. The incident has grounded every MAX 9 plane worldwide, forcing airlines to cancel hundreds of flights. Out west, a second avalanche hit the Palisades Tahoe ski resort Thursday, just a day after another killed 66-year-old Kenneth Kidd and injured 3 others. Luckily, no one was caught in the snow. NBC's Maggie Veska spoke to the man who survived Wednesday's harrowing incident.
The next wave of severe winter weather already leaving devastation in its wake.
It swept me off my feet, threw me onto my back.
In California, heavy snow and high winds sparking a sudden deadly avalanche at the Palisades Tahoe Resort Wednesday. Crews here digging out Jason Parker.
You thought for a minute there you might die.
Oh, there's no doubt.
The 52-year-old Nevada snowboarder was buried by up to 4 feet of snow for roughly 8 minutes, unable to move and losing oxygen.
I think I'm just starting to black out at this point, and I just said, this is the way I'm going to go.
Rescuers working frantically.
That's when I felt this probe hit the back of my back. It was like, oh my God, they've got me. And then I could hear somebody yell, "I've got him."
Authorities say one man, 66-year-old Kenneth Kidd, died in the avalanche. 2 people were injured. Now that system on the move and gaining strength. A winter-worn nation now bracing for another blast. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
All right, Maggie, thank you. And let's look ahead at the next round of storms impacting the country. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with an eye on what's coming this weekend. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We've got it all on the table. Some wintry weather, some soggy conditions, the potential for severe weather and bitter cold, something we haven't seen a whole lot of so far this season. But 20 million people are under these wind chill alerts. This cold weather has really rapidly changed things in places like Denver, feeling like 8 below with that wind chill. And you can see as we set up for the weekend and into next week, temperatures could be 37 below in Des Moines on Sunday for what it feels like, 18 below in Denver. So some really dangerous cold going to settle in across that region and portions of the Midwest. Here's the deal as far as that severe weather, though. We've got a tornado watch right now lasting for a little while longer, stretching from Texas all the way up into portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma included in that as well. We'll have a better chance here as we go through the day today to see more of these strong storms, including the potential for some isolated tornadoes. We've got the heavy snow working into portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. We're going to see difficult to impossible travel across that region. Really some heavy snow on top of that with those strong winds is going to make it really difficult on the roadways. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 48 degrees in Philadelphia today, 50 degrees for Washington. We'll deal with some rain from portions of Raleigh to Charlotte and down through Atlanta into the low 70s from Montgomery to Mobile, New Orleans. Meanwhile, bright conditions expected for San Antonio this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Angie, thank you. Rescuers turned into the rescued when the boat of first responders capsized in North Carolina floodwaters. Officials say 3 people were checking on their livestock surrounded by floodwaters when the boat they were in was swept away. During the rescue, a boat carrying several first responders capsized, sending all 5 of them into the river. Everyone involved is now safe after being treated at a nearby hospital. Early Today is back in a minute with a powerful message from one of the country music's brightest rising stars. And after 24 seasons and 6 Super Bowls, the Patriots part ways with Bill Belichick. He might not be done yet, though.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I was a part of the problem. I am here now standing as a man that wants to be a part of the solution. I brought my community down. I hurt people. I was the uneducated man in the kitchen playing chemist with drugs I knew absolutely nothing about, just like these drug dealers are doing right now when they're mixing every drug on the market with fentanyl, and they're killing the people we love.
That's Grammy-nominated country singer Jason DeFord with his powerful words, better known to his fans as Jelly Roll, making a passionate plea for Congress to pass a new bill that targets the fentanyl supply chain. We are now getting a new look at the moment of that massive explosion at a historic hotel in North Texas. The blast injured 21 people and sent debris flying through the streets. An investigation into what exactly happened is still underway. From our Dallas-Fort Worth station, Meredith Yeomans has the update.
New videos of the blast show the moment the first 2 floors exploded at the Sandman Signature Hotel.
But we're all lucky to be here.
The videos recorded without sound from Thompson's bookstore across the street, where Jaden Holbrook and Jessica Knott work.
So I was on the 3rd floor and I heard like a bunch of rumbling and I saw a bunch of debris fly up, and then the whole building started shaking.
From outside the bar, you see a flash from the explosion. Then a hotel wall topple to the street and debris fill the air. Notice this bus drives by at that exact moment.
I was a little shocked and stunned.
Inside, Jessica Knott is seen reaching for the bar's front door when it gets flung open by the blast. Look close and you can see debris flies straight through the window.
I'm okay. It knocked me back a little bit, but I did see the fire come at me and felt the pressure cloud come through me.
This is what that window looked like after the blast in photos shared by the bar with NBC5. The blast's force so fierce it knocked doors off hinges, toppled railings, and cracked walls. The bar now boarded up. When the 12 businesses in the blocked-off area can reopen remains unclear. We're told crews tested gas lines as part of the investigation. On scene, Atmos Gas, the Texas Railroad Commission, and the NTSB, which can investigate gas pipeline accidents, though one hasn't been launched yet.
Loss of business, loss of money.
Angelique Facqua's salon has been closed the past 2 days. She and neighboring businesses say they're eager to reopen and for gas service to be restored so they can keep their places and pipes warm during next week's blast of winter weather.
It's been a little difficult. The unknown is worse because we don't know when we can open.
And our thanks to Meredith Yeomans for that report. Still to come, Patriots Nation deflated like never before. We look back at the legendary run of Bill Belichick in New England and what could come next for the Hall of Fame coach right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
It's with there's so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on.
It's done. It took 4 years, but Bill Belichick is following in his quarterback's footsteps and leaving New England after rumors swirled all season long about his future with the team. The legendary Patriots coach on Thursday confirmed that he and owner Robert Kraft have mutually agreed to part ways. Belichick spent 24 seasons at the helm in Foxborough, winning 6 Super Bowls as part of one of the greatest dynasties in sports history. Tom Brady paid tribute to his former coach on Instagram, calling him the best in the history of the NFL and what that brought New England. I was working in New England and covered 4 of those Super Bowls, 3 of the wins, and it is unbelievable, electric during year after year after year what this team pumped out.
People are going to miss him.
Yeah, we'll see
sure.
who's coming back. Vrabel, maybe Harbaugh, maybe Mayo. No,
we shall see. And believe it or not, there's still football to be played this season. We're gearing up for an epic Super Wildcard weekend. Action begins Saturday when the Browns travel to Houston to take on the upstart Texans. And later on, the Dolphins will face both sub-zero temperatures and the defending champions as they attempt to upset the Chiefs in Kansas City. Sunday's triple header will see the Steelers head to Buffalo while the Cowboys attempt to right the wrongs of playoffs past and knock off a young Packers squad at home. And the weekend wraps up here on NBC as the Lions host their first playoff game in over 3 decades while facing their former quarterback Matt Stafford and his LA Rams. You might remember he was with Detroit for 12 seasons, left, went to LA, won a Super Bowl. Yeah. Everyone in Detroit was very happy for him during that time frame. Now it's going to be a battle for sure in Ford Field.
Here, for your convenience, make your plans right now. Sunday's going to be a tough one there. Turning to baseball, where some much-needed help is coming to the Yankees rotation. It was reported late Thursday that the team reached a 2-year, $37 million deal with pitcher Marcus Stroman. The 2-time All-Star Stroman was recently with the Cubs, but there were stints with the Blue Jays also and the Mets. While the Yankees have not officially confirmed the deals, Stroman broke the news Thursday, posting this as a picture of himself in a Yankees uniform on his Instagram stories. So to wear those pinstripes, that's the dollar amount, that's the money you got to dish out to get him in one.
Yeah, quite the payday.
All right, still to come in early today. How tradition is taking the wheel at next year's Detroit Auto Show, and Walmart is taking to the skies in Texas. Details after the break.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with what you need to know early today. While inflation slowed in 2023, the Consumer Price Index rose higher than expected by 0.3% in December and 3.4% year over year. A lot of this increase was due to rising shelter costs, which rose more than 6% for the year. Walmart is expanding its drone delivery in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and will be available to nearly 2 million homes. It's the first time the U.S. retailer has offered this type of service to this many households in a single market. The Detroit Auto Show is returning to its roots after moving to September the last 2 years. The 2025 show will be January 10th through the 20th. And it's National Soup Month. To celebrate, Panera is offering $1 soup with a little code there that you can put Happy Soup Day.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
A dramatic water rescue caught on camera in Florida shows first responders racing to save a baby and grandmother trapped in a vehicle underwater. Our Guad Venegas has the story.
Hey, can you hear us? The sheriff's office!
An incredible rescue with Flagler County Sheriff deputies arriving within minutes after a car crashed on its side in a Florida ditch, quickly filling up with water during the rescue.
Oh, the kid, Jen.
Trapped inside, just barely above water, a baby and a grandmother.
All right, we're going to get your baby first, all right?
First responders breaking the window with a baby still strapped in her car seat.
Watch your eyes. Let's get the baby out.
Right. And the water was almost up over the car seat.
We got a kid in here, and we got this baby's head is just barely above water.
So they knew that they had to quickly get this child out of the car seat and out of that car before it slipped or even completely turned over.
Somebody, there's the baby. Get her out, come on.
Deputies handing the child off to firefighters, then helping the grandmother get out too.
Command to incoming units. We got one child out. We're working on the female now.
The harrowing rescue all caught on camera last week. The video just released by the Flagler County Sheriff.
How does it feel to know that your officers made this rescue?
But I'm very proud of our team. I'm proud of the teamwork that was shown between the fire rescue guys and the sheriff's office. So it's a great way to start 2024. It just shows the community how well trained our deputies are and how they're willing to, in this case, get very wet, jumping into a drainage ditch and rescue two people.
Again. You're good. You're doing great, ma'am. You're doing great. Take nice and deep breaths.
A grandmother and an infant lucky to have survived. Quad Venegas, NBC News.
Now to a Texas man suing Walmart to roll back prices on everything. Roderick Jackson is seeking either $100 million in damages or, quote, unlimited free lifetime shopping. He alleges in a complaint that an incident at a store in Omaha, Nebraska involved, quote, the false pretense of shoplifting and violated Jackson's civil rights. A spokesperson for the company said it doesn't tolerate discrimination of any kind. An iconic Friends script is up for grabs. The original script for The One with Ross's Wedding is going up for auction. A former staff member at the London studio fished it out of the garbage 25 years ago. All versions of the script were meant to be destroyed after filming to prevent leaks, but these two slipped through. Bidding starts around $750. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. Breaking overnight, America and its allies strike back in the Middle East, targeting Houthi rebels for their relentless attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. We're live in D.C. with what led to the latest escalation. Politics colliding with the courtroom from coast to coast. Former President Donald Trump fighting back in his massive civil fraud trial in New York, while Hunter Biden faces tax charges in California. What the cases could mean for the 2024 race. And all of it happening just 3 days before the Iowa caucuses. Trump still has a commanding lead over his GOP contenders, but Nikki Haley is riding a wave of momentum. We're diving into the polls. Was your New Year's resolution to get a better job? Look no further. The new list revealing the best 10 places to work in 2024. And Larry David's back, and things are looking pretty good. And we have the first trailer from the final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's Friday. And Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us, and good morning. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking news and a developing story. The U.S. dramatically escalates its involvement in the Middle East. These planes seen here in footage just released by U.S. Central Command conducting airstrikes against Houthi targets inside Yemen, along with the U.K. and others. For a look from D.C., let's go live to Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. This is big developing news. What else do we know?
Well, good morning, Francis. Both President Biden and UK Prime Minister Sunak confirmed the airstrike last night, with Mr. Biden saying, quote, at my direction, U.S. military forces together with the UK and with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands successfully conducted strikes against a number of targets in Yemen used by Houthi rebels to endanger freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. The Houthis are a Yemeni group supported by Iran, and they control around a third of the country. They have recently enforced an erratic and violent blockade against merchant ships in the Red Sea, demanding that Israel stop its attacks in Gaza. Just hours before U.S.-UK airstrikes, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel interviewed a top Houthi leader via video link. Muhammad Buhati said this about the group's terms, quote, we do not want any war with any party. We want peace, but a just peace and not the peace that America wants, because America wants to impose it and conquer the region, not only Palestine. Again, that was an interview conducted before the U.S. strikes. Now, today, that same spokesman promising revenge, saying America and Britain will soon realize that the direct aggression against Yemen was the greatest folly in their history. The group has previously indicated they only want to target Israeli-bound or linked ships in the Red Sea, but in practice, they have menaced and disrupted vessels from many countries, not all of them tied to Israel.
Yeah,
Francis?
what form that revenge will be is the big question. Drew, thank you. The Al Jazeera News channel says it, quote, strongly condemns and wholly rejects the claim made by the Israeli army that one of their employees killed in an airstrike Sunday had links to a militant group and was therefore a legitimate target. In a blistering statement, the network says, quote, Israel has a well-known history of fabricating evidence. Israel has produced documents that they say prove the journalists were militants. NBC News has been unable to verify the authenticity of those documents. Now to a dramatic day in court for Donald Trump. The former president got 5 minutes to speak during closing arguments of his New York civil fraud trial. He accused the judge of having an agenda and repeated a lot of what he said outside the courtroom.
This was a political witch hunt for election interference, but also for getting somebody elected because you wanted to get the publicity. It's a disgrace, and they should pay me damages. That's the way it should be. They should be paying me damages.
There is no jury in this case. The judge will now determine the ultimate penalty, and he is expected to issue a decision by the end of the month. Meanwhile, the president's son was in a courtroom in California. Hunter Biden pleading not guilty to 9 tax-related charges. NBC's Ryan Nobles is following the case.
Hunter Biden again in federal court, pleading not guilty to 9 tax charges, 3 of them felonies that could land him in prison for 17 years if convicted. Prosecutors say Biden willfully avoided paying $1.4 million in taxes from 2016 to 2019. Instead, spending, quote, millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills. Inside court, Biden answering brief questions from the judge, who set a tentative June 20th trial date. Biden's legal team has argued Hunter was dealing with addiction and has since paid his taxes back.
Mr. Biden, do you regret?
It comes after Hunter Biden's surprise appearance in Congress, showing up at a hearing where Republicans were considering recommending contempt of Congress charges against him.
Ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed, what are you afraid of?
Hunter Biden refusing to comply with the subpoena for a closed-door testimony, saying he would only talk in public, leaving the hearing room after a few minutes. Republicans calling it a PR stunt.
He was not there to answer questions. This is the second time that Hunter Biden has displayed in real time the arrogance and entitlement that he's had his entire life.
First Lady Jill Biden said she was proud of the way her son has managed his recovery and blasted Republicans for showing naked selfies of Hunter during a recent hearing.
What they are doing to Hunter is cruel. And I'm really proud of how Hunter has rebuilt his life after addiction. And I think, you know, I love my son, and it's hurt my grandchildren. And that's what I'm so concerned about.
And the full House is expected to vote to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress, possibly as soon as next week. It will then be up to the Department of Justice to determine whether or not he will be charged with a crime.
Okay, Ryan, thanks. Nikki Haley is brushing off hot mic comments made by Chris Christie. The former New Jersey governor appeared to say Haley doesn't have a chance in this race. Our Garrett Hake asked Haley what she thought.
I don't have to convince people he's wrong because nobody in that crowd's asking me about that. I mean, they see politics is not personal for me. It is for the fellas. It's not for me.
The Haley campaign could see a boost now that Christie has dropped out. And as always, NBC's Steve Kornacki is the perfect person to break down the numbers for us.
All right, let's take a look at the contest that comes after Iowa. So much of Iowa is about setting up the New Hampshire primary. We've seen polling in Iowa. We'll see what our final poll this weekend looks like. The polling has looked very lopsided in Iowa. In New Hampshire, it's been looking different. We've had 3 new ones come out this week. If you average them together, Trump's still leading in New Hampshire. But look, Nikki Haley has significant support in New Hampshire. This is the average of all those polls. And I think tellingly, notably, Chris Christie, dropping out yesterday, but he had been registering in double digits in New Hampshire. That's totally different than how Christie had been doing in any other state. And why was that? Why was he doing well in New Hampshire, relatively speaking? Why is Haley doing well in New Hampshire? Biggest simple reason, is independent voters. They can vote in the New Hampshire primary, and they do. They vote in New Hampshire presidential primaries at levels you really don't see in other states. And we have seen in polling that Nikki Haley is doing particularly well with independents, with non-Republicans, with Republican voters who don't like Donald Trump necessarily. Chris Christie, obviously, had been going hard after Donald Trump. His numbers with Republican voters have been terrible in terms of favorability, in terms of popularity. But with independents in New Hampshire, it was a different story for Christie. So for Haley, she already, potentially is in a good position in New Hampshire to take a run at Trump. You take Christie out of the picture. Polls have shown Christie's second choice voters in New Hampshire much more likely to be with Haley than anybody else. So that could give her a fighting chance in New Hampshire. The problem for Haley, let's say she pulls off the win in New Hampshire. That's a big if, but let's say she does. The problem for Haley is that the New Hampshire Republican electorate is just different than you see in other states. Look at it, compared to Iowa. 2/3 of Iowa Republican caucus goers, roughly evangelical. In New Hampshire, a quarter. Independents, about 20% of the Iowa Republican electorate. More than 40%. This is from 2016. More than 40% of the New Hampshire electorate. And again, this time around, there's really no competitive Democratic primary in New Hampshire. So independent voters who can choose between the Democratic and Republican primaries, I think much more likely to take a Republican ballot. So that 42%, I think, could be higher, if anything, this time around. And again, moderates, twice as big a share of the New Hampshire electorate than the Iowa electorate. So you put that mix together, you look at the strengths Haley has had, New Hampshire seems almost tailor-made for her to take a run at Donald Trump. The problem, the challenge for Nikki Haley is if she won New Hampshire, subsequent states, including her own home state of South Carolina, they look demographically and ideologically a lot more like Iowa and a lot less like New Hampshire. She's got to prove she can make traction with the voters who predominate in a state like Iowa. That's her challenge, and we haven't seen her doing that in the polls yet.
Always appreciate the breakdown. Steve, thank you. Strong winds blew off part of a roof at an apartment complex in El Paso, Texas Thursday. Authorities say at least 12 units were impacted, and thankfully no one was hurt. Out west, a second avalanche hit the Palisades Tahoe ski resort Thursday, just a day after one killed 66-year-old Kenneth Kidd and injured 3 others. No one was caught in the snow. Meanwhile, in Idaho, 2 men were rescued after an avalanche in Shoshone County. Officials say a 3rd man is likely deceased, and they are planning a retrieval mission later this morning. This comes as another winter storm is heading for the region. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking multiple systems this morning. Hi, Angie.
Hey, Francis. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Multiple systems that have left us with plenty of alerts across the country. We've got all the colors on the map: winter alerts, wind alerts, flood alerts, and we've got a tornado watch that's going to go a little while longer through this morning, and I won't be surprised if we see more of these throughout the day, with that system on the move, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, the potential for some severe storms, and not to mention some heavy snow across portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Here's how it moves through the next couple of days. This is as we go through your Friday. There's the heavy snow, really difficult, nearly impossible travel at some points across the Great Lakes. We'll see that heavy rain on already saturated grounds. The flooding concern will be there through the next couple of days, and even into tomorrow, it'll still be blustery, so those intense lake effect snow bands will remain. This is the area that we're watching. 29 million people here for the potential of severe storms later this afternoon. Wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. The potential for tornadoes all on the table, as well as some hail. Make sure you have a way to get those alerts. When it's all said and done, as we get through Sunday, we could see upwards of 1 foot to 1.5 feet across portions of the Great Lakes, with those lake effect snow bands being really intense and impressive. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 48 degrees today in New York City. Pittsburgh hits 46 and dealing with some snow showers and some rain across that region. The rain also stretched across the southeast from Charleston to Jacksonville. Some showers and thunderstorms expected in Orlando today. New Orleans will head to 72 degrees. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Coming up, our first look at the final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. But first, on the hunt for a new job, we'll have the best places to work in 2024 when we return in 60 seconds.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Not even Wall Street knows what to make of December's hotter than expected inflation report. After falling earlier in the day, all three major indices clawed back to the flat line. Markets are still muted ahead of the opening bell as investors await today's producer price index, which tracks inflation across domestic industries like manufacturing and agriculture. All right, you're looking for a new job? Glassdoor is out with its list of the top 10 companies to work for in 2024. CNBC's Charlotte Reed joins us now with those details. And Charlotte, I don't see NBC News or CNBC there, so in the past it's been ranked pretty high. What happened this time?
Well, Francis, Glassdoor has been ranking companies with at least 1,000 employees and 75 reviews on their site. So they were rated on career opportunities, culture, compensation, work-life balance, among other factors. Now, Glassdoor went through millions of employee reviews. Tech, finance, and consulting kept top on the list this year again, even though tech seems to have been losing a little bit of its luster this year. Less tech companies on the list overall. So let's look at that top 10. Coming top is consulting firm Bain & Company, followed by NVIDIA, the high-end chips maker, crucial for AI. Number 3, the software company ServiceNow, followed by MathWorks, Procore Technology, and now a slightly different kind of entry at number 6 with the fast food chain In-N-Out Burger, and then MVWare, Dell Tech, 2020 companies, and finally at number 10, Fidelity Investments. What have people been looking for? A supportive environment, competitive pay, career growth opportunities. So companies take note in this tight labor market. It seems that a positive employee experience seems more important than ever to reach out to the best candidates.
All right, Charlotte, thank you. And I guess we're all happy here at NBC, or we still wouldn't be around, right? All right, still to come, The Last Stand of Larry David. HBO drops the first look at the final season of the cringe comedy legend. That's coming up right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I have to accept the fact that you're wired like a lunatic.
I didn't know you had alopecia.
You're a cheater!
No, you're a cheater.
You always have to be the center of attention.
There's an authenticity involved in caring about oneself.
Get the out of my house.
Wait, let me say goodbye to you, stupid
No, go
Hey, don't you touch that
Do
dog.
not touch the dog.
We won't have to put up with Larry much longer. The trailer for the 12th and final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm dropped Thursday, showcasing one last run of misery and mishaps for TV's most lovable curmudgeon. The final season premieres on HBO and Max on February 4th. Dan Levy's supposed to be in it. Tracy Ullman's going to be coming back, too. I've never seen a single episode.
Now's the time to start, Francis.
In my defense, during the time that Sopranos were running the entire time, never watched it, and totally was all in after it ended.
You've got to watch it. And I love what Larry David said, that he can finally give up this character as if it's not based about him. All right, and now to a new show about everyday issues like work, marriage, and espionage.
You said you loved me.
Yeah, you did too.
We're about to die.
So you didn't mean it?
No, I do.
That's cool.
Donald Glover and Maya Erskine star as spies turned lovers, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, in a new spin on the blockbuster 2005 action comedy. The series drops on Prime Video on February 2nd. You might remember that, you know, a whole relationship came out of this and multiple kids for Brad and Angelina with the previous version of this. So we'll see, not saying that's going to happen, but we'll see what this version brings about on screen.
The chemistry's got to be there. Maya Erskine, by the way, is brilliant in Pen 13.
Yeah.
Go watch it. It's insane. It's crazy. Not for kids, but it's so fun. All right, Barbie's busy awards season is just getting started. The highest grossing film of 2023 walked away with the most nominations for the movie at the 49 People's Choice Awards Thursday, including Movie of the Year, as well as nods for stars Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. Taylor Swift is up for multiple awards across both music and film categories, while her boyfriend Travis Kelce scored a nod for Athlete of the Year. Rival Ken himself, Simu Liu, will be hosting the awards on February 18th right here on NBC and Peacock. And based on all the tea that was going on, the aftermath of the Golden Globes, I imagine during the breaks that all these actors are going to be speaking like this. So there are no lip readers for any drama, right?
I think that's a good prediction.
All right, when we come back, a massive discovery could change how Alzheimer's disease is treated. Keep it right here.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just did.
And we're back with what you need to know early today. Google has cut hundreds of jobs across the company, hitting employees in Google's central engineering, hardware, and assistant teams. A groundbreaking Alzheimer's discovery. Scientists have identified 5 distinct variants of Alzheimer's disease, and they're each said to be different in how they affect the brain and potentially how they respond to treatment. Researchers say a newly discovered fossilized skin is the oldest on record. That's 286 million years old to be exact. It was found in an Oklahoma cave. And an entirely new species of Tyrannosaurus has been discovered. It was a discovery made in 1983 that tipped scientists off by re-examining a partial skull unearthed in '83. The new species, named Tyrannosaurus macraensis. We'll be right back.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on.
Patriots coach Bill Belichick confirmed that he is parting ways with the team. The legendary coach won 6 Super Bowls with New England. And now to a young football fan who won't miss Belichick anytime soon. A 6-year-old Bills fanatic went a bit too far in order to stay up late to watch a game. From our Buffalo affiliate, Keelan Berrien has the story.
I'll put this one, this one.
If you were asked, how much would you pay to watch a Buffalo Bills game? $1,000? $2,000? Well, this little guy here,
I had no choice but to swallow a quarter.
he swallowed a quarter. So while many paid thousands to travel, 6-year-old Ryder Bukowski paid 25 cents and a trip to the emergency room.
I just really wanted to stay up for the Bills game.
No quarters are allowed in our house anymore.
It's even posted on doors in the house.
We were downstairs getting ready for the game. He was supposed to be up in bed. He came downstairs crying and said, "Mommy, don't be mad at me, but I swallowed a quarter." Under the deadline, they're all lowercase except for your first one, okay?
Okay.
His mom, Stephanie, says Ryder couldn't watch the game because he had school Monday.
Well, at first I was like, was it really a quarter? Because how are you not choking? I started thinking about it and I was like, we should probably go get x-rays. And they're like, you need to go to the hospital now.
It wasn't until Monday morning when Ryder had the quarter surgically removed.
It sounded like to me you just wanted to get out of going to school.
I was not going to school that day.
And let me tell you, Ryder bleeds the red and blue.
Right here, I like this shirt.
His room is Bills themed. He has posters on his walls and has an extensive card collection of players.
This is my favorite card I have.
So who's your favorite football player?
And the Bills?
Yeah.
I really like James Cook and Josh Allen and Diggs.
So Bills Mafia, I'm not saying you have to swallow a quarter to show your love, but you do have to step your game up because Ryder here is the real deal.
I was lucky because they found it.
And even after all of that, little Ryder still got to watch his beloved Buffalo Bills.
Now that everything's done and over with and he's good, now we can joke about it because it is funny.
Still, no quarters this weekend's game. Our thanks to Keelan Berrien for that report. Okay, let's get one more check with Angie with more on your wild card weather forecast. How are we looking, Angie?
You know what, Francis? There's 3 outdoor games that could be a little chilly, especially if you're headed to Kansas City. We're going to see wind chill values below 0, 19 below at some times. That'll be the coldest it'll be. Steelers versus Bills, 24 degrees. We're going to deal with the heavy snow. You'll likely see some of those visuals. And we head to Tampa. This is the good spot, right? Showers, a couple of thunderstorms, but temperatures in the upper 60s. I don't think anybody will be complaining about that weather on Monday. That'll do it for us. Have a great weekend.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, major escalation overseas. Nearly 100 days into the Israel-Hamas war, the U.S. and British militaries launching strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen, following weeks of attacks on ships in the Red Sea.
They've got a choice to make, and the right choice is to stop these attacks. They'll bear the consequences for failure to do so.
We have team coverage as fears grow of a widening war. Plus, chaos in court as Donald Trump delivers his own closing arguments in his civil fraud trial in New York. And in California, Hunter Biden entering a not guilty plea to criminal tax charges. We'll bring you the latest. And millions of Americans bracing for impact ahead of yet another major winter storm. And it's expected to stretch from coast to coast. We're tracking the conditions that could affect your weekend plans. And oh, the places you'll go. 2024 expected to be a big year for travel. We'll show you the top trending destinations, plus share some tips for planning your next getaway. And some good news, some things might be cheaper.
I know, we already saw some deals this week and booked a couple trips we knew we had to take in the next few months. So get some more tips for you. Good morning, good to have you with us on this Friday. Yes, it's Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
We made it to the end of the week. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started this morning in the Middle East, where the United States and Britain have carried out a barrage of airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen.
The U.S. and U.K. say the strikes are in retaliation for a series of attacks by the Houthis on shipping routes in the Red Sea. The Houthi attacks were in response to Israel's assault on Gaza. Backed by 8 other countries, the U.S. and U.K. bombed dozens of sites in Yemen overnight, including the capital. This video, verified by NBC News, it shows eyewitness footage of explosions in a Yemeni port city. The Houthis have condemned the strikes and say it will not stop them from targeting vessels heading toward Israel. We have team coverage on these new developments. We're going to kick things off with NBC's global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, our foreign correspondent, Josh Letterman, who's in southern Israel, and White House correspondent, Monica Alba. Good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us. Dan, let's let's start with you. Just walk us through how these strikes were carried out and what they targeted. What's the Pentagon saying?
The Pentagon is saying that there were a whole series of strikes. They hit 60 targets at 16 locations, including radar systems, drone launch sites, munitions depots, command and control sites, all across Yemen using Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets, and of course the British also played a role. There were several British fighter jets that hit at least 2 targets. And then you had other countries, European countries, especially the Netherlands, Canada, and then Bahrain playing a supporting role, providing logistics. So the U.S. is saying that they were really trying to hurt the Houthis' capabilities so they could disrupt their ability to fire those drones and missiles at commercial shipping in that vital waterway that they've been really disrupted now. And you have major commercial shipping companies that have had to divert their cargo ships around that area and take a much longer route, which is affecting supply chains. The U.S. is also saying that they did not really focus on leaders or Iranian trainers there in the area, that they were trying also to avoid civilian casualties. We'll see if that's the case, but that's how they're presenting this attack. And of course, they say they tried to avoid this. They waited for weeks and weeks, kept warning the Houthis to stop harassing shipping, but they did not heed those warnings.
Josh, let's bring you in here. What's the reaction been like from around the region? And of course, tell us specifically what we've heard from the Houthis and Iran.
Well, unsurprisingly, the Houthis are not happy about this. They are vowing retaliation will be coming, saying they cannot let these American and British attacks go ignored. And the Iranians also are condemning this. They say this is only going to fuel more violence and instability. They are joining the Houthis in saying that this is just the latest data point showing that it is the United States behind all of the instability in the region, including behind the Israel-Hamas war. But the reaction I've actually been most interested in, Savannah, is from the Omanis. Oman is a U.S. ally. They are coming out today condemning this attack as well, saying that it's ironic that the Houthis are getting punished while Israel is not getting punished for its war in the Gaza Strip. And, you know, Dan mentioned the Bahrainis did participate in this. They are another close U.S. ally. The Saudis did not. The Emiratis decided not to as well. And so I think we're going to have to pay close attention to how some of the regional politics of this play out in the coming hours and days, even among countries that are allied with the United States.
So, Monica, there is support, there is criticism. What are we hearing about all this from the president? Congress didn't approve it. So how's the White House explaining the decision?
Exactly, Joe. This is something that now we understand after learning from senior administration officials overnight. The president was briefed on these options for several days, and ultimately it was on Tuesday, January 9th, that he decided to authorize these strikes that, of course, didn't take place until yesterday. Remember, this is all happening with Secretary Austin still in the hospital recovering from that infection linked to his prostate cancer diagnosis. So this is all happening remotely, but with his involvement, and ultimately they did decide that they wanted to carry out this retaliation after that concerning pattern. This had been something that the U.S. really was warning about for weeks, trying to take diplomatic approaches, trying to send every possible signal to the Houthis to essentially knock it off before they could expect something like this. So the president did write in a statement overnight, essentially trying to justify his decision here and saying that the U.S. and its partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation in one of the world's most critical commercial routes. He says he will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect U.S. personnel and the free flow of that international commerce in that critical area. And what's also notable, as you mentioned there, Joe, is the fact that, yes, the president did not seek congressional approval, but congressional leaders were briefed in advance. They knew these strikes were going to happen. And we are hearing from both Democrats and Republicans that they feel these strikes were long overdue. They're happy, they say, that this finally happened. But of course, there are questions now about what could happen next and whether this does escalate further. And we're hearing from Capitol Hill that, of course, they're going to be watching that very closely. But overall, they did welcome this response.
All right. Grateful to our team covering this from here and abroad. Dan, Josh, Monica, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Let's now bring in Hagar Shamali for more on this. She's the former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and the former National Security Council Director for Syria and Lebanon, also the host of Oh My World on YouTube. Hagar, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So the Houthis have already vowed to continue their attacks on ships headed toward Israel. Is this joint military strike being seen as an escalation in the region? Should we anticipate a more direct response from Iran on this?
Well, it's certainly an escalation, but not the kind that you would normally expect into a full-scale war. It is very clearly still, while it's on the offensive, rather than the defensive, which is what the U.S., the British, and the International Navy Coalition positioned from before. This is much more on the offensive, but it's not going to escalate into something massive because, simply put, the Houthis don't have the military capabilities to attack the U.S. and the U.K. in the force that they would like. And the U.S. and U.K. are going to make sure that they disable their military capabilities. That's their goal in targeting things like weapons depots, command and control centers, runways, boats. That's probably why the port was hit, for example. That's going to be their focus. Now, will we see some kind of response? Probably, because the Houthis are not rational actors. And I have to stress that enough because this is not the government of Yemen. This is not a state actor. These types of actors, when you have militants and terrorist groups, they behave like they have nothing to lose. So they probably will try, again, to attack a certain vessel, but the U.S. is going to make sure that they understand the message. And at the end of the day, these militants, the only language they understand is military language. What I would expect to see is more Iran-backed militant groups across the region try to lob, again, attacks at U.S. bases across the region. But again, given the warnings from the United States, they're sending a message that they're not afraid to go on the offense and really try to disable their capabilities. And so while I think things will be shaky and volatile for a bit, I do think that message will come through eventually.
So, Hagar, this shipping route between Europe and Asia is something Americans are now learning a lot about. Remind us of the international safety concerns here. How do the Houthis have access to such an important pathway?
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned this because I would have expected, for example, when Josh was talking about the Omani reaction, that the Omani reaction, in my view, is absurd because this is one of the most critical waterways in the world. And Houthi militants, and by the way, no terrorist group or militants are allowed to hijack an international waterway where 15% of the world's goods, 12 to 15% of the world's goods go through there. And when you're talking about halting shipping, hijacking that area and telling the world, no, you're not allowed to use this shipping. Apparently something like 18 shipping companies stopped shipments through that route, through that waterway, either causing them to cancel deliveries or go all the way around Africa, which significantly contributes to global inflation, to oil price increases, to cost that is, by the way, passed on to us, the consumer, around the world. That's not something you want to see at any time of year. That's not something the Biden administration wants to see during an election year in particular.
Hagar, very quickly, how do you see this playing out in the coming weeks?
Well, I think you're going to see more volatility across the region, including in these waterways. But ultimately, these militant groups don't have the ability to take on the United States. Neither does Iran. And so I don't see this ultimately exploding into the full-scale regional war that everyone is scared about.
All right, Hagar, as always, thanks for joining us.
Families of hostages still being held in Gaza are preparing for a heartbreaking milestone, 100 days since their loved ones were kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
It's been nearly 100 days since Hamas massacred more than 1,200 people and kidnapped hundreds inside Israel. Israelis began to commemorate the milestone in the most mournful way. Families of hostages went right to the border with Gaza to shout to their loved ones.
Don't give up! Stay resilient! We're coming to get you soon!
The spot is painful and emotional. This is where an open-air concert was held on October 7th, when Hamas gunmen suddenly appeared in the sky and went on to murder more than 360 young men and women, kidnap dozens, and according to Israeli officials, rape women.
We are standing so close to you. We love you so much.
Romi Gonin was kidnapped from the festival. Shortly afterwards, we met her mother, Mirav, who was on the phone with her daughter as Hamas gunmen surrounded her car and took her. I spoke to Mirav next to Romi's photograph.
She was running out of here. She was trying to escape from here. So, you know, I have it in my mind. It's not just the sounds that I hear. Now I have the images, the pictures of what she was going through.
And when you were shouting out her name,
yeah.
Do you believe she could hear you?
Yes, yes. She can either hear me or feel that I'm talking to her. I know she does.
The Israeli government believes at least 100 hostages are still alive in Gaza. The White House says at least 6 of them are Americans. Negotiations to free them, led by Qatar and Egypt, have been stalled for weeks.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report. For more now, we want to bring in some special guests. John Poland and Rachel Goldberg are the parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, an American who was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. John, Rachel, thank you so much for being here. First and foremost, one of the most important questions we can ask is just, we want to give you a chance to talk about your son. What's he like? What should we know about him?
Well, that's obviously one of our favorite topics, as any parent loves to talk about their children. Hirsch just turned 23. He was actually at the music festival to celebrate his birthday with one of his best friends. He is a curious, respectful, voracious reader, wild about soccer, loves music festivals, had just returned from 9 weeks in Europe, going to 6 different music festivals in 6 different countries. He is crazy about travel, and he had been planning a trip since he was in first grade, when he first started to become obsessed with geography, to travel around the world. And he was supposed to leave for that trip on December 27th. And we ended up going to the airport in his place and giving out stickers to everyone who was on his scheduled flight. They've been putting up stickers all over the world, sending pictures back saying Vietnam is waiting for you, Thailand's waiting for you, Nepal is waiting for you, come on Hirsch, we're in India waiting for you. And, you know, that's a little slice of Hirsch.
It sounds just so full of life. What a joy. Rachel, we also do know that Hirsch was injured, at least at the beginning of this, lost part of his arm during the attack. Have you received any communication about his condition? What is your line of communication with any type of officials like, and what information have you been able to receive from them?
So the only thing that we have been able to understand from actually the hostages who were released in the agreement that happened at the end of November is that people who were abducted early in the morning on October 7th with injuries were taken for medical treatment, from our understanding. And from the video footage that we have of Hirsch getting onto the pickup truck with the, the part of his arm that was blown off was from the elbow down. And we see that in the video. We see also some jagged bones sticking out from below where he had wrapped it with some sort of bandage. Beyond that, we know nothing. As I think has been widely covered, there is no international aid organization on the entire planet of Earth that has gone in to see any of the originally 240 hostages who were taken. And now we have 236 remaining hostages. I'm so sorry, 136 remaining hostages. Of those, we think just around 105 are still alive. And none of them have been seen by any international aid organization. So we have very little information.
You've both been front and center for the past nearly 100 days. Rachel, I know you said once this ordeal, it's like a slow motion trauma. John, I'll ask you, where do you find strength right now?
Yeah, I don't know that it's strength as much as mission. We, both of us, have never in our lives, as you could imagine, been on a mission that is so laser focused on one goal. And that goal is bring home Hirsch and all of the hostages alive and do it as soon as possible. So we wake up in the morning and we brush ourselves off, perhaps feeling a bit of failure because they're still not home. And we get back to work and we do it all over again, and we run around the world and we do whatever we have to do because there is such an important goal and we're not stopping until we finish it.
We have seen you all with the Bidens, with the Pope. We know you've had some contact, some of which you just described to us with Israeli leadership. What more needs to be done to bring the remaining hostages, including your son, back home? What are you looking for from people in positions of authority?
Look, I think we all learned on the 7th of October that Hamas is a more formidable entity than maybe we had realized before October 7th. That being said, we are also talking very publicly that the United States is at the table, Egypt, Qatar. There are some formidable players at the table, and I refuse to accept or believe that those countries together cannot figure out how to be creative, how to use diplomacy, force, money, whatever it takes to bring home the hostages. We feel like we've gotten a lot of empathy and sympathy and support, particularly from the United States, and we appreciate it. But until we see the results, I refuse to let up on the gas of pushing and pushing so that these countries think more creatively and more aggressively to bring the results that we want.
John Poland, Rachel Goldberg, we are thinking of you, we are thinking of Hirsch, and we really do appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
I'll be thinking about you. Let's switch gears now. Well, the fate of former President Trump's real estate business is now in the hands of a judge this morning.
Closing arguments took place yesterday here in New York in the civil fraud trial against him. The judge hearing the case says he hopes to have a final decision by the end of this month. Mr. Trump and members of his family are accused of inflating their business assets in order to get better terms on loans. New York Attorney General Letitia James now seeking $370 million in fines. She also wants to bar the former president from the real estate industry in this state. James addressed reporters after those closing arguments, saying she's confident the judge will rule in the state's favor.
This case has never been about politics or personal vendetta or about name calling. This case is about the facts and the law. And no one is above the law, and that the law applies to all of us equally and fairly. I trust that justice will be done.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos this morning. Danny, always great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So Trump was ultimately allowed to speak briefly yesterday. So I got a bunch of questions here as a warning.
So do I.
Because we had this whole conversation yesterday that was denied. How did that even end up happening? And then also, he did take it as an opportunity to lash out at the judge, at the attorney general. Kind of this extraordinary move on the part of a defendant. What do you make of what he said and of that move in terms of how it fits into the case here and his argument?
First, how did that happen? It happened because Donald Trump is being treated differently than any other defendant would be in virtually any other court. There is a long-standing rule that if you are a party but you have a lawyer, if you're not proceeding pro se, if you have a lawyer, the lawyer does the talking. And you want to test this theory, go into any courtroom. Sooner or later, the client, the party, will want to say something. They'll raise their hand or they'll turn to the lawyer and the judge says no. That's why you have lawyers. And there are reasons for that because lawyers understand judicial efficiency. They know what is appropriate to say in open court and what is not. And so for that reason, there's no reason I can think of why Donald Trump should have been allowed to speak, why this was even an option. You can get into a separate discussion about why would his attorneys even want him to speak. That's a whole nother issue. But he never should have been allowed. And the only reason that he was is because this is a high-profile case, and I've often said that the normal rules of procedure just go out the window when you're dealing with a high-profile case. Whether it's OJ, whether it's this case, it doesn't matter. Things happen that we just don't have any rule book for because that's not the way things work. And by the way, you know why clients are not allowed to speak in open court or give closing arguments? Because they go off the rails. Exhibit A is yesterday when Donald Trump was allowed to speak. He went off the rails. Everything that Justice Engoron was worried that he would do, he did. So if anyone learned a lesson, it was Justice Engoron.
Trump left before the AG even presented closing arguments to hold a news conference. But the AG's main argument here is the buck stops with Trump. How strong was their argument overall in this case?
Well, normally I talk about betting the odds, but in this case, this is a rare case where you get a glimpse into how the judge is thinking, because he already decided a large portion of this case on summary judgment before the trial even started. So if you want to say that the judge is leaning towards the attorney general, just take a look at the summary judgment opinion, where the judge repeatedly calls what the defendants did fraudulent. So even though the defense put on some interesting experts, they had accounting experts, they had Deutsche Bank witnesses. I mean, if you're betting, the judge in this case has already ruled against the defendants. So because this is not a jury, it's the same judge that decided summary judgment. So probably going to go in favor of the AG. The real question is, what is the dollar amount going to be? That's probably why the AG felt comfortable saying, hey, you know the money we asked for? Can we have some more of that money? Yeah, so no surprise there.
I do want to switch gears while we have you talk about a hearing in the Georgia election interference case. So there's some drama here. This was scheduled before allegations of an improper relationship between Fulton County DA Fani Willis and the lead prosecutor, the special prosecutor in this case. This came to light. A spokesperson, I should say, for the DA's office said a response to the allegations will be made in a court filing and declined further comment. But walk us through what we know about that and then how that could impact what we see today.
One of the defendants has filed a motion asking for the entire case to be thrown out because of an alleged improper relationship between the DA and the top prosecutor, who was brought in and is being paid by Fulton County, by the government, to prosecute this case. And the allegations say essentially that the money going to him went right back to the DA in the form of vacations and things that people do when they're in a relationship. And by the way, I'll let you in on a little secret. In every courthouse in America, the judges are dating the cops, the DAs are dating the public defenders. Some people are dating two cops at the same time. Not a good idea. Wow. Any lawyer out there listening right now is going, yeah, he's right, because that is what is going on, those kinds of clandestine relationships. So the question is this enough to get the case dismissed? I doubt it. Could they get the prosecutors removed from the case? Maybe. This is a motion, and this exemplifies how defense attorneys sometimes have to be the least popular people at the party. I look at that motion and I think, would I have had the chutzpah to bring that motion? Boy, it is out there, and it slings a lot of mud. But if it wins the case, you've zealously represented your client.
Danny Ceballos, thank you for your analysis on the former president's legal issues, as well as some information on the dating lives. So, yes, thanks, Danny.
Another political legal drama was playing out across the country yesterday. President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, made a court appearance in Los Angeles, pleading not guilty to federal tax charges. The hearing came over a month after he was indicted and a day after making a surprise appearance at a House committee hearing in Washington. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles reports from L.A.
Hunter Biden again in federal court, pleading not guilty to 9 tax charges, 3 of them felonies that could land him in prison for 17 years if convicted. Prosecutors say Biden willfully avoided paying $1.4 million in taxes from 2016 to 2019. Instead, spending, quote, millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills. Inside court, Biden answering brief questions from the judge, who set a tentative June 20th trial date. Biden's legal team has argued Hunter was dealing with addiction and has since paid his taxes back.
Mr. Biden, do you regret?
It comes after Hunter Biden's surprise appearance in Congress, showing up at a hearing where Republicans were considering recommending contempt of Congress charges against him.
Ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed, what are you afraid of?
Hunter Biden refusing to comply with the subpoena for a closed-door testimony, saying he would only talk in public, leaving the hearing room after a few minutes. Republicans calling it a PR stunt.
He was not there to answer questions. This is the second time that Hunter Biden has displayed in real time the arrogance and entitlement that he's had his entire life.
First Lady Jill Biden said she was proud of the way her son has managed his recovery and blasted Republicans for showing naked selfies of Hunter during a recent hearing.
What they are doing to Hunter is cruel. And I'm really proud of how Hunter has rebuilt his life after addiction. And I think, you know, I love my son, and it's hurt my grandchildren. And that's what I'm so concerned about.
And the full House is expected to vote to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress, possibly as soon as next week. It will then be up to the Department of Justice to determine whether or not he will be charged with a crime.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Well, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, Boeing under fire and now under FAA investigation over this mid-flight emergency. What Boeing is saying now as concerns grow about the safety of its planes.
Up first after the break, the race for second place heating up with just 3 days to go before the Iowa caucuses. We're going to take you to Des Moines for the latest.
And a major winter storm is on the move and bringing with it heavy snow, rain, and the potential for dangerous temperatures. We'll time out all the impacts when we return.
Lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Oh, you hear that music? We are back with the race for the White House that is heating up. It's all about to get going. It's just 3 days until the Iowa Republican caucuses.
New polling out this week shows former President Donald Trump remains the overwhelming frontrunner, with Nikki Haley ahead of Ron DeSantis in a tight battle for second place. For more, we are joined by Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, who, of course, is in Des Moines, Iowa. Kristen, my friend, good morning. Good to see you. So we are now entering this home stretch between now and when the caucus kicks off Monday. What are you watching out for?
Hey, well, it's great to be with both of you. A couple of things we're watching for. The top question is, just as you say, Joe, does former President Trump win the Iowa caucuses? And if so, by how much? If he comes in below expectations, that could raise real questions about his strength. However, if he wins by as much as 30 points, which right now polls show he's on track to do that, that would be a record win here for a GOP race. The person who currently holds that distinction is Bob Dole back in 1988. he got nearly 13% of the vote. So just for comparison, think about that. Right now, Donald Trump has a 30-point lead. You talked about that race for second place. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis duking it out. Ron DeSantis has almost focused exclusively on the state of Iowa, so the stakes could not be any higher for him here. If he were to have a disappointing finish, for example, if he was a second place, very far behind, or third place, that could raise real questions about the viability of his campaign. On the other hand, you know that Nikki Haley's had a lot of momentum in recent weeks. If she were to finish in third place, that could raise real questions about whether that momentum is durable. And by the way, big picture, all of the campaigns are really downplaying expectations here, in part because we're expecting record low temperatures here on Monday. I talked to one Iowan caucus goer overnight, though. He said not to worry. Iowans are a hardy stock, so they are not anticipating that it's going to impact turnout.
We've been talking a lot about that. We are feeling for those people who are going to be out there in 1 degree.
Yeah, but I'm from Minnesota. It's like, okay, get in the car, get there.
True.
You'll be good.
Exactly.
Kristen,
they're not even blinking an eye, Joe.
Kristen, let's talk about a little of this hot mic drama from this week. So Nikki Haley's responding to these comments that Chris Christie made, caught on that hot mic. He said, quote, she's going to get smoked in the caucuses. What's she saying now about that?
Well, Savannah, she told our Garrett Hake, quote, politics is not personal for me. It is for the fellas. So she's dismissing that criticism. She says she's saying solely focused on the caucuses here. But look, the big question as it relates to Chris Christie is what is it going to mean for this race overall? What could it mean for Nikki Haley, for example, in New Hampshire? Chris Christie gets about 12% of the vote right now in New Hampshire. More than half of his supporters say they are going to support Nikki Haley. So could she win in New Hampshire? That would be significant. It would be a big shakeup of this race. It would give her momentum heading into her home state of South Carolina. But by the way, guys, right now, Trump has a big lead in South Carolina. Yes, Haley's within striking distance of him in New Hampshire, but she's got a long way to go in South Carolina. So a lot of questions about that. And if Trump has a strong finish here in Iowa, it is going to be tough to see how the other candidates catch up and overtake him, though not impossible.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much, and I'm glad to see you have incredibly warm gloves on to keep those hands warm.
Yeah,
but
you look great out there. Look at your snow outfit.
Always.
Kristen, thanks. See you soon.
And make sure to stay with NBC for all your Iowa caucus coverage. Kristen, along with Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas, will have live coverage and analysis all night long Monday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Severe weather winter alerts are in place across the country. Just like we were talking about, it's going to be cold in Iowa. For more on how this might be impacting your area, let's check on your forecast.
Yep. Angie Lassman's here. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We got a colorful map to start off with. Across the country, so many alerts. We've got wind alerts, we've got winter alerts, we've got flood alerts, and we've already seen a quite active morning across portions of the south where we're watching tornado potential through the next couple of hours and even into the later today. Here's the tornado watch that lasts through 11 a.m. Central. You can see some of these thunderstorm warnings. We've had tornado warnings already for portions of Arkansas. This is going to be one of the many impacts that this storm has across this region here as we go through the day today. We move a little farther to the north. A very difficult commute this morning in Chicago, Milwaukee. We are seeing heavy, wet snow that's going to impact folks throughout the day today and even into tomorrow across portions of the Great Lakes. And not to mention, we've got some heavy rain that will leave us with the potential for flooding. But let's take a closer look, I should say, at that severe weather. We've got 29 million people under this potential to see some of these stronger storms developing later today, much like what we saw earlier in the week. Wind gusts topping 70, 75 miles per hour. We're dealing with the potential for some isolated tornadoes, and that hail potential is there too. The system's going to be on the move through the day today. You can see all of that heavy snow draped across portions of the Great Lakes. We'll see Michigan get involved in this later today. Chicago still dealing with the heavy snow as we get into the afternoon commute and any Friday evening plans you have in those areas. Travel will be very difficult to near impossible across that region. There's the heavy rain that will work a little closer to the East Coast, and then the overnight hours and into tomorrow, the heavy rain works up across portions of the Northeast and into New England. And notice what sticks around. That lake effect snow, the snow machine will be on through Saturday across that region. So piling up, really making it difficult for any outdoor plans that people have to get anywhere across that region. When we look at our snow totals, we could see places places like Chicago picking up maybe double digits. The last time we saw that, November 21st of 2015. It's been a while since Chicago had a significant snowfall in one day. We could see that potential. Notice those hourly rates. 1 to 2 inches per hour are likely right along the lakes. Places like Grayling, up to a foot of snow. We could see 1.5 feet across portions of Wisconsin, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the west side of Michigan. It's going to be a winter wonderland for a lot of folks, but it's also going to be whipping winds on top of that heavy snow. So again, the snow drifts will be a problem. Notice 50-mile-per-hour winds in Nashville, Chicago, 40-mile-per-hour winds. This is from New Mexico to Maine, where we could see these really impressive wind speeds. And that means down trees, power lines. We dealt with all of this, these same kind of impacts earlier in the week. So we had a little bit of a taste of this, and now we're going to have another round. One last note, we've got really saturated grounds across the Northeast. And while the rainfall isn't quite as much as what we saw previously with the previous storm, we still have very saturated grounds. And this is going to be a flash flood risk through Saturday, guys, into Sunday potentially. We know we've got a lot going on across the country. And when it comes to football games, I want to leave you with this.
Wow.
Dolphins versus Chiefs. Are the Dolphins going to be okay?
No
2
kidding.
degrees
Chiefs
in
gonna be
Kansas
okay.
City. Wind chill -19. Let me remind you, Arrowhead Stadium is outdoors.
I think certainly an
nobody
advantage, at least for Chiefs who are somewhat used to it.
Yeah, but the Dolphins.
I covered one of the coldest NFL playoff games ever in Green Bay 15 years ago. You might remember Tom Coughlin with the Giants was literally the color pink. I was there. It was outdoors.
You have all your fingers
I was
still.
sick for a week after that, but I do have all my fingers.
You
so
could not pay me
exactly.
to go to that
It is going to be a cold one.
Good luck
all right.
to teams.
Thanks, Angie.
Angie, thank you so much. Coming up, an in-flight emergency now under investigation by the FAA.
Yeah, when we come back, what Boeing is saying now after this mid-air scare. You're watching Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Boeing is now officially under investigation by the Federal Aviation Administration after that door plug flew off an Alaska Airlines flight midair. In a statement, the agency said, quote, "This incident should have never happened and it cannot happen again."
So far, the administration has grounded more than 170 planes from its 737 MAX 9 fleet. In a statement responding to these latest developments, Boeing said, "We will cooperate fully and transparently with the FAA and the NTSB on their investigation."
Joining us now for more on this is Jeff Guzzetti. He's a former FAA and NTSB investigator and an NBC News aviation analyst. Jeff, good morning. Thanks so much for being here. So now that they've launched this investigation, it seems like this is exactly the type of thing that you used to do. Walk us through what they'll be looking for and how they conduct this.
Certainly. Good morning, Savannah and Joe. So this is your standard FAA investigative process, right? They give the entity 10 days to respond if they want to respond. And then they proceed with investigating the allegation of a potential violation. So they're going to be collecting evidence, and specifically, they're going to be determining whether or not Boeing is producing parts that conform with the production certificate that the FAA had provided Boeing a couple of years ago when the 737 MAX came out. So it's going to take a few months. And in the end, it might be just a warning. It might be required corrective action, or it could be a civil penalty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question. What could this mean for Boeing? Is there like a worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario is that the FAA can determine that Boeing does not have the capability to produce parts that conform to its certificate. That's probably highly unlikely, but that would mean that Boeing would have to shut down some or all of its production lines. That's the worst case scenario. But the best case scenario is deficiencies are identified, Boeing promises to take corrective action, and Boeing just gets a warning from the FAA. And then anything in between, it could be a civil penalty of thousands to millions, or that's proposed. So the FAA has a lot of berth by which to conclude this investigation.
All right, Jeff Guzzetti, we really appreciate your expertise as somebody who has been through these types of investigations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, it's the end of an era for New England and the NFL. Patriots coach Bill Belichick is stepping away from the sidelines after a legendary 24-season career.
It's just the latest in a series of seismic shakeups in the football world. We're going to talk about what it all means for the sport next on Morning News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is the end of an era in the NFL. After 24 seasons, Bill Belichick is out as coach of the New England Patriots. But he's not the only legendary coach to move on from their job this week. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the seismic shift we've seen in coaching over just the past few days.
He led the New England Patriots, including superstar quarterback Tom Brady, to 6 Super Bowl wins. Through it all, head coach Bill Belichick never got too excited, and today was no different.
For me, this is a day of, gratitude and celebration.
Following a dismal season, Belichick and the Patriots are parting ways after a 24-year span that included Deflategate. He may show up on another sideline.
It'll be difficult to see him in a cutoff hoodie on the sideline, but I will always continue to wish him continued success, except when he's playing our beloved Patriots.
Brady calling Belichick the best coach in NFL history, adding, "I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick. I am forever grateful." Belichick's departure just the week's latest major audible. Alabama head coach Nick Saban stunned college football fans Wednesday, retiring after more than 3 decades on the sidelines. Saban winning 7 national titles. The icon writing, "The goal was always to help players create more value for their future, be the best player they could be, and be more successful in life." Fans celebrating the legend. Meanwhile, the Seattle Seahawks moving on from head coach Pete Carroll. One day, Belichick and Carroll could wind up enshrined here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Some of Saban's players could wind up enshrined here, too. New playbooks for a trio of coaches that's bigger than the X's and O's. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Canton, Ohio.
For more, we're joined now by NBC Sports host and Sunday night football play-by-play announcer Mike Tirico. Mike, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. No one better to talk to after a wild few days in the world of football. The most successful coaches in the history of college football, the NFL moving on, not to mention Pete Carroll. I worked in Seattle back when he was there, or when I was there. Beloved. He has a Super Bowl college football championship. We are used to shakeups at the end of the regular season when teams don't do well, but what do you make of this massive shakeup?
Nothing like this, for sure. You think about it, the gentlemen in Pete Carroll and Nick Saban at Alabama and Bill Belichick together, college and pro football, they've won 16 championships over the last 24 years. And think about it, that's 16 out of about 48, because there's only 2 a year, college and pro. So it's a really remarkable stretch of Hall of Fame, legendary coaches, iconic guys. I think Pete Carroll still wants to coach a little bit more. I know Bill Belichick wants to coach, and I think we'll see him back in the NFL within the next month or so. I can see him continuing, but to close the chapter on the 6 championships in New England in almost a quarter century, it made them one of the great franchises in the history of the NFL. The Belichick-Brady combo was as good as it got in the league.
So, Mike, where might Belichick end up? I know there are a lot of coaching jobs open right now. I mean, what are some front runners?
I can give you a scoop. I don't know yet, but there's a Carolina and Atlanta conversation that seems to gain more volume as we go on. A couple of teams in the NFC South. The NFC South is a winnable division right now. There's no superpower team, although Tampa Bay is representing them as the division champs again in the playoffs. But there's a lot of talk about those couple of teams. We want to keep an eye on the Chargers and the Raiders as well, another couple of openings that are out there. We've got a lot of options and a lot of teams who are in the mix. So I think there's going to be a market to say, hey, come get the best head coach that we've seen. And don't forget Washington. New ownership, deep pockets. They want to make a big splash. That could gain a lot of credibility back to a franchise that could use some if they bring in one of the winningest coaches in the history of the league, going for the all-time record in wins, trying to eclipse Don Shula over the next couple of years.
Mike, real quick, while we have you, we have to talk about the NFL playoffs. Yeah. What are you watching for besides making sure you have the warmest coat humanly possible?
Yeah, really.
Well, that's the line. We started on NBC with Cleveland and Houston, and then we're in Kansas City, and our colleague Kaylee Hartung is going to be on the sideline, and I don't envy her at all. The air temperature for kickoff tomorrow night is about 0, and the wind chill is expected to be 25 to 30 below. So we are talking about as cold as we've ever had for an NFL playoff game. That game's exclusively streaming on Peacock on Saturday night. And then we've got 3 games Sunday, highlighted by the last one that we'll have on NBC, with the Detroit Lions playing a home playoff game for the first time in 3 decades. And they're playing against Matthew Stafford, who was their quarterback for 12 years. They traded him to the Rams. The Rams won the Super Bowl. Stafford, who has such a great legacy in Detroit. It's going to be one of the best scenes we've ever seen for an NFL playoff game.
That's pretty cool. A lot of folks in Detroit very excited, long overdue there.
I
Mike
just am
Tirico.
so interested to see the Miami crew in negative 30.
And on top of that, Savannah, their quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, is from Hawaii. So you got a Hawaiian who plays in Miami who's coming to 30 below wind chill. I don't doubt them, but that's going to be a tough task for them to overcome.
Sure is.
Definitely. Mike Tirico, thank you so much. Good to see you.
So great to have you with us.
My pleasure. Have a great morning, guys.
Let's get you some financial headlines now. Tesla is suspending production overseas as those attacks in the Red Sea continue.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you from a very warm studio. Tesla plans to halt production for 2 weeks at its factory near Berlin as the conflict in the Red Sea continues to disrupt shipping traffic. Tesla says the stoppage is due to a lack of parts needed at the plant. Now, the disruptions are causing shippers to seek longer and more expensive alternative routes to transport products from Asia to Europe and elsewhere, such as around Southern Africa. The price of Bitcoin is pulling back today as hype in recent days about the launch of new Bitcoin exchange-traded funds following approval by the SEC dies down. The cryptocurrency rallied above $49,000 yesterday. That's a level it hasn't hit since the end of 2021. The dozen new Bitcoin ETFs saw more than $4.5 billion in trading volume on their first day. These funds allow investors to buy and sell Bitcoin without having to pay high fees, as they would if they bought it directly on a crypto exchange such as Coinbase. And peeps are polarizing. You either love or hate the marshmallow candies. I don't love them, but they are an Easter staple every year, and the brand announcing its holiday lineup for 2024, including 4 new flavors: Rice Krispie Treats, Icy Blue Raspberry, Sour Strawberry, and Delight S'mores Graham Cracker dipped in chocolate. The new Peeps varieties are available exclusively at select retailers, including Sam's Club, Target, and Cracker Barrel. Peeps have been marketed in the U.S. and Canada since 1953, guys.
You know what Savannah loves is the Peep-flavored Pepsi.
Yes, to drink them.
That we did
Joe is like Buddy the Elf. I mean, anything, he'll just take it down.
I'm like a bee. Anything sweet, I'll drink it. So
No. Savannah, thank you so much.
Coming up, want to get away? Hey, you're not the only one. 2024 expected to be a huge year for travel.
When we come back, we'll tell you about some of the top trips that are trending. Buckle up. This is Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a pretty funny goodbye from one of HBO's longest running series. The network just released the trailer for the 12th and final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Take a look.
I'm disappointed. I was expecting more from a childhood hero.
I really did the best under the circumstances of a person who hates people and yet had to be amongst them.
I want to know more about those glasses. All right.
Yeah,
Fans have spent
really.
nearly 25 years laughing at Larry David over the top antics from his daily life in Hollywood. The show earned a total of 51 Emmy nominations, 2 Emmy wins. For season 12, looks like David is going to be going out with a comedy bang. You can catch the final season starting February 4th on HBO and Love it.
51
I know.
nominations.
Yeah.
I mean,
incredible.
deserving, but
Of
yeah,
course.
wow, that's
So
amazing.
funny.
All right, can't wait for that. Well, we end the hour looking at some of the travel trends for the new year. After a record-breaking season for holiday travel, experts say they don't see the demand for getaways slowing down anytime soon.
Check out this stat. It comes from a new report from the travel platform Hopper. 77% of travelers plan to spend the same or more on travel in 2024 as they did last year.
Well, joining us now to discuss is Haley Berg. She's the lead economist at Hopper. Haley, thanks as always for joining us. So if so many people are planning to do that, let's talk about what it's going to cost them. Last year, we saw airfare prices increase. What about this coming year? Is there any relief?
Great news for travelers, whether you're headed domestic or international, is prices are a lot lower headed into this year. Domestic airfare for January down to about $250 per round trip ticket. That's down 6% from last year. And our forecast is that prices are going to remain below last year and pre-pandemic levels all the way through July at least.
That's some good news, and I know we're already seeing some deals out there even in just the first couple of weeks of the year. So, Haley, people, where do they want to go this year? What are some of the top domestic and international destinations?
Right now, a lot of travelers are focused on warm weather destinations. It's pretty chilly up here in the north. So we're seeing Las Vegas, Cancun, and Orlando for some of those Disney trips are the most popular right now. But looking longer haul international, London and Tokyo are already trending very hot for this year, as well as Paris. Obviously, July and August will be very busy if you're headed to Paris for the Olympics. And we expect all of France to be trending throughout the year.
Interesting. All of France to be trending.
Yeah, okay.
So
Probably also very pricey. I'm guessing you won't find a lot of deals in Paris in July and August.
Yeah, or Rome, some other places. Yeah. Haley, tell us, we've just got about a minute left, but if you're looking to get away, how can, Joe mentioned there's been deals already, how can you find them?
The most important thing is to plan early enough. American travelers are planning most of their vacations about 2 weeks later than they used to, and that means they're missing out on the lowest prices. So start monitoring the price right now of that trip to Europe. If you're planning to go this summer, if you're thinking about a spring break getaway, start monitoring prices now. Use something like the Hopper app. Get notifications when prices are at their lowest. That's the #1 best way to get a good deal.
So basically with the Hopper app, we can kind of get alerted if where we want to head gets cheaper.
We'll send you a notification for your specific trip, your origin destination, your dates, and we'll say, hey, this is the lowest price, you should book it now.
All right. That 3 to 4 months is tough, but if you can do it, I know you can save some money.
Definitely.
So,
I know. I'm not the best planner, but yeah, I should work on it.
3 to 4 days. Yeah.
Haley Berg, thank you very much. Happy traveling.
Let's get to it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now. And let's start with good news. It's Friday.
Yay.
I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a violent escalation in the Middle East. U.S. military forces, along with several allied nations, including the UK, levy a series of strikes on Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. It comes after weeks of aggressive attacks by those rebels on shipping vessels in the Red Sea. We've got the very latest from the ground. Disorder in the court. A furious former President Trump rants against the New York judge presiding over that high-stakes civil fraud trial, which wrapped up closing arguments yesterday. Now that judge is set to decide whether Mr. Trump should be permanently banned from the state's real estate industry when we could see that final ruling. We're also tracking yet another blast of severe winter weather. It's bringing a whole lot more snow and frigid temperatures to the Midwest. Farther south, rain, hail, and tornadoes rocking millions of Americans for the third time this week. And the system is not showing any signs of slowing down or watching at all as it barrels east. And of course, if it's Friday, you know we've got your weekly can't miss list on deck with the highly anticipated return of an HBO powerhouse series, True Detective. I love True Detective. I love Jodie Foster. Very excited for that.
Yes, I know. I know you love that show.
You're excited for Mean Girls.
I am excited for Mean Girls. And actually, a fabulous, brilliant friend of mine is one of the producers on it, so I'm so excited for her. And it's getting really good reviews so far. Yeah, so excited about that.
All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to, of course, begin this hour with the latest from the Middle East, where the U.S. and Britain carried out a joint strike mission against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, hitting dozens of targets.
Yeah, the move comes after weeks of mounting attacks led by the Houthis against shipping vessels traveling to Israel through the Red Sea. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel brings us the details from Jerusalem.
The Pentagon has been threatening to carry out these strikes for weeks in order to protect freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. But the Houthis are undeterred and immediately promised retaliation. The U.S. and British militaries overnight carried out air and naval strikes against militants in Yemen in retaliation for attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea. The strikes further escalate the war in the Middle East, which the Biden administration has been seeking to avoid, and draws the United States deeper into the conflict. U.S. officials said American aircraft launched from the USS Eisenhower and bases in the region to hit at least a dozen targets in Yemen, including airports, military bases, and weapon storage facilities. The purpose, the Pentagon said, was to deter the Yemeni militants known as the Houthis, who have carried out more than 24 attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea since Hamas's October 7th massacre and Israel's devastating response in Gaza. The Houthis, who are backed by Iran, say they only target ships bound for or connected to Israel, a claim the Biden administration disputes. In a statement, President Biden said the operation sends a clear message that the United States and our partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation. The Houthis vowed to retaliate and continue attacks in the Red Sea, calling them a defense of Gaza, where the health ministry run by Hamas says more than 23,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. In Israel, they've already begun mournful commemorations to mark 100 days since Hamas killed 1,200 people and took hundreds of hostages. Families of hostages went right to the border with Gaza to shout to their loved ones.
Omer, can you hear us?
They gathered where an open-air music festival was held on October 7th, when Hamas gunmen arrived at dawn in paragliders and murdered more than 360 young men and women and kidnapped dozens. Romi Gonen was kidnapped from the festival. I spoke to her mother, Mirav, next to Romi's photograph.
Do you believe she could hear you? Yes, she can either hear me or feel that I'm talking to her. I know she does.
The Israeli government believes more than 100 hostages are still alive in Gaza. The White House says at least 6 of them are Americans.
Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons for more on this. Keir, I know you spoke with British Foreign Secretary Lord David Cameron earlier today about this strike. What did you learn?
That's right. And effectively what he says is that the US and the UK had no choice, that this was an act of defense. To read between the lines, or to put it another way, the US and the UK has drawn a red line with the Houthis, saying you should not attack international shipping in the Red Sea. And as they carried on doing that, David Cameron says, effectively, as I say, they had no choice but to act. I think the question I wanted to ask him was, how much have they done to actually damage the Houthis' ability to do this? Take a listen.
when you have attack after attack, even though you've had warning after warning, ultimately this military action was necessary. I think it was proportionate, it was legal, it was absolutely right to do, and I think it sends a very clear message to the Houthis, but also to Iran as well.
Does this military action, though, prevent the Houthis from continuing to target commercial shipping in the Red Sea?
Well, obviously, it sends a very clear message to the Houthis that we are prepared to act in self-defense in this way.
But a message is different from degrading their capability or even preventing them
obviously,
from doing this.
These attacks will degrade their capability. That's important, and we'll get the assessments later today about exactly how much of that has been done. But the fact is, since the 19th of November, there have been 26 attacks. We've tried warnings. We've had the UN Security Council resolution. I spoke to the Iranian foreign minister. Warning after warning has been given, and yet the attacks continued.
At the same time, Joe, this is an escalation, as Richard was saying in his piece, and you can see that from the reaction. Condemnation from President Erdogan of Turkey, Oman condemning the action, asking why Israel persists in its bombing and siege, as Oman says, of the Gaza Strip without accountability or punishment. And then there's this action against the Houthis. The Saudis, clearly very, very worried. They neighbour Yemen, and they had an 8-year war with the Houthis, which in 8 years didn't manage to silence the Houthis.
Keir, do we know if we plan to see more of this, the UK carrying out strikes alongside the US?
I asked David Cameron exactly that question, Savannah, and he said we will do what we need to do. And I suspect that what we will see now is the Houthis work very hard to try to show they can still hit international shipping in the Red Sea. And then that puts the US and the UK and the other countries that are part of this coalition, though they didn't take part in the strikes, it puts them in a position where the White House, where it has to do something again. And that's, I think, one of the real dangers, is whether or not we're now in a cycle of the US, the White House, the UK having to react every time the Houthis do something.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for joining us with your reporting this morning. We really appreciate it.
Let's get more domestic reaction to all this with NBC's congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good morning. Good to see you. So we understand that Congress did not approve this, but they were briefed on this. Tell us the reaction from congressional members who support these strikes.
That's exactly right. Good morning, guys. Look, Republicans specifically have been urging the Biden administration to get more directly involved in going after Iran since basically the start of those Hamas attacks against Israel on October 7th. That being said, the Biden team, Democrats, have been cautious because they didn't want to escalate and broaden involvement in the conflict in that region. Following these strikes overnight, though, many senior Republicans and Democrats praised the Biden administration for conducting these strikes. I'm talking about folks like Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate. He said, quote, "I welcome the U.S. and coalition operations against the Iran-backed Houthi terrorists responsible for violently disrupting international commerce in the Red Sea and attacking American vessels." He went on to say that Biden's decision to use military force against these Iranian proxies is overdue. That was echoed by Speaker Johnson, other senior Republicans as well in the Senate, who backed the Biden administration up for their decision here to join the coalition and conduct these strikes.
Julie, on the flip side, you have several lawmakers saying this action by President Biden violates the Constitution because he didn't get that authorization from Congress. What are we hearing from the critics?
He didn't get that authorization, but as you said, they did notify about this operation that could potentially happen earlier in the week. They didn't get that formal approval, though, and that's why you're hearing particularly some progressive voices on the Democratic side slamming this move. For example, Cori Bush posted on X saying that he can't launch airstrikes in Yemen without congressional approval, speaking to President Biden. This is illegal, she said, and violates Article 1 of the Constitution. The people do not want more of our taxpayer dollars going to endless wars and the killing of civilians. Val Hoyle, another progressive congresswoman, also echoing those remarks in a post to X, as you see on your screen there. They're also getting some backup on the other side of the aisle, though. You have constitutional Republicans like Mike Lee, who says this is above party, that this is something the president does need congressional approval on. I will say, though, of course, Article 2 enables the president to conduct any strikes to protect national security interests, and that's exactly what you saw happen here. So not a whole ton of a surprise in terms of the mixed bag of reactions, but we will see if Republicans especially put the pedal to the metal in demanding the Biden administration do more to go after directly Iran in this conflict.
All right, Julie Sirkin, as always, we appreciate you joining us.
The New York civil fraud trial involving former President Trump has come to a close. Now we await a decision from the judge who's presiding over the case.
Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in Lower Manhattan with a decision expected in the coming weeks. The former president addressed the court, lashing out at the judge and at New York Attorney General Letitia James. James is seeking $370 million in fines from Trump and is also looking to ban him from the real estate industry here in New York.
For more, let's bring in civil rights attorney, former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's also an NBC News contributor. Kristen, good to have you with us. So let's begin with the former president addressing the court directly. Man, I wish we had cameras in court here. So his request to speak during closing arguments, it was initially denied by Judge Engoron. Trump's legal team again requested to have him speak. When the judge asked if they promised to, quote, just comment on the facts and the law, Trump then began immediately talking without actually agreeing to that. What are your takeaways from all this? What was your reaction to all this?
You know, I think it was significant, but it is absolutely unusual for something like that to happen. But overall, what is the impact that it had on the trial? I think his closing remarks were really a blend of his campaign style address and a touch, maybe a touch, of legal argument, really, because he denounced the trial as his narrative really was, as a political witch hunt, and then he asserted his innocence. But again, this approach was really more provocative than substantive because it really led to the judge admonishing Trump's lawyers to rein his client in. So with regard to the legal impact with his trial, not so great. And it really did underscore the contentious and dramatic nature of that trial. But ultimately, it supports his narrative with his campaign-style rhetoric.
Let's talk about the meat of some of these closing arguments. The judge questioned both sides as they were happening. What stood out to you?
Well, a couple things stood out, right? So the prosecution's closing remarks really centered around the theme that fraud was the Trump organization's business model. And they really emphasized Trump's direct involvement in that fraud, and particularly in preparing the financial statements. So they reviewed the evidence that really highlighted Trump's active role in compensating executives and engaging in operations leading to those false statements. So they really centered in on his direct involvement. But they also had to counter the defense's narrative of Trump's unawareness, or really, from a legal perspective, the lack of intent to deceive. But really what was important in this particular part was the judge's skepticism with regard to the liability for Donald Trump Jr. as well as Eric. And so what the prosecution really tried to do was to highlight their direct awareness, and really for Donald Trump Jr., just that he really should have known. And the defense really did capitalize on that. They said that there's no evidence. They really summarized their arguments by saying there were errors, there was reasonable reliance on professionals, but there wasn't fraud. And they really argued that the awareness of the inflated value of the assets, if they were, was really what every business owner was doing, and that this was nothing more than a politically motivated selective prosecution.
So if the judge ultimately does decide to fine Trump a lot of money, even bar him from doing business in New York, then what are Trump's options after that?
Well, Trump's options are really to continue his campaign-style rhetoric. He's going to say that this is politically motivated. But from a real legal perspective, there was an appellate attorney in the room. And so I have no belief other than to think they're going to directly appeal from any decision that the court makes.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, appreciate your expertise on this one. We'll stand by and wait for a decision, likely by the end of the month.
Thank you so much. Well, millions of people are waking up to another wintry blast today, with more severe weather expected this weekend.
This latest system is bringing blinding blizzards in the Midwest, causing tornadoes in the South. We'll have more details on the forecast when we check in shortly with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
First, though, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. She joins us from Chicago. Oh, boy. Look at that.
Portraits of Maggie throughout the week. In
no, I
cold,
know.
snowy
What is
places.
happening, Maggie? Were you in Boston, and then you were in Des Moines, and now you're in Chicago, and the whole time we have you out in the snow? At least you have good clothes. What's up, Maggie? Good morning.
Thank you. It's as awful as ever, guys. I so appreciate it. This is so fun. But honestly, I just have to give you some context. When we got here for our live shot this morning, guys, there was literally no snow on the ground. I mean, understandably, our producer freaked out a little bit. Like, we're not going to have any snow for this weather live shot. All of this has hit and built up, started sticking in like the last hour and a half. So this bomb cyclone is hitting as we speak, and it's hitting hard. Also, a couple of headlines this morning. More than 600 flights canceled today out of O'Hare and Midway airports, and a ground stop just issued at O'Hare. So this is really having an impact. And as we know, so many communities across the country are bracing as this so-called bomb cyclone takes aim at people still digging and drying out from the latest round of severe weather the guys hit just a few days ago. This morning, the latest wave of brutal winter weather in the form of a bomb cyclone detonating across the country. With another round of twisters and hail hammering the south and blizzards slamming the Midwest, with blinding snow and whipping winds causing whiteout conditions, snarling roads and blanketing neighborhoods.
We're mainly dealing with accidents.
Temperatures plunging well below zero, setting the stage for possibly the coldest Iowa caucus in history Monday, with wind chills expected to feel like 30 below. And more avalanches in the west. Near Stevens Peak in Idaho, authorities say 2 people were rescued. 1 is still missing. And a second avalanche in Lake Tahoe after one Wednesday killed 1 person and buried 3 others, including Jason Parker.
You said you couldn't move.
No, you can't move at all. It's a scary feeling.
Rescuers seen here digging for Parker, who was trapped under close to 4 feet of snow. They found him after 8 minutes.
I started yelling, "Help, help," as much as I could. My adrenaline's rushing. It was surreal.
In the Northeast, another round of torrential rain set to worsen ongoing flooding. Rivers in New Jersey still rising from the last round of severe weather earlier this week. Hard-hit communities nationwide preparing for more blows as Mother Nature shows no sign of letting up. Guys, that avalanche interview is going to stick with me for a while. We're so glad Jason Parker is okay. Back here in Chicago, obviously this is a place, people that are used to intense winter weather, but still officials are warning people. They say this is going to be so bad. It's already so bad. If they can, they want them to alter or cancel their morning commutes, work from home if possible. And then the other differentiating factor of this storm is the brutal cold that now appears to be pushed off maybe a day or 2 or so. We're seeing a high of around 35 today, but when we get into the latter part of the weekend, into the middle of next week, guys, we're going to see lows forecasted here below zero, lingering through the middle of next week. So this is a long, messy road ahead. It's just wild how fast this is hitting, guys.
Maggie, I'm hearing that we are going to send you to a different location, Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City.
It's going to be -30.
It's a football game. It'll be fine. It'll be nice and warm.
So fun. Oh my God.
Love that for me.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks
Maggie,
so much.
I know you have to talk to us about this probably like 100 more times, all our colleagues throughout the day. So I'd say go get warm. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we appreciate
you,
it.
Maggie. Thank you so much. For more on the sub-zero temps we're expecting this weekend, let's get to your morning news now weather.
Angie Lassman, what's going on? Good morning.
Guys, I know. This is really difficult. Good morning to you. It's difficult for a lot of reasons. We've got multiple threats, multiple impacts when it comes to this same system. So let's start with one of the things that Maggie mentioned, the cold. We've got 23 million people already dealing with these wind chill alerts. You can see how expansive they are. They likely will expand more as the days go on, but check these temperatures out right now. -4 for Rapid City. Add in those winds, and we're talking 15 below. Look a little farther to the north, more than 30 degrees below for what it feels like. Minneapolis waking up to a temperature of just 7 degrees and feeling like -11. As we get into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, notice where our temperatures end up. These are our minimum wind chills, so nearly 20 below for Denver for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Brutal cold dipping as far down south as portions of Texas. We're going to have the wind chill feeling like 0 degrees on Monday in Dallas. And you might know that there's a couple of things going on across the country over the next couple of days. Football games. We've got the Iowa caucuses. We're going to see this bitter cold really impact a lot of folks, especially places like Chicago. Single-digit temperatures early into next week. Tuesday, just 1 degree. We'll see Cincinnati into the 20s. I mentioned the Iowa caucus. Here's what we've got going on. This is Monday, -42 for the wind chill in Fort Dodge, Missouri Valley, -35 for what it feels like, -34 in Sioux City. We've got Waterloo feeling like -36. So these are dangerous temperatures. It's not just how cold it is. It's those added winds of 30, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts that we're going to see that are really going to make it dangerous for folks to be outdoors for any prolonged period of time. And on top of that, we've got the snow that you saw in Chicago. That's going to be something that we deal with across portions of the Great Lakes through the next couple of days. We've got the wind alerts that I just mentioned and the flood alerts across portions of the east as we gear up for more heavy rain. And on top of that, more strong storms. We've already had an active warning across portions of the south. We've seen tornado warnings. We've got one active right now. We can see this tornado watch that is going to go through 11 a.m. Central. It includes portions of Louisiana and stretching north up into places like Memphis. So this is something we'll watch through the day today. There's that heavy snow, and it's wet snow, so it's going to be not just it's not easy to get around. It's not easy to manage, and that's going to continue through the day today with really impressive snowfall totals per hour. It's going to be really a winter wonderland across that region. Meanwhile, 29 million people at risk for these severe storms through the afternoon and evening hours tonight. We do have a risk of tornadoes. We also have the potential to see wind gusts 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the downed trees, down power lines, all going to be on the table. But of course, we want you to make sure that you have a way to get those tornado alerts if that is evolving in where you live. Here's how the system works through today and then into tomorrow. Notice it's moving out, and most of the heavy rain exits, but we're still dealing with these really strong winds along the lakes. We don't have great ice coverage on the lakes, so that means that the lake effect snow machine is going to continue. It's going to be impressive. We'll see those intense snow bands all around the Great Lakes and giving us some really good totals when it comes to now through Sunday. Those hourly rates, 1 to 2 inches. Guys, we could see places with up to 1.5 feet of snow. Wow. Again, I mentioned it's wet snow. We've got the really windy conditions. It's going to be something to watch. For sure. People, I would recommend, Maggie said officials saying don't leave your house. I mean, this is good advice.
Did I see 60-mile-an-hour winds in Buffalo?
Yeah.
That does not sound fun.
Also, another place that we have games going on.
I was going to say.
Yeah. And even into MLK, the holiday, it's going to be busy.
How do you throw football in 60 miles an hour?
I'd like to see you try.
To be allowed to run it.
Wouldn't you all?
I could.
That would be something to see. Let's put it that way. Thanks, Angie.
Thank you. Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now beyond the physics of football. We're going to talk about just 3 days away from the Iowa caucuses, what we're watching for from the remaining GOP candidates as the frigid clock ticks down.
Plus, the time-honored caucus tradition for one Iowa mayor that's bringing national politics right into her living room. We're covering it all after this.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The Iowa caucuses kick off on Monday, and for the remaining Republican candidates bidding to be the next president, it's of course expected to be a busy weekend.
Each candidate will be hoping to sway those undecided voters, although it's still looking like a race for second place between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, behind the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump.
That's right. For more, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. He is there. He is in beautiful downtown Des Moines, joining us from his hotel room. We very much appreciate it, John. So we're heading into this last weekend before the caucus. What are you watching for, specifically sort of this race for second, as Joe just said, between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? What do we know so far about who has that advantage?
Right now, I'm looking out my window and watching snow fall sideways, which makes all of this a little bit more unpredictable.
If you turn your head, it looks like it's going the right way, though.
Exactly. It looks like Savannah throwing a football in 60-mile-per-hour wind out there. So look, I think, all of this is a little less predictable. We've already had Nikki Haley basically cancel rallies today, or turn them into teletown halls, basically virtual events. I think we'll probably see more of that from the candidates over the next couple of days. It's not just the snow, but also, we're expecting temperatures to fall well below zero on caucus day. So that's the big wrinkle right now. In terms of what's going on here at the end, you got a pretty good organization by DeSantis on the ground, but it hasn't been able to get him to a place to compete with Trump. It hasn't been able to get him to a place where he's outdistanced Nikki Haley to the point where he could be comfortable that he's going to come in second place. And Haley's done a pretty good job of tempering expectations here, basically not setting a goal for herself. Meaning that it would be hard to see her walk out of here, as the loser, even if she were to come in third.
So Trump has been pretty hands-off in Iowa compared with the other candidates. What are we hearing from him? What's his strategy heading into the caucus now?
Yeah, Trump has had a more robust organization on the ground here in Iowa than he has in the past. Certainly than he did in 2016, but he has been to the state less frequently himself than the other candidates have. Basically, he's in an expectation game against himself in terms of everybody here expects him to win. The question's going to be, does he win with more than 50% of the vote, less than 50% of the vote? Some of his campaign aides point to about a 12-point victory as being, a record for a Republican in a competitive caucus here. So there's a lot of level setting going on, but that's everyone expects him to win.
And John, a question on Chris Christie. NBC News is learning the No Labels Party is talking to some of his allies about a potential here of interest in a third party run. Walk us through that, and of course, there's always a conversation when somebody's talking about that about what impact that does have on Republican and Democratic candidates. What does that mean?
It's supply and demand. No Labels needs a candidate. Chris Christie likes to campaign. It makes sense that they would talk to each other. It's not clear yet. No Labels has figured out who they're going to have run, if anybody will run with them. But if they're going to do it, they got to do it sooner than later. So not shocked that they're talking to Christie, as our colleagues reported. What does it mean for the general election? I think we'd have to see, but the possibility is that they would draw enough votes for the winning party in states to affect the Electoral College math.
There you go. John Allen, I'd like to see you try to throw the football in 60 miles, by the way.
I got a pretty good arm, Savannah, but 60 miles an hour seems like a lot. So next time we're out in 60-degree weather, let's play catch.
There we go. John, thank you so much. Have fun in Iowa.
Let's stay in Iowa with the mayor who is keeping an old tradition alive, holding precinct meetings for the caucuses in her home. The mayor of Silver City is preparing to host as many as 50 guests at her house. The gathering harkens back to an earlier time when neighbors came together to debate politics over coffee and bars, snacks.
Yeah, this time around, Mayor Sharon McNutt's living room caucus is the last such meeting in the state. Isn't that amazing? All other GOP precincts are venues that are places like churches, schools, and community centers.
And Mayor Sharon McNutt joins us now for more on this. Madam Mayor, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. So first of all, just tell us, how did this all come to be? When did you actually start hosting these in your home, and why? Why'd you want to do this?
Well, it started because I had booked the community center in our town for our caucus in 2002. And I was informed right before the caucus that, the Democrats had previously booked it. So the only place to have it was my house. Then it just continued. Every 2 years, we had it at our house. And in 2016, of course, we had 50 people here. We had Omaha World Herald live streaming it, and just continued. And I said I wanted to live long enough to have the last one in Iowa. So here we are.
There you go. Goal achieved. And lucky for everybody else that the Democrats had it booked, because I understand since it's at your house, it comes with cookies that I imagine are something special. Tell us what you're making.
Well, I've made maple pecan. They're ready to bake, and I'm going to make cherry chocolate chip and some regular chocolate chip. And there's another lady that's going to bring some good cookies too. So, and then a big pot of coffee.
Sounds good. Cherry chocolate chip. I like that.
wow.
So without going into too much detail, how does this all work? Everyone gets to your place, and then what is it you do?
Well, first of all, they register, and if they are not registered Republicans, they can register that night. And I know that we have 2 young men, they're twins, that live here in town that will be 18 by the general election, so they're able to register to, Monday night and participate in the caucus. Then I know we have someone that is a Democrat that's coming to register as Republican. They're changing parties. So that all happens before we get started with everything else. After that, we go through our business meeting. We elect permanent chair, secretary, then we elect the central committee people for the next year and the county convention delegates. We talk about the planks for the platform, and then we hear from the candidates, representatives, and vote.
I know you had that goal of being the last one, but other than hanging on for that, why do you like doing this in your home? Why do you like preserving that part of the tradition?
I have an idea that some of the traditions that we had in the past were more community and family minded. People brought their kids, they communicated with each other at these meetings, and it was a homey thing. It was a family thing, and people could express their opinion freely in a home, I believe. It wasn't so institutional.
Well, especially in this day and age of everyone communicating online and in social media. Yeah, all right. Mayor Sharon McNutt, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Wish you all the best. Can't wait to see those cookies, and please stay warm.
Yeah, everyone's so lucky who gets to come over and eat those cookies at your beautiful house on Main Street. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
By the way, to our viewers, you can follow all the headlines coming out of Iowa next week right here on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, Tom Yamas will have live coverage and analysis all night long, starting on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Coming up, Boeing is now the subject of yet another federal investigation.
With the FAA now joining the NTSB in separate probes, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong with that scary mid-air blowout last week. The new action taking aim at the jet maker that was just announced by the FAA this morning. That's next on Morning News.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Federal Aviation Administration is launching an investigation into Boeing. It is seeing whether the plane maker failed to ensure the 737 MAX 9 was safe to fly before last Friday's mid-air blowout on an Alaskan Airlines flight forced the entire fleet to be grounded. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us with more on this. So, Tom, the FAA has just announced it's increasing oversight of Boeing production and manufacturing.
Yeah.
Just walk us through what this entails and how this all relates to the investigation.
So we've got several breaking news developments, and you're absolutely right. This latest one that you just mentioned there, the FAA in the last few minutes announcing it is increasing oversight of Boeing production. That's critical. It is also going to be auditing the MAX 9. That's the plane that we saw the incident with a week ago. MAX 9 production, the line, its suppliers, and also re-examining the process by which the FAA delegates inspection to Boeing representatives themselves. The FAA now saying it may be time for a third party to get in and inspect everything in the production line. This is a very big decision. And as you know, the NTSB is investigating how and why the so-called door plug on that MAX 9 blew off in a compression explosion. The FAA separately now launching its own investigation into whether Boeing failed to ensure its completed products, the planes, conformed to its approved design and were safe to fly. Now, the FAA says this incident should have never happened, and it says, quote, it cannot happen again. All 171 MAX 9s have been grounded worldwide. In the U.S., that means Alaska Airlines and United fly the MAX 9. The airlines still waiting for guidelines from Boeing on how to inspect those grounded planes for signs of problems. Joe, I just a minute ago had the FAA chief in the elevator here. He tells me that the new directives are hundreds of pages long, which will speak to why it's taking so long, why the inspections haven't really even started yet on a formal basis. But both the NTSB, but both Alaska Airlines and United Airlines have done preliminary exams, and they have already found loose bolts on their MAX 9s. So this is a problem. Both airlines are canceling hundreds of flights each day. That's expected to continue at least through Saturday, if not longer.
So, Tom, how's Boeing responding to these investigations, and what are the potential implications for the company?
Boeing has released a statement, and it says it will cooperate fully and transparently with the FAA and the NTSB in their investigations. Listen, Boeing, like all parties to an investigation, to an accident investigation, they are limited on what they can say because they are party to an investigation, but they are fully offering that they will fully cooperate. One more important point here, and that is, as we've said on this program before, Boeing received the fuselage for this plane from a company called Spirit Aerosystems. They designed the tube, and the tube had that door plug that blew out. So this investigation is focused on Boeing, but also on Spirit Aerosystems, and now the FAA says it looks like it may need to increase oversight as well on Spirit.
Lots of breaking news this morning. Tom Costello on top of all of it. Tom, thank you so much.
Let's get some international headlines now. Britain's prime minister is in Kyiv this morning to announce more aid for Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and more world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is in Kyiv today to announce an increase in military funding to help Ukraine purchase new military drones, including surveillance, long-range strike and sea drones. London has been one of Kyiv's staunchest supporters since Russia's invasion, and Sunak said Britain would increase its support in the next financial year to almost $3.2 billion. The two countries will also sign a historic UK-Ukraine agreement on security cooperation. Late last year, Pope Francis made a landmark declaration allowing priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, which was welcomed by the LGBTQ Catholics. But African Catholic bishops are not happy, issuing a statement refusing to follow Pope Francis's declaration, permitting priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, saying that such unions were contrary to the will of God. The pushback underscores a gap between the Pope's progressive, reform-orientated leadership and conservatives in much of the Catholic community. And finally, just when you thought the whole world had been mapped out, a patchwork of a lost valley of cities in Ecuadorian Amazon has been discovered in the rainforest that was home to at least 10,000 farmers 2,000 years ago. Recent mapping by laser sensor technology revealed those sites to be part of a dense network of settlements connecting roadways tucked into the forest foothills of the Andes that lasted about 1,000 years. An extraordinary find. And those are your headlines, guys.
No kidding, Allie. Thank you.
Well, the NFL playoffs kick off this weekend, but they come after a week of some major changes on the sidelines. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartug is in Kansas City, where, as we've been discussing, tomorrow the Chiefs will take on the Dolphins in what is expected to be one of the coldest playoff games ever played.
Hey there, it's about 20 degrees right now in Kansas City, and if you can believe it, by tomorrow night's game, temperatures could drop 30 more degrees. As much as this could impact the play on the field and the fans in the stands, the excitement for playoffs is just beginning, even as dramatic coaching decisions change the landscape of the NFL.
The postseason is firing up in the bitter cold as 12 teams look to make it past Wild Card Weekend. It all starts tomorrow as the Dolphins leave warm Miami for the icy gridiron in Kansas City. At kickoff, the temperature at Arrowhead expected to be just 1 degree. And with the wind chill, it's going to feel more like 17 below. That would make it the coldest game in Dolphins history and is sure to impact two of the league's high-flying offenses.
Can't prepare for a game like that with that kind of weather, so it'll be new.
The defending Super Bowl champs determined not to let the elements disrupt their rhythm.
I just say, get ready for the game. Let's do that. I don't really care what goes on out here. You know, we're not having a snowball fight.
In Houston, a unique quarterback clash. Cleveland Browns' Joe Flacco looking to continue his resurgence, gunning for an NFL record 8th career postseason win on the road, just days before his 39th birthday. While Texans rookie C.J. Stroud aims to become the youngest quarterback to win an NFL playoff game at just 22 years old.
I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid.
But storylines on the field, no match for the shakeups on the sidelines. Just hours after Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll stepped aside after 14 seasons with the team, Patriots legendary head coach Bill Belichick announced he would hang up his hoodie.
Robert and I, after a series of discussions, have mutually agreed to part ways.
Belichick built a dynasty in New England over 24 seasons, winning 6 Super Bowl titles, all of them with Tom Brady under center. The quarterback writing, "I'm incredibly grateful to have played for the best coach in the history of the NFL. We accomplished some amazing things over a long period of time. I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick." While Belichick still has the 3rd best record in league history, his departure comes after the worst season of his career. Still, the future Hall of Famer says he's excited for the future.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot.
After all those years in New England, Bill Belichick is someone who knows how to brave these elements. As much as players have to prepare for it on the field, you got to think about the fans in the stands, too. And here at Arrowhead, home of the defending Super Bowl champions, their attendance has been better than ever this season. But we're expecting a few thousand seats to be empty here. And as bad as we think it is here, let me tell you, in Buffalo, they are expecting blizzard conditions as the Bills host the Steelers on Sunday. Back to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Kaylee. Yeah, that's where I'd be throwing that ball.
Throwing that football in the 60-mile-an-hour winds in a blizzard.
Also, I wonder, why has their attendance been so good? Anything to do with Miss Taylor Swift?
Perhaps. Although now they're also in the playoffs. There's that too. All right. Coming up, here is a question for all you New Year's resolutioners out there. What's nutrition going to look like in 2024?
Probably won't come as a surprise. AI could change the way we think about food. We will take you to the cutting edge of tech up next.
It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
So with all the other demands on your time, it can be difficult to track your health and keep an eye on what you eat.
Yeah, so hard to try to do it in one of those apps or something. Well, what if artificial intelligence could do it for you by taking a picture of your food? NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson got a first look at how AI is cooking up a new way to look at your plate.
Technology is changing the way we think, how we drink, and even how we eat. It's all happening at the Consumer Electronics Show. Meet Nuvi Labs' AI food scanner. It uses 3D scanning technology to determine the nutritional value of the meal you're about to eat and how much of it is consumed during that meal.
Food looks delicious. It's not real, but if it were, I could put it on my plate like this. Let's say grab some sushi, some asparagus. When you've got a meal like this, you can scan it. It'll tell you exactly what's on the plate, how many calories it is, just like that. And then when you're done, it subtracts that to tell you how much you're eating and intaking.
From there, the information from the scans is given to you in a report showing nutrition and consumptions, helping people in real-life scenarios, like giving diabetics another tool to maintain glucose levels or helping parents figure out the kinds of nutrients their children really need to grow.
It's very granular.
For restaurant owners, the data can also show how many diners came in and what was left over.
So it'll tell you how much food is being wasted per year? Per year, per day, per minute? Per minute. Wow.
A new way for business owners to see exactly what's still on the plate and in the trash.
Previously, people's been eyeballing and then they've been estimating how much of what is being wasted, and then we give out the accumulated information.
The hope is that food scans can help beyond restaurants and reach more groups that need help tracking nutrition.
It can be hospitals, universities, daycare, long-term care facilities.
Soon enough, AI is going to make tracking what you eat and what you don't a piece of cake.
We see what you did there. Thank you, Steve Patterson.
Some financial headlines now, starting with CVS pulling some of its locations out of Target stores.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so CVS Health will close some pharmacies operating inside Target stores over the next few months. Those prescriptions from those stores will be transferred to a nearby CVS store. Pharmacy chains, including CVS rival Walgreens, have been cutting costs to offset lower spending by consumers hit by inflation. CVS has nearly 1,800 pharmacies inside Target stores nationwide. The company declined comment on which locations will be affected, but says employees will be offered a comparable position elsewhere. Disney's Pixar studio is reportedly set to cut jobs as it's completed production on some shows and now has staff it doesn't need. TechCrunch says Pixar may cut as many as 20% of its workforce this year. Sources tell Reuters Pixar has yet to determine the exact number and nothing is imminent. Disney CEO Bob Iger has signaled the company will reduce the amount of streaming content it makes to keep a lid on costs and will license shows and movies from outside producers. Speaking of Pixar, a trio of Pixar movies are heading to the big screen for the first time. Starting this weekend, those films that were initially released only on Disney Plus during the pandemic will get their chance to shine in theaters. The first movie you can catch is Soul, which opens in theaters today. Turning Red debuts on February 9th, followed by Luca on March 22nd, guys.
Very cool, Savannah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, we've got a very special can't miss list for you this Friday morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ariana Grande is back. After the break, we're digging into her new single, Yes and all the other can't miss content for your weekend. Stay with us.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
It is Friday, which means it's time for everything you can't miss in theaters, on TV, and of course in your earbuds this weekend.
Woohoo, that's right. We've got Kay Ingram joining us this morning. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you today.
I'm so happy to be here too, always. Thanks for having me, y'all.
Of course, we have to start with Mean Girls, which of course was a movie, and then it was a Broadway musical, so now that is what has inspired the new take on
Mean Girls, the movie, the musical.
Exactly, adaptation on adaptation on adaptation, but of course it's an OG classic, and what's exciting is we have some OGs there, right? So we've got Tina Fey, we've got Tim Meadows, they're back, they're doing their classic roles from the OG classic, but we've got some new folks too. We've got John Hamm, we've got a whole bunch of folks who are just really excited to be in this, adaptation of an OG classic, and folks cannot wait. They're saying the box office is going to do $20 to $35 million, which is incredible because it's 36 to make. So imagine making all that in a weekend.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of mixed reviews, though.
See, I mean, I think it's hard because everyone remembers the first one so fondly because it wasn't that long ago. We watched it just this past weekend because we just love it so much. So there'll always be those comparisons.
Totally. But I'm very excited to see it. I'm happy to see that there's predictions it's going to do well. All right, what else, if we want to head to theaters this weekend, what else is coming out?
Yes, so also out in theaters, we've got Book of Clarence, and so we go from Burn Book to the Book of Clarence. And this one is starring Lakeith Stanfield. And what's awesome about this, I mean, I'm a Lakeith fan, first of all, but what's awesome is he plays this guy who is really going through it. He is down and out. He's got a huge debt that he's trying to pay off. He also has a love interest that he's hoping to gain the attention of. So what better than to try and play the most famous, followed person of his time? And I'm not talking about a Kardashian. This is like 8300, 300 AD, I should say. And I'm talking about Jesus Christ. So we can only imagine how that's going to go, right? And it's really cool because, of course, you have Lakeith, you've got David Oyelowo.
What a concept.
Jay-Z was a producer for this. I know, right? It should be fun.
I was in the movies this last week, and I saw the preview for it, and it's pretty good. I mean, it looks very funny. It's very, it's a brilliant idea. Yeah. So
biblical comedy.
All right, let's do Let's do a mix of movie and TV here. But we're talking about, we got a prequel to Ted, which is going to be movies, and then True Detective, which people love. I think people still think so fondly of the original one with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Did I
a
hear
new
you're
chapter
a fan?
in that. I love
he's
True
a huge
Detective.
fan. I love that.
Yes.
Come on, True Detective fan. So we've got Ted, and that is the prequel of sorts, right? So if you've been wondering about John and Ted and what their life was like before they met, you just sit around wondering.
It's just been really bothering you,
It's been keeping you up at night. Here is the backstory. We are going back to the 90s with this prequel. It's now available on Peacock. You can stream it right now. It's a 7-episode series, and so we really get the full backstory context to
I've heard
what
it's
that relationship
hilarious.
was like.
And no surprise.
I mean,
but
it's Ted.
MacFarlane's awesome. Yeah.
And then with True Detective.
Yes.
Not hilarious.
Your fan
probably.
favorite. Yeah, I know. So it's giving crime. It's giving Jodie Foster. It's giving.
Which is awesome.
Exactly. Kaylee Reese, who is a boxer, a professional boxer to start.
Okay.
So that's a fun tidbit. But now her biggest match in this series is trying to figure out this mystery behind these 8 men who have disappeared from this Alaskan research lab and trying to find them. So it should be good.
Is this a show that I should start from the beginning? Is this
everyone's
dive in season 1?
a different story.
Oh, so I could just jump in. And that's great to know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, maybe that's what I am not missing.
You can watch
this weekend.
any season you want.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right, let's talk Ariana Grande. Let's dive in on some music. So she has a new album coming out. I don't know if we know when, but we just got the single.
Right, so you're exactly right, Savannah. We don't know when. We also don't know the title of it, but that single that came out today's a big day, is Yes and it's got a comma and a question mark.
So
lots of punctuation.
Lots of punctuation, because she's making us think.
She's going like, yes and.
Period.
The camera's not focused.
Well, what's funny is this photo, that's already been confirmed that is one of the album covers. But again, we don't know the title. That's TBD, but we do know that this song is out. Before it was released, already it was up 200,000 I think it was, on Spotify for folks creating playlists around this. So the hype is big because it's been 3 years since we've gotten a single from Ariana Grande.
And it's very dancey for her.
It's dancey.
You
it's
guys are saying kind of sounds Madonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like Vogue a little bit.
Yes.
A little bit of reference
That's
there.
the inspo. So
Right, there you go.
got it.
Happy watching, happy listening.
Kay Ingram, thank you so much for joining us. Always fun having you on.
So great to have you here. Thank you.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, major escalation overseas. Nearly 100 days into the Israel-Hamas war, the U.S. and British militaries launching strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen, following weeks of attacks on ships in the Red Sea.
They've got a choice to make, and the right choice is to stop these attacks. They'll bear the consequences for failure to do so.
We have team coverage as fears grow of a widening war. Plus, chaos in court as Donald Trump delivers his own closing arguments in his civil fraud trial in New York. And in California, Hunter Biden entering a not guilty plea to criminal tax charges. We'll bring you the latest. And millions of Americans bracing for impact ahead of yet another major winter storm. And it's expected to stretch from coast to coast. We're tracking the conditions that could affect your weekend plans. And oh, the places you'll go. 2024 expected to be a big year for travel. We'll show you the top trending destinations, plus share some tips for planning your next getaway. And some good news, some things might be cheaper.
I know, we already saw some deals this week and booked a couple trips we knew we had to take in the next few months. So get some more tips for you. Good morning, good to have you with us on this Friday. Yes, it's Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
We made it to the end of the week. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started this morning in the Middle East, where the United States and Britain have carried out a barrage of airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen.
The U.S. and UK say the strikes are in retaliation for a series of attacks by the Houthis on shipping routes in the Red Sea. The Houthi attacks were in response to Israel's assault on Gaza. Backed by 8 other countries, the U.S. and UK bombed dozens of sites in Yemen overnight, including the capital. This video, verified by NBC News, it shows eyewitness footage of explosions in a Yemeni port city. The Houthis have condemned the strikes and say it will not stop them from targeting vessels heading toward Israel. We have team coverage on these new developments. We're going to kick things off with NBC's global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, our foreign correspondent, Josh Lederman, who's in southern Israel, and White House correspondent, Monica Alba. Good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us. Dan, let's start with you. Just walk us through how these strikes were carried out and what they targeted. What's the Pentagon saying?
The Pentagon is saying that there were a whole series of strikes. They hit 60 targets at 16 locations, including radar systems, drone launch sites, munitions depots, command and control sites, all across Yemen using Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets, and of course the British also played a role. There were several British fighter jets that hit at least 2 targets. And then you had other countries, European countries, especially the Netherlands, Canada, and then Bahrain playing a supporting role, providing logistics. So the U.S. is saying that they were really trying to hurt the Houthis' capabilities so they could disrupt their ability to fire those drones and missiles at commercial shipping in that vital waterway that they've been really disrupted now. And you have major commercial shipping companies that have had to divert their cargo ships around that area and take a much longer route, which is affecting supply chains. The U.S. is also saying that they did not really focus on leaders or Iranian trainers there in the area, that they were trying also to avoid civilian casualties. We'll see if that's the case, but that's how they're presenting this attack. And of course, they say they tried to avoid this. They waited for weeks and weeks, kept warning the Houthis to stop harassing shipping, but they did not heed those warnings.
Josh, let's bring you in here. What's the reaction been like from around the region? And of course, tell us specifically what we've heard from the Houthis and Iran.
Well, unsurprisingly, the Houthis are not happy about this. They are vowing retaliation will be coming, saying they cannot let these American and British attacks go ignored. And the Iranians also are condemning this. They say this is only going to fuel more violence and instability. They are joining the Houthis in saying that this is just the latest data point showing that it is the United States behind all of the instability in the region, including behind the Israel-Hamas war. But the reaction I've actually been most interested in, Savannah, is from the Omanis. Oman is a U.S. ally. They are coming out today condemning this attack as well, saying that it's ironic that the Houthis are getting punished while Israel is not getting punished for its war in the Gaza Strip. And, you know, Dan mentioned the Bahrainis did participate in this. They are another close U.S. ally. The Saudis did not. The Emiratis decided not to as well. And so I think we're going to have to pay close attention to how some of the regional politics of this play out in the coming hours and days, even among countries that are allied with the United States.
So, Monica, there is support, there is criticism. What are we hearing about all this from the president? Congress didn't approve it. So how's the White House explaining the decision?
Exactly, Joe. This is something that now we understand after learning from senior administration officials overnight. The president was briefed on these options for several days, and ultimately it was on Tuesday, January 9th, that he decided to authorize these strikes that, of course, didn't take place until yesterday. Remember, this is all happening with Secretary Austin still in the hospital recovering from that infection linked to his prostate cancer diagnosis. So this is all happening remotely, but with his involvement, and ultimately they did decide that they wanted to carry out this retaliation after that concerning pattern. This had been something that the U.S. really was warning about for weeks, trying to take diplomatic approaches, trying to send every possible signal to the Houthis to essentially knock it off before they could expect something like this. So the president did write in a statement overnight, essentially trying to justify his decision here and saying that the U.S. and its partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation in one of the world's most critical commercial routes. He says he will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect U.S. personnel and the free flow of that international commerce in that critical area. And what's also notable, as you mentioned there, Joe, is the fact that, yes, the president did not seek congressional approval, but congressional leaders were briefed in advance. They knew these strikes were going to happen. And we are hearing from both Democrats and Republicans that they feel these strikes were long overdue. They're happy, they say, that this finally happened. But of course, there are questions now about what could happen next and whether this does escalate further. And we're hearing from Capitol Hill that, of course, they're going to be watching that very closely. But overall, they did welcome this response.
All right. Grateful to our team covering this from here and abroad. Dan, Josh, Monica, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Let's now bring in Hagar Shamali for more on this. She's the former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and the former National Security Council Director for Syria and Lebanon, also the host of Oh My World on YouTube. Hagar, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So the Houthis have already vowed to continue their attacks on ships headed toward Israel. Is this joint military strike being seen as an escalation in the region? Should we anticipate a more direct response from Iran on this?
Well, it's certainly an escalation, but not the kind that you would normally expect into a full-scale war. It is very clearly still, while it's on the offensive rather than the defensive, which is what the U.S., the British, and the International Navy Coalition positioned from before. This is much more on the offensive, but it's not going to escalate into something massive because, simply put, the Houthis don't have the military capabilities to attack the U.S. and the U.K. in the force that they would like. And the U.S. and U.K. are going to make sure that they disable their military capabilities. That's their goal in targeting things like weapons depots, command and control centers, runways, boats. That's probably why the port was hit, for example. That's going to be their focus. Now, will we see some kind of response? Probably, because the Houthis are not rational actors. And I have to stress that enough because this is not the government of Yemen. This is not a state actor. These types of actors, when you have militants and terrorist groups, they behave like they have nothing to lose. So they probably will try, again, to attack a certain vessel, but the U.S. is going to make sure that they understand the message. And at the end of the day, these militants, the only language they understand is military language. What I would expect to see is more Iran-backed militant groups across the region try to lob again attacks at U.S. bases across the region. But again, given the warnings from the United States, they're sending a message that they're not afraid to go on the offense and really try to disable their capabilities. And so while I think things will be shaky and volatile for a bit, I do think that message will come through eventually.
So, Hagar, this shipping route between Europe and Asia is something Americans are now learning a lot about. Remind us of the international safety concerns here. How do the Houthis have access to such an important pathway?
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned this because I would have expected, for example, when Josh was talking about the Omani reaction, that the Omani reaction, in my view, is absurd because this is one of the most critical waterways in the world. And Houthi militants, and by the way, no terrorist group or militants are allowed to hijack an international waterway where 15% of the world's goods, 12 to 15% of the world's goods go through there. And when you're talking about halting shipping, hijacking that area and telling the world, no, you're not allowed to use this shipping. Apparently something like 18 shipping companies stopped shipments through that route, through that waterway, either causing them to cancel deliveries or go all the way around Africa, which significantly contributes to global inflation, to oil price increases, to cost that is, by the way, passed on to us, the consumer, around the world. That's not something you want to see at any time of year. That's not something the Biden administration wants to see during an election year in particular.
Hagar, very quickly, how do you see this playing out in the coming weeks?
Well, I think you're going to see more volatility across the region, including in these waterways. But ultimately, these militant groups don't have the ability to take on the United States. Neither does Iran. And so I don't see this ultimately exploding into the full-scale regional war that everyone is scared about.
All right, Hagar, as always, thanks for joining us.
Families of hostages still being held in Gaza are preparing for a heartbreaking milestone, 100 days since their loved ones were kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
It's been nearly 100 days since Hamas massacred more than 1,200 people and kidnapped hundreds inside Israel. Israelis began to commemorate the milestone in the most mournful way. Families of hostages went right to the border with Gaza to shout to their loved ones.
Don't give up! Stay resilient! We're coming to get you soon!
The spot is painful and emotional. This is where an open-air concert was held on October 7th, when Hamas gunmen suddenly appeared in the sky and went on to murder more than 360 young men and women, kidnap dozens, and according to Israeli officials, rape women.
We are standing so close to you. We love you so much.
Romi Gonin was kidnapped from the festival. Shortly afterwards, we met her mother, Mirav, who was on the phone with her daughter as Hamas gunmen surrounded her car and took her. I spoke to Mirav next to Romi's photograph.
She was running out of here. She was trying to escape from here. So, I have it in my mind. It's not just the sounds that I hear. Now I have the images, the pictures of what she was going through.
And when you were shouting out her name,
yeah.
Do you believe she could hear you?
Yes. She can either hear me or feel that I'm talking to her. I know she does.
The Israeli government believes at least 100 hostages are still alive in Gaza. The White House says at least 6 of them are Americans. Negotiations to free them, led by Qatar and Egypt, have been stalled for weeks.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report. For more now, we want to bring in some special guests. John Poland and Rachel Goldberg are the parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, an American who was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. John, Rachel, thank you so much for being here. First and foremost, one of the most important questions we can ask is just, we want to give you a chance to talk about your son. What's he like? What should we know about him?
Well, that's obviously one of our favorite topics, as any parent loves to talk about their children. Hirsch just turned 23. He was actually at the music festival to celebrate his birthday with one of his best friends. He is a curious, respectful, voracious reader, wild about soccer, loves music festivals, had just returned from 9 weeks in Europe, going to 6 different music festivals in 6 different countries. He is crazy about travel, and he had been planning a trip since he was in first grade, when he first started to become obsessed with geography, to travel around the world. And he was supposed to leave for that trip on December 27th. And we ended up going to the airport in his place and giving out stickers to everyone who was on his scheduled flight. They've been putting up stickers all over the world, sending pictures back saying Vietnam is waiting for you, Thailand's waiting for you, Nepal is waiting for you, come on Hirsch, we're in India waiting for you. And, you know, that's a little slice of Hirsch.
It sounds just so full of life. What a joy. Rachel, we also do know that Hirsch was injured, at least at the beginning of this, lost part of his arm during the attack. Have you received any communication about his condition? What is your line of communication with any type of officials like, and what information have you been able to receive from them?
So the only thing that we have been able to understand from actually the hostages who were released in the agreement that happened at the end of November is that people who were abducted early in the morning on October 7th with injuries were taken for medical treatment, from our understanding. And from the video footage that we have of Hirsch getting onto the pickup truck with the, you know, the part of his arm that was blown off was from the elbow down. And we see that in the video. We see also some jagged bones sticking out from below where he had wrapped it with some sort of bandage. Beyond that, we know nothing. As I think has been widely covered, there is no international aid organization on the entire planet of Earth that has gone in to see any of the originally 240 hostages who were taken, and now we have 236 remaining hostages. I'm so sorry, 136 remaining hostages. Of those, we think just around 105 are still alive. And none of them have been seen by any international aid organization. So we have very little information.
You've both been front and center for the past nearly 100 days. Rachel, I know you said once this ordeal, it's like a slow motion trauma. John, I'll ask you, where do you find strength right now?
Yeah, I don't know that it's strength as much as mission. We, both of us, have never in our lives, as you could imagine, been on a mission that is so laser focused on one goal. And that goal is bring home Hirsch and all of the hostages alive and do it as soon as possible. So we wake up in the morning and we brush ourselves off, perhaps feeling a bit of failure because they're still not home. And we get back to work and we do it all over again, and we run around the world and we do whatever we have to do because there is such an important goal and we're not stopping until we finish it.
We have seen you all with the Bidens, with the Pope. We know you've had some contact, some of which you just described to us, with Israeli leadership. What more needs to be done to bring the remaining hostages, including your son, back home? What are you looking for from people in positions of authority?
Look, I think we all learned on the 7th of October that Hamas is a more formidable entity than maybe we had realized before October 7th. That being said, we are also talking very publicly that the United States is at the table, Egypt, Qatar. There are some formidable players at the table, and I refuse to accept or believe that those countries together cannot figure out how to be creative, how to use diplomacy, force, money, whatever it takes to bring home the hostages. We feel like we've gotten a lot of empathy and sympathy and support, particularly from the United States, and we appreciate it. But until we see the results, I refuse to let up on the gas of pushing and pushing so that these countries think more creatively and more aggressively to bring the results that we want.
John Poland, Rachel Goldberg, we are thinking of you, we are thinking of Hirsch, and we really do appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
I'll be thinking about you. Let's switch gears now. Well, the fate of former President Trump's real estate business is now in the hands of a judge this morning.
Closing arguments took place yesterday here in New York in the civil fraud trial against him. The judge hearing the case says he hopes to have a final decision by the end of this month. Mr. Trump and members of his family are accused of inflating their business assets in order to get better terms on loans. New York Attorney General Letitia James now seeking $370 million in fines. She also wants to bar the former president from the real estate industry in this state. James addressed reporters after those closing arguments, saying she's confident the judge will rule in the state's favor.
This case has never been about politics or personal vendetta or about name calling. This case is about the facts and the law, and no one is above the law, and that the law applies to all of us equally and fairly. I trust that justice will be done.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos this morning. Danny, always great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So Trump was ultimately allowed to speak briefly yesterday. So I got a bunch of questions here as a warning.
So do I.
Because we had this whole conversation yesterday that was denied. How did that even end up happening? And then also, he did take it as an opportunity to lash out at the judge, at the attorney general. Kind of this extraordinary move on the part of a defendant. What do you make of what he said and of that move in terms of how it fits into the case here and his argument?
First, how did that happen? It happened because Donald Trump is being treated differently than any other defendant would be in virtually any other court. There is a long-standing rule that if you are a party but you have a lawyer, if you're not proceeding pro se, if you have a lawyer, the lawyer does the talking. And you want to test this theory, go into any courtroom. Sooner or later, the client, the party, will want to say something. They'll raise their hand or they'll turn to the lawyer and the judge says no. That's why you have lawyers. And there are reasons for that, because lawyers understand judicial efficiency. They know what is appropriate to say in open court and what is not. And so for that reason, there's no reason I can think of why Donald Trump should have been allowed to speak, why this was even an option. You can get into a separate discussion about why would his attorneys even want him to speak. That's a whole nother issue. But he never should have been allowed. And the only reason that he was is because this is a high-profile case, and I've often said that the normal rules of procedure just go out the window when you're dealing with a high-profile case. Whether it's OJ, whether it's this case, it doesn't matter. Things happen that we just don't have any rule book for, because that's not the way things work. And by the way, you know why clients are not allowed to speak in open court or give closing arguments? Because they go off the rails. Exhibit A is yesterday, when Donald Trump was allowed to speak. He went off the rails. Everything that Justice Engoron was worried that he would do, he did. So if anyone learned a lesson, it was Justice Engoron.
Trump left before the AG even presented closing arguments to hold a news conference. But the AG's main argument here is the buck stops with Trump. How strong was their argument overall in this case?
Well, normally I talk about betting the odds, but in this case, this is a rare case where you get a glimpse into how the judge is thinking, because he already decided a large portion of this case on summary judgment before the trial even started. So if you want to say that the judge is leaning towards the attorney general, just take a look at the summary judgment opinion, where the judge repeatedly calls what the defendants did fraudulent. So even though the defense put on some interesting experts, they had accounting experts, they had Deutsche Bank witnesses. I mean, if you're betting, the judge in this case has already ruled against the defendant. So because this is not a jury, it's the same judge that decided summary judgment. So probably going to go in favor of the AG. The real question is, what is the dollar amount going to be? That's probably why the AG felt comfortable saying, hey, you know the money we asked for? Can we have some more of that money? Yeah, so no surprise there.
I do want to switch gears while we have you talk about a hearing in the Georgia election interference case. So there's some drama here. This was scheduled before allegations of an improper relationship between Fulton County DA Fani Willis and the lead prosecutor, the special prosecutor in this case. This came to light. A spokesperson, I should say, for the DA's office said a response to the allegations will be made in a court filing and declined further comment. But walk us through what we know about that and then how that could impact what we see today.
One of the defendants has filed a motion asking for the entire case to be thrown out because of an alleged improper relationship between the DA and the top prosecutor who was brought in and is being paid by Fulton County, by the government, to prosecute this case. And the allegations say essentially that the money going to him went right back to the DA in the form of vacations and things that people do when they're in a relationship. And by the way, I'll let you in on a little secret. In every courthouse in America, the judges are dating the cops, the DAs are dating the public defenders. Some people are dating two cops at the same time. Not a good idea.
Wow.
Any lawyer out there listening right now is going, yeah, he's right, because that is what is going on, those kinds of clandestine relationships. So the question is this enough to get the case dismissed? I doubt it. Could they get the prosecutors removed from the case? Maybe. This is a motion, and this exemplifies how defense attorneys sometimes have to be the least popular people at the party. I look at that motion and I think, would I have had the chutzpah to bring that motion? Boy, it is out there, and it slings a lot of mud. But if it wins the case, you've zealously represented your client.
Danny Ceballos, thank you for your analysis on the former president's legal issues, as well as some information on the dating lives. So, yes, thanks, Danny.
Another political legal drama was playing out across the country yesterday. President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, made a court appearance in Los Angeles, pleading not guilty to federal tax charges. The hearing came over a month after he was indicted and a day after making a surprise appearance at a House committee hearing in Washington. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles reports from L.A.
Hunter Biden again in federal court, pleading not guilty to 9 tax charges, 3 of them felonies that could land him in prison for 17 years if convicted. Prosecutors say Biden willfully avoided paying $1.4 million in taxes from 2016 to 2019. Instead, spending, quote, millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills. Inside court, Biden answering brief questions from the judge, who set a tentative June 20th trial date. Biden's legal team has argued Hunter was dealing with addiction and has since paid his taxes back.
Mr. Biden, do you regret?
It comes after Hunter Biden's surprise appearance in Congress, showing up at a hearing where Republicans were considering recommending contempt of Congress charges against him.
Ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed, what are you afraid of?
Hunter Biden refusing to comply with the subpoena for a closed-door testimony, saying he would only talk in public, leaving the hearing room after a few minutes. Republicans calling it a PR stunt.
He was not there to answer questions. This is the second time that Hunter Biden has displayed in real time the arrogance and entitlement that he's had his entire life.
First Lady Jill Biden said she was proud of the way her son has managed his recovery and blasted Republicans for showing naked selfies of Hunter during a recent hearing.
What they are doing to Hunter is cruel. And I'm really proud of how Hunter has rebuilt his life after addiction. And I think, you know, I love my son, and it's hurt my grandchildren. And that's what I'm so concerned about.
And the full House is expected to vote to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress, possibly as soon as next week. It will then be up to the Department of Justice to determine whether or not he will be charged with a crime.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Well, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, Boeing under fire and now under FAA investigation over this mid-flight emergency. What Boeing is saying now as concerns grow about the safety of its planes.
Up first after the break, the race for second place heating up with just 3 days to go before the Iowa caucuses. We're going to take you to Des Moines for the latest.
And a major winter storm is on the move and bringing with it heavy snow, rain, and the potential for dangerous temperatures. We'll time out all the impacts when we return.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Wow, you hear that music? We are back with the race for the White House that is heating up. It's all about to get going. It's just 3 days until the Iowa Republican caucuses.
New polling out this week shows former President Donald Trump remains the overwhelming frontrunner, with Nikki Haley ahead of Ron DeSantis in a tight battle for second place. For more, we are joined by Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, who, of course, is in Des Moines, Iowa. Kristen, my friend, good morning. Good to see you. So we are now entering this home stretch between now and when the caucus kicks off Monday. What are you watching out for?
Hey, well, it's great to be with both of you. A couple of things we're watching for. The top question is, just as you say, Joe, does former President Trump win the Iowa caucuses? And if so, by how much? If he comes in below expectations, that could raise real questions about his strength. However, if he wins by as much as 30 points, which right now polls show he's on track to do that, that would be a record win here for a GOP race. The person who currently holds that distinction is Bob Dole. Back in 1988, he got nearly 13% of the vote. So just for comparison, think about that. Right now, Donald Trump has a 30-point lead. You talked about that race for second place. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis duking it out. Ron DeSantis has almost focused exclusively on the state of Iowa, so the stakes could not be any higher for him here. If he were to have a disappointing finish, for example, if he was a second place, very far behind, or third place, that could raise real questions about the viability of his campaign. On the other hand, you know that Nikki Haley's had a lot of momentum in recent weeks. If she were to finish in third place, that could raise real questions about whether that momentum is durable. And by the way, big picture, all of the campaigns are really downplaying expectations here, in part because we're expecting record low temperatures here on Monday. I talked to one Iowan caucus goer overnight, though. He said not to worry. worry. Iowans are a hardy stock, so they are not anticipating that it's going to impact turnout.
We've been talking a lot about that. We are feeling for those people who are going to be out there in 1 degree.
Yeah, but I'm from Minnesota. It's like, okay, get in the car, get there.
True.
You'll be good.
Exactly.
Kristen,
they're not even blinking an eye, Joe.
Kristen, let's talk about a little of this hot mic drama from this week. So Nikki Haley's responding to these comments that Chris Christie made, caught on that hot mic. He said, quote, she's going to get smoked in the caucuses. What's she saying now about that?
Well, Savannah, she told our Garrett Hake, quote, politics is not personal for me. It is for the fellas. So she's dismissing that criticism. She says she's saying solely focused on the caucuses here. But look, the big question as it relates to Chris Christie is what is it going to mean for this race overall? What could it mean for Nikki Haley, for example, in New Hampshire? Chris Christie gets about 12% of the vote right now in New Hampshire. More than half of his supporters say they are going to support Nikki Haley. So could she win in New Hampshire? That would be significant. It would be a big shakeup of this race. It would give her momentum heading into her home state of South Carolina. But by the way, guys, right now, Trump has a big lead in South Carolina. Yes, Haley's within striking distance of him in New Hampshire, but she's got a long way to go in South Carolina. So a lot of questions about that. And if Trump has a strong finish here in Iowa, it is going to be tough to see how the other candidates catch up and overtake him, though not impossible.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much, and I'm glad to see you have incredibly warm gloves
Thanks,
on
guys.
to keep those hands warm.
Yeah,
but
you look great out there. Look at your snow outfit.
Always.
Kristen, thanks. See you soon.
And make sure to stay with NBC for all your Iowa caucus coverage. Kristen, along with Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas, will have live coverage and analysis all night long Monday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Severe weather winter alerts are in place across the country. Just like we were talking about, it's going to be cold in Iowa. For more on how this might be impacting your area, let's check on your forecast.
Yep, Angie Lassman's here. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We got a colorful map to start off with. Across the country, so many alerts. We've got wind alerts, we've got winter alerts, we've got flood alerts, and we've already seen a quite active morning across portions of the south where we're watching tornado potential through the next couple of hours and even into the later today. Here's the tornado watch that lasts through 11 a.m. Central. You can see some of these thunderstorm warnings. We've had tornado warnings already for portions of Arkansas. This is going to be one of the many impacts that this storm has across this region here as we go through the day today. We move a little farther to the north. A very difficult commute this morning in Chicago, Milwaukee. We are seeing heavy, wet snow that's going to impact folks throughout the day today and even into tomorrow across portions of the Great Lakes. And not to mention, we've got some heavy rain that will leave us with the potential for flooding. But let's take a closer look, I should say, at that severe weather. We've got 29 million people under this potential to see some of these stronger storms developing later today, much like what we saw earlier in the week. Wind gusts topping 70, 75 miles per hour. We're dealing with the potential for some isolated tornadoes, and that hail potential is there too. The system's going to be on the move through the day today. You can see all of that heavy snow draped across portions of the Great Lakes. We'll see Michigan get involved in this later today. Chicago still dealing with the heavy snow as we get into the afternoon commute and any Friday evening plans you have in those areas. Travel will be very difficult to near impossible across that region. There's the heavy rain that will work a little closer to the East Coast, and then the overnight hours and into tomorrow, the heavy rain works up across portions of the Northeast and into New England. And notice what sticks around. That lake effect snow, the snow machine will be on through Saturday across that region. So piling up, really making it difficult for any outdoor plans that people have to get anywhere across that region. When we look at our snow totals, we could see places like Chicago picking up maybe double digits. The last time we saw that, November 21st of 2015. It's been a while since Chicago had a significant snowfall in one day. We could see that potential. Notice those hourly rates. 1 to 2 inches per hour are likely right along the lakes. Places like Grayling, up to a foot of snow. We could see 1.5 feet across portions of Wisconsin, the upper peninsula of Michigan, the west side of Michigan. It's going to be a winter wonderland for a lot of folks, but it's also going to be whipping winds on top of that heavy snow. So again, the snow drifts will be a problem. Notice 50-mile-per-hour winds in Nashville, Chicago, 40-mile-per-hour winds. This is from New Mexico to Maine, where we could see these really impressive wind speeds. And that means down trees, power lines. We dealt with all of this, these same kind of impacts earlier in the week. So we had a little bit of a taste of this, and now we're going to have another round. One last note, we've got really saturated grounds across the Northeast. And while the rainfall isn't quite as much as what we saw previously with the previous storm, we still have very saturated grounds, and this is going to be a flash flood risk through Saturday, guys, into Sunday potentially. We know we've got a lot going on across the country, and when it comes to football games, I want to leave you with this.
Wow.
Dolphins versus Chiefs. Are the Dolphins going to be okay?
No
2
kidding.
degrees
Chiefs
in
gonna be
Kansas
okay.
City. Wind chill -19. Let me remind you, Arrowhead Stadium is outdoors.
I think certainly an
nobody
advantage,
pay
at
me.
least for Chiefs who are somewhat used to it.
Yeah, but the Dolphins.
I covered one of the coldest NFL playoff games ever in Green Bay 15 years ago. You might remember Tom Coughlin with the Giants was literally the color pink. I was there. It was outdoors.
You have all your fingers.
I was sick for a week after that, but I do have all my fingers.
You
so
could not pay me
exactly.
to go to that.
It is going to be a cold one.
Well, good luck
All right.
to teams.
Thanks, Angie.
Angie, thank you so much. Coming up, an in-flight emergency now under investigation by the FAA.
Yeah, when we come back, what Boeing is saying now after this mid-air scare. You're watching Morning News Now. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Boeing is now officially under investigation by the Federal Aviation Administration after that door plug flew off an Alaska Airlines flight midair. In a statement, the agency said, quote, "This incident should have never happened and it cannot happen again."
So far, the administration has grounded more than 170 planes from its 737 MAX 9 fleet. In a statement responding to these latest developments, Boeing said, "We will cooperate fully and transparently with the FAA and the NTSB on their investigations."
Joining us now for more on this is Jeff Guzzetti. He's a former FAA and NTSB investigator and an NBC News aviation analyst. Jeff, good morning. Thanks so much for being here. So now that they've launched this investigation, it seems like this is exactly the type of thing that you used to do. Walk us through what they'll be looking for and how they conduct this.
Certainly. Good morning, Savannah and Joe. So this is your standard FAA investigative process, right? They give the entity 10 days to respond if they want to respond. And then they proceed with investigating the allegation of a potential violation. So they're going to be collecting evidence, and specifically, they're going to be determining whether or not Boeing is producing parts that conform with the production certificate that the FAA had provided Boeing a couple of years ago when the 737 MAX came out. So it's going to take a few months. And in the end, it might be just a warning. It might be required corrective action, or it could be a civil penalty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question. What could this mean for Boeing? Is there like a worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario is that the FAA can determine that Boeing does not have the capability to produce parts that conform to its certificate. That's probably highly unlikely, but that would mean that Boeing would have to shut down some or all of its production lines. That's the worst case scenario. But the best case scenario is deficiencies are identified, Boeing promises to take corrective action, and Boeing just gets a warning from the FAA. And then anything in between, it could be a civil penalty of thousands to millions, or that's proposed. So the FAA has a lot of berth by which to conclude this investigation.
All right, Jeff Guzzetti, we really appreciate your expertise as somebody who has been through these types of investigations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, it's the end of an era for New England, and the NFL. Patriots coach Bill Belichick is stepping away from the sidelines after a legendary 24-season career.
It's just the latest in a series of seismic shakeups in the football world. We're going to talk about what it all means for the sport next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
It is the end of an era in the NFL. After 24 seasons, Bill Belichick is out as coach of the New England Patriots. But he's not the only legendary coach to move on from their job this week. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the seismic shift we've seen in coaching over just the past few days.
He led the New England Patriots, including superstar quarterback Tom Brady, to 6 Super Bowl wins. Through it all, head coach Bill Belichick never got too excited, and today was no different.
For me, this is a day of, gratitude and celebration.
Following a dismal season, Belichick and the Patriots are parting ways after a 24-year span that included Deflategate. He may show up on another sideline.
It'll be difficult to see him in a cutoff hoodie on the sideline, but I will always continue to wish him continued success, except when he's playing our beloved Patriots.
Brady calling Belichick the best coach in NFL history, adding, "I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick. I am forever grateful." Belichick's departure just the week's latest major audible. Alabama head coach Nick Saban stunned college football fans Wednesday, retiring after more than 3 decades on the sidelines. Saban winning 7 national titles. The icon writing, "The goal was always to help players create more value for their future, be the best player they could be, and be more successful in life." Fans celebrating the legend. Meanwhile, the Seattle Seahawks moving on from head coach Pete Carroll. One day, Belichick and Carroll could wind up enshrined here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Some of Saban's players could wind up enshrined here, too. New playbooks for a trio of coaches that's bigger than the X's and O's. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Canton, Ohio.
For more, we're joined now by NBC Sports host and Sunday night football play-by-play announcer Mike Tirico. Mike, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. No one better to talk to after a wild few days in the world of football. The most successful coaches in the history of college football, the NFL moving on, not to mention Pete Carroll. I worked in Seattle back when he was there, or when I was there. Beloved. He has a Super Bowl college football championship. We are used to shakeups at the end of the regular season when teams don't do well, but what do you make of this massive shakeup?
Nothing like this, for sure. You think about it, those three gentlemen in Pete Carroll and Nick Saban at Alabama and Bill Belichick together, college and pro football, they've won 16 championships over the last 24 years. And think about it, that's 16 out of about 48, because there's only 2 a year, college and pro. So it's a really remarkable stretch of Hall of Fame, legendary coaches, iconic guys. You know, I think Pete Carroll still wants to coach a little bit more. I know Bill Belichick wants to coach, and I think we'll see him back in the NFL within the next month or so. I can see him continuing. But to close the chapter on the 6 championships in New England in almost a quarter century, it made them one of the great franchises in the history of the NFL. The Belichick-Brady combo was as good as it got in the league.
So, Mike, where might Belichick end up? I know there are a lot of coaching jobs open right now. I mean, what are some front runners?
I can give you a scoop. I don't know yet, but there's a Carolina and Atlanta conversation that seems to gain more volume as we go on. A couple of teams in the NFC South. The NFC South is a winnable division right now. There's no superpower team, although Tampa Bay is representing them as the division champs again in the playoffs. But there's a lot of talk about those couple of teams. You know, I want to keep an eye on the Chargers and the Raiders as well, another couple of openings that are out there. We've got a lot of options and a lot of teams who are in the mix. So I think there's going to be a market to say, hey, come get the best head coach that we've seen. And don't forget Washington. New ownership, deep pockets. They want to make a big splash. That could gain a lot of credibility back to a franchise that could use some if they bring in one of the winningest coaches in the history of the league, going for the all-time record in wins, trying to eclipse Don Shula over the next couple of years.
Mike, real quick, while we have you, we have to talk about the NFL playoffs. Yeah. What are you watching for besides making sure you have the warmest coat humanly possible?
Yeah, really.
Well, that's the line. We started on NBC with Cleveland and Houston, and then we're in Kansas City, and our colleague Kaylee Hartung is going to be on the sideline, and I don't envy her at all. The air temperature for kickoff tomorrow night is about 0, and the wind chill is expected to be 25 to 30 below. So we are talking about as cold as we've ever had for an NFL playoff game. That game's exclusively streaming on Peacock on Saturday night. And then we've got 3 games Sunday, highlighted by the last one that we'll have on NBC, with the Detroit Lions playing a home playoff game for the first time in 3 decades. And they're playing against Matthew Stafford, who was their quarterback for 12 years. They traded him to the Rams. The Rams won the Super Bowl. Stafford has such a great legacy in Detroit. It's going to be one of the best scenes we've ever seen for an NFL playoff game.
That's pretty cool. A lot of folks in Detroit very excited, long overdue there.
I
Mike
just am
Tirico.
so interested to see the Miami crew in negative 30.
And on top of that, their quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, is from Hawaii. So you got a Hawaiian who plays in Miami who's coming to 30 below wind chill. I don't doubt them, but that's going to be a tough task for them to overcome.
Sure is.
Definitely. Mike Tirico, thank you so much. Good to see you.
So great to have you with us.
My pleasure. Have a great morning, guys.
Let's get you some financial headlines now. Tesla is suspending production overseas as those attacks in the Red Sea continue.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you from a very warm studio. Tesla plans to halt production for 2 weeks at its factory near Berlin as the conflict in the Red Sea continues to disrupt shipping traffic. Tesla says the stoppage is due to a lack of parts needed at the plant. Now, the disruptions are causing shippers to seek longer and more expensive alternative routes to transport products from Asia to Europe and elsewhere, such as around southern Africa. The price of Bitcoin is pulling back today as hype in recent days about the launch of new Bitcoin exchange-traded funds following approval by the SEC dies down. The cryptocurrency rallied above $49,000 yesterday. That's a level it hasn't hit since the end of 2021. The dozen new Bitcoin ETFs saw more than $4.5 billion in trading volume on their first day. These funds allow investors to buy and sell Bitcoin without having to pay high fees, as they would if they bought it directly on a crypto exchange such as Coinbase. And peeps are polarizing. You either love or hate the marshmallow candies. I don't love them, but they are an Easter staple every year, and the brand announcing its holiday lineup for 2024, including 4 new flavors: Rice Krispie Treats, Icy Blue Raspberry, Sour Strawberry, and Delight S'mores Graham Cracker dipped in chocolate. The new Peeps varieties are available exclusively at select retailers, including Sam's Club, Target, and Cracker Barrel. Peeps have been marketed in the U.S. and Canada since 1953, guys.
You know what Savannah loves is the Peep-flavored Pepsi.
Yes, to drink them.
That we did
Joe is like Buddy the Elf. I mean, anything, he'll just take it down.
I'm like a bee. Anything sweet, I'll drink it. So
No. Savannah, thank you so much.
Coming up, want to get away? Hey, you're not the only one. 2024 expected to be a huge year for travel.
When we come back, we'll tell you about some of the top trips that are trending. Buckle up. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with a pretty funny goodbye from one of HBO's longest-running series. The network just released the trailer for the 12th and final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Take a look.
I'm disappointed. I was expecting more from a childhood hero.
I really did the best under the circumstances of a person who hates people and yet had to be amongst them.
I want to know more about those glasses. All right.
Yeah,
Fans have
really.
spent nearly 25 years laughing at Larry David over the top antics from his daily life in Hollywood. The show earned a total of 51 Emmy nominations, 2 Emmy wins. For season 12, looks like David is going to be going out with a comedy bang. You can catch the final season starting February 4th on HBO and Max. tax. Love it.
51
I know.
nominations.
Yeah.
I mean,
incredible.
deserving, but
Of
yeah,
course.
wow, that's
So
amazing.
funny.
All right, can't wait for that. Well, we end the hour looking at some of the travel trends for the new year. After a record-breaking season for holiday travel, experts say they don't see the demand for getaways slowing down anytime soon.
Check out this stat. It comes from a new report from the travel platform Hopper. 77% of travelers plan to spend the same or more on travel in 2024 as they did last year.
Well, joining us now to discuss is Haley Berg. She's the lead economist at Hopper. Haley, thanks as always for joining us. So if so many people are planning to do that, let's talk about what it's going to cost them. Last year, we saw airfare prices increase. What about this coming year? Is there any relief?
Great news for travelers, whether you're headed domestic or international, is prices are a lot lower headed into this year. Domestic airfare for January down to about $250 per round trip ticket. That's down 6% from last year. And our forecast is that prices are going to remain below last year and pre-pandemic levels all the way through July at least.
That's some good news, and I know we're already seeing some deals out there even in just the first couple of weeks of the year. So, Haley, people, where do they want to go this year? What are some of the top domestic and international destinations?
Right now, a lot of travelers are focused on warm weather destinations. It's pretty chilly up here in the north. So we're seeing Las Vegas, Cancun, and Orlando for some of those Disney trips are the most popular right now. But looking longer haul international, London and Tokyo are already trending very hot for this year, as well as Paris. Obviously, July and August will be very busy if you're headed to Paris for the Olympics, and we expect all of France to be trending throughout the year.
Interesting. All of France to be trending.
Yeah, okay. Probably also very pricey. I'm guessing you won't find a lot of deals in Paris in July and August.
Yeah, or Rome, some other places. Yeah. Haley, tell us, we've just got about a minute left, but if you're looking to get away, how can, Joe mentioned there's been deals already, how can you find them?
The most important thing is to plan early enough. American travelers are planning most of their vacations about 2 weeks later than they used to, and that means they're missing out on the lowest prices. So start monitoring the price right now of that trip to Europe if you're planning to go this summer. If you're thinking about a spring break getaway, start monitoring prices now. Use something like the Hopper app. Get notifications when prices are at their lowest. That's the #1 best way to get a good deal.
So basically with the Hopper app, we can kind of get alerted if where we want to head gets cheaper.
We'll send you a notification for your specific trip, your origin destination, your dates, and we'll say, hey, this is the lowest price. You should book it now.
All right. That 3 to 4 months is tough, but if you can do it, I know you can save some money.
Definitely.
So,
I know. I'm not the best planner, but I should work on it.
3 to 4 days. Yeah.
Haley Berg, thank you very much. Happy traveling.
Let's get to it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now. And let's start with good news. It's Friday.
Yay.
I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a violent escalation in the Middle East. U.S. military forces, along with several allied nations, including the UK, levy a series of strikes on Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. It comes after weeks of aggressive attacks by those rebels on shipping vessels in the Red Sea. We've got the very latest from the ground. Disorder in the court. A furious former President Trump rants against the New York judge presiding over that high-stakes civil fraud trial, which wrapped up closing arguments yesterday. Now that judge is set to decide whether Mr. Trump should be permanently banned from the state's real estate industry, when we could see that final ruling. We're also tracking yet another blast of severe winter weather. It's bringing a whole lot more snow and frigid temperatures to the Midwest. Farther south, rain, hail, and tornadoes rocking millions of Americans for the 3rd time this week. And the system is not showing any signs of slowing down or watching at all as it barrels east. And of course, if it's Friday, you know we've got your weekly can't-miss list on deck with the highly anticipated return of an HBO powerhouse series, True Detective. I love True Detective. I love Jodie Foster. Very excited for that.
Yes, I know. I know you love that
You're
show.
You're excited for Mean Girls.
I am excited for Mean Girls. And actually, a fabulous, brilliant friend of mine is one of the producers on it, so I'm so excited for her. And it's getting really good reviews so far. So excited about that.
All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to, of course, begin this hour with the latest from the Middle East, where the U.S. and Britain carried out a joint strike mission against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, hitting dozens of targets.
Yeah, the move comes after weeks of mounting attacks led by the Houthis against shipping vessels traveling to Israel through the Red Sea. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel brings us the details from Jerusalem.
The Pentagon has been threatening to carry out these strikes for weeks in order to protect freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. But the Houthis are undeterred and immediately promised retaliation.
The U.S. and British militaries overnight carried out air and naval strikes against militants in Yemen in retaliation for attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea. The strikes further escalate the war in the Middle East, which the Biden administration has been seeking to avoid, and draws the United States deeper into the conflict. U.S. officials said American aircraft launched from the USS Eisenhower and bases in the region to hit at least a dozen targets in Yemen, including airports, military bases, and weapons storage facilities. The purpose, the Pentagon said, was to deter the Yemeni militants known as the Houthis, who have carried out more than 24 attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea since Hamas's October 7th massacre and Israel's devastating response in Gaza. The Houthis, who are backed by Iran, say they only target ships bound for or connected to Israel, a claim the Biden administration disputes. In a statement, President Biden said the operation sends a clear message that the United States and our partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation. The Houthis vowed to retaliate and continue attacks in the Red Sea, calling them a defense of Gaza, where the health ministry run by Hamas says more than 23,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. In Israel, they've already begun mournful commemorations to mark 100 days since Hamas killed 1,200 people and took hundreds of hostages. Families of hostages went right to the border with Gaza to shout to their loved ones.
Omer, can you hear us?
They gathered where an open-air music festival was held on October 7th, when Hamas gunmen arrived at dawn in paragliders and murdered more than 360 young men and women and kidnapped dozens. Romi Gonen was kidnapped from the festival. I spoke to her mother, Mirav, next to Romi's photograph.
Do you believe she could hear you? Yes. She can either hear me or feel that I'm talking to her. I know she does.
The Israeli government believes more than 100 hostages are still alive in Gaza. The White House says at least 6 of them are Americans.
Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons for more on this. Keir, I know you spoke with British Foreign Secretary Lord David Cameron earlier today about this strike. What did you learn?
That's right. And effectively what he says is that the US and the UK had no choice, that this was an act of defense. To read between the lines, or to put it another way, the US and the UK has drawn a red line with the Houthis, saying you should not attack international shipping in the Red Sea. And as they carried on doing that, David Cameron says, effectively, as I say, they had no choice but to act. I think the question I wanted to ask him was, how much have they done to actually damage the Houthis' ability to do this? Take a listen.
When you have attack after attack, even though you've had warning after warning, ultimately this military action was necessary. I think it was proportionate, it was legal, it was absolutely right to do, and I think it sends a very clear message to the Houthis, but also to Iran as well.
Does this military action, though, prevent the Houthis from continuing to target commercial shipping in the Red Sea?
Well, obviously, it sends a very clear message to the Houthis that we are prepared to act in self-defense in this way.
But a message is different from degrading their capability or even preventing them from doing this.
These attacks will degrade their capability, that's important, and we'll get the assessments later today about exactly how much of that has been done. But the fact is, since the 19th of November, there have been 26 attacks. We've tried warnings. We've had the UN Security Council resolution. I spoke to the Iranian foreign minister. Warning after warning has been given, and yet the attacks continued.
At the same time, Joe, this is an escalation, as Richard was saying in his piece, and you can see that from the reaction. Condemnation from President Erdogan of Turkey, Oman condemning the action, asking why Israel persists in its bombing and siege, as Oman says, of the Gaza Strip without accountability or punishment. And then there's this action against the Houthis. The Saudis, clearly very, very worried. They neighbour Yemen, and they had an 8-year war with the Houthis, which in 8 years didn't manage to silence the Houthis.
Keir, do we know if we plan to see more of this, the UK carrying out strikes alongside the US?
I asked David Cameron exactly that question, Savannah, and he said we will do what we need to do. And I suspect that what we will see now is the Houthis work very hard to try to show they can still hit international shipping in the Red Sea. And then that puts the US and the UK and the other countries that are part of this coalition, though they didn't take part in the strikes, it puts them in a position where the White House, where it has to do something again. And that's, I think, one of the real dangers, is whether or not we're now in a cycle of the US, the White House, the UK having to react every time the Houthis do something.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for joining us with your reporting this morning. We really appreciate it.
Let's get more domestic reaction to all this with NBC's congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good morning. Good to see you. So we understand that Congress did not approve this, but they were briefed on this. Tell us the reaction from congressional members who support these strikes.
That's exactly right. Good morning, guys. Look, Republicans specifically have been urging the Biden administration to get more directly involved in going after Iran since basically the start of those Hamas attacks against Israel on October 7th. That being said, the Biden team, Democrats, have been cautious because they didn't want to escalate and broaden involvement in the conflict in that region. Following these strikes overnight, though, many senior Republicans and Democrats praised the Biden administration for conducting these strikes. I'm talking about folks like Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate. He said, quote, "I welcome the U.S. and coalition operations against the Iran-backed Houthi terrorists responsible for violently disrupting international commerce in the Red Sea and attacking American vessels." He went on to say that Biden's decision to use military force against these Iranian proxies is overdue. That was echoed by Speaker Johnson, other senior Republicans as well in the Senate, who backed the Biden administration up for their decision here to join the coalition and conduct these strikes.
Julie, on the flip side, you have several lawmakers saying this action by President Biden violates the Constitution because he didn't get that authorization from Congress. What are we hearing from the critics?
He didn't get that authorization, but as you said, they did notify about this operation that could potentially happen earlier in the week. They didn't get that formal approval, though, and that's why you're hearing particularly some progressive voices on the Democratic side slamming this move. For example, Cori Bush posted on X saying that he can't launch airstrikes in Yemen without congressional approval, speaking to President Biden. This is illegal, she said, and violates Article 1 of the Constitution. The people do not want more of our taxpayer dollars going to endless wars and the killing of civilians. Val Hoyle, another progressive congresswoman, also echoing those remarks in a post to X, as you see on your screen there. They're also getting some backup on the other side of the aisle, though. You have constitutional Republicans like Mike Lee, who says this is above party, that this is something the president does need congressional approval on. I will say, though, of course, Article 2 enables the president to conduct any strikes to protect national security interests, and that's exactly what you saw happen here. So not a whole ton of a surprise in terms of the mixed bag of reactions, but we will see if Republicans especially put the pedal to the metal in demanding the Biden administration do more to go after directly Iran in this conflict.
All right, Julie Sirkin, as always, we appreciate you joining us.
The New York civil fraud trial involving former President Trump has come to a close. Now we await a decision from the judge who's presiding over the case.
Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in Lower Manhattan with a decision expected in the coming weeks. The former president addressed the court, lashing out at the judge and at New York Attorney General Letitia James. James is seeking $370 million in fines from Trump and is also looking to ban him from the real estate industry here in New York.
For more, let's bring in civil rights attorney, former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's also an NBC News contributor. Kristen, good to have you with us. So let's begin with the former president addressing the court directly. Man, I wish we had cameras in court here. So his request to speak during closing arguments, it was initially denied by Judge Engoron. Trump's legal team again requested to have him speak when the judge asked if they promised to, quote, just comment on the facts and the law. Trump then began immediately talking without actually agreeing to that. What are your takeaways from all this? What was your reaction to all this?
You know, I think it was significant, but it is absolutely unusual for something like that to happen. But overall, what is the impact that it had on the trial? I think his closing remarks were really a blend of his campaign style address and a touch, maybe a touch of legal argument, really, because he denounced the trial as his narrative really was, as a political witch hunt, and then he asserted his innocence. But again, this approach was really more provocative than substantive because it really led to the judge admonishing Trump's lawyers to rein his client in. So with regard to the legal impact with his trial, not so great. And it really did underscore the contentious and dramatic nature of that trial. But ultimately, it supports his narrative with his campaign-style rhetoric.
Let's talk about the meat of some of these closing arguments. The judge questioned both sides as they were happening. What stood out to you?
Well, a couple things stood out, right? So the prosecution's closing remarks really centered around the theme that fraud was the Trump organization's business model. And they really emphasized Trump's direct involvement in that fraud, and particularly in preparing the financial statements. So they reviewed the evidence that really highlighted Trump's active role in compensating executives and engaging in operations leading to those false statements. So they really centered in on his direct involvement. But they also had to counter the defense's narrative of Trump's unawareness, or really, from a legal perspective, the lack of intent to deceive. But really what was important in this particular part was the judge's skepticism with regard to the liability for Donald Trump Jr. as well as Eric. And so what the prosecution really tried to do was to highlight their direct awareness, and really for Donald Trump Jr., just that he really should have known. And the defense really did capitalize on that. They said that there's no evidence. They really summarized their arguments by saying there were errors, there was reasonable reliance on professionals, but there wasn't fraud. And they really argued that the awareness of the inflated value of the assets, if they were, was really what every business owner was doing, and that this was nothing more than a politically motivated selective prosecution.
So if the judge ultimately does decide to fine Trump a lot of money, even bar him from doing business in New York, then what are Trump's options after that?
Well, Trump's options are really to continue his campaign-style rhetoric. He's going to say that this is politically motivated. But from a real legal perspective, there was an appellate attorney in the room. And so I have no belief other than to think they're going to directly appeal from any decision that the court makes.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, appreciate your expertise on this one. We'll stand by and wait for a decision, likely by the end of the month.
Thank you so much. Well, millions of people are waking up to another wintry blast today, with more severe weather expected this weekend.
This latest system is bringing blinding blizzards in the Midwest, causing tornadoes in the South. With more details on the forecast when we check in shortly with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
First, though, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. She joins us from Chicago. Oh, boy. Look at that.
Portraits of Maggie throughout the week in cold, snowy places.
What is happening, Maggie? We're in Boston, and then you were in Des Moines, and now you're in Chicago, and the whole time we have you out in the snow. At least you have good clothes. What's up, Maggie? Good morning.
Thank you. It's as awful as ever, guys. I so appreciate it. This is so fun. But honestly, I just have to give you some context. When we got here for our live shot this morning, guys, there was literally no snow on the ground. I mean, understandably, our producer freaked out a little bit. Like, we're not going to have any snow for this weather live shot. All of this has hit and built up, started sticking in like the last hour and a half. So this bomb cyclone is hitting as we speak, and it's hitting hard. Also, a couple of headlines this morning: more than 600 flights canceled today out of O'Hare and Midway airports, and a ground stop just issued at O'Hare. So this is really having an impact. And as we know, so many communities across the country are bracing as this so-called bomb cyclone takes aim at people still digging and drying out from the latest round of severe weather that guys hit just a few days ago. This morning, the latest wave of brutal winter weather in the form of a bomb cyclone detonating across the country, with another round of twisters and hail hammering the South and blizzards slamming the Midwest, with blinding snow and whipping winds causing whiteout conditions, snarling roads and blanketing neighborhoods.
We're mainly dealing with accidents.
Temperatures plunging well below zero, setting the stage for possibly the coldest Iowa caucus in history Monday, with wind chills expected to feel like 30 below. And more avalanches in the west. Near Stevens Peak in Idaho, authorities say 2 people were rescued. 1 is still missing. And a second avalanche in Lake Tahoe after one Wednesday killed one person and buried 3 others, including Jason Parker.
You said you couldn't move.
No, you can't move at all. It's a scary feeling.
Rescuers seen here digging for Parker, who was trapped under close to 4 feet of snow. They found him after 8 minutes.
I started yelling, help, help, as much as I could. My adrenaline's rushing. It was surreal.
In the Northeast, another round of torrential rain is set to worsen ongoing flooding. Rivers in New Jersey still rising from the last round of severe weather earlier this week. Hard-hit communities nationwide preparing for more blows as Mother Nature shows no sign of letting up. Guys, that avalanche interview is going to stick with me for a while. We're so glad Jason Parker is okay. Back here in Chicago, obviously this is a place, people that are used to intense winter weather, but still officials are warning people. They say this is going to be so bad. It's already so bad. If they can, they want them to alter or cancel their morning commutes, work from home if possible. And then the other differentiating factor of this storm is the brutal cold that now appears to be pushed off maybe a day or two or so. We're seeing a high of around 35 today, but when we get into the latter part of the weekend, into the middle of next week, guys, we're going to see lows forecasted here below 0, lingering through the middle of next week. So this is a long, messy road ahead. It's just wild how fast this is hitting, guys.
Maggie, I'm hearing that we are going to send you to a different location, Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City.
It's going to be -30.
It's a football game. It'll be fine. It'll be nice and warm.
So fun. Oh my God.
Love that for me.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks
Maggie,
so much.
I know you have to talk to us about this probably like 100 more times, all our colleagues throughout the day. So I'd say go get warm. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we appreciate
you,
it.
Maggie. Thank you so much. For more on the sub-zero temps we're expecting this weekend, let's get to your morning news now weather.
Angie Glassman, what's going on? Good morning.
Guys, I know. This is really difficult. Good morning to you. It's difficult for a lot of reasons. We've got multiple threats, multiple impacts when it comes to this same system. So let's start with one of the things that Maggie mentioned, the cold. We've got 23 million people already dealing with these wind chill alerts. You can see how expansive they are. They likely will expand more as the days go on, but check these temperatures out right now. -4 for Rapid City. Add in those winds and we're talking 15 below. Look a little farther to the north, more than 30 degrees below for what it feels like. Minneapolis waking up to a temperature of just 7 degrees and feeling like -11. As we get into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, notice where our temperatures end up. These are our minimum wind chills. So nearly 20 below for Denver for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Brutal cold dipping as far down south as portions of Texas. We're going to have the wind chill feeling like 0 degrees on Monday in Dallas. And you might know that there's a couple of things going on across the country over the next couple of days. Football games. We've got the Iowa caucuses. We're going to see this bitter cold really impact a lot of folks, especially places like Chicago. Single-digit temperatures early into next week. Tuesday, just 1 degree. We'll see Cincinnati into the 20s. I mentioned the Iowa caucus. Here's what we've got going on. This is Monday, -42 for the wind chill in Fort Dodge, Missouri Valley, -35 for what it feels like, -34 in Sioux City. We've got Waterloo feeling like -36. So these are dangerous temperatures. It's not just how cold it is. It's those added winds of 30, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts that we're going to see that are really going to make it dangerous for folks to be outdoors for any prolonged period of time. And on top of that, we've got the snow that you saw in Chicago. That's going to be something that we deal with across portions of the Great Lakes through the next couple of days. We've got the wind alerts that I just mentioned and the flood alerts across portions of the east as we gear up for more heavy rain. And on top of that, more strong storms. We've already had an active morning across portions of the south. We've seen tornado warnings. We've got one active right now. We can see this tornado watch that is going to go through 11 a.m. Central. It includes portions of Louisiana and stretching north up into places like Memphis. So this is something we'll watch through the day today. There's that heavy snow. And it's wet snow, so it's going to be not just, it's not easy to get around. It's not easy to manage, and that's going to continue through the day today with really impressive snowfall totals per hour. It's going to be really a winter wonderland across that region. Meanwhile, 29 million people at risk for these severe storms through the afternoon and evening hours tonight. We do have a risk of tornadoes. We also have the potential to see wind gusts 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the downed trees, down power lines, all going to be on the table. But of course, we want you to make sure that you have a way to get those tornado alerts if that is evolving in where you live. Here's how the system works through today and then into tomorrow. Notice it's moving out, and most of the heavy rain exits, but we're still dealing with these really strong winds along the lakes. We don't have great ice coverage on the lakes, so that means that the lake effect snow machine is going to continue. It's going to be impressive. We'll see those intense snow bands all around the Great Lakes and giving us some really good totals when it comes to now through Sunday. Those hourly rates, 1 to 2 inches. Guys, we could see places with up to 1.5 feet of snow. Wow. Again, I mentioned it's wet snow. We've got the really windy conditions. It's going to be something to watch. For sure. People, I would recommend, you know, Maggie said officials saying don't leave your house. I mean, this is good advice.
Did I see 60-mile-an-hour winds in Buffalo?
Yeah.
that does not sound fun.
Also, another place that we have games going on.
I was going to say.
Yeah. And even into MLK, the holiday, it's going to be busy.
How do you throw football in 60 miles an hour?
I'd like to see you try.
To be a lot of running.
Wouldn't you all?
I could.
That would be something to see. Let's put it that way. Thanks, Angie.
Thank you. Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, beyond the physics of football. We're going to talk about just 3 days away from the Iowa caucuses, what we're watching for from the remaining GOP candidates as the frigid clock ticks down.
Plus, the time-honored caucus tradition for one Iowa mayor that's bringing national politics right into her living room. We're covering it all after this.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free. A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat it took for all this damage to
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The Iowa caucuses kick off on Monday, and for the remaining Republican candidates bidding to be the next president, it's of course expected to be a busy weekend.
Each candidate will be hoping to sway those undecided voters, although it's still looking like a race for second place between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, behind the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump.
That's right. For more, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. He is there. He is in beautiful downtown Des Moines, joining us from his hotel room. We very much appreciate it, John. So we're heading into this last weekend before the caucus. What are you watching for, specifically sort of this race for second, as Joe just said, between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? What do we know so far about who has that advantage?
Right now, I'm looking out my window and watching snow fall sideways, which makes all of this a little bit more unpredictable.
If you turn your head, it looks like it's going the right way, though.
Exactly. It looks like Savannah throwing a football in 60-mile-per-hour wind out there. So look, I think, all of this is a little less predictable. We've already had Nikki Haley basically cancel rallies today, or turn them into teletown halls, basically virtual events. I think we'll probably see more of that from the candidates over the next couple of days. It's not just the snow, but also, we're expecting temperatures to fall well below zero on caucus day. So that's the big wrinkle right now. In terms of what's going on here at the end, you got a pretty good organization by DeSantis on the ground, but it hasn't been able to get him to a place to compete with Trump. It hasn't been able to get him to a place where he's outdistanced Nikki Haley to the point where he could be comfortable that he's going to come in second place. And Haley's done a pretty good job of tempering expectations here, basically not setting a goal for herself. Meaning that it would be hard to see her walk out of here, as the loser, even if she were to come in third.
So Trump has been pretty hands-off in Iowa compared with the other candidates. What are we hearing from him? What's his strategy heading into the caucus now?
Yeah, Trump has had a more robust organization on the ground here in Iowa than he has in the past. Certainly than he did in 2016, but he has been to the state less frequently himself than the other candidates have. Basically, he's in an expectation game against himself in terms of everybody here expects him to win. The question's going to be, does he win with more than 50% of the vote, less than 50% of the vote? Some of his campaign aides point to about a 12-point victory as being, a record for a Republican in a competitive caucus here. So there's a lot of level setting going on, but that's everyone expects him to win.
And John, a question on Chris Christie. NBC News is learning the No Labels Party is talking to some of his allies about a potential here of interest in a third party run. Walk us through that, and of course, there's always a conversation when somebody's talking about that about what impact that does have on Republican and Democratic candidates. What does that mean?
It's supply and demand. No Labels needs a candidate. Chris Christie likes to campaign. It makes sense that they would talk to each other. It's not clear yet. No Labels has figured out who they're going to have run, if anybody will run with them. But if they're going to do it, they got to do it sooner than later. So not shocked that they're talking to Christie, as our colleagues reported. What does it mean for the general election? I think we'd have to see, but the possibility is that they would draw enough votes for the winning party in states to affect the Electoral College math.
There you go. John Allen, I'd like to see you try to throw the football in 60 miles, by the way.
I got a pretty good arm, Savannah, but 60 miles an hour seems like a lot. So next time we're out in 60-degree weather, let's play catch.
There we go. John, thank you so much. Have fun in Iowa.
Let's stay in Iowa with a mayor who is keeping an old tradition alive, holding precinct meetings for the caucuses in her home. The mayor of Silver City is preparing to host as many as 50 guests at her house. The gathering harkens back to an earlier time when neighbors came together to debate politics over coffee and bars, snacks.
Yeah, and this time around, Mayor Sharon McNutt's living room caucus is the last such meeting in the state. Isn't that amazing? All other GOP precincts are venues that are places like churches, schools, and community centers.
And Mayor Sharon McNutt joins us now for more on this. Madam Mayor, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. So first of all, just tell us, how did this all come to be? When did you actually start hosting these in your home, and why? Why'd you want to do this?
Well, it started because I had booked the community center in our town for our caucus in 2002. And I was informed right before the caucus that, the Democrats had previously booked it. So the only place to have it was my house. Then it just continued. Every 2 years, we had it at our house. And in 2016, of course, we had 50 people here. We had Omaha World Herald live streaming it, and just continued. And I said I wanted to live long enough to have the last one in Iowa. So here we are.
There you go. Goal achieved. And lucky for everybody else that the Democrats had it booked, because I understand since it's at your house, it comes with cookies that I imagine are something special. Tell us what you're making.
Well, I've made maple pecan. They're ready to bake, and I'm going to make cherry chocolate chip and some regular chocolate chip. And there's another lady that's going to bring some good cookies too. So, and then a big pot of coffee.
Sounds good. Cherry chocolate chip. I like that. So without going into too much detail, how does this all work? Everyone gets to your place, and then what is it you do?
Well, first of all, they register, and if they are not registered Republicans, they can register that night. And I know that we have 2 young men, they're twins that live here in town, that will be 18 by the general election, so they're able to register to, Monday night and participate in the caucus. Then I know we have someone that is a Democrat that's coming to register as a Republican. They're changing parties. So that all happens before we get started with everything else. After that, we go through our business meeting. We elect permanent chair, secretary, then we elect the central committee people for the next year and the county convention delegates. We talk about the planks for the platform, and then we hear from the candidates, representatives, and vote.
I know you had that goal of being the last one, but other than hanging on for that, why do you like doing this in your home? Why do you like preserving that part of the tradition?
I have an idea that some of the traditions that we had in the past were more community and family minded. People brought their kids, they communicated with each other at these meetings, and it was a homey thing. It was a family thing, and people could express their opinion freely in a home, I believe. It wasn't so institutional.
Well, especially in this day and age of everyone communicating online and in social media. Yeah, all right. Mayor Sharon McNutt, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Wish you all the best. Can't wait to see those cookies, and please stay warm.
Yeah, everyone's so lucky who gets to come over and eat those cookies at your beautiful house on Main Street. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
By the way, to our viewers, you can follow all the headlines coming out of Iowa next week right here on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, Tom Yamas will have live coverage and analysis all night long, starting on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Coming up, Boeing is now the subject of yet another federal investigation.
With the FAA now joining the NTSB in separate probes, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong with that scary mid-air blowout last week. The new action taking aim at the jet maker that was just announced by the FAA this morning. That's next on Morning News.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Federal Aviation Administration is launching an investigation into Boeing. It is seeing whether the plane maker failed to ensure the 737 MAX 9 was safe to fly before last Friday's mid-air blowout on an Alaskan Airlines flight forced the entire fleet to be grounded. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us with more on this. So, Tom, the FAA has just announced it's increasing oversight of Boeing production and manufacturing.
Yeah.
Just walk us through what this entails and how this all relates to the investigation.
So we've got several breaking news developments, and you're absolutely right. This latest one that you just mentioned there, the FAA in the last few minutes announcing it is increasing oversight of Boeing production. That's critical. It is also going to be auditing the MAX 9. That's the plane that we saw the incident with a week ago. MAX 9 production, the line, its suppliers, and also re-examining the process by which the FAA delegates inspection to Boeing representatives themselves. The FAA now saying it may be time for a third party to get in and inspect everything in the production line. This is a very big decision. And as you know, the NTSB is investigating how and why the so-called door plug on that MAX 9 blew off at a compression explosion. The FAA separately now launching its own investigation into whether Boeing failed to ensure its completed products, the planes, conformed to its approved design and were safe to fly. Now, the FAA says this incident should have never happened, and it says, quote, it cannot happen again. All 171 MAX 9s have been grounded worldwide. In the U.S., that means Alaska Airlines and United fly the MAX 9. The airlines still waiting for guidelines from Boeing on how to inspect those grounded planes for signs of problems. Joe, I just a minute ago had the FAA chief in the elevator here. He tells me that the new directives are hundreds of pages long, which will speak to why it's taking so long, why the inspections haven't really even started yet on a formal basis. But both the NTSB, but both Alaska Airlines and United Airlines have done preliminary exams, and they have already found loose bolts on their MAX 9s. So this is a problem. Both airlines are canceling hundreds of flights each day. That's expected to continue at least through Saturday, if not longer.
So, Tom, how's Boeing responding to these investigations, and what are the potential implications for the company?
Boeing has released a statement, and it says it will cooperate fully and transparently with the FAA and the NTSB in their investigations. Listen, Boeing, like all parties to an investigation, to an accident investigation, they are limited on what they can say because they are party to an investigation, but they are fully offering that they will fully cooperate. One more important point here, and that is, as we've said on this program before, Boeing received the fuselage for this plane from a company called Spirit Aerosystems. They designed the tube, and the tube had that door plug that blew out. So this investigation is focused on Boeing, but also on Spirit Aerosystems, and now the FAA says it looks like it may need to increase oversight as well on Spirit.
Lots of breaking news this morning. Tom Costello on top of all of it. Tom, thank you so much.
Let's get some international headlines now. Britain's Prime Minister is in Kyiv this morning to announce more aid for Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and more world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is in Kyiv today to announce an increase in military funding to help Ukraine purchase new military drones, including surveillance, long-range strike and sea drones. London has been one of Kyiv's staunchest supporters since Russia's invasion, and Sunak said Britain would increase its support in the next financial year to almost $3.2 billion. The two countries will also sign a historic UK-Ukraine agreement on security cooperation. Late last year, Pope Francis made a landmark declaration allowing priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, which was welcomed by the LGBTQ Catholics. But African Catholic bishops are not happy, issuing a statement refusing to follow Pope Francis's declaration, permitting priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, saying that such unions were contrary to the will of God. The pushback underscores a gap between the Pope's progressive, reform-oriented leadership and conservatives in much of the Catholic community. And finally, just when you thought the whole world had been mapped out, a patchwork of a lost valley of cities in Ecuadorian Amazon has been discovered in the rainforest that was home to at least 10,000 farmers 2,000 years ago. Recent mapping by laser sensor technology revealed those sites to be part of a dense network of settlements connecting roadways tucked into the forest foothills of the Andes that lasted about 1,000 years. An extraordinary find. And those are your headlines, guys.
No kidding, Allie. Thank you.
Well, the NFL playoffs kick off this weekend, but they come after a week of some major changes on the sidelines. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartug is in Kansas City, where, as we've been discussing, tomorrow the Chiefs will take on the Dolphins in what is expected to be one of the coldest playoff games ever played.
Hey there, it's about 20 degrees right now in Kansas City, and if you can believe it, by tomorrow night's game, temperatures could drop 30 more degrees. As much as this could impact the play on the field and the fans in the stands, the excitement for playoffs is just beginning, even as dramatic coaching decisions change the landscape of the NFL.
The postseason is firing up in the bitter cold as 12 teams look to make it past Wild Card Weekend. It all starts tomorrow as the Dolphins leave warm Miami for the icy gridiron in Kansas City. At kickoff, the temperature at Arrowhead expected to be just 1 degree. And with the wind chill, it's going to feel more like 17 below. That would make it the coldest game in Dolphins history and is sure to impact two of the league's high-flying offenses.
Can't prepare for a game like that with that kind of weather, so it'll be new.
The defending Super Bowl champs determined not to let the elements disrupt their rhythm.
I just say, get ready for the game. Let's do that. I don't really care what goes on out here. You know, we're not having a snowball fight.
In Houston, a unique quarterback clash. Cleveland Browns' Joe Flacco looking to continue his resurgence, gunning for an NFL record 8th career postseason win on the road, just days before his 39th birthday. While Texans rookie C.J. Stroud aims to become the youngest quarterback to win an NFL playoff game at just 22 years old.
I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid.
But storylines on the field, no match for the shakeups on the sidelines. Just hours after Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll stepped aside after 14 seasons with the team, Patriots legendary head coach Bill Belichick announced he would hang up his hoodie.
Robert and I, after a series of discussions, have mutually agreed to part ways.
Belichick built a dynasty in New England over 24 seasons, winning 6 Super Bowl titles, all of them with Tom Brady under center. The quarterback writing, "I'm incredibly grateful to have played for the best coach in the history of the NFL. We accomplished some amazing things over a long period of time. I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick." While Belichick still has the 3rd best record in league history, his departure comes after the worst season of his career. Still, the future Hall of Famer says he's excited for the future.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot.
After all those years in New England, Bill Belichick is someone who knows how to brave these elements. As much as players have to prepare for it on the field, you got to think about the fans in the stands, too. And here at Arrowhead, home of the defending Super Bowl champions, their attendance has been better than ever this season. But we're expecting a few thousand seats to be empty here. And as bad as we think it is here, Let me tell you, in Buffalo, they are expecting blizzard conditions as the Bills host the Steelers on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, yeah, thank you, Kaylee. Yeah, that's where I'd be throwing that ball.
Throwing that football in the 60-mile-an-hour winds in a blizzard.
Also, I wonder, why has their attendance been so good? Anything to do with Miss Taylor Swift?
Perhaps, although now they're also in the playoffs. There's that too. All right, coming up, here is a question for all you New Year's resolutioners out there. What's nutrition going to look like in 2024?
Probably won't come as a surprise. AI could change the way we think about food. We will take you to the cutting edge of tech. Up next.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country in war looks like.
Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to fall.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
So with all the other demands on your time, it can be difficult to track your health and keep an eye on what you eat.
Yeah, so hard to try to do it in one of those apps or something. Well, what if artificial intelligence could do it for you by taking a picture of your food? NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson got a first look at how AI is cooking up a new way to look at your plate.
Technology is changing the way we think, how we drink, and even how we eat. It's all happening at the Consumer Electronics Show. Meet Nuvi Labs' AI food scanner. It uses 3D scanning technology to determine the nutritional value of the meal you're about to eat and how much of it is consumed during that meal.
Food looks delicious. It's not real, but if it were, I could put it on my plate like this. Let's say grab some sushi, some asparagus. When you've got a meal like this, you can scan it. It'll tell you exactly what's on the plate, how many calories it is, just like that. And then when you're done, it subtracts that to tell you how much you're eating and intaking.
From there, the information from the scans is given to you in a report showing nutrition and consumptions, helping people in real-life scenarios, like giving diabetics another tool to maintain glucose levels or helping parents figure out the kinds of nutrients their children really need to grow.
It's very granular.
For restaurant owners, the data can also show how many diners came in and what was left over.
So it'll tell you how much food is being wasted per year?
Per year, per day, per
day.
Minute.
Per minute. Wow.
A new way for business owners to see exactly what's still on the plate and in the trash.
Previously, people's been eyeballing, and then they've been estimating how much of what is being wasted, and then we give out the accumulated information.
The hope is that food scans can help beyond restaurants and reach more groups that need help tracking nutrition.
It can be hospitals, universities, daycare, long-term care facilities.
Soon enough, AI is going to make tracking what you eat and what you don't a piece of cake.
We see what you did there. Thank you, Steve Patterson.
Some financial headlines now, starting with CVS pulling some of its locations out of Target stores.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so CVS Health will close some pharmacies operating inside Target stores over the next few months. Those prescriptions from those stores will be transferred to a nearby CVS store. Pharmacy chains, including CVS rival Walgreens, have been cutting costs to offset lower spending by consumers hit by inflation. CVS has nearly 1,800 pharmacies inside Target stores nationwide. The company declined comment on which locations will be affected, but says employees will be offered a comparable position elsewhere. Disney's Pixar studio is reportedly set to cut jobs as it's completed production on some shows and now has staff it doesn't need. TechCrunch says Pixar may cut as many as 20% of its workforce this year. Sources tell Reuters Pixar has yet to determine the exact number and nothing is imminent. Disney CEO Bob Iger has signaled the company will reduce the amount of streaming content it makes to keep a lid on costs and will license shows and movies from outside producers. Speaking of Pixar, a trio of Pixar movies are heading to the big screen for the first time. Starting this weekend, those films that were initially released only on Disney Plus during the pandemic will get their chance to shine in theaters. The first movie you can catch is Soul, which opens in theaters today. Turning Red debuts on February 9th, followed by Luca on March 22nd, guys.
Very cool, Savannah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, we've got a very special can't-miss list for you this Friday morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ariana Grande is back. After the break, we're digging into her new single, Yes and all the other can't-miss content for your weekend. Stay with us.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is Friday, which means it's time for everything you can't miss in theaters, on TV, and of course in your earbuds this weekend.
Woohoo, that's right. We've got Kay Ingram joining us this morning. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you today.
I'm so happy to be here too, always. Thanks for having me, y'all.
Of course, we have to start with Mean Girls, which of course was a movie, and then it was a Broadway musical, so now that is what has inspired the new take on
Mean Girls, the movie, the musical.
Exactly, adaptation on adaptation on adaptation, but of course it's an OG classic, and what's exciting is we have some OGs there, right? So we've got Tina Fey, we've got Tim Meadows, they're back, they're doing their classic roles from the OG classic, but we've got some new folks too. We've got John Hamm, we've got a whole bunch of folks who are just really excited to be in this, adaptation of an OG classic, and folks cannot wait. They're saying the box office is going to do $20 to $35 million, which is incredible because it's 36 to make. So imagine making all that in a weekend.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of mixed reviews, though.
See, I mean, I think it's hard because everyone remembers the first one so fondly because it wasn't that long ago. We watched it just this past weekend because we just love it so much. So there'll always be those comparisons.
Totally. But I'm very excited to see it. I'm happy to see that there's predictions it's going to do well. All right, what else, if you want to head to theaters this weekend, what else is coming out?
Yes, so also out in theaters, we've got Book of Clarence, and so we go from Burn Book to the Book of Clarence. And this one is starring Lakeith Stanfield. And what's awesome about this, I mean, I'm a Lakeith fan, first of all, but what's awesome is he plays this guy who is really going through it. He is down and out. He's got a huge debt that he's trying to pay off. He also has a love interest that he's hoping to gain the attention of. So what better than to try and play the most famous, followed person of his time? And I'm not talking about a Kardashian. This is like 8300, 300 AD, I should say. And I'm talking about Jesus Christ. So we can only imagine how that's going to go, right? And it's really cool because, of course, you have Lakeith, you've got David Oyelowo.
What a concept.
Jay-Z was a producer for this. I know, right? It should be fun.
I was in the movies this last week, and I saw the preview for it, and it's pretty good. I mean, it looks very funny. It's very, it's a brilliant idea. Yeah. So
biblical dramedy.
All right, let's do Let's do a mix of movie and TV here. But we're talking about, we got a prequel to Ted, which is going to be movies, and then True Detective, which people love. I think people still think so fondly of the original one with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Did I hear
new
you're
chapter
a fan?
in that. I love
he's
True
a huge
Detective.
fan. I love that.
Yes.
Come on, True Detective fan. So we've got Ted, and that is the prequel of sorts, right? So if you've been wondering about John and Ted and what their life was like before they met, you just sit around wondering.
It's just been really bothering you,
If it's been keeping you up at night, here is the backstory. We are going back to the 90s with this prequel. It's now available on Peacock. You can stream it right now. It's a 7-episode series, and so we really get the full backstory context.
I've heard
what
it's
that relationship was
hilarious, and no surprise.
I mean, it's
Seth
Ted.
MacFarlane's awesome.
Yeah.
And then with True Detective, not hilarious,
Your fan
probably.
favorite. Yeah, I know. So it's giving crime. It's giving Jodie Foster. It's giving.
Which is awesome.
Exactly. Kaylee Reese, who is a boxer, a professional boxer to start. So that's a fun tidbit. But now her biggest match in this series is trying to figure out this mystery behind these 8 men who have disappeared from this Alaskan research lab and trying to find them. So it should be good.
Is this a show that I should start from the beginning? Is this dive in season 1?
A different story.
Oh, so I could just jump in. And that's great to know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, maybe that's what I am not missing.
You can watch
this
any season you want.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's talk Ariana Grande. Let's dive in on some music. So she has a new album coming out. I don't know if we know when, but we just got the single.
Right. So you're exactly right, Savannah. We don't know when. We also don't know the title of it. But that single that came out today, today's a big day, is Yes and it's got a comma and a question mark.
So lots of punctuation.
Lots of punctuation. Because she's making a statement.
She's going like, yes and.
Period.
The camera's not focused.
Well, what's funny is this photo, that's already been confirmed that is one of the album covers. But again, we don't know the title. That's TBD, but we do know that this song is out. Before it was released, already it was up 200,000%, I think it was, on Spotify for folks creating playlists around this. So the hype is big because it's been 3 years since we've gotten a single from Ariana Grande.
And it's very dancey for her.
It's dancey.
You guys are saying kind of sounds Madonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like Vogue a little bit.
Yes.
A little bit of reference
That's
there.
the inspo. So
there you go. Happy watching, happy listening.
Kay Ingram, thank you so much for joining us. Always fun having you on.
So great to have you here. Thank you.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now. start with good news. It's Friday.
Yay.
I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a violent escalation in the Middle East. U.S. military forces, along with several allied nations, including the UK, levy a series of strikes on Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. It comes after weeks of aggressive attacks by those rebels on shipping vessels in the Red Sea. We've got the very latest from the ground. Disorder in the court. A furious former President Trump rants against the New York judge presiding over that high-stakes civil fraud trial, which wrapped up closing arguments yesterday. Now that judge is set to decide whether Mr. Trump should be permanently banned from the state's real estate industry, when we could see that final ruling. We're also tracking yet another blast of severe winter weather. It's bringing a whole lot more snow and frigid temperatures to the Midwest. Farther south, rain, hail, and tornadoes rocking millions of Americans for the third time this week. And the system is not showing any signs of slowing down or watching at all as it barrels east. And of course, if it's Friday, you know we've got your weekly can't miss list on deck with the highly anticipated return of an HBO powerhouse series, True Detective. I love True Detective. I love Jodie Foster. Very excited for that.
Yes, I know. I know you love that show.
You're excited for Mean Girls.
I am excited for Mean Girls. And actually, a fabulous, brilliant friend of mine is one of the producers on it, so I'm so excited for her. And it's getting really good reviews so far. Yeah, so excited about that.
All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to, of course, begin this hour with the latest from the Middle East, where the U.S. and Britain carried out a joint strike mission against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, hitting dozens of targets.
Yeah, the move comes after weeks of mounting attacks led by the Houthis against shipping vessels traveling to Israel through the Red Sea. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel brings us the details from Jerusalem.
The Pentagon has been threatening to carry out these strikes for weeks in order to protect freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. But the Houthis are undeterred and immediately promised retaliation.
The U.S. and British militaries overnight carried out air and naval strikes against militants in Yemen in retaliation for attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea. The strikes further escalate the war in the Middle East, which the Biden administration has been seeking to avoid, and draws the United States deeper into the conflict. U.S. officials said American aircraft launched from the USS Eisenhower and bases in the region to hit at least a dozen targets in Yemen, including airports, military bases, and weapon storage facilities. The purpose, the Pentagon said, was to deter the Yemeni militants known as the Houthis, who have carried out more than 24 attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea since Hamas's October 7th massacre and Israel's devastating response in Gaza. The Houthis, who are backed by Iran, say they only target ships bound for or connected to Israel, a claim the Biden administration disputes. In a statement, President Biden said the operation sends a clear message that the United States and our partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation. The Houthis vowed to retaliate and continue attacks in the Red Sea, calling them a defense of Gaza, where the health ministry run by Hamas says more than 23,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. In Israel, they've already begun mournful commemorations to mark 100 days since Hamas killed 1,200 people and took hundreds of hostages. Families of hostages went right to the border with Gaza to shout to their loved ones.
Omer, can you hear us?
They gathered where an open-air music festival was held on October 7th, when Hamas gunmen arrived at dawn in paragliders and murdered more than 360 young men and women and kidnapped dozens. Romi Gonen was kidnapped from the festival. I spoke to her mother, Mirav, next to Romi's photograph.
Do you believe she could hear you?
Yes, she can either hear me or feel that I'm talking to her. I know she does.
The Israeli government believes more than 100 hostages are still alive in Gaza. The White House says at least 6 of them are Americans.
Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons for more on this. Keir, I know you spoke with British Foreign Secretary Lord David Cameron earlier today about this strike. What did you learn?
That's right. And effectively what he says is that the US and the UK had no choice, that this was an act of defense. To read between the lines, or to put it another way, the US and the UK has drawn a red line with the Houthis, saying you should not attack international shipping in the Red Sea. And as they carried on doing that, David Cameron says, effectively, as I say, they had no choice but to act. I think the question I wanted to ask him was, how much have they done to actually damage the Houthis' ability to do this? Take a listen.
When you have attack after attack, even though you've had warning after warning, ultimately this military action was necessary. I think it was proportionate, it was legal, it was absolutely right to do, and I think it sends a very clear message to the Houthis, but also to Iran as well.
Does this military action, though, prevent the Houthis from continuing to target commercial shipping in the Red Sea?
Well, obviously, it sends a very clear message to the Houthis that we are prepared to act in self-defense in this way.
But a message is different from degrading their capability or even preventing them
obviously,
from doing this.
These attacks will degrade their capability. That's important, and we'll get the assessments later today about exactly how much of that has been done. But the fact is, since the 19th of November, there have been 26 attacks. We've tried warnings. We've had the UN Security Council resolution. I spoke to the Iranian foreign minister. Warning after warning has been given, and yet the attacks continued.
At the same time, Joe, this is an escalation, as Richard was saying in his piece, and you can see that from the reaction. Condemnation from President Erdogan of Turkey, Oman condemning the action, asking why Israel persists in its bombing and siege, as Oman says, of the Gaza Strip without accountability or punishment. And then there's this action against the Houthis. The Saudis, clearly very, very worried. They neighbour Yemen, and they had an 8-year war with the Houthis, which in 8 years didn't manage to silence the Houthis.
Keir, do we know if we plan to see more of this, the UK carrying out strikes alongside the US?
I asked David Cameron exactly that question, Savannah, and he said we will do what we need to do. And I suspect that what we will see now is the Houthis work very hard to try to show they can still hit international shipping in the Red Sea. And then that puts the US and the UK and the other countries that are part of this coalition, though they didn't take part in the strikes, it puts them in a position where the White House, where it has to do something again. And that's, I think, one of the real dangers, is whether or not we're now in a cycle of the US, the White House, the UK having to react every time the Houthis do something.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for joining us with your reporting this morning. We really appreciate it.
Let's get more domestic reaction to all this with NBC's congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good morning. Good to see you. So we understand that Congress did not approve this, but they were briefed on this. Tell us the reaction from congressional members who support these strikes.
That's exactly right. Good morning, guys. Look, Republicans specifically have been urging the Biden administration to get more directly involved in going after Iran since basically the start of those Hamas attacks against Israel on October 7th. That being said, the Biden team, Democrats, have been cautious because they didn't want to escalate and broaden involvement in the conflict in that region. Following these strikes overnight, though, many senior Republicans and Democrats praised the Biden administration for conducting these strikes. I'm talking about folks like Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate. He said, quote, "I welcome the U.S. and coalition operations against the Iran-backed Houthi terrorists responsible for violently disrupting international commerce in the Red Sea and attacking American vessels." He went on to say that Biden's decision to use military force against these Iranian proxies is overdue. That was echoed by Speaker Johnson, other senior Republicans as well in the Senate, who backed the Biden administration up for their decision here to join the coalition and conduct these strikes.
Julie, on the flip side, you have several lawmakers saying this action by President Biden violates the Constitution because he didn't get that authorization from Congress. What are we hearing from the critics?
He didn't get that authorization, but as you said, they did notify about this operation that could potentially happen earlier in the week. They didn't get that formal approval, though, and that's why you're hearing particularly some progressive voices on the Democratic side slamming this move. For example, Cori Bush posted on X saying that he can't launch airstrikes in Yemen without congressional approval, speaking to President Biden. This is illegal, she said, and violates Article 1 of the Constitution. The people do not want more of our taxpayer dollars going to endless wars and the killing of civilians. Val Hoyle, another progressive congresswoman, also echoing those remarks. in a post to X, as you see on your screen there. They're also getting some backup on the other side of the aisle, though. You have constitutional Republicans like Mike Lee, who says this is above party, that this is something the president does need congressional approval on. I will say, though, of course, Article 2 enables the president to conduct any strikes to protect national security interests, and that's exactly what you saw happen here. So not a whole ton of a surprise in terms of the mixed bag of reactions, but we will see if Republicans especially put the pedal to the metal in demanding the Biden administration do more to go after directly Iran in this conflict.
All right, Julie Sirkin, as always, we appreciate you joining us.
The New York civil fraud trial involving former President Trump has come to a close. Now we await a decision from the judge who's presiding over the case.
Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in Lower Manhattan with a decision expected in the coming weeks. The former president addressed the court, lashing out at the judge and at New York Attorney General Letitia James. James is seeking $370 million in fines from Trump and is also looking to ban him from the real estate industry here in New York.
For more, let's bring in civil rights attorney, former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's also an NBC News contributor. Kristen, good to have you with us. So let's begin with the former president addressing the court directly. Man, I wish we had cameras in court here. So his request to speak during closing arguments, it was initially denied by Judge Engoron. Trump's legal team again requested to have him speak. When the judge asked if they promised to, quote, just comment on the facts and the law, Trump then began immediately talking without actually agreeing to that. What are your takeaways from all this? What was your reaction to all this?
You know, I think it was significant, but it is absolutely unusual for something like that to happen. But overall, what is the impact that it had on the trial? I think his closing remarks were really a blend of his campaign style address and a touch, maybe a touch, of legal argument, really, because he denounced the trial as his narrative really was, as a political witch hunt, and then he asserted his innocence. But again, this approach was really more provocative than substantive because it really led to the judge admonishing Trump's lawyers to rein his client in. So with regard to the legal impact with his trial, not so great. And it really did underscore the contentious and dramatic nature of that trial. But ultimately, it supports his narrative with his campaign-style rhetoric.
Let's talk about the meat of some of these closing arguments. The judge questioned both sides as they were happening. What stood out to you?
Well, a couple things stood out, right? So the prosecution's closing remarks really centered around the theme that fraud was the Trump organization's business model. And they really emphasized Trump's direct involvement in that fraud, and particularly in preparing the financial statements. So they reviewed the evidence that really highlighted Trump's active role in compensating executives and engaging in operations leading to those false statements. So they really centered in on his direct involvement. But they also had to counter the defense's narrative of Trump's unawareness, or really, from a legal perspective, the lack of intent to deceive. But really what was important in this particular part was the judge's skepticism with regard to the liability for Donald Trump Jr. as well as Eric. And so what the prosecution really tried to do was to highlight their direct awareness, and really for Donald Trump Jr., just that he really should have known. And the defense really did capitalize on that. They said that there's no evidence. They really summarized their arguments by saying there were errors, there was reasonable reliance on professionals, but there wasn't fraud. And they really argued that the awareness of the inflated value of the assets, if they were, was really what every business owner was doing, and that this was nothing more than a politically motivated selective prosecution.
So if the judge ultimately does decide to fine Trump a lot of money, even bar him from doing business in New York, then what are Trump's options after that?
Well, Trump's options are really to continue his campaign-style rhetoric. He's going to say that this is politically motivated. But from a real legal perspective, there was an appellate attorney in the room. And so I have no belief other than to think they're going to directly appeal from any decision that the court makes.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, appreciate your expertise on this one. We'll stand by and wait for a decision, likely by the end of the month.
Thank you so much. Well, millions of people are waking up to another wintry blast today, with more severe weather expected this weekend.
This latest system is bringing blinding blizzards in the Midwest, causing tornadoes in the South. With more details on the forecast when we check in shortly with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
First, though, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. She joins us from Chicago. Oh, boy. Look at that.
Portraits of Maggie throughout the week in cold, snowy places.
What is happening, Maggie? Were you in Boston, and then you were in Des Moines, and now you're in Chicago, and the whole time we have you out in the snow? At least you have good clothes. What's up, Maggie? Good morning.
Thank you. It's as awful as ever, guys. I so appreciate it. This is so fun. But honestly, I just have to give you some context. When we got here for our live shot this morning, guys, there was literally no snow on the ground. I mean, understandably, our producer freaked out a little bit. Like, we're not going to have any snow for this weather live shot. All of this has hit and built up, started sticking in like the last hour and a half. So this bomb cyclone is hitting as we speak, and it's hitting hard. Also, a couple of headlines this morning: more than 600 flights canceled today out of O'Hare and Midway airports, and a ground stop just issued at O'Hare. So this is really having an impact. And as we know, so many communities across the country are bracing as this so-called bomb cyclone takes aim at people still digging and drying out from the latest round of severe weather that guys hit just a few days ago.
This morning, the latest wave of brutal winter weather in the form of a bomb cyclone detonating across the country. With another round of twisters and hail hammering the south and blizzards slamming the Midwest, with blinding snow and whipping winds causing whiteout conditions, snarling roads and blanketing neighborhoods.
We're mainly dealing with accidents.
Temperatures plunging well below zero, setting the stage for possibly the coldest Iowa caucus in history Monday, with wind chills expected to feel like 30 below. And more avalanches in the west. Near Stevens Peak in Idaho, authorities say 2 people were rescued. 1 is still missing. And a second avalanche in Lake Tahoe after one Wednesday killed 1 person and buried 3 others, including Jason Parker.
You said you couldn't move.
No, you can't move at all. It's a scary feeling.
Rescuers seen here digging for Parker, who was trapped under close to 4 feet of snow. They found him after 8 minutes.
I started yelling, "Help, help," as much as I could. My adrenaline's rushing. It was surreal.
In the Northeast, another round of torrential rain is set to worsen ongoing flooding. Rivers in New Jersey still rising from the last round of severe weather earlier this week. Hard-hit communities nationwide preparing for more blows as Mother Nature shows no sign of letting up.
Guys, that avalanche interview is going to stick with me for a while. We're so glad Jason Parker is okay. Back here in Chicago, obviously this is a place, people that are used to intense winter weather, but still officials are warning people. They say this is going to be so bad. It's already so bad. If they can, they want them to alter or cancel their morning commutes, work from home if possible. And then the other differentiating factor of this storm is the brutal cold that now appears to be pushed off maybe a day or 2 or so. We're seeing a high of around 35 today, but when we get into the latter part of the weekend, into the middle of next week, guys, we're going to see lows forecasted here below 0, lingering through the middle of next week. So this is a long, messy road ahead. It's just wild how fast this is hitting, guys.
Maggie, I'm hearing that we are going to send you to a different location, Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City.
It's going to be -30.
It's a football game. It'll be fine. It'll be nice and warm.
So fun. Oh my God.
Love that for me.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks
Maggie,
so much.
I know you have to talk to us about this probably like 100 more times, all our colleagues throughout the day. So I'd say go get warm. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we appreciate
you,
it.
Maggie. Thank you so much. For more on the sub-zero temps we're expecting this weekend, let's get to your morning news now weather.
Angie Lassman, what's going on? Good morning.
Guys, I know. This is really difficult. Good morning to you. It's difficult for a lot of reasons. We've got multiple threats, multiple impacts when it comes to this same system. So let's start with one of the things that Maggie mentioned, the cold. We've got 23 million people already dealing with these wind chill alerts. You can see how expansive they are. They likely will expand more as the days go on, but check these temperatures out right now. -4 for Rapid City. Add in those winds, and we're talking 15 below. Look a little farther to the north, more than 30 degrees below for what it feels like. Minneapolis waking up to a temperature of just 7 degrees and feeling like -11. As we get into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, notice where our temperatures end up. These are our minimum wind chills, so nearly 20 below for Denver for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Brutal cold dipping as far down south as portions of Texas. We're going to have the wind chill feeling like 0 degrees on Monday in Dallas. And you might know that
there's a couple of things going on across the country over the next couple of days. Football games. We've got the Iowa caucuses. We're going to see this bitter cold really impact a lot of folks, especially places like Chicago. Single-digit temperatures early into next week. Tuesday, just 1 degree. We'll see Cincinnati into the 20s. I mentioned the Iowa caucus. Here's what we've got going on. This is Monday, minus 42 for the wind chill in Fort Dodge, Missouri Valley, minus 35 for what it feels like, minus 34 in Sioux City. We've got Waterloo feeling like minus 36. So these are dangerous temperatures. It's not just how cold it is. It's those added winds of 30, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts that we're going to see that are really going to make it dangerous for folks to be outdoors for any prolonged period of time. And on top of that, we've got the snow that you saw in Chicago. That's going to be something that we deal with across portions of the Great Lakes through the next couple of days. We've got the wind alerts that I just mentioned and the flood alerts across portions of the east as we gear up for more heavy rain. And on top of that, more strong storms. We've already had an active warning across portions of the south. We've seen tornado warnings. We've got one active right now. We can see this tornado watch that is going to go through 11 a.m. Central and includes portions of Louisiana and stretching north up into places like Memphis. So this is something we'll watch through the day today. There's that heavy snow, and it's wet snow, so it's going to be not just, it's not easy to get around. It's not easy to manage, and that's going to continue through the day today with really impressive snowfall totals per hour. It's going to be really a winter wonderland across that region. Meanwhile, 29 million people at risk for these severe storms through the afternoon and evening hours tonight. We do have a risk of tornadoes. We also have the potential to see wind gusts 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the downed trees, downed power lines, all going to be on the table. But of course, we want you to make sure that you have a way to get those tornado alerts if that is evolving in where you live. Here's how the system works through today and then into tomorrow. Notice it's moving out, and most of the heavy rain exits, but we're still dealing with these really strong winds along the lakes. We don't have great ice coverage on the lakes, so that means that the lake effect snow machine is going to continue. It's going to be impressive. We'll see those intense snow bands all around the Great Lakes and giving us some really good totals when it comes to now through Sunday. Those hourly rates, 1 to 2 inches. Guys, we could see places with up to 1.5 feet of snow. Wow. Again, I mentioned it's wet snow. We've got the really windy conditions. It's going to be something to watch. For sure. People, I would recommend, Maggie said officials saying don't leave your house. Yeah. I mean, this is good advice.
Did I see 60-mile-an-hour winds in Buffalo?
Yeah.
that does not sound fun.
Also, another place that we have games going on.
I was going to say.
Yeah. And even into MLK, the holiday, it's going to be busy.
How do you throw a football in 60 miles an hour?
I'd like to see you try.
To be a lot of running.
Wouldn't you all?
I could.
That would be something to see. Let's put it that way. Thanks, Angie.
Thank you. Much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, beyond the physics of football. We're going to talk about just 3 days away from the Iowa caucuses, what we're watching for from the remaining GOP candidates as the frigid clock ticks down.
Plus, the time-honored caucus tradition for one Iowa mayor that's bringing national politics right into her living room. We're covering it all after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. The Iowa caucuses kick off on Monday, and for the remaining Republican candidates bidding to be the next president, it's of course expected to be a busy weekend.
Each candidate will be hoping to sway those undecided voters, although it's still looking like a race for second place between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, behind the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump.
That's right. For more, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. He is there. He is in beautiful downtown Des Moines, joining us from his hotel room. We very much appreciate it, John. So we're heading into this last weekend before the caucus. What are you watching for, specifically sort of this race for second, as Joe just said, between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? What do we know so far about who has that advantage?
Right now, I'm looking out my window and watching snow fall sideways, which makes all of this a little bit more unpredictable.
If you turn your head, it looks like it's going the right way, though.
Exactly. It looks like Savannah throwing a football in 60-mile-per-hour wind out there. So look, I think, all of this is a little less predictable. We've already had Nikki Haley basically cancel rallies today, or turn them into teletown halls, basically virtual events. I think we'll probably see more of that from the candidates over the next couple of days. It's not just the snow, but also, we're expecting temperatures to fall well below zero on caucus day. So that's the big wrinkle right now. In terms of what's going on here at the end, you got a pretty good organization by DeSantis on the ground, but it hasn't been able to get him to a place to compete with Trump. It hasn't been able to get him to a place where he's outdistanced Nikki Haley to the point where he could be comfortable that he's going to come in second place. And Haley's done a pretty good job of tempering expectations here, basically not setting a goal for herself. Meaning that, it would be hard to see her walk out of here, as the loser, even if she were to come in third.
So Trump has been pretty hands-off in Iowa compared with the other candidates. What are we hearing from him? What's his strategy heading into the caucus now?
Yeah, Trump has had a more robust organization on the ground here in Iowa than he has in the past. Certainly than he did in 2016, but he has been to the state less frequently himself than the other candidates have. Basically, he's in an expectation game against himself in terms of everybody here expects him to win. The question's going to be, does he win with more than 50% of the vote, less than 50% of the vote? Some of his campaign aides point to about a 12-point victory as being, a record for a Republican in a competitive caucus here. So there's a lot of level setting going on, but that's everyone expects him to win.
And John, a question on Chris Christie. NBC News is learning the No Labels Party is talking to some of his allies about a potential here of interest in a third party run. Walk us through that, and of course, there's always a conversation when somebody's talking about that about what impact that does have on Republican and Democratic candidates. What does that mean?
It's supply and demand. No Labels needs a candidate. Chris Christie likes to campaign. It makes sense that they would talk to each other. It's not clear yet. No Labels has figured out who they're going to have run, if anybody will run with them. But if they're going to do it, they got to do it sooner than later. So not shocked that they're talking to Christie, as our colleagues reported. What does it mean for the general election? I think we'd have to see, but the possibility is that they would draw enough votes from the winning party in states to affect the Electoral College math.
There you go. John Allen, I'd like to see you try to throw the football in 60 miles, by the way.
I got a pretty good arm, Savannah, but 60 miles an hour seems like a lot. So next time we're out in 60-degree weather, let's play catch.
There we go. John, thank you so much. Have fun in Iowa.
Let's stay in Iowa with the mayor who is keeping an old tradition alive, holding precinct meetings for the caucuses in her home. The mayor of Silver City is preparing to host as many as 50 guests at her house. The gathering harkens back to an earlier time when neighbors came together to debate politics over coffee and bars, snacks.
Yeah, and this time around, Mayor Sharon McNutt's living room caucus is the last such meeting in the state. Isn't that amazing? All other GOP precincts are venues that are places like churches, schools, and community centers.
And Mayor Sharon McNutt joins us now for more on this. Madam Mayor, good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. So first of all, just tell us, how did this all come to be? When did you actually start hosting these in your home, and why? Why'd you want to do this?
Well, it started because I had booked the community center in our town for our caucus in 2002. And I was informed right before the caucus that, the Democrats had previously booked it. So the only place to have it was my house. Then it just continued. Every 2 years, we had it at our house. And in 2016, of course, we had 50 people here. We had Omaha World Herald live streaming it, and just continued. And I said I wanted to live long enough to have the last one in Iowa. So here we are.
There you go. Goal achieved. And lucky for everybody else that the Democrats had it booked, because I understand since it's at your house, it comes with cookies that I imagine are something special. Tell us what you're making.
Well, I've made maple pecan. They're ready to bake, and I'm going to make cherry chocolate chip and some regular chocolate chip. And there's another lady that's going to bring some good cookies too. So, and then a big pot of coffee.
Sounds good. Cherry chocolate chip. I like that. So without going into too much detail, how does this all work? Everyone gets to your place, and then what is it you do?
Well, first of all, they register, and if they are not registered Republicans, they can register that night. And I know that we have 2 young men, they're twins, that live here in town that will be 18 by the general election, so they're able to register Monday night and participate in the caucus. Then I know we have someone that is a Democrat that's coming to register as a Republican. They're changing parties. So that all happens before we get started with everything else. After that, we go through our business meeting. We elect permanent chair, secretary, then we elect the central committee people for the next year and the county convention delegates. We talk about the planks for the platform, and then we hear from the candidates, representatives, and vote.
I know you had that goal of being the last one, but other than hanging on for that, why do you like doing this in your home? Why do you like preserving that part of the tradition?
I have an idea that some of the traditions that we had in the past were more community and family minded. People brought their kids, they communicated with each other at these meetings, and it was a homey thing. It was a family thing, and people could express their opinion freely in a home, I believe. It wasn't so institutional.
Well, especially in this day and age of everyone communicating online and in social media. Yeah, all right. Mayor Sharon McNutt, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Wish you all the best. Can't wait to see those cookies, and please stay warm.
Yeah, everyone's so lucky who gets to come over and eat those cookies at your beautiful house on Main Street. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
By the way, to our viewers, you can follow all the headlines coming out of Iowa next week right here on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, Tom Yamas will have live coverage and analysis all night long, starting on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Coming up, Boeing is now the subject of yet another federal investigation.
With the FAA now joining the NTSB in separate probes, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong with that scary mid-air blowout last week. The new action taking aim at the jet maker that was just announced by the FAA this morning. That's next on Morning News.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail deliveries.
All right, it just fit.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just fit.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Federal Aviation Administration is launching an investigation into Boeing. It is seeing whether the plane maker failed to ensure the 737 MAX 9 was safe to fly before last Friday's mid-air blowout on an Alaskan Airlines flight forced the entire fleet to be grounded. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us with more on this. So, Tom, the FAA has just announced it's increasing oversight of Boeing production and manufacturing.
Yeah.
Just walk us through what this entails and how this all relates to the investigation.
So we've got several breaking news developments, and you're absolutely right. This latest one that you just mentioned there, the FAA in the last few minutes announcing it is increasing oversight of Boeing production. That's critical. It is also going to be auditing the MAX 9. That's the plane that we saw the incident with a week ago. MAX 9 production, the line, its suppliers, and also re-examining the process by which the FAA delegates inspection to Boeing representatives themselves. The FAA now saying it may be time for a third party to get in and inspect everything in the production line. This is a very big decision. And as you know, the NTSB is investigating how and why the so-called door plug on that MAX 9 blew off at a compression explosion. The FAA separately now launching its own investigation into whether Boeing failed to ensure its completed products, the planes, conformed to its approved design and were safe to fly. Now, the FAA says this incident should have never happened, and it says, quote, it cannot happen again. All 171 MAX 9s have been grounded worldwide. In the U.S., that means Alaska Airlines and United fly the MAX 9. The airlines still waiting for guidelines from Boeing on how to inspect those grounded planes for signs of problems. Joe, I just a minute ago had the FAA chief in the elevator here. He tells me that the new directives are hundreds of pages long, which will speak to why it's taking so long, why the inspections haven't really even started yet on a formal basis. But both the NTSB, but both Alaska Airlines and United Airlines have done preliminary exams, and they have already found loose bolts on their MAX 9s. So this is a problem. Both airlines are canceling hundreds of flights each day. That's expected to continue at least through Saturday, if not longer.
So, Tom, how's Boeing responding to these investigations, and what are the potential implications for the company?
Boeing has released a statement, and it says it will cooperate fully and transparently with the FAA and the NTSB in their investigations. Listen, Boeing, like all parties to an investigation, to an accident investigation, they are limited on what they can say because they are party to an investigation, but they are fully offering that they will fully cooperate. One more important point here, and that is, as we've said on this program before, Boeing received the fuselage for this plane from a company called Spirit Aerosystems. They designed the tube, and the tube had that door plug that blew out. So this investigation is focused on Boeing, but also on Spirit Aerosystems, and now the FAA says it looks like it may need to increase oversight as well on Spirit.
Lots of breaking news this morning. Tom Costello on top of all of it. Tom, thank you so much.
Let's get some international headlines now. Britain's prime minister is in Kyiv this morning to announce more aid for Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and more world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is in Kyiv today to announce an increase in military funding to help Ukraine purchase new military drones, including surveillance, long-range strike and sea drones. London has been one of Kyiv's staunchest supporters since Russia's invasion, and Sunak said Britain would increase its support in the next financial year to almost $3.2 billion. The two countries will also sign a historic UK-Ukraine agreement on security cooperation. Late last year, Pope Francis made a landmark declaration allowing priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, which was welcomed by the LGBTQ Catholics. But African Catholic bishops are not happy, issuing a statement refusing to follow Pope Francis's declaration, permitting priests to offer blessings to same-sex couples, saying that such unions were contrary to the will of God. The pushback underscores a gap between the Pope's progressive, reform-orientated leadership and conservatives in much of the Catholic community. And finally, just when you thought the whole world had been mapped out, a patchwork of a lost valley of cities in Ecuadorian Amazon has been discovered in the rainforest that was home to at least 10,000 farmers 2,000 years ago. Recent mapping by laser sensor technology revealed those sites to be part of a dense network of settlements connecting roadways tucked into the forest foothills of the Andes that lasted about 1,000 years. An extraordinary find. And those are your headlines, guys.
No kidding, Ali. Thank you.
Well, the NFL playoffs kick off this weekend, but they come after a week of some major changes on the sidelines. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartug is in Kansas City, where, as we've been discussing, tomorrow the Chiefs will take on the Dolphins in what is expected to be one of the coldest playoff games ever played.
Hey there, it's about 20 degrees right now in Kansas City, and if you can believe it, by tomorrow night's game, temperatures could drop 30 more degrees. As much as this could impact the play on the field and the fans in the stands, the excitement for playoffs is just beginning, even as dramatic coaching decisions change the landscape of the NFL.
The postseason is firing up in the bitter cold as 12 teams look to make it past Wild Card Weekend. It all starts tomorrow as the Dolphins leave warm Miami for the icy gridiron in Kansas City. At kickoff, the temperature at Arrowhead expected to be just 1 degree. And with the wind chill, it's going to feel more like 17 below. That would make it the coldest game in Dolphins history and is sure to impact two of the league's high-flying offenses.
Can't prepare for a game like that with that kind of weather, so it'll be new.
The defending Super Bowl champs determined not to let the elements disrupt their rhythm.
I just say, get ready for the game. Let's do that. I don't really care what goes on out here. You know, we're not having a snowball fight.
In Houston, a unique quarterback clash. Cleveland Browns' Joe Flacco looking to continue his resurgence, gunning for an NFL record 8th career postseason win on the road, just days before his 39th birthday. While Texans rookie C.J. Stroud aims to become the youngest quarterback to win an NFL playoff game at just 22 years old.
I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid.
But storylines on the field, no match for the shakeups on the sidelines. Just hours after Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll stepped aside after 14 seasons with the team, Patriots legendary head coach Bill Belichick announced he would hang up his hoodie.
Robert and I, after a series of discussions, have mutually agreed to part ways.
Belichick built a dynasty in New England over 24 seasons, winning 6 Super Bowl titles, all of them with Tom Brady under center. The quarterback writing, "I'm incredibly grateful to have played for the best coach in the history of the NFL. We accomplished some amazing things over a long period of time. I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick." While Belichick still has the 3rd best record in league history, his departure comes after the worst season of his career. Still, the future Hall of Famer says he's excited for the future.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot.
After all those years in New England, Bill Belichick is someone who knows how to brave these elements. As much as players have to prepare for it on the field, you got to think about the fans in the stands, too. And here at Arrowhead, home of the defending Super Bowl champions, their attendance has been better than ever this season. But we're expecting a few thousand seats to be empty here. And as bad as we think it is here, let me tell you, in Buffalo, they are expecting blizzard conditions as the Bills host the Steelers on Sunday. Back to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Kaylee. Yeah, that's where I'd be throwing that ball.
Throwing that football in the 60-mile-an-hour winds in a blizzard.
Also, I wonder, why has their attendance been so good? Anything to do with Miss Taylor Swift?
Perhaps. Although now they're also in the playoffs. There's that too. All right, coming up, here is a question for all you New Year's resolutioners out there. What's nutrition going to look like in 2024?
Probably won't come as a surprise. AI could change the way we think about food. We will take you to the cutting edge of tech. Up next. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just me too.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide. how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
So with all the other demands on your time, it can be difficult to track your health and keep an eye on what you eat.
Yeah, so hard to try to do it in one of those apps or something. Well, what if artificial intelligence could do it for you by taking a picture of your food? NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson got a first look at how AI is cooking up a new way to look at your plate.
Technology is changing the way we think, how we drink, and even how we eat. It's all happening at the Consumer Electronics Show. Meet Nuvi Labs' AI food scanner. It uses 3D scanning technology to determine the nutritional value of the meal you're about to eat and how much of it is consumed during that meal.
Food looks delicious. It's not real, but if it were, I could put it on my plate like this. Let's say grab some sushi, some asparagus. When you've got a meal like this, you can scan it. It'll tell you exactly what's on the plate, how many calories it is, just like that. And then when you're done, it subtracts that to tell you how much you're eating and intaking.
From there, the information from the scans is given to you in a report showing nutrition and consumptions, helping people in real-life scenarios, like giving diabetics another tool to maintain glucose levels or helping parents figure out the kinds of nutrients their children really need to grow.
It's very granular.
For restaurant owners, the data can also show how many diners came in and what was left over.
So it'll tell you how much food is being wasted per year? Per year, per day, per minute. Per minute. Wow.
A new way for business owners to see exactly what's still on the plate and in the trash.
Previously, people have been eyeballing, and then they've been estimating how much of what is being wasted, and then we give out the accumulated information.
The hope is that food scans can help beyond restaurants and reach more groups that need help tracking nutrition.
It can be hospitals, universities, daycare, long-term care facilities.
Soon enough, AI is going to make tracking what you eat and what you don't a piece of cake.
We see what you did there. Thank you, Steve Patterson.
Some financial headlines now, starting with CVS pulling some of its locations out of Target stores.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so CVS Health will close some pharmacies operating inside Target stores over the next few months. Those prescriptions from those stores will be transferred to a nearby CVS store. Pharmacy chains, including CVS rival Walgreens, have been cutting costs to offset lower spending by consumers hit by inflation. CVS has nearly 1,800 pharmacies inside Target stores nationwide. The company declined comment on which locations will be affected, but says employees will be offered a comparable position elsewhere. Disney's Pixar studio is reportedly set to cut jobs as it's completed production on some shows and now has staff it doesn't need. TechCrunch says Pixar may cut as many as 20% of its workforce this year. Sources tell Reuters Pixar has yet to determine the exact number and nothing is imminent. Disney CEO Bob Iger has signaled the company will reduce the amount of streaming content it makes to keep a lid on costs and will license shows and movies from outside producers. Speaking of Pixar, a trio of Pixar movies are heading to the big screen for the first time. Starting this weekend, those films that were initially released only on Disney Plus during the pandemic will get their chance to shine in theaters. The first movie you can catch is Soul, which opens in theaters today. Turning Red debuts on February 9th, followed by Luca on March 22nd, guys.
Very cool, Savannah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, we've got a very special can't-miss list for you this Friday morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ariana Grande is back. After the break, we're digging into her new single, Yes and all the other can't-miss content for your weekend. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
It is Friday, which means it's time for everything you can't miss in theaters, on TV, and of course in your earbuds this weekend.
Woohoo, that's right. We've got Kay Ingram joining us this morning. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you today.
I'm so happy to be here too, always. Thanks for having me, y'all.
Of course, we have to start with Mean Girls, which of course was a movie, and then it was a Broadway musical, so now that is what has inspired the new take on
Mean Girls, the movie, the musical.
Exactly, adaptation on adaptation on adaptation, but of course it's the OG classic, and what's exciting is we have some OGs there, right? So we've got Tina Fey, we've got Tim Meadows, they're back, they're doing their classic roles from the OG classic, but we've got some new folks too. We've got John Hamm, we've got a whole bunch of folks who are just really excited to be in this, adaptation of an OG classic, and folks cannot wait. They're saying the box office is going to do $20 to $35 million, which is incredible because it's 36 to make. So imagine making all that in a weekend.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of mixed reviews, though.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I think it's hard because everyone remembers the first one so fondly because it wasn't that long ago. We watched it just this past weekend because we just love it so much. So there'll always be those comparisons.
Totally. But I'm very excited to see it. I'm happy to see that there's predictions it's going to do well. All right, what else, if we want to head to theaters this weekend, what else is coming out?
Yes, so also out in theaters, we've got Book of Clarence, and so we go from Burn Book to the Book of Clarence. And this one is starring Lakeith Stanfield. And what's awesome about this, I mean, I'm a Lakeith fan, first of all, but what's awesome is he plays this guy who is really going through it. He is down and out. He's got a huge debt that he's trying to pay off. He also has a love interest that he's hoping to gain the attention of. So what better than to try and play the most famous, followed person of his time? And I'm not talking about a Kardashian. This is like 8300, 300 AD, I should say. And I'm talking about Jesus Christ. So we can only imagine how that's going to go, right? And it's really cool because, of course, you have Lakeith, you've got David Oyelowo.
What a concept.
Jay-Z was a producer for this. I know, right? It's really fun.
I saw the movies this last week, and I saw the preview for it, and it's pretty good. I mean, it looks very funny. It's very, it's a brilliant idea. Yeah. So
biblical
I think
dramedy.
All right, let's do a mix of movie and TV here. But we're talking about we got a prequel to Ted, which is going to be movies, and then True Detective, which people love. I think people still think so fondly of the original one with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Did I hear
new
you're
chapter
a fan?
in that. I love
he's
True
a huge
Detective.
fan. I love that.
Yes.
Come on, True Detective fan. So we've got Ted, and that is the prequel of sorts, right? So if you've been wondering about John and Ted and what their life was like before they met, you just sit around wondering.
It's just been really bothering you,
If it's been keeping you up at night, here is the backstory. We are going back to the 90s with this prequel. It's now available on Peacock. You can stream it right now. It's a 7-episode series, and so we really get the full backstory context to
I've heard
what
it's
that relationship
hilarious.
was like.
No surprise.
I mean,
but
it's
Seth
Ted.
MacFarlane's awesome. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
And then with True Detective.
Yes.
Not hilarious.
Your fan
probably.
favorite.
Yeah.
I know. So it's giving crime. It's giving Jodie Foster. It's giving.
Which is awesome.
Exactly. Kaylee Reese, who is a boss boxer, a professional boxer to start.
Okay.
So that's a fun tidbit. But now her biggest match in this series is trying to figure out this mystery behind these 8 men who have disappeared from this Alaskan research lab and trying to find them. So should be good.
Is this a show that I should like start from the beginning? Is this like dive in season 1?
A different story.
Oh, so I could
You
just
can
jump
start
in.
now,
And
yes,
oh, that's
100%.
great to know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, maybe that's what I am not missing.
You can watch
this weekend.
any season you want.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's talk Ariana Grande. Let's dive in on some music. So she has a new album coming out. I don't know if we know when, but we just got the single.
Right. So you're exactly right, Savannah. We don't know when. We also don't know the title of it. But that single that came out today, today's a big day, is Yes and it's got a comma and a question mark.
There's a question mark?
Lots of punctuation.
Lots of punctuation. Because she's making a statement.
She's going like, yes and.
Period.
The camera's not focused.
Well, what's funny is this photo, that's already been confirmed that is one of the album covers. But again, we don't know the title. That's TBD, but we do know that the song is out. Before it was released, already it was up 200,000%, I think it was, on Spotify for folks creating playlists around this. So the hype is big because it's been 3 years since we've gotten a single from Ariana Grande.
And it's very dancey for her.
It's dancey.
You guys are saying kind of sounds Madonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like Vogue a little bit.
Yes.
A little bit of reference
That's
there.
the inspo. So
right, there you go.
got it.
Happy watching, happy listening.
Hey, Ingram, thank you so much for joining us. Always fun having you on.
So great to have you here. Thank you.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Friday. So happy you could be with me. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, January 12th, expanding oversight. The FAA announcing new plans to monitor Boeing just a week after a panel blew off of one of its planes mid-flight. The push to increase safety and quality control. Targeted strikes, the U.S. and its allies attacking Iran-backed Houthi rebels' locations in Yemen. How the militant group is now responding and what it could mean for U.S. troops in the Middle East. Harrowing rescue. First responders in Florida saving a baby and grandmother trapped in a car as it filled with water. The newly released video from the crash scene. Race in America, how a small community in Kentucky is working to solve housing inequality and taking steps toward racial justice. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with increased scrutiny for Boeing amid issues with its 737 MAX 9 model. Now, the head of the Federal Aviation Administration announced the agency will boost oversight of the aerospace company, telling CNBC they believe there are other manufacturing problems. Now, last week, a panel blew out of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight while it was 16,000 feet in the air. This was the latest in a series of events that have shaken confidence in Boeing. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. Now, Tom, what exactly are the steps the FAA is now taking to ensure Boeing is putting out planes that are safe, well-made, properly constructed?
Investigation from the NTSB, which is looking into the actual events of this accident that happened a week ago when that door plug blew out of the side of that Alaska Airlines MAX 9. This is now the FAA saying we are investigating Boeing and also its practices. But the news this morning, as you mentioned, is that the FAA is now looking at doing a complete overhaul of how the FAA tries to watch the production process at Boeing, the inspections at Boeing during the assembly of a plane. Listen to the FAA chief this morning on CNBC.
So this is a brand new aircraft. It has just come off the line and it had significant problems. And we believe there are other manufacturing problems as well. So this is all about finding where the risks are, identifying the risks and mitigating them.
Bottom line here is the FAA suggesting there may be more problems at Boeing. And keep in mind the context here. This comes 5 years after those 2 MAX 8 crashes overseas killed 346 people. Here's what the FAA said about its investigation into Boeing and the practices at Boeing. The statement is as follows. The FAA says it is, in fact, auditing the MAX 9 production line, increasing monitoring of the MAX 9, and also looking at exactly whether the planes it assembles are being assembled properly and safely. Here's what Boeing says. Boeing is coming out saying that they will, in fact, cooperate transparently with the FAA and the NTSB in terms of both of their ongoing investigations. Vicki?
You know, Tom, I know that you have reported in the past the FAA workplace inspections are being led by Boeing employees. So how effective is that system in working with the FAA? Will these oversight measures ultimately improve accountability?
You know, the problem here is that the FAA is responsible for oversight, and they've got a massive manufacturing operation with Boeing. The FAA doesn't employ enough people to put inspectors, government inspectors, on every assembly line through the entire chain. They simply don't, and Congress hasn't given them the money to do that. So as a result, the FAA came up with this plan, Congress agreed, by which you would have Boeing employees inspecting Boeing work on behalf of the FAA. Arguably, that's the fox guarding the hen house here, but they were supposed to do a good job of keeping that production line up to standards. And now you've had these crashes with the MAX 8, and now you've got the MAX 9, and the FAA is saying, this doesn't seem to be working. And so maybe we now need a third party to come in and watch exactly what happens at Boeing's assembly plants. This is really the FAA taking this to the next level.
All right. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello. Thank you so much, Tom.
You bet.
The United States and the UK launching a series of strikes against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen overnight. U.S. officials say they hit more than 60 targets yesterday at 16 militant locations. A Houthi spokesman claims at least 5 of the group's fighters were killed. Now, this comes in response to a growing number of attacks against international commercial ships in the Red Sea. President Biden says the strikes send a clear message that the United States and our partners will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins me now. Dan, good to see you. So what more do we know about these specific sites that were targeted at this point, and how were the strikes carried out?
Yep, Vicki, they hit a large number of targets across Yemen. They were trying to hit drone launch sites, missile launch sites, weapons depots, command and control centers, and also radar air defenses. They think, the Pentagon says they think these strikes were successful, that U.S. fighter jets were involved, and also Tomahawk missiles that were fired from ships at sea. There were also British fighter jets involved. They hit at least 2 targets. But of course, keep in mind that the drones and missiles that have been launched at commercial vessels by these Houthi forces are mobile. They can be moved. Drones don't need a very large area to be launched from. They can be put in the back of trucks. So this will not wipe out that capability, and we're likely to see more of these strikes.
Dan, the Houthis are threatening to retaliate for this strike. So how are countries in the Middle East reacting today? And I think the big question on a lot of people's minds, are we now one step closer to pulling U.S. troops into this conflict directly?
A whole range of reaction to these strikes. So not surprisingly, Iran, which has armed these rebel forces in Yemen, condemned the strikes. You had sort of a muted reaction from some of the Gulf Arab allies like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. They're a little concerned about directly confronting these rebels in Yemen. And then you have some other reaction from Turkey, where they've completely condemned this and said that the U.S. was creating a kind of sea of blood, quote unquote, in the Red Sea. I think what we're looking at is indeed a wider conflict that is now unfolding, and it is exactly what President Biden has been trying to avoid and contain. But I think the U.S. felt they had to take action because of the threat to commercial shipping there. And I think one danger here is that we see a direct confrontation between the U.S. and Iran, something the U.S. is still trying to avoid, but a real risk now developing, and this is not over.
Yeah, their hand may be forced. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Thank you so much, Dan. Well, more than 35 million people are under severe weather risks in the U.S. today. A bomb cyclone is bringing sub-zero temperatures and dangerous whiteout conditions to parts of the Midwest, while across the South, millions are under tornado watches. These Arctic temperatures also expected to make the GOP Iowa caucus and the Chiefs-Dolphins playoff game the coldest in history. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus is live in Chicago, where they are expecting up to 10 inches of snow. It's great to see you. You are definitely bundled up for the conditions, Adrian. Tell us about what it's like there right now and what are officials urging people to do from a public safety standpoint.
Well, Vicki, if you're not an essential worker, the advice is to stay home. If you have the luxury to work remotely, today is the day to take advantage. That's what officials are warning. Now, we know everyone does not have that luxury, and some people have to go out. But as you can see here in Chicago, it's slippery and slow moving. This intersection is somewhat clear. We've seen multiple plows come through the area in the time that we've been here. Now, we've seen a mix of snow and rain. It started off as snow and then it transitioned to rain. And that's something people are concerned about as the temperature falls, that rain and the snow turning to ice. Now, in some parts of Chicago, there is a winter storm warning until noon tomorrow. We're talking about heavy snow and lots of wind, gusts up to 45 miles per hour. And that's where the challenge lies. When the wind starts blowing, it picks up that snow and it's blowing across the roadway, reducing visibility. And that is just one thing people are concerned about. Listen in.
The real cold, it's not good to be out in it for a long time. I worry about people who have to be stuck out in it because they don't have anywhere to go. I definitely won't commute in today.
For the first time on any weather news, any news that was with the weather, it said wickedly cold. That's an interesting word for a new weather person to use.
So one way to combat the cold is to dress in layers. So if you are out shoveling and your body becomes overheated, you can shed one of those layers. But if you're shoveling, this is the heavy and wet snow. Officials warn to take your time so you don't overexert yourself, Vicki.
Great advice. And Adrian, we know Chicago's O'Hare Airport ordered a ground stop on all flights. How badly is the winter storm affecting travel plans there?
Yeah, that ground stop was due to snow and ice. Since 8:30 this morning, there have been more than 1,000 flights canceled between O'Hare and Midway. And it's not just travel in the air. Folks, at least 80,000 across the area are without power, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus for us live in Chicago. Thank you so much. Well, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index, which measures wholesale prices, it dropped 0.1% in December. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins me now. So, Deirdre, this is coming one day after we got a little bit less encouraging news, right, with consumer prices rising last month. So, make sense of the numbers for us. And when might consumers see a price drop or an impact in their wallets?
So, Vicki, the Producer Price Index, or PPI, it covers a larger set of goods and services. The lower number is a positive sign for inflation, and consumers could see some further relief in the spring, with markets hoping that the Fed will cut rates in March. But it's not definite. It's not locked in. Some Fed officials have made comments in the past few days that run contrary to that market view. Meanwhile, Citigroup announced job cuts today in an effort to restructure the company. 20,000 jobs will be eliminated by the end of 2026. The bank went through a round of layoffs in November as part of CEO Jane Fraser's goal to streamline the global financial giant. And the Olympics has an official beer, and it's alcohol-free. Anheuser-Busch InBev announced today its Corona Zero will be the flagship beer for the Games. This is the first beer sponsor for the Olympics. AB InBev says alcohol-free beer is growing faster right now than the overall beer category. I hope I said that right.
Wow.
Corona Zero.
Yeah, maybe because it means zero alcohol, right? That makes sense.
Right, there you go. It's a huge category, though, alcohol-free beer and alcohol-free drinks as a whole.
Yeah, cheers to dry January. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Thanks, Deirdre. A U.S. National Guardsman arrested in a murder-for-hire plot inside his plan to allegedly avenge his mother's death. That's after the break. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A North Carolina National Guardsman is being held on $1 million bond after police say he tried to hire someone to kill the man responsible for his mother's death 8 years ago. Prosecutors say his revenge plans included asking the military for a transfer so he could be closer to his target. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the details.
This North Carolina National Guardsman behind bars for what authorities are calling a murder-for-hire plot to avenge his mother's death. 22-year-old Rhett Barlow is charged with solicitation to commit first-degree murder after allegedly hiring someone to kill Donald Calder Jr., the man who killed Barlow's mother in a 2016 car accident. At her funeral service nearly 8 years ago, you see Rhett next to his father, who shared this message.
I forgive you.
Calder Jr. pleaded guilty to misdemeanor death by vehicle after slamming his dump truck into the minivan belonging to the beloved Wake Forest high school teacher. She was stopped at a red light. According to a search warrant, investigators believe distraction or fatigue played a role in the crash, as forensic experts determined Calder Jr. never stepped on the brakes. He served 75 days in jail and was later released. Now Barlow is the one being held on $1 million bond, making his first court appearance this week via video conference.
Sir, you're in court today for a first appearance.
Prosecutors describing the dramatic steps they say he took to carry out his plans.
He purchased an AR-15 Springfield rifle at Carolina Gun Runners in Raleigh. Subsequent to that, he has purchased another firearm from the same facility.
The gun purchases were just the beginning. Prosecutors say Barlow even requesting a National Guard post transfer that would position him closer to his target, a detail that sounds straight out of a TV crime drama. NBC News was unable to reach a lawyer for Barlow, who has not yet entered a plea, according to court documents. Wake Forest police say they arrested Barlow Saturday at Fort Liberty with the help of U.S. Army criminal investigators.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Prosecutors adding the man asked to help with Barlow's plot alerted police. Kathy Park, NBC News.
First responders in Florida are being hailed as heroes after a dramatic water rescue in Flagler County, just north of Daytona Beach. In this video, you can see the deputies are rushing in to save a baby and a grandmother trapped in a sinking car. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas spoke to the sheriff, who says their quick actions made a life-saving difference.
Hey, can you hear us? It's the sheriff's office.
An incredible rescue with Flagler County Sheriff deputies arriving within minutes after a car crashed on its side in a Florida ditch, quickly filling up with water during the rescue.
Oh, the kid, Jen.
Trapped inside, just barely above water, a baby and a grandmother.
All right, we're gonna get your baby first, all right?
First responders breaking the window with the baby still strapped in her car seat.
Watch your eyes. Let's get the baby out.
And the water was almost up over the car seat.
We got a kid in here, this baby's head is just barely above water.
So they knew that they had to quickly get this child out of the car seat and out of that car before it slipped or even completely turned over.
There's the baby.
Get her out, come on. Deputies handing the child off to firefighters, then helping the grandmother get out too.
Command 2 incoming units. We got one child out. We're working on the female now.
The harrowing rescue all caught on camera last week. The video just released by the Flagler County Sheriff.
How does it feel to know that your officers made this rescue?
But I'm very proud of our team. I'm proud of the teamwork that was shown between the fire rescue guys and the sheriff's office. So it's a great rate to start 2024. It just shows the community how well trained our deputies are and how they're willing to, in this case, get very wet, jumping into a drainage ditch and rescue two people.
Again. You're good. You're doing great, man. You're doing great. Take nice and deep breaths.
A grandmother and an infant lucky to have survived. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Wow, bravo to our first responders. Well, the White House is announcing a new program to erase federal student loans for thousands of borrowers. We're going to tell you who qualifies straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In California, the EPA is deciding whether to redesignate at least 3 former battery recycling plants to help secure funding to clean up the toxic levels of lead that they released into the surrounding communities. NBC News correspondent Cynthia McFadden investigates the life-threatening problems one of those plants is accused of causing.
Here on the east side of Los Angeles, at what was once a battery recycling plant, they've chiseled the company's name, Exide, off the wall. If only it was as easy to erase the harm it has done to the people who live here.
It's very evil, very, very evil.
For most of the 40 years Monsignor John Moretta has served the neighborhood next to the plant, he has battled to close it, as the facility knowingly released cancer-causing arsenic and lead, in some places 650 times what the state says is safe. Well, more than 100,000 people have been affected.
I couldn't sit up here and just pray and just think that that somehow my people are going to be saved.
He and other community leaders were finally successful in getting the plant shuttered in 2015 after Exide admitted to felony violations, including the illegal storage and disposal of hazardous waste, in a settlement with the Department of Justice. But now, 9 years after the plant closed, life-threatening problems remain.
Honestly, you can feel that you're sucking in dirt, grime. You can feel it on your skin.
The state's $500 million cleanup has failed. And a new study exclusively obtained by NBC News shows that the contaminated area is more than twice the size originally thought.
When we found out that our property was contaminated, we were heartbroken.
Like most people here, Guadalupe Valdivinos lives surrounded by her extended family.
Nobody cares how hurt we are, how sick we are. My 2-year-old is in behavioral therapy. Is it a coincidence? Nobody will tell me.
Children are particularly vulnerable to being poisoned by lead, which over time can cause brain damage and developmental delays. Community members say despite repeated requests, the state has not provided any long-term health testing. Mark Lopez's family has lived here since the 1950s.
I'm very motivated.
He now leads a nonprofit instrumental in shuttering Exide, but says he's furious the company got away with a modest fine, later declaring bankruptcy and dissolving in the U.S.
When we talk about environmental racism, it's not just the fact that these facilities exist in our communities. It's also when disaster happens, how do the authorities respond? And they respond in ways that tell us that our lives don't matter.
In fact, Dr. Jill Johnston was the lead author of a recent study that concluded the state's cleanup is not working. 4 out of 5 homes that were cleaned by the state are still contaminated. The team also concluded that 98% of homes as far as 4.5 miles from the former plant tested at lead levels above state standards. State officials at the Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, responsible for the cleanup, have declined repeated requests for an interview.
How good a job have they done in your estimation?
Failed completely. Year after year after year, DTSC has failed.
DTSC did tell us they have hired a new contractor to run the cleanup and a third-party monitor. But after decades of failed promises, the community is both angry and in despair. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, a woman in Massachusetts is facing an attempted murder charge after she allegedly poisoned her husband with a bowl of soup. Police say the 64-year-old was prompted to poison her spouse after a scammer, who she believed to be a soap opera star, messaged her. Doucette says the only thing she is guilty of is being scammed out of thousands of dollars. Here's what she had to say to her husband, who now has a restraining order against her.
I love you very much, and I want you to come home. I did not hurt you. I want my marriage back. I want my husband back.
The toxicology report on Doucette's husband came back negative, but police say they only tested for opioids, cocaine, and alcohol, and they need to investigate further. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now. Your time is 12:30. I'm Vicki Nguyen, and here's what's making news right now. In the last hour, the U.S. Department of Justice announced it will be seeking the death penalty against the gunman in the Buffalo, New York supermarket shooting. The 20-year-old is currently serving a life sentence without parole after pleading guilty to state charges for killing 10 people at Tops Supermarket in May of 2022. The death penalty is for a separate federal hate crimes case. All of the shooting victims were black. Some family members of the victims are expected to speak after a news conference this afternoon. Attorneys for the shooter have not responded to the announcement. The mayor of London says Brexit has cost the UK more than $178 billion so far. In a statement, he said it is now obvious Brexit isn't working. You may remember the United Kingdom officially withdrew from the European Union back in 2020. And since then, Britain's economy has shrunk up to 3%. Experts predict it will shrink up to 6% by 2035. Several students have filed a lawsuit against Harvard University, accusing it of violating the civil rights of Jewish students. They claim Harvard allowed Jewish students to be harassed, assaulted, and intimidated. Now, this is similar to other lawsuits that have been filed since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. A Harvard spokesperson said they cannot comment on pending litigation. President Biden announcing today that thousands of student loan borrowers will have some of their federal loans completely forgiven. The administration says borrowers who received less than $12,000 in federal loans and who've been paying them off for at least 10 years are eligible. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us from Washington with the details. Monica, great to see you. So the Biden administration has been under pressure to do more for student loan borrowers after the Supreme Court rejected their big forgiveness proposal last year. So how soon could borrowers see this relief under this plan?
In the coming weeks, Vicki, this is something that is really going to take place immediately for some of those borrowers who do qualify under this new plan. Remember, after the Supreme Court's ruling, the Biden administration had to go back to the drawing board to get more creative, to see how they were able to get borrowers relief in different ways through the Department of Education. So they were able to now kick off this program that has been rolling, but they were very pleased to be able to say that those who do qualify are going to see those notices and those emails that they're eligible and that their real payment here will be forgiven very soon, starting next month in February. Vicki.
Wow, Monica, we know this program wasn't actually scheduled to go into effect until this summer. What do we know about why it's been fast-tracked?
It's really a pretty technical answer, according to the Department of Education. This is something that they didn't know if they were going to be able to have everything in place to get it going. Once they were able to do that, they wanted to be sure to make sure that some of these borrowers got their relief as quickly as possible, which is exactly what President Biden said in his own statement announcing this news today, really pointing to the fact that this is part of that ongoing effort to be acting in this speedy manner to give borrowers breathing room so they can get out, he says, from under the burden of student loan debt, move on with their lives, and pursue their dreams. Of course, Vicki, it is relevant that this is happening in 2024 in an election year. This had been a major campaign promise from candidate Joe Biden. So that is why you see the president and the White House trying to do everything they can to make it a reality. And I'm told there will still be more steps they will try to take on this front.
All right. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, thank you. Well, the Iowa Republican caucus now just 3 days away, and much of the suspense centering on the race for second place between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley. Polls show that former President Donald Trump still maintains a commanding lead over both of them. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Sioux City, Iowa, a city in the northwest part of the state on the border with South Dakota and Nebraska. So, Priscilla, you are in a very conservative part of the state. Sioux County was Trump's worst performing county, though, back in 2016. So what are people there saying about which candidate they are supporting?
Yeah, Vicki, I have spoken to a lot of folks in Sioux County who say that with just days to go until the caucus, they are still undecided and may not make a decision until they are in that caucus room on Monday night. As you mentioned, Donald Trump did not perform well here in 2016, and it might lead you to think that there's an opening potentially for Ron DeSantis, for example, who has worked really hard to court evangelical voters. But what I'm hearing from folks here is that they are leaning toward Trump because they know that he'll get it done. They know what he will do. And to them, Ron DeSantis is still an unknown, despite all of the resources that he has poured into the state. I want to play some of what those caucus goers told me.
Donald Trump already did it all. He knows how to do it. He's experienced, so probably just leaning towards him.
Will you actually come through DeSantis? Will you? Because Trump is abrasive enough to push his envelope. You have backed down a couple of times. I am still undecided, but I do believe I'm leaning towards Trump.
And when we talk about the high share of evangelical voters in this part of the state, of course, abortion ranking high on their list of issues, but notably everyone I spoke to saying that while former President Trump did pave the way for Roe v. Wade to be overturned, they feel that all the Republican candidates are pretty strong on abortion, and so it's not the distinguishing and the deciding issue for them on Monday night. Vicki?
All right, we know you have trekked 500 miles through that state in the past few weeks. We saw you in the car. We'll look forward to see more of your reporting on Monday. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much. And be sure to tune into our coverage of the Iowa caucus Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. In Los Angeles, school officials say they are seeing a spike in the number of students who are experiencing homelessness. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk spoke with a 14-year-old about the challenges she's facing and how the district is now trying to help.
Alberto Carvalho runs the second largest school district in the country. Not an easy job, but right now it's harder than ever.
We have an excess of 13,000 students who are experiencing homelessness. That number increased by close to 19%.
An increase in evictions, higher cost of living, and a migrant crisis, all leading to more students who don't have a permanent home.
I actually do believe that the numbers that we are currently tracking are but the tip of the iceberg.
Like 14-year-old Vanessa. When we met her in the fall, she was living in interim housing, sharing a converted hotel room with her mother and 10-year-old brother. Vanessa just started at the neighborhood high school across the street.
Toughest part of my day is probably leaving my mom, especially since she's still stuck here, but...
Why is that the toughest? Do you worry about your mom?
I worry a lot about my mom most of the time.
Her mom suffered a health scare when the school year began and was in the hospital. Vanessa had to stay home from school to take care of her brother. She worries they will end up in foster care. Vanessa says taking care of her family led her to fail her first semester in 8th grade.
Is it hard sometimes to focus on school when so much is going on outside of school?
Yes, there were some moments where I didn't pay attention too much in school.
The stress and the trauma felt by students is manifested in the classroom. Therefore, it is impacting teachers on a daily basis.
What effect does that have on a school's ability to teach the entire school?
Well, when you have a disproportionate number of students experiencing homelessness, you have to devote resources, special attention, counseling support, mental health support.
To help families like Vanessa's, the district has beefed up their parent support systems and before and after school programs. Carvalho and other school officials even visiting students with low attendance rates, an initiative called I Attend.
How important is education to break a cycle of homelessness?
It's probably the only ticket. And I take myself as the example of that.
After moving here from Portugal as a teenager, Carvalho was homeless himself in Miami, where he would later serve his first stint as a superintendent.
I remember sleeping under the bridges of Miami, blocks away from the office that ultimately I occupied as superintendent.
This is personal for you.
It's very personal.
Vanessa struggles with the uncertainty.
When you look at yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now, where do you want to be?
Well, hopefully out of here very fast, and I have to help my mom out.
The family has now moved to more permanent housing, but it is just a first step.
if you do not create the appropriate environments, if you do not invest sufficiently, we're asking for problems that will be much costlier to address later on.
Keeping Vanessa in high school is key, Carvalho says. He hopes the system doesn't let her down. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, LA.
Education, so important. All right, well, a murder for hire plot is the focus of an all-new Dateline tonight. It involves the case of Corey and Ted Shaughnessy of Austin, Texas. Ted was shot and killed during a home invasion back in 2018. His wife survived, but only after a shootout with her husband's killer.
I grabbed my .357, which is always kept above my bed. I do not remember the sound of my gun. I remember seeing the muzzle from the opposite gun. He's shooting at me and I'm shooting at him.
Oh, detectives wondered if the couple's job as local jewelry store owners could have been a possible motive, but then the investigation took a shocking turn. Dateline NBC correspondent Andrea Canning joins us now. Andrea, it's always great to see you. So tell us what happened the night that Ted was murdered.
Ted and Corey were sleeping. It was like any other night. They woke up to their dogs barking. Ted went to go see what was the matter. And next thing Corey knew, she heard gunshots. And that's when what you heard in the clip, the gun battle began in her house. Unfortunately, shortly after that, she hid in the closet and then found Ted dead in the kitchen.
Andrea, we always know there are twists and turns. Police made several arrests in this case, but you actually talked to the person who is now in prison for orchestrating a murder for hire plot. So without giving too much away, what did you learn?
Yeah, well, this is unusual in this case because the person has taken responsibility. The person who orchestrated this murder and who had Ted killed. So this person expressed how sorry they were, that they made a mistake, that they shouldn't have done this. You know, it will be for the viewers to judge, you know, how genuine that apology is. But this is a case that definitely hit close to home for Corey.
At one point in your reporting, you found that Corey was really concerned. Police thought that she was a person of interest in this case. Why was that? She's the wife.
You know, they always look at the spouse. You know, even though Corey didn't shoot Ted, did she hire someone to shoot Ted? You know, it's always about money in these cases. They had a lot of money. She would have stood to gain a lot if he was dead, if she didn't want him in her life anymore. That's what the police had to look at. And they were looking at her. Absolutely.
All right, Dateline NBC correspondent Andrea Canning. Andrea, thank you so much. And you can watch tonight's new episode of Dateline called Ghosts Can't Talk with Andrea. That is tonight on NBC at 9 p.m. Eastern. Coming up, a new look at race and poverty in America, how one group in Kentucky is working to unite a community by providing safe and affordable housing for everyone. More NBC News Daily right after this.
has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, tonight, NBC News Now is airing a special looking at the state of race in America, including the story of one group that is working to bridge the gaps. They're working with a small community in eastern Kentucky to focus on shared goals like housing inequality. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins me now here with more on this group. Really fascinating and a noble goal.
Thank you, Vicki. I mean, this is an exciting one because often we cover stories about division, disinformation, and pain when it comes to politics and community organizing, right? So we wanted to shine a light on the people who are doing the work, who are building bridges and finding solutions. And that's exactly what this group of women are doing in Kentucky. They're using housing and tenants' rights to start conversations with people who feel alienated from politics, who maybe don't know their neighbors well, and they're really starting to make a change.
Nestled on the eastern Kentucky border between Ohio and West Virginia sits Ashland, a town of more than 21,000, where a quarter of residents live in poverty, some in dire and dangerous conditions.
The ceiling is it's in bad shape.
NBC News was allowed inside this Ashland apartment, where tenants say the landlord has all but abandoned them.
I have nowhere else to go.
How does that make you feel? You're paying hundreds of dollars a month to live here?
It don't make me feel good.
Everybody say KPU!
The Kentucky People's Union, in conjunction with Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURJ, is working to bring together people like Jerry and others to rally around a shared goal of guaranteed safe and affordable housing for everyone. Kentucky native Beth Howard is a lead SURJ organizer and co-founder of KPU. She believes highlighting common interests like housing can be a first step toward racial healing.
Is your concern that if you don't reach these folks, someone else will?
Absolutely. We know if people are not talking to white people about their suffering, we know someone else is. And that someone else is the far right. They know that there are so many of us, working class people, white, black, and brown, that if we came together, we would outnumber them.
Kathy Johnson was among Beth's first recruits.
It has really opened up my eyes, and I'm proud to say that I have friends that are different than me.
Why do you think this work is rare?
Because it doesn't serve those who empower to have white people, first of all, recognizing whiteness and having us talk to other white people about racism.
Okay. Volunteers wear red bandanas and call themselves rednecks in what organizers say is a nod to the history of the region's working class, a 1921 labor uprising in which white, black, and immigrant coal miners joined together to fight for better wages and working conditions.
The miners wore red bandanas around their necks to signify to each other they were union.
So you use the term redneck.
Yes.
Some people see that as a pejorative or disrespectful term. What does it mean to you?
That label has now been, distorted to mean racist, right? Or trash. Our history that show this different story, that show this different way of being a white person is hidden. Those truths are dangerous to those in power.
Antonia, you said you actually had never experienced this, and I know you cover race and poverty in America, and you've seen a lot of things, but you've never seen Americans living in this way. What else did you learn from these moms about the actions they're taking, particularly in an election year, to make sure that these changes happen?
Yeah, Vicki, this story's changed me because you don't think that Americans should be paying rent in a country as wealthy as ours to live in conditions like what you just saw there. And so I was really fascinated watching this work on the ground and to see how impactful just talking to people, who's your landlord? How could we help you? Do you know the laws here? Right. We can support you and give you some facts about what you can email them and tell them you deserve. And how quickly that got people engaged in all other kinds of issues. They were talking to me about their healthcare costs and their diabetes medications, about how hard it is for them to afford nutritious food. And so you realize all these things are interconnected. And so their hope is that people of all backgrounds on all sides of these issues can come together on this one problem and maybe make our country a little bit less divided than it is right now.
So glad for that report. Antonia Holden, thank you so much.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In what sounds like a real-life parent trap, two sisters went viral on TikTok after sharing their parents' divorce and then their unexpected reunion. Today's show co-anchor Hoda Kotb shares their story.
If you're new here, my parents are divorced, but they're getting remarried.
Some might say you'd have to believe in magic if you ever thought Scott Gady and Julie Shore would ever get back together.
Started this account in the phase of their divorce where they were very much like not friends, not pals, not vibing in any way.
The couple's daughters, Rachel and Caroline, have racked up millions of views on TikTok.
How did you meet?
Documenting their parents' second chance at love.
Are you guys holding hands right now?
Scott and Julie divorced nearly a decade ago, started new lives of their own while co-parenting. That changed during the pandemic while caring for elderly parents. The family of four found themselves in the same quarantine bubble.
My parents were still definitely separate, but it was nice to see them getting along.
The sisters picked up on something their parents had not yet realized.
This is the notorious photo that we call the parent trap photo. We were like, our parents like each other.
So Rachel and Caroline began teasing their parents, joking with the mom that she still had deep feelings for their dad. Julie realized her daughters were right. After a trip away, Scott and Julie decided to move in together. 1 year later, with some consistent encouragement, Scott proposed to Julie once again.
What are we doing? We're gonna go So shop for dresses, and we're gonna go. What dresses? Oh yeah, my wedding dress.
And just like the movie's ending, sealing their everlasting love.
We actually did it.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
We love to see that. Okay, well, the fields are set for Wild Card Weekend in the NFL with a dozen teams looking to punch their ticket to the next round of the playoffs. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung previews what to expect from tomorrow's big matchups.
The postseason is firing up in the bitter cold as 12 teams look to make it past Wild Card Weekend. It all starts tomorrow as the Dolphins leave warm Miami for the icy gridiron in Kansas City. At kickoff, the temperature at Arrowhead expected to be just 1 degree. And with the wind chill, it's going to feel more like 17 below. That would make it the coldest game in Dolphins history and is sure to impact two of the league's high-flying offenses.
Can't prepare for a game like that with that kind of weather, so it'll be new.
The defending Super Bowl champs determined not to let the elements disrupt their rhythm.
I just say, get ready for the game. Let's do that. I don't really care what goes on out here. We're not having a snowball fight.
In Houston, a unique quarterback clash. Cleveland Browns' Joe Flacco looking to continue his resurgence, gunning for an NFL record 8th career postseason win on the road, just days before his 39th birthday. While Texans rookie C.J. Stroud aims to become the youngest quarterback to win an NFL playoff game at just 22 years old.
I'm really excited playing my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid.
But storylines on the field, no match for the shakeups on the sidelines. Just hours after Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll stepped aside after 14 seasons with the team, Patriots legendary head coach Bill Belichick announced he would hang up his hoodie.
Robert and I, after a series of discussions, have mutually agreed to part ways.
Belichick built a dynasty in New England over 24 seasons, winning 6 Super Bowl titles, all of them with Tom Brady under center. The quarterback writing, "I'm incredibly grateful to have played for the best coach in the history of the NFL. We accomplished some amazing things over a long period of time. I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick." While Belichick still has the 3rd best record in league history, his departure comes after the worst season of his career. Still, the future Hall of Famer says he's excited for the future.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
And the New England Patriots didn't wait long to fill Belichick's position. The team just announced it hired 37-year-old Jared Mayo. He has joined the Patriots coaching staff back in 2019, and he's going to be the team's first black head coach, as well as the youngest head coach in the NFL. We wish him well. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay right there. You can watch us 24/7 for free on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thanks for being with us this Friday. Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, January 12th. On offense, the United States and Britain launched fighter jets and Tomahawks at locations in Yemen run by Iran-backed militants. How the strikes are threatening an expansion of the conflict in the Middle East. Ahead of schedule, the Biden administration announced a fresh wave of early student debt cancellation for some borrowers. Who exactly this new policy applies to and when they might see some relief. Personal touch, artificial intelligence has figured out a way to analyze your handwriting and apply it as a font. We will give you a look at the new robot that is making waves at this year's Consumer Tech Show. Return to the court. The world has been watching tennis star Naomi Osaka take her sport by storm. The author of her biography is here to preview her first match since becoming a mother. Looking forward to that conversation. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with what could be a major escalation in the Middle East. The U.S. and the U.K. carrying out a series of military strikes against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. The White House says it is still assessing the impact of those strikes, but a militant group claims they killed at least 5 of its fighters. Now, this all comes in response to a growing number of Houthi attacks against international ships in the Red Sea. Earlier today, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is not looking for a broader conflict, especially with Iran.
We're not looking for conflict with Iran. That said, we know that Iran supports the Houthis. We know that they supply them with the missiles and the drones, the same things that they've been using to attack shipping. And we have made it very clear Iran should stop that support. We have in the past and will continue to hold Iran accountable.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby following it all for us today. Courtney, happy Friday to you. So the Houthi rebels here, they have been attacking ships in the Red Sea since November. So why did the U.S. and its allies decide to respond in this way with these strikes last night? And what about these specific sites do you know?
So one of the things about the timing is the U.S. really didn't want to go this alone. They wanted to have some sort of a coalition effort here. That's why we saw the strikes with the U.S. and the British. And U.S. officials were very quick to point out to us last night that, in fact, there were a number of other nations who had played a non-operational role. So they were supporting this effort from behind, not necessarily dropping bombs, but still supportive of the effort. That's one of the keys to why this happened now. Another one was this attack on Tuesday was pretty significant, more than 20 projectiles, mainly drones, also some missiles. That really got the attention here. And and finally, the third thing that really keys in on the timing is the impact this is already having on global shipping, which is starting to have some ripple effects on the economy and individuals' pocketbooks. That's one of the reasons for why now. The targets were things that will hopefully, according to the U.S. officials, degrade the Houthis' ability to keep threatening this commercial shipping in the region. So going after things like their launchers, where they are firing off these anti-ship ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, going after warehouses where they store some of these one-way drones. Those kinds of things, the hope is that if they take out some of their ability to keep attacking, maybe we'll see less of a threat against commercial shipping, Vicki.
Now, they're trying to be really precise about this. We heard John Kirby there saying the U.S. does not want conflict with Iran, but I think the big question a lot of people are asking is, does this bring us a step closer to that all-out tension and all-out conflict?
Yeah, and Vicki, I got to tell you, one of the major factors in the planning leading up to this was how will Iran respond to this? You can bet that when they were going through the strike options, one of the questions that they kept asking was, what could Iran do here? And they have already condemned these strikes, but so far that's been it. But the real concern, as you really nailed it on the head here, Vicki, is that these tensions in the region, which have really been simmering, even growing since October 7th, the attack in Israel, the concern concern is that as some of these Iranian-backed groups continue with these activities, attacking bases in Iraq and Syria, the strikes in the Red Sea, that it could pull the U.S. and close allies further into this conflict, Vicki.
We're hoping that does not happen. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, today, every single state in the U.S. is under some type of severe weather alert. Some places are on track to hit record levels of snow and bitter cold. One city in Montana dropped to negative 39 degrees this morning. Chicago is bracing for up to 10 inches of snow from this one storm alone, and that is half of the total snow that it saw last winter. In the last hour, New York's governor activated the National Guard, saying she will declare a state of emergency in this state. Our team is staying on top of this storm as it barrels across the eastern half of the U.S. We've got NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns here now with the forecast, but we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus, who is live in Chicago for us. Adrian, how bad is the weather there right now? They're expecting a ton of snow.
So right now in the area that I am, the roadway behind us is clear, but the worst of it, according to the National Weather Service, is expected to pick up around midnight. That's when here in the Chicago area, we could see wind gusts of up to 45 miles per hour. Parts of Chicago are under a winter storm warning. Here's the challenge with those 45 miles per hour gusts. All the snow that falls during the day will pick up and start blowing across the area. And as the wind increases, the visibility decreases. So there's a danger element when it comes to people who are traveling at that hour. That's why the warning is if you are not an essential worker and you don't have to be outside, stay at home. Now, we've seen a mix of snow and rain today. Some folks are concerned about what happens next as those temperatures, which we'll hear from our meteorologists tell us about shortly, they're expected to drop here in the area, and folks are concerned about the forming of ice. But we have seen plows salting the roadways and removing the snow. Earlier here in Chicago, you mentioned this, there was a complete ground stop at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. When you combine the two airports, O'Hare and Midway, since 8:30 this morning, there have been more than 1,000 flights canceled. So difficult traveling situations here in Chicago and across the Midwest. Vicki?
Yeah, better to be safe, though, with that weather. Adrian Broadus, thank you so much. We want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now with the forecast. Bill, always good to see you. So walk us through how bad things are going to get and which states will see the worst of it.
Iowa, Interstate 80 closed in some spots right now. That's where the heavy snow is, and that's also where the cold and the winds are really picking up. In Chicago, you warmed up a little bit now, so that's why the roads are just kind of slushy or just wet. But as the temperatures plunge later tonight and then during the day tomorrow, you could get that refreeze. So we have 54 million people under winter alerts. Blizzard warnings are still up from the Quad Cities all the way through much of Iowa into portions of South Dakota. We're also under blizzard warnings now in the Green Bay area and our friends in southern portions of Idaho. That's a separate storm, by the way, that's hitting the west this weekend. But additional snow, we've already had about 6 inches in the Des Moines area. Chicago's only had about 2 to 4 inches. If you're closer to the lakeshore, a little bit less. We will see additional snowfall totals up to a foot right from about Milwaukee northwards, especially just off the lakeshore, and then all of northern Michigan. It's going to be a long weekend with those winds howling and bursts of snow. Then we still have to deal with the flooding threat later on tonight as the heavy rain moves over the area that was soaked from the last storm, where we still have rivers in flood stage. That's going to be tonight. And then there's tough, and then there's Montana tough. It is negative 52 wind chill right now when you go outside in Great Falls, negative 38 in Billings, and this cold air is plunging all the way to Texas in the days ahead. Right now, the wind chill is negative 4 in Wichita, negative 8 in Kansas City, and as we go throughout the weekend, that's going to be the story. Not the snow and the ice, the cold all the way to the south.
Anytime you have a minus and double digits that start with the number 5 and you see all that fuchsia, Bill, I'm scared.
I was surprised that my color table even works.
Oh, all right. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thanks for telling us where to expect it. All right, well, the campaign trail is heating up in freezing cold Iowa, as Bill just talked about. The candidates make their final pitches ahead of the state's Republican caucus. Polls show that former President Donald Trump is leading by more than 30 points. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley, they are battling it out for a distant second place. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Sioux City, Iowa, a city in the northwest part of the state. So, Priscilla, we know you have been trekking through that state 500 miles, I am told. You are talking to caucus goers, doing this reporting on the ground. What are they telling you about who they're likely to support on this frigid upcoming Monday?
Yeah, Vicky, frigid indeed. And we have spent a lot of time in the car, and Donald Trump is the name I keep hearing across the state. Many folks saying they're either all in for him or planning to make a decision on caucus night, but leaning towards supporting him. We're in Sioux County, a very conservative part of the state, spoke to voters there. And I want to play some of what some first-time caucus goers had to say about who they're supporting.
I feel that Donald Trump has a massive edge over Ron, and he gets things done. I think Ron is a good leader too, but I don't really know much about him yet.
With Trump, he's a very strong leader, is what I can tell right now. I know that he's not going to try to impress people or come off as fake, but he's going to do what he thinks is right.
And those are very conservative voters in Sioux County. They're attending a Northwestern College, a private Christian college here. And what we heard is that they don't feel like they know Ron DeSantis well enough. And that's interesting because in 2016, Donald Trump performed the worst in Sioux County. It was expected to be fertile ground for Ron DeSantis. But what we're hearing from folks there is Donald Trump is the guy to beat. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much. And be sure to tune into our coverage of the Iowa caucus Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Remote workers may be falling behind at work. New data shows people who work from home were promoted 31% less frequently than their in-person counterparts last year. This is according to employment research provider Live Data Technologies. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, the research also says that remote workers receive less mentorship. Well, certainly that makes a lot of sense if they're not there in person. So are these numbers going to change how people view remote working, maybe incentivize workers to come back to the office?
Those are all huge questions. And again, the changing paradigm because of the pandemic and the remote work and everything else. This is all from a Stanford economist, Nicholas Bloom, who specializes in remote work, basically telling the Wall Street Journal the disparities come down to what he calls proximity bias. But one bright spot here for people who are enjoying that working from home side of things, the data did show that there was no real difference in promotion rates between hybrid workers and those who come into the office 5 days a week. So there may be some shifting, at least perceptions about coming into the office. Meanwhile, CVS is closing some of its Target-based pharmacies as it struggles to boost profits. The closures will begin next month and finish by the end of April. The chain has nearly 1,800 pharmacies inside of Target locations nationwide. CVS did not comment on how many or which locations will actually be affected. And a new Federal Reserve report found more Americans are having trouble staying on top of their credit card debt. It found the amount of people late on payments went up in every category of credit card delinquency and neared an all-time high since the number started being tracked in 2012. Now, as a result, economists say banks are granting fewer credit line increases, also reducing credit lines outright more frequently. But, Vicki, we've talked about this in the past. This is going to be a trend that we're going to want to watch in the coming year because of the enhanced use of buy now, pay later, some of the stresses on household balance sheets. It'll certainly be a key thing to watch for the Federal Reserve.
You really read my mind there. Buy now, pay later, those little mini loans, they add up to all this phantom debt on top of people's real credit card debt. Yeah, definitely one to watch, and I know we'll get that information from you. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom. Division and anxiety across college campuses. Up next, we're going to chat with students about the issues that matter most to them and what makes them optimistic about the future of our democracy. That is all happening when we come back. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Tonight, NBC News Now is airing a special looking at the state of race in America. And when it comes to racial healing, it usually starts with a conversation. NBC's Shaq Brewster traveled to the University of Michigan for an eye-opening discussion with 5 students working to bridge the campus divide on issues from race to religion.
If there was a word to describe the mood that you have, the feeling that you have being on campus right now, what would that word be?
Anxious. Difficult. We're at a time where everyone, I think, needs to take a deep breath, calm down, try to diffuse the situation, at least on campuses, and begin to facilitate dialogues.
Raise your hand if you have felt on campus a concern about your words or your feelings being misconstrued. Everyone.
I feel like every day you have to watch your words on whatever you do. You can be labeled something if you just misspeak once.
Does this feel new, or has it always been this way?
I would say it kind of really started election season when I first was a freshman. Me and my roommate had differing opinions on political candidates, and sometimes I'd hear him say stuff and I'd say stuff, and we'd both look at each other and be like, what do you really think?
For me personally, I feel the only thing to be concerned about is genuine physical safety. I was in attendance of a protest and there was a helicopter circling, and you know, that's kind of unsettling to see, no explanation.
A lot of times when we are advocating Palestinian liberation in particular, it's misconstrued as us stating that we want to completely eradicate the Jewish population. And I'm like, no, our safety comes with the safety of the Jewish population hand in hand.
I'm just curious when we talk about liberation, what Palestinian liberation means to you in conjunction with Jewish safety.
I think that means going beyond the system that is currently embedded within Israel and that is currently embedded within Hamas. And I think it means establishing a state that initially is going back to what Palestinians call Palestine, while also allowing all ethnicities, religions, and people to live in there with the same rules.
You both used anxiety at the beginning of this conversation. What's the feeling that you get knowing that there's someone else who feels that same level of anxiety as you?
Just knowing that we do come from the same shared values of love and respect and empathy and humanity. It's assuring, and it's also disheartening because it's become such a polarized issue.
I think that is a great way for us to start, a conversation like that, shared grief, the shared fear of what the future holds. And I do hope that that is what paves the path for people to have these conversations with other individuals.
Conversations like these make me more optimistic about what college campuses could be and what the future could hold for not just our democracy, but democracies across the globe.
Wow, Shaq, what a great conversation, and a group of students with open minds, thoughtful, articulate group of people that you just assembled there. What else stood out in that discussion that you had?
Yeah, Vicky, it was really the bravery and vulnerability of those students to come in and share their candid perspectives. And I'm someone who has been to several college campuses since the start of the war, and you find that there's a hesitation for people to speak freely and openly, and the fact that they were willing to do that was really special. But you also really heard and got a sense of how rare these conversations are. You noticed that the students, they weren't trying to solve every problem or run from the very real divisions that were there. Instead, the priority was to listen, to really understand another person's perspective, and that is really what it was all about.
Ooh, I want to take a beat on that. Listen, just to understand someone else's perspective. We could all use more of that. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. And don't miss the National Day of Racial Healing special, sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. It airs tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern.
lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
In California, the EPA is deciding whether to redesignate at least 3 former battery recycling plants to help secure funding to clean up the toxic levels of lead that they released into the surrounding communities. NBC News correspondent Cynthia McFadden investigates the life-threatening problems one of those plants is accused of causing.
Here on the east side of Los Angeles, at what was once a battery recycling plant, they've chiseled the company's name, Exide, off the wall. If only it was as easy to erase the harm it has done to the people who live here.
It's very evil, very, very evil.
For most of the 40 years Monsignor John Moretta has served the neighborhood next to the plant, he has battled to close it, as the facility knowingly released cancer-causing arsenic and lead, in some places 650 times what the state says is safe. Well, more than 100,000 people have been affected.
I couldn't sit up here and just pray and just think that that somehow people are going to be saved.
He and other community leaders were finally successful in getting the plant shuttered in 2015 after Exide admitted to felony violations, including the illegal storage and disposal of hazardous waste, in a settlement with the Department of Justice. But now, 9 years after the plant closed, life-threatening problems remain.
Honestly, you can feel that you're sucking in dirt, grime. You can feel it on your skin.
The state's $500 million cleanup has failed. And a new study exclusively obtained by NBC News shows that the contaminated area is more than twice the size originally thought.
When we found out that our property was contaminated, we were heartbroken.
Like most people here, Guadalupe Valdivinos lives surrounded by her extended family.
Nobody cares how hurt we are, how sick we are. My 2-year-old is in behavioral therapy. Is it a coincidence? Nobody will tell me.
Children are particularly vulnerable to being poisoned by lead, which over time can cause brain damage and developmental delays. Community members say despite repeated requests, the state has not provided any long-term health testing. Mark Lopez's family has lived here since the 1950s.
I'm very motivated.
He now leads a nonprofit instrumental in shuttering Exide, but says he's furious the company got away with a modest fine, later declaring bankruptcy and dissolving in the U.S.
When we talk about environmental racism, it's not just the fact that these facilities exist in our communities. It's also when disaster happens, how do the authorities respond? And they respond in ways that tell us that our lives don't matter.
In fact, Dr. Jill Johnston was the lead author of a recent study that concluded the state's cleanup is not working. 4 out of 5 homes that were cleaned by the state are still contaminated. The team also concluded that 98% of homes as far as 4.5 miles from the former plant tested at lead levels above state standards. State officials at the Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, responsible for the cleanup, have declined repeated requests for an interview.
How good a job have they done in your estimation?
Failed completely. Year after year after year, DTSC has failed.
DTSC did tell us they have hired a new contractor to run the cleanup and a third-party monitor. But after decades of failed promises, the community is both angry and in despair. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, a woman in Massachusetts is facing an attempted murder charge after she allegedly poisoned her husband with a bowl of soup. Police say the 64-year-old was prompted to poison her spouse after a scammer, who she believed to be a soap opera star, messaged her. Doucette says the only thing she is guilty of is being scammed out of thousands of dollars. Here's what she had to say to her husband, who now has a restraining order against her.
I love you very much, and I want you to come home. I did not hurt you. I want my marriage back. I want my husband back.
The toxicology report on Doucette's husband came back negative, but police say they only tested for opioids, cocaine, and alcohol, and they need to investigate further. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're back now. It is 1:30 this Friday. I'm Vicki Nguyen, and here's what's making news right now. For the first time since before the pandemic, North Korea is reopening its borders to some international travelers next month. A group of Russian skiers will be the first known tourists to cross into the country since 2020. This is according to a Russian state-run news agency. North Korea imposed some of the strictest border controls during the pandemic and has yet to fully reopen. Parts of the Mississippi, including the state's capital, are under a boil water notice for at least 2 days after traces of E. coli were found in water samples. Nearly 217,000 people statewide are impacted, according to the state's Department of Health. And Clemson University, well, they're set to officially unveil the only facility in the NCAA for women's lacrosse. The new facility features a 1,000-seat stadium and an operations building with a locker room, film room, and a player's lounge. The team is set to open its season in its new home next month. Congratulations, Clemson. The Federal Aviation Administration announced it is boosting its oversight of Boeing after that mid-air scare on an Alaska Airlines plane earlier this month. The head of the agency telling CNBC this morning their investigation has already revealed, quote, significant problems with the Boeing 737 MAX 9 model. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from the D.C. bureau. So, Tom, that Alaska Airlines event, that was just the latest, frankly, in a series of incidents that have really shaken confidence in Boeing and its aircraft. So what exactly is the FAA doing now?
Bottom line is this comes 5 years after those two MAX 8 crashes killed 346 people overseas. Boeing promised it was going to dramatically change its safety culture so that would never happen again. And then last Friday, we had this serious accident involving the Alaska Airlines flight. Thankfully, nobody killed, but the FAA saying that it is now very concerned about the safety oversight at Boeing on the production line. In fact, how good it is and whether it exists. Take a listen to the FAA chief in an exclusive interview this morning.
So this is a brand new aircraft. It has just come off the line and it had significant problems. And we believe there are other manufacturing problems as well. So this is all about finding where the risks are, identifying the risks and mitigating them.
That's a big deal. The FAA now is going to increase its oversight of Boeing actually in the factory, demanding to know exactly how closely inspectors are watching the process. And the FAA also launching an investigation into why, if it did, in fact, why did Boeing produce a product that seemed to be unsafe? Take a look at what the FAA says in a statement. It says this incident should have never happened. It cannot happen again. FAA formally notified Boeing it is conducting an investigation to determine if Boeing failed to ensure completed products, in other words, planes, conform to its approved design and were safe to operate. FAA now putting Boeing really under pressure and in the spotlight, as you would expect. Vicki?
Yeah, well, how is Boeing responding to all of this, Tom?
Well, there's their statement.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I jumped the gun. There's their statement. Boeing releasing a statement saying they are fully cooperating and trying to be transparent with the FAA and the investigations underway. The bottom line here is that there simply are not enough government FAA inspectors to watch every part of the process of the process of manufacturing. As a result, years ago, Boeing received from the FAA permission to kind of regulate themselves, inspect themselves, trying to keep themselves in compliance. The FAA now suggesting that hasn't worked. It follows the MAX crashes, MAX 8 crashes, and now a MAX 9 accident. So the FAA suggesting maybe we need to go to a third party to conduct oversight of Boeing, the oldest plane maker in America and one of the biggest in the world.
Yeah, it has really shaken confidence in that company at this point. NBC senior correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, thank you.
You bet.
Well, today, the Biden administration announced that thousands of student loan borrowers will have their federal loans completely forgiven as early as next month. This is all coming under a new program designed for low-income borrowers. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us from the White House with more details. So, Gabe, this plan applies only to certain people who were enrolled in the administration's, quote, Saving on a Valuable Education Plan, or it was called SAVE for short. So walk us through the qualifications here.
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. And look, this is different. You may recall that last summer, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the Biden administration's plan to cancel up to $430 billion in debt. The Supreme Court said that was too broad, that the Biden administration didn't have the authority. Well, look at this. The Biden administration is now saying that enrollees who borrowed less than $12,000 and have been paying down the debt for at least a decade are eligible to have their balance wiped clean, as you mentioned, starting next month. Now, this also is different than previous repayment plans. The Biden administration has said that under old plans, and this is according to the Department of Education, some of those borrowers ended up paying more than $10,000 if they did borrow $10,000, so paying more than they actually took out. Under this plan, the administration says that number goes down to about $6,000, Vicki.
Great, and it takes effect next month, as you said. Senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, great to see you. Thank you. Well, artificial intelligence has done it again, this time with a personal touch. There is now a form of the technology that can analyze your handwriting, make it into a font, and then actually write the note for you. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson tested just how well it works.
Artificial intelligence is taking center stage at the Consumer Electronics Show. From robots to new health tools, the largest tech roadshow in the world is giving us a glimpse into the future. But one of the newest innovations of artificial intelligence is going old school. Meet Handwritten, a robot that literally puts pen to paper.
So Handwritten is trying to bring back the lost art of handwritten correspondence through
robots and AI.
A 2021 poll found that over half of Americans haven't sent a handwritten letter in the last 5 years. But now a robot making snail mail is just as easy to write and send as email. And it's not just for thank you cards. Businesses can use it too.
They're trying to figure out ways to maximize their back and forth with existing clients and donors.
These robots hold real pens to write out notes in the handwriting style of your choice, including on the envelope. You can choose what font you'd like, even your own handwriting that can be developed in just 1 week.
We would then have you fill out basically a kindergartner's workbook and have you write A 4 times and B, as well as ligature combinations. So 2 O's together, 2 L's together. Do you cross 2 T's with 1 crossbar or 2? How do you dot your I's? All of that goes into creating your handwriting.
This AI robot seems to make everything perfect.
So we jitter the lines, we change the line spacing. All that is just good programming.
So wait, the AI literally builds in imperfections.
Builds in imperfections, yep.
Handwritten says that data is encrypted, meaning that if you do choose your handwriting, it's protected from any potential hackers. The company says their goal is to make writing and sending notes accessible and intriguing for all generations.
People are getting between 1 and 3 handwritten pieces of mail a month compared to hundreds of emails a day. So I think people of all generations appreciate that.
At the biggest tech show in the world, an innovation that could bring back old traditions.
Is there irony there, though, that people are here, like, desperately mining for the next big thing?
And the next big thing might be a handwritten note.
Yeah.
Of course, yes. What's old is new again.
Steve Patterson, NBC News, Las Vegas.
Handwriting, it is a lost art for sure. All right, tennis players from around the world are preparing for the 2024 Australian Open. It kicks off this Saturday, tomorrow. This year, all eyes will be on star player Naomi Osaka. She's representing Japan. The world's #1 is coming back from maternity leave, and she is playing in her first Grand Slam since 2022. Joining us with more on the tennis star's comeback is author Ben Rothenberg. Great to see you, Ben. His biography, Naomi Osaka, Her Journey to Finding Her Power and Her Voice, it is out now. So, Ben, let's talk about this. She's going to be on the court tomorrow for the first round of the Australian Open. What are you expecting from Naomi in this first match since motherhood?
Yeah, she actually played one more tournament in Brisbane before this, and she looked really sharp, I got to say. Her motivation is really good. Her fitness is really good. The tennis has never been a problem. She's always been great at hitting tennis balls, but it's a factor of getting that fitness and that motivation together for her and her mind right. And all those things have looked very sharp so far this year. So hopes are high.
Ben, I think we all remember that she made headlines back in 2021 when she withdrew from the French Open. And in your book, you quote her as saying, "Just saying out loud that I will take a break and I'll come back when I am truly in love with the sport gave me time to reset myself." What did you learn in this process of writing the book, talking with her about Naomi Osaka's journey with mental health?
Yeah, I think that she learned that she maybe came back too soon even the first time. She came back after a pretty short layoff. She had to come back, play the Tokyo Olympics, which were a big pressure moment for her as a Japanese athlete, and then came back again after another break in early 2022. And I think it's actually this pregnancy she recently had that really gave her time to reset and really find new purpose. And it was a more meaningful break, she said, from the tour that actually stuck and has given her a newfound love and purpose in the sport.
And Ben, I know you have been following Osaka's career for many years. You have seen some of her biggest moments on the court, including her rivalry with Serena Williams. Talk to us about how that relationship has evolved.
It's a really profound relationship. Naomi would not be anywhere where she is in the world right now without Serena. It was her father who was watching the Williams sisters play doubles in 1999 at the French Open final, and he saw his own 2 young daughters and said, "Hey, I want my daughters to be like these 2 sisters I see on TV. Why can't they be?" So they moved to the U.S., they moved to Florida, sort of following the Williams blueprint very exactly. And Naomi has an incredible amount of affection for Serena, despite having been rivals, despite having played on the biggest Grand Slam stages. And one of the things that made her most upset in that very tumultuous 2018 U.S. Open final, which Naomi won amid a lot of controversy between Serena and the umpire, was the fact that Naomi had to beat Serena in order to win her first Grand Slam. She was genuinely devastated, even as a competitor, to see Serena stopped from her goal.
I do remember those tears, actually, and what an emotional moment it was for both of them, but it is great to see them celebrating each other. Author Ben Rothenberger, thank you so much for your time today. And there it is, the book Naomi Osaka, the biography. It is out now. Well, getting to sleep and staying asleep, it can be a challenge. The risks of not getting enough shut-eye and expert advice on improving the quality of your rest. That is so important, and it's coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the
Jackson
many questions.
will never be questioned.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
In today's mental health check, we are talking about how to sleep better in this new year. According to a new study by the American Academy of Neurology, people in their 30s and 40s who experience interrupted sleep, well, they're more than twice as likely to have problems with memory and have poor cognitive performance a decade later. Joining me now is Dr. Jade Wu. She is a board-certified behavioral sleep medicine specialist. Dr. Wu, it is great to see you this Friday. So let's first start with the types of things that cause sleep interruptions. I always thought of myself as a great sleeper because I fall asleep easily, but I wore one of those sleep monitors once, and it showed that my sleep was constantly being interrupted, and I don't even know why. So help people start right there.
Well, it might be surprising to hear, but actually healthy sleep involves some interruptions, so about 10 to 16 times for adults. But sometimes sleep can be even more interrupted than that, more restless, and that can be due to sleep disorders like sleep apnea, periodic limb movement disorder, or sometimes too much alcohol or caffeine in their system, and a sleep environment that is not so conducive to sleep, and many other factors could contribute.
Got it. So what does that do for your brain, that cognitive decline that is affected by bad sleep? And what are some of the other health risks if we're not getting quality sleep?
Yeah, sleep, good quality sleep and getting enough sleep really is a keystone health factor. So I'm not surprised to hear about this research finding because during deep sleep, for example, our brains are actually clearing out neurotoxins from the brain. And if we don't have enough quality sleep, then these toxins build up over time and could turn into those beta amyloid plaques that cause dementia. And also, in addition to dementia and cognitive decline, we can have a higher risk of having heart disease, higher risk of metabolic disorders like diabetes, and also mood disorders like depression.
All right. Well, Dr. Wu, I know a lot of people have a hard time just kind of getting into bed or closing their eyes and actually falling asleep. What are your tips for how to do that and get a good night's rest?
So first of all, we need to get the timing right. So sometimes people are going to bed too early or going to bed too late. So we need to get to know our own circadian rhythms, meaning our body clocks, and really try to get into a consistent rhythm. And then once we know what our rhythm is, I really recommend having a good wind down routine that is low stimulation, that is sort of switching gears from the busy doing day to being a more mindful, just about being kind of night. So we're switching gears from doing to being.
Doing to being, and part of that is removing those electronic devices, like you said, and not having those large meals, caffeine, alcohol right before bed. And we know that it's recommended adults get between 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night. Some people are like, that's aspirational, but you know, it's difficult sometimes to hit that mark. So is it part of, like you said, of developing that routine that will help you extend your sleep?
Well, the routine is absolutely the most important, because once you hit a routine, you'll actually know how much sleep you uniquely need. Not everybody needs 9 hours. Not everybody needs 8 hours. Everybody is a little bit unique in how much sleep they need. And this changes over the course of a lifetime too. So to really understand what your own unique sleep needs are, you need to get up at the same time every day and then go to bed when you feel sleepy. That's how your brain and your body tell you how much sleep you need.
It's so simple and yet difficult to do because, you know, that's the only time you're going to get to watch your show or, you know, read a book. And so people kind of don't listen to their body's signals. Last question for you, Dr. Wu, for parents. It can be a real challenge getting their kids to bed, especially with the time changes and the weather changes. What are some tips there to help your children make sure they're getting enough sleep?
I love to spend the evenings with my children in a low stimulation environment. So I actually turn off at least half lights in my house and we read books. We do really sort of connection focused activities, and we really try to keep things on a down low. And we also keep things really consistent. My kids go to bed at the same time every single night because kids really love that routine. And believe it or not, after a while, they'll actually want to go to bed if that's what they've been doing day to day.
Okay, I love that. You hear that, kids and parents? Dr. Jade Wu, great to see you on this Friday with so much great advice. We appreciate you. And stay with us, folks. You are watching NBC News Daily. Much more news ahead.
dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
In what sounds like a real-life parent trap, 2 sisters went viral on TikTok after sharing their parents' divorce and then their unexpected reunion. Today's show co-anchor Hoda Kotb shares their story.
If you're new here, my parents are divorced, but they're getting remarried.
Some might say you'd have to believe in magic if you ever thought Scott Gady and Julie Shore would ever get back together.
Started this account in the face of their divorce where they were very much like not friends, not pals, not vibing in any way.
The couple's daughters, Rachel and Caroline, have racked up millions of views on TikTok.
How did you meet?
Documenting their parents' second chance at love.
Are you guys holding hands right now?
Scott and Julie divorced nearly a decade ago, started new lives of their own while co-parenting. That changed during the pandemic while caring for elderly parents. The family of 4 found themselves in the same quarantine bubble.
My parents were still definitely separate, but it was nice to see them getting along.
The sisters picked up on something their parents had not yet realized.
This is the notorious photo that we call the parent trap photo. We were like, our parents like each other.
So Rachel and Caroline began teasing their parents, joking with the mom that she still had deep feelings for their dad. Julie realized her daughters were right. After a trip away, Scott and Julie decided to move in together. 1 year later, with some consistent encouragement, Scott proposed to Julie once again.
What are we doing? We're going to go shop for dresses. And we're going to what dresses? Oh, yeah, my wedding dress.
And just like the movie's ending, sealing their everlasting love.
We actually did it.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
We love to see that. Okay, well, the fields are set for Wild Card Weekend in the NFL with a dozen teams looking to punch their ticket to the next round of the playoffs. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung previews what to expect from tomorrow's big matchups.
The postseason is firing up in the bitter cold as 12 teams look to make it past Wild Card Weekend. It all starts tomorrow as the Dolphins leave warm Miami for the icy gridiron in Kansas City. At kickoff, the temperature at Arrowhead expected to be just 1 degree. And with the wind chill, it's going to feel more like 17 below. That would make it the coldest game in Dolphins history and is sure to impact 2 of the league's high-flying offenses.
Can't prepare for a game like that with that kind of weather, so it'll be new.
The defending Super Bowl champs determined not to let the elements disrupt their rhythm.
I just say, get ready for the game. Let's do that. I don't really care what goes on out here. You know, we're not having a snowball fight.
In Houston, a unique quarterback clash. Cleveland Browns' Joe Flacco looking to continue his resurgence, gunning for an NFL record 8th career postseason win on the road, just days before his 39th birthday. While Texans rookie C.J. Stroud aims to become the youngest quarterback to win an NFL playoff game at just 22 years old.
I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid.
But storylines on the field, no match for the shakeups on the sidelines. Just hours after Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll stepped aside after 14 seasons with the team, Patriots legendary head coach Bill Belichick announced he would hang up his hoodie.
Robert and I, after a series of discussions, have mutually agreed to part ways.
Belichick built a dynasty in New England over 24 seasons, winning 6 Super Bowl titles, all of them with Tom Brady under center. The quarterback writing, "I'm incredibly grateful to have played for the best coach in the history of the NFL. We accomplished some amazing things over a long period of time. I could never have been the player I was without you, Coach Belichick." While Belichick still has the 3rd best record in league history, his departure comes after the worst season of his career. Still, the future Hall of Famer says he's excited for the future.
It's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
And the New England Patriots didn't wait long to fill Belichick's position. The team just announced it hired 37-year-old Jared Mayo. He has joined the Patriots coaching staff back in 2019, and he's going to be the team's first black head coach, as well as the youngest head coach in the NFL. We wish him well. I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay right there. You can watch us 24/7 for free on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwat. Kate Snow is off today, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, January 12, 2024, firing back, a U.S.-led coalition launches attacks on Iran-backed rebels in the Red Sea. How the group is vowing to respond and what it all means for the rising Middle East tensions. Round 3, the latest winter storms bring snow and cold to the Midwest, along with more rain up and down the East Coast. How long the temperatures will go and when we may find some relief. Boeing on notice. The FAA announces plans to keep a closer eye on the maker of the MAX 9, what it means for the company's production in the aftermath of the door plug debacle. Plus, bringing it home, how a group in one rural Kentucky community is working to bridge racial divides by combating extreme poverty. Well, thank you so much for ending your week with us. We're going to start this hour with those growing tensions in the Middle East as the U.S. gets more directly involved with the conflicts in the region. American and British militaries launched strikes against an Iranian-backed militant group, the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis say 5 fighters died, and they are promising to retaliate. These new strikes from the U.S. and U.K. follow weeks of attacks from the Houthis on shipping planes, lanes, and boats in the Red Sea. The Houthis say they're carrying out these attacks in support of fellow Iranian-backed militant group Hamas as it wages its war against Israel. This new strike from the U.S. and U.K. is raising questions about a broader conflict in the region. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa is following the latest for us, but let's begin with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, how significant is this attack on the Houthi rebels here, and what does it all mean between the war with Israel and Hamas?
So there are a couple of things that make this a very significant strike last night, Sinclair. Number one, just the scale of it. This was a large response. More than 100 precision-guided munitions, bombs, and missiles fired at 16 different locations, more than 60 targets throughout those 16 locations. So that's an enormous number of strikes that the U.S. and the British military took inside the Houthi-controlled area of Yemen last night. So that's number one. But not just that. The whole goal here is to send a message, not just to the Houthis, the rebels there in Yemen, but also back to Iran. Iran is who supports them with funding, intelligence supply sharing and supply, weapons training, some of these new systems that they've been using. The belief is that the Iranians have been training them on this. So this is sending a message to both Iran and to the Houthis in Yemen that they need to stop these continued attacks against the commercial shipping there in the Red Sea. And the real reason that this has gotten so much attention in recent weeks, in Clay, is because it is starting to have a real impact on global commerce. So more than 10%, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 20% of shipping runs through that area. The consumers are going to start paying the price for the fact that these ships are avoiding there and having to go longer routes in Clay.
So, Ali, let's bring you in. What's the White House saying? Could more strikes be coming here?
Yes, and Claire, well, White House officials are saying that after the U.S. and allies repeatedly warned the Houthis against continuing these strikes, they say that the major assault that we saw on Tuesday, which directly targeted American ships in the Red Sea, they say that that was the last straw for President Biden. After that attack, they say he convened his national security team to come up with military options to retaliate. And that's when the president decided, alongside these allies, to retaliate with this assault on Houthi forces' land assets. And officials say that this was not an easy decision by the president, that there was great care taken to protect innocent civilian life. But as far as what happens now, as you mentioned at the beginning, Houthi forces are vowing retaliation. But U.S. officials are saying they don't have any concrete evidence of that happening. They are pointing, though, to the last sentence in the president's statement last night, where he says, quote, "I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary." In Clay.
All right, Ali Rafa and Courtney Kuby with the latest on this international conflict. Thank you both so much. And here in the U.S., nearly 46 million people are dealing with a third blast of winter weather just this week. This latest system includes a so-called bomb cyclone. It's bringing bitter cold temperatures and whiteout conditions to the plains and west, and the threat of even more twisters to the south. Earlier today, all flights were grounded at Chicago O'Hare Airport. Nearly 700 flights were canceled there, and that's causing a ripple effect all across the country. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking two separate storms, but first let's start with NBC's Adrian Broaddus in a very snowy and chilly Chicago. Sorry, Adrian, I understand we're talking about up to a foot of snow in some parts of the region. How is it looking right now?
Clay, why don't you go ahead and add rain to the mix, because that is what's happening here right now. We've seen it all: snow, wind, and now rain. There is a winter storm warning in parts of Chicago until noon tomorrow. And the challenge with that comes with this heavy wind we're expected to see, up to 45 miles per hour. We're talking about strong wind gusts, and the worst of it is expected to happen overnight. We spoke with some people getting out and about gingerly today. Here's what they had to say.
For the first time on any weather news, any news that was with the weather, it said wickedly cold. That's an interesting word for a new weather person to use. So yes, I am. I have a 94-year-old mother. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about being out in this weather.
The real cold, it's not good to be out in it for a long time. I'd worry about people who have to be stuck out in it because they don't have anywhere to go.
He's talking about the cold, and for those of you who may not have a place to call home, the advice is to check in your local communities. There are warming centers that have been created. But in addition to the cold, when those temperatures drop, all this rain and snow you see behind me will freeze. That's a bigger challenge, making driving nearly impossible. Clay?
Yeah, really important tips there. Stay slow on the roads, and especially for those experiencing homelessness, to find some warm shelter. I want to turn now to meteorologist Bill Caron. So, Bill, talk to us more about this bomb cyclone and what we should expect this weekend.
Yeah, so bomb cyclone is just a fancy term that meteorologists use for when a storm rapidly intensifies. It happens with a lot of hurricanes, occasionally with these mid-latitude cyclones, winter storms. That's what we're expecting. This will probably be classified as one later on tonight as it gets a little stronger this evening. So we are rain in Chicago, but we've had some heavier snow, 6 inches in Des Moines. Outside of Chicago, away from the lake shore, we've had as much as 3 to 5 inches of snow. We're still under blizzard warnings. As the storm intensifies, the winds will really start to ramp up later on tonight, and the cold behind the storm is what's going to get everyone's attention. All of the winter storm warnings from Colorado through Salt Lake City back through areas of Oregon. This is with another storm that's going to come in this weekend. This will be the latest in the series of storms. That one will really hit the Intermountain West hard, especially the mountainous areas of Colorado, Utah. Great for the skiers, but that's if people can actually get to the resorts. As far as the heavy snow goes in the Great Lakes, we're going to be watching the heaviest snow later tonight into areas of central Wisconsin. That's where we could pick up an additional 6 to 9 inches. And then as this storm sits here and spins this weekend, we're going to get nailed in Michigan, also western New York and Buffalo. That Steeler-Buffalo football game on Sunday, a lot of lake effect snow is possible with that. And as far as severe weather, we have not seen tornadoes. This is not the last storm, thankfully. We have not had a lot of reports of severe weather. We just got some rain. We'll still have isolated strong storms later on today. And then tonight, as this storm heads up to the northeast, right over the top of all the areas that got the heavy rain and the flooding, we still have rivers that are in flood warnings. And we're going to get another 1 to 2 inches tonight. And that's why flood watches are up for that area. But I think, Clay, the hugest story of this storm is the cold. It's negative 43 wind chill in Montana, and that cold air is plunging in behind the storm. Kansas City is now at negative 7, and you get the idea. Look at the wind chill forecast. By Monday, Dallas, negative 1. Dallas.
That's so serious. And it feels like, Bill, when these extreme weather events hit in the evening, that's when they're almost most dangerous, right?
Especially if we get that flash freeze. That's what we'll have to watch in Chicago later on tonight.
All right, we will. Bill Caron, Adrian Broadus, thank you both so much. And those storms hitting the Midwest could have an impact on attendance for the Iowa caucuses, which are now just 3 days away. Candidates are making their final pitches to caucus goers across the state. Former President Trump still holds a commanding lead, and his campaign is relying heavily on first-time attendees to put him over the edge. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now from Des Moines. Garrett, just 72 hours to go. Not that we're counting here, and the candidates need every single vote they can get. So talk to us about the importance of first-time caucus goers. How big of an impact could they have here?
Yeah, Ziegler, they're potentially a huge X factor here. These are folks who either didn't live in Iowa or weren't politically active until this caucus. And we've found this to be the case with Donald Trump across his political career, that he pulls these people in a way that other candidates have struggled to do. Our poll shows that of people who say they are caucusing for the first time, he wins 62% of them. It's a huge number. And we talked to some of these folks who were first-time caucus goers, including one who was caucusing for Nikki Haley, about kind of how they made this decision and why, in the case of these Trump supporters, they are so committed to him. Listen to what we found.
Nikki Haley.
Tell me why.
I just think, at this point, we just need a lead. We need a leader who's going to go in and unify the country. Someone that's willing to work on both sides of the aisle. I also believe that we need a president who's going to be able to serve 8 years.
Do you think of yourself as a Republican, or do you think of yourself as a Trump supporter first?
Trump supporter first.
He said their main goal is not to come after me. They're trying to stop me because they want to come after you. I feel like that's the main thing that they're trying to do.
Ziegler, that last point from that last Trump supporter there, I think is so key because it links what he has been doing off the trail in court with what he's been doing on the trail in Iowa, making that case that the people who are after him are after his supporters. And as you can hear, it resonates.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always so helpful to hear directly from these voters. Garrett Hake, thanks for your reporting as always. And be sure to tune in to our coverage of the Iowa caucus Monday night starting at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Let's turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. Some student loan debt relief could soon be forgiven, and artificial intelligence is heading to the checkout line. CNBC's Christina Portsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, and Clay. Nearly 7 million student loan borrowers are about to get some relief from the government. The Biden administration announced today it'll wipe out debt for anyone who originally borrowed $12,000 or less and is still paying off a decade later. The relief is expected to come as early as next month. CVS is closing some of its Target-based pharmacies as it struggles to boost profits. The closures will begin next month and finish by the end of April. The chain has nearly 1,800 pharmacies inside of Targets nationwide. CVS didn't comment on how many or which locations will be affected. And say goodbye to long lines at Sam's Club's exits. The retailer will now use AI to check receipts before customers leave the store instead of employees, actually. It will mean that the greeters lose their jobs. Sam says they will instead be able to refocus their time on helping customers. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Time will tell. Christina Portsenevelos, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, up next, the next phase of former President Donald Trump's legal battles. The developments we're watching in Georgia as he may soon have to pay up in a New York case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We're following 3 developing legal stories this hour, 2 involving the former president and one of them involving the current president's son. Let's start with Trump. We're awaiting a ruling from a New York judge on just how much former President Donald Trump and his company will have to pay in his civil fraud trial. Also, hearings are happening today in the Georgia election interference case against the former president. This is all happening as President Biden's son, Hunter, is preparing for trial. He pleaded not guilty on Thursday to felony and misdemeanor tax charges in Los Angeles. We have all of the political and legal angles on this story covered for you. So let's begin with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Ken, I'll start with you and the Georgia election interference case. What's being discussed in court?
Hi, Zinkley. This hearing is a continuation of one from December 1st, where Mr. Trump's team asserted that some of his conduct in the case was protected by the Constitution's First Amendment. So the judge is hearing more about that and other sort of long shot motions to get the case thrown out before trial. Trump's lawyers are also asking the judge to demand that special counsel Jack Smith turn over January 6th related evidence, and also to determine whether DA Fani Willis has shared with the Trump team a video of former senior Trump Justice Department officials Richard Donahue and Jeffrey Rosen that may be used as evidence. This hearing may also delve into some scheduling matters. Most, if not all, the defendants are appearing virtually. The other thing worth watching today is that lawyer Nathan Wade is likely to appear. That would be the first time we'd see him since these allegations were made that he and DA Fani Willis are involved in a romantic relationship. It's unclear whether that will come up, though, Sinclair.
So, Danny, let's bring you in and talk about the New York civil fraud trial. Of course, Trump has already been found liable. Really, this is about how much money needs to be paid either by Trump or his company. What do you think the ruling could be?
Well, the AG has even asked for more money than was originally claimed, which isn't surprising. I mean, you look at the calculations and the numbers, and maybe she sees it as justified to ask for many million more than was originally demanded. But look, we already got a preview as to which way this case is going to go, because the judge in this case already issued a summary judgment opinion granting the relief, most of the relief requested by the Attorney General, and leaving some counts and additional pieces of evidence to be proven in the trial. And what made this case also unusual is that the trial is before the same judge who decided summary judgment. That's not normally how it works. Sometimes you lose at summary judgment, but you say to yourself, okay, well, the judge sees the case this way. At least I have the jury. I get to start fresh. That's not what happened here. This was a judge-only bench trial, so you have the same person deciding that the Trump defendants committed fraud, then you proceed to trial against that same person who made that finding.
And perhaps also unusual is the heated encounters we saw between the judge and Team Trump. Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Danny, I do want you to stay with us. Let's now shift gears and talk about the Hunter Biden case with both Danny and NBC's Mike Memoli. Mike, good to see you. So Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to 9 tax charges yesterday in California. If he is convicted, he could face up to 17 years in prison. So what are you hearing today from Hunter Biden's team about the defense they plan to mount?
Well, Zinkley, we expected yesterday's hearing to be fairly routine and straightforward, and for the most part it was. We did see Hunter Biden enter that not guilty plea on those 9 charges. We also heard the judge set a potential trial date beginning June 20th for this to get underway. Where things got interesting was in a back and forth between lawyers representing the Justice Department making this case and Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's lead attorney, as they discussed potential motions that might be introduced ahead of that trial. It really signaled the way in which Hunter Biden's team here does plan to handle this case, which is essentially to do this, to try to put the Justice Department itself on trial. Abby Lowell reminding the judge of the fact that there had been a plea agreement reached with the Justice Department last year, which would have seen these charges essentially dismissed. And Abby Lowell saying he wants to go through why the Justice Department case reneged on that deal, in part because he believes there was political interference from House Republicans involved.
Yeah, and of course that plea deal falling apart last summer. Mike Memoli, thank you. Danny, let's go back to you because Hunter Biden is still facing a congressional investigation. And today, his team sent a letter to the House Oversight Committee arguing that the subpoenas they sent last year were not valid. Can you just break down that argument for us?
Yeah, the argument is basically that because the subpoenas were issued in November 2023, that's before the full inquiry was authorized by the House. So therefore, they are invalid. That didn't happen until several weeks later. So the argument is that those subpoenas are invalid. But Hunter Biden's legal team suggested that if new subpoenas were issued that were valid, then it appears that the Biden team would consider producing him. So I think this is actually very clever. It's probably going to result in avoiding charges through DOJ.
All right, time will tell. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. And coming up, we'll talk about how airplanes are now under the microscope. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Daily.
lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Today is day 2 of a trial in a disappearance case that made headlines from coast to coast. Jennifer Dulos was a Connecticut mother of 5 whose body has not been seen since 2019. Last year, her family petitioned to declare her dead as her body has never been found. Prosecutors are alleging Jennifer's estranged husband and his girlfriend planned Jennifer's killing. The girlfriend is pleading not guilty to a murder conspiracy charge. Shannon Miller from our NBC station in Connecticut reports.
A missing mother of 5.
Now to the case of missing New Canaan mother Jennifer Dulos.
The frantic search for her captivating the public. The estranged husband charged with murder, but his suicide under house arrest blowing up the entire case. And her body never found. Now, more than 4 years of investigations and legal drama, the grieving family of murdered mom Jennifer Dulos is finally getting a chance at justice. The trial of Michelle Draconis kicking off in a Connecticut courthouse. She stands accused of conspiring with Dulos' husband to plan the murder, charges she has pleaded not guilty to. I've been covering every twist and turn as a reporter for NBC Connecticut along the way. Lots of photographs being taken out here tonight.
Jennifer is an incredibly gentle and wonderful person. She loves her children dearly.
It began in May of 2019. Family and friends of Dulos reported her as missing, kicking off a statewide search. Almost immediately, suspicion landed on her husband, Fotis Dulos. The two were in the middle of a messy divorce and child custody battle. His new girlfriend, Michelle Draconis, also suspected.
A stunning development. Fotis Dulos, along with another woman, are under arrest in connection with the criminal investigation.
A week later, prosecutors charged a couple with evidence tampering and hindering prosecution. Surveillance video caught Fotis Dulos disposing of items that were found to contain traces of Jennifer's blood. Fotis' defense team hitting back with a shocking claim that Jennifer might have staged her own disappearance, like the plot of the book Gone Girl.
We are actively contemplating a revenge suicide hypothesis as an explanation for her disappearance.
Prosecutors not convinced by that theory, but after months of searching, they still had no idea where Jennifer Dulos was. But 8 months after Jennifer went missing, prosecutors felt they had enough physical and circumstantial evidence to bring charges. In January of 2020, they charged Fotis Dulos with murder and charged girlfriend Michelle Draconis with conspiracy to commit murder.
Michelle Draconis in handcuffs.
Both of them put under house arrest as they waited trial. But then, just weeks later, a disturbing twist. This is where it all began earlier this morning at Fotis Dulos' Farmington home, that suicide attempt. Fotis Dulos rushed to the hospital after attempting suicide at his home in Connecticut.
When officers responded, they could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle, and he had obvious signs of medical distress.
The accused, father of 5, trying to die by carbon monoxide poisoning in his garage. Then, 2 days later,
Fotis Dulos was declared dead tonight at 5:32.
Prosecutors' main suspect gone, leaving behind a suicide note proclaiming his innocence.
Quote, I refuse to spend even an hour more in jail for something I had nothing to do with.
The next day, I sat down with Dulos' attorneys who vowed to clear their client's name.
He was accused by the world, and there was nowhere he wouldn't go or could go without whispering and hateful comments made about him.
Leaving his girlfriend, Michelle, to fend for herself in court. In May of that year, Draconis breaking her nearly year-long silence, proclaiming her innocence in a statement, saying she didn't know what Fotis was capable of, and, quote, I think it was a mistake to have trusted him. NBC's Dateline features the saga that year, and I was happy to help provide context through all the twists and turns.
We were finally able to put a face with this name. That immediate day after, it was the lead story on every single newscast.
Another 3 years pass without a major break in the case. Jennifer Dulos' body is still missing. Her memory lives on in her 5 children and in a makeshift memorial. But her most enduring legacy may be Jennifer's Law, signed by Connecticut's governor on the 2-year anniversary of Dulos' disappearance, which broadens the definition of domestic violence to better protect victims.
That was Shannon Miller reporting. Still ahead, we'll visit a group working to solve housing inequality with the hopes of tackling racial injustice. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That, of course, is all those places you see on your screen. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. At least 8 cases of measles have been reported in the state of Philadelphia. The small outbreak began when a child who recently traveled to another country was admitted to the hospital. The highly contagious disease then spread to 3 other pediatric patients, including a parent. According to the city's health department, that parent ignored quarantine guidelines, sending their infected child to daycare. 4 more people at that daycare facility have since been infected. Voters in Taiwan are preparing for a very high-stakes election. They'll be electing a new president as well as a legislature. The election is an opportunity for Taiwan to balance its position between the U.S. and China. America is Taiwan's most important international supporter, but China sees the island as its own and remains Taiwan's largest trading partner. The key issue for the 3 presidential candidates is how they would approach relations with China, which has been increasingly aggressive with its military action. The vote takes place on Saturday. An archaeologist just discovered a group of lost cities in the Amazon rainforest. Using laser imagery technology, they found a variety of roads, neighborhoods, and gardens. The tech lets researchers see through the Amazon forest and map out the ground and structures underneath it. The traces of cities date back to the same time period Mayans were living in the Amazon. Pretty cool. Well, Boeing is under increased scrutiny today. The Federal Aviation Administration says it's expanding oversight of the company just a day after announcing it was launching an investigation. Last week, a panel blew out of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight while 16,000 feet above ground. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, who covers aviation, joins us now. So, Tom, Boeing is really feeling the heat right now. The FAA is investigating. So is the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. Walk us through what both agencies are looking at here and what more oversight from the FAA really means practically.
So the NTSB is in charge of the investigation into what happened with this accident. Thank goodness nobody was seriously injured, nobody killed. But of course, as we know, that panel, that door plug on that Alaska Airlines MAX 9 blew out in flight over Portland, forcing an emergency landing. That's the NTSB's job. The FAA yesterday announced we are going to investigate Boeing. How did this happen at Boeing? What has broken down in the Boeing production line quality control process that would have allow for this door plug, this failed piece, to get through the entire system and for this kind of a midair emergency? And now, today, the FAA announcing it is going to dramatically up the game in terms of oversight over Boeing. It wants to see specifically what Boeing is doing throughout its entire production process. It's even talking about bringing in a third party to act as the eyes and ears for Boeing on the production line at Boeing. Take a listen to the FAA chief this morning.
So this is a brand new aircraft. It has just come off the line and it had significant problems. And we believe there are other manufacturing problems as well. So this is all about finding where the risks are, identifying the risks and mitigating them.
Mitigating the risks. And that's the FAA chief saying that we think that we've already identified other problems. The FAA is saying this should have never happened and they need to take steps immediately to ensure it never happens again. The MAX 9 remains grounded, as you know.
So, Tom, Boeing is increasingly under the microscope. How are they responding now?
Let's be clear. Boeing is fighting for its reputation right now. This coming 5 years after the MAX 8 crashes that killed so many people. Boeing putting out a statement. It is, as you know, a party to this investigation, but Boeing says it will fully comply with the FAA and the NTSB investigations. But the problem here for Boeing is that after those MAX 8 crashes 5 years ago, it entered into an agreement whereby it essentially agreed to more FAA oversight already. And now the FAA is saying something has broken here, something's not working, and we need to dramatically increase the oversight over Boeing.
And Tom, adding fuel to that fire, we're also learning a class action lawsuit has been filed against Boeing on behalf of some of those passengers who were on last week's Alaska Airlines flight. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, these are passengers who claim that they suffered emotional and in some cases physical injuries, including ear damage and also bruising and a neck injury. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured in this incident. However, blowing out at 16,000 feet, people did experience some sort of an ear discomfort or injury, it would appear. There was one teenage boy who had his shirt completely sucked off of him and pulled out of that hole in the plane. Others claiming that they also suffered injuries. Listen, class action suits after any airline accident, that's very common. But this one, clearly, there's a lot of concern about what happened.
Certainly a lot more to come. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
This morning at the United Nations top court, Israel presented its defense against South Africa's claims it's committing genocide against the Palestinian people. South Africa's governing body has long compared Israel's policies in the West Bank and Gaza to its own history under apartheid. It's now asking the court to immediately halt Israel's military offensive. Israel, meanwhile, denies the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from London. So, Megan, take us through what happened in today's hearing.
Well, look, Israel fired back against the accusations leveled against them that they're committing genocide in Gaza. Lawyers for Israel telling the panel of judges that South Africa presented a distorted case and manipulated the reality of what's happening. They defended their military's action as a legitimate defense of its people and that it was Hamas, they argued, that was guilty of genocide. We then saw Israel's legal team really focusing on the horrors, the horrific attack on October 7th. They showed the chilling video and audio to the court describing the horrors that played out and emphasizing that any attempt to stop the fighting in Gaza was an attempt to prevent Israel from defending itself. South Africa is arguing that the military campaign carried out by Israel and the insightful rhetoric from its top leaders are examples of genocidal intent. They're asking the court to rule in favor of an immediate stop to the fighting in Gaza, Zinclay.
So, Megan, with all that said, how long could it take for this court to actually issue a ruling? And if they do rule that Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, what are the consequences practically?
Yeah, good questions. So we know that the panel of 17 judges said that they will return a judgment as soon as possible. So we suspect that we'll see a decision in the next 2 weeks. Now, as you mentioned, should the court side with South Africa, there really is no way to force Israel to adhere to the court's orders. But many analysts that we've been speaking with say if Israel doesn't comply, it could be very damaging in the court of public opinion, and it could affect its relationships with other countries. Clay.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Here in the U.S., inequality is a huge barrier when it comes to racial healing. But one group in Kentucky is working to bridge that gap by fighting a common enemy. Poverty. NBC's Antonia Hilton reports as part of NBC News Now upcoming special National Day of Racial Healing sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation.
Nestled on the eastern Kentucky border between Ohio and West Virginia sits Ashland, a town of more than 21,000, where a quarter of residents live in poverty, some in dire and dangerous conditions.
The ceiling is it's in bad shape.
NBC News was allowed inside this Ashland apartment, where tenants say the landlord has all but abandoned them.
I have nowhere else to go.
How does that make you feel? You're paying hundreds of dollars a month to live here?
It don't make me feel good.
Everybody say KPU!
The Kentucky People's Union, in conjunction with Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURJ, is working to bring together people like Jerry and others to rally around a shared goal of guaranteed safe and affordable housing for everyone. Kentucky native Beth Howard is a lead SURJ organizer and co-founder of KPU. She believes highlighting common interests like housing can be a first step toward racial healing.
Is your concern that if you don't reach these folks, someone else will?
Absolutely. We know if people are not talking to white people about their suffering, we know someone else is. And that someone else is the far right. They know that there are so many of us, working class people, white, black, and brown, that if we came together, we would outnumber them.
Kathy Johnson was among Beth's first recruits.
It has really opened up my eyes, and I'm proud to say that I have friends that are different than me.
Why do you think this work is rare?
Because it doesn't serve those who empower to have white people, first of all, recognizing whiteness and having us talk to other white people about racism.
Okay. Volunteers wear red bandanas and call themselves rednecks in what organizers say is a nod to the history of the region's working class, a 1921 labor uprising in which white, black, and immigrant coal miners joined together to fight for better wages and working conditions.
The miners wore red bandanas around their necks to signify to each other they were union.
So you use the term redneck.
Yes.
Some people see that as a pejorative or disrespectful term. What does it mean to you?
That label has now been, distorted to mean racist, right? Or trash. Our history that show this different story, that show this different way of being a white person is hidden. Those truths are dangerous to those in power.
And Antonia Hilton joins us now. Antonia, I think when people think about racial inequality or racial healing, they have trouble connecting it to poverty. I wonder, what did Beth tell you about how she's combating inequality where she is?
Well, Zinkley, in her view, almost everything can be connected back to housing and people's standard of living. So I walked door to door with her, and we met people who were picking between their housing conditions and what they could afford for rent and the medications they could afford each month, whether or not they could afford to get vegetables and nutritious food at the grocery stores. These were the tough decisions that people in this part of Kentucky are making every single month. And what she's found is that often when you're alone and you don't know your neighbors, you might blame them for some of the troubles that you're having, or you might look down on other people around you. But when you find out that a lot of people are struggling to make it right now in our economy, that their rent is going up every single year, just like it is for you, you start realizing you have a lot more friends around you, and that housing can be something that really bridges divides and convinces people to get to know their neighbors better.
And it's refreshing to hear about bridging the divides, especially, it's 2024, an election year. I wonder if that came up in your reporting.
Absolutely. She talked about not only are they seeing growth every single month in their own group, and they plan to expand this into 2024, but she thinks other groups, other communities of all backgrounds around the United States should consider housing as something that brings new voters to the table. People who feel rejected by the system, who don't show up to the polls. This is something that gets them to community meetings, because everyone cares about where they lay their head down at night. And so if you, whether you're a local organizer or a national one, can show people you are going to do something about their living conditions, she says it can make all the difference.
And briefly, what was the location like? Because I remember seeing the house that you reported in. What struck you?
Let me tell you, this story did change me in a lot of ways because I walked into homes and apartments that I would guess that most Americans don't believe your fellow Americans are living in. The conditions were that poor, and people were paying hundreds of dollars a month to live in conditions where ceilings were caving in, there wasn't proper running water in bathrooms or in the kitchen, and landlords are making money off of these locations. And so those were the tough conversations Beth is having with people day in and day out. It might not be your immigrant neighbor next door who's the reason why you're having trouble with this apartment. It might not be their fault. Perhaps there's someone else who we can hold accountable here.
Wow, really powerful reporting. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. And of course, that report is just part of our upcoming NBC News Now primetime special on racial healing, sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Be sure to join Kate and me as we host that conversation tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. And just ahead, game time. All of the storylines to watch as, yes, the NFL playoffs kick off this weekend. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
In case you missed it, the road to the Super Bowl kicks off tomorrow. It's the first round of the NFL playoffs, and you can find half of the games on NBC and Peacock. Here's the weekend slate. NBC has both Saturday games, the Cleveland Browns and the Houston Texans, as well as the Miami Dolphins and Kansas City Chiefs. Then on Sunday night, maybe the most highly anticipated matchup of the weekend, it's the Los Angeles Rams taking on the Detroit Lions. To break down the major storylines behind all of it, and beyond the Taylor Swift factor, let's bring in Ahmed Fareed. He's the host of Football Night in America on NBC. Ahmed, I'm so excited to see you. I can hardly get my words out here. So let's begin with tomorrow. Not only is the Dolphins-Chiefs matchup the first ever NFL playoff game to be exclusively streamed on Peacock, of course, it may also be one of the coldest games in league history. No thank you. 0 degrees is the forecast. The chilliest ever was in 1967 when it was a brutal negative 13 degrees. I can't even fathom that. So can you just walk us through the key storylines here?
Well, Zinkla, you've done a good job of pumping us up because, yeah, we're excited about having all these games on NBC and Peacock. And I do think that Taylor Swift will be part of the storyline, perhaps during the game. But you're right, the cold temperatures for sure. But the Chiefs are a story in and of themselves. Defending Super Bowl champions, they got one of the most recognizable players in Patrick Mahomes. But it's interesting this year, Zinkley, is that their defense is what's carrying this team, not Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift in that offense. And so we'll see the Dolphins team that has been run by their offense most of the year, also features a player, Tyreek Hill, who used to play for the Kansas City Chiefs, now going back to Kansas City. So there are a lot of storylines with this game. We're pumped to have the Chiefs on our air.
And moving to Sunday night, Detroit will actually host a playoff game for the first time in 30 years. And just to remind viewers what was happening 30 years ago, that was 94. There was the Tanya Harding-Nancy Kerrigan controversy. Schindler's List won the Oscar for Best Picture. And, of course, Jeff Bezos started that little company that would later become Amazon, right? Put simply, 30 years ago, there was a lot going on, Ahmed. And there's still a lot going on for the Lions and Rams beyond hosting the playoff game. So can you talk to us about that quarterback drama?
Yeah, that was all really 30 years ago. That seems like it was just yesterday for some of that. You're right. There is quarterback drama in this game. Matthew Stafford, a longtime Detroit Lion quarterback, set so many records with them, got traded a couple of years ago to the Los Angeles Rams, promptly won a Super Bowl with them, had never won a playoff game with the Detroit Lions. And so now Matthew Stafford will go back wearing another uniform. And this guy you're seeing on your screen, Jared Goff, was the other part of that trade. He was basically discarded by the Los Angeles Rams. He went to Detroit. Now he gets a chance at a little bit of revenge and to try to end his former team season, his former coach in Sean McVay. So it's the two quarterbacks that used to lead the other teams now trying to eliminate their original teams, if you can keep up with all that, Zinkley.
Ooh, and then if we switch gears again, there have been a number of coaches leaving their teams. We covered this yesterday, including Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots. New Englander over here. So what can you tell us about his replacement that was just hired today?
Well, Gerard Mayo has been around that organization for many, many years, spent his entire playing career there, has been around there post his playing career. And really, many years ago, the discussion was already that he was going to be the man to replace Bill Belichick whenever he retired. That was in his contract. And so here we are. And Gerard Mayo at 37 years old is going to go in there. And the big debate on is this the end of the Patriot way? Because there are some in that organization that think like they need to modernize parts of their game, maybe move in a different direction. But I would be skeptical. Gerard Mayo seems to be doubling down on the Patriot way. How can you talk about that in a bad way because they've had so much success? But it will be interesting. Bill Belichick, the greatest coach in NFL history by all accounts, out in New England.
All right, we'll see how it all plays out, quite literally. Host of Football Night in America on NBC, Ahmed Fareed. Such a pleasure. Thank you so much. And be sure to tune in for Football Night in America Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Thank you so much for ending your week right here on NBC News Daily.
from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For one family, the plot of the iconic movie The Parent Trap hits a little closer to home. In 2021, two sisters saw a spark reignite between their divorced parents, and, well, the rest is history. Today, co-host Hoda Kotb shares their story.
If you're new here, my parents are divorced, but they're getting remarried.
Some might say you'd have to believe in magic if you ever thought Scott Gady and Julie Shore would ever get back together.
Started this account in the phase of their divorce where they were very much like not friends, not pals, not vibing in any way.
The couple's daughters, Rachel and Caroline, have racked up millions of views on TikTok.
How did you meet?
Documenting their parents' second chance at love.
You guys holding hands right now?
Scott and Julie divorced nearly a decade ago, started new lives of their own while co-parenting. That changed during the pandemic while caring for elderly parents. The family of four found themselves in the same quarantine bubble.
My parents were still like definitely separate, but it was nice to see them like getting along.
The sisters picked up on something their parents had not yet realized.
This is the notorious photo that we call the Parent Trap photo. We were like, our parents like each other.
So Rachel and Caroline began teasing their parents, joking with the mom that she still had deep feelings for their dad. Julie realized her daughters were right. After a trip away, Scott and Julie decided to move in together. 1 year later, with some consistent encouragement, Scott proposed to Julie once again.
What are we doing? We're gonna go shop for dresses, and we're gonna go... What dresses? Oh yeah, my wedding dress.
And just like the movie's ending, sealing their everlasting love.
We actually did it.
Caroline and Rachel actually did it. They're here with the newlyweds, Julie and Scott. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. Well, first, how's newlywed life? You guys have been married for how many weeks?
Since the... Getting days? Couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks. How's it been going?
I think really good.
Is this super weird, this whole situation?
Yeah, it is a little bit weird. Yeah. But, you know, I think it's, the girls just left after being home for like a bit of time. So like literally we're just now.
Like, okay.
Yeah, this is it.
We're married.
Yeah, I kind of like how you guys had to be forced together because of COVID. And you guys, let's be honest, you weren't friends. You weren't on good terms. And yet here you guys found yourself in the COVID bubble together.
Yeah. That was a super challenging time, I think. But for my mom, we wanted to make sure we were staying safe. And
she's actually watching right now. So
So she kind of brought you together. So you wanted to stay safe, be in one place. Scott, obviously you want to be with your girls. So suddenly you're thrust together. Yeah. Rachel, how did you start noticing that there's like, maybe not even just, there's no more animosity. Yeah. Now there's a friendliness. Wait, is this romance we're detecting?
It wasn't for a while. It wasn't until, I would say, almost a year after COVID. COVID was just when they became, like, friendly with each other, which was new enough in itself. And I would say it wasn't until, like, 2021 that we were like, what's going on here? What's happening?
I love that story, and I think we all love The Parent Trap. You can't go wrong. Hoda Kotb, thank you so much for that interview. So cool to see that couple. Now, let's take a look at some of the stories trending right now. You know what they say about one man's trash? Well, for one former employee on the show Friends, trash is their $36,000 treasure. You heard that right. That's how much 2 original scripts sold for today at auction. The former employee says she rescued the scripts from the trash, if you can believe it, while the cast was filming in the UK in 1998. Huh, go figure. And is Tom Cruise heading back to the danger zone? Paramount is reportedly working on a script for a 3rd Top Gun movie. In 2022, Top Gun Maverick was largely credited with bringing audiences back into theaters following the pandemic. That film brought in nearly $1.5 billion. No word on whether the new one will also have a volleyball scene. But look, I love a good Tom Cruise action movie. Okay, folks? And speaking of movies, the suit Nicole Kidman wears in that infamous AMC ad, you know, that it plays in movie theaters before the movie. Well, that suit is heading into auction. The pinstripe pinstripe Michael Kors suit is expected to fetch between $5,000 to $10,000 as part of the auction house Sotheby's new Visions of America series. Pretty cool. And we're going to end with one of my favorites. Pop singer Ariana Grande is out with a new single. It's called Yes And. The song features house-inspired beats. This is Grande's first solo single in 3 years. She's been keeping busy acting. And girl, I'm so glad you're singing again. Thank you. Thank you. Next. I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thank you for watching all week. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Everyone, so good to be with you. I'm Zinklea Samoa. My co-anchor Kate is off today, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, January 12th, 2024, new winter blast. Powerful storms are bringing snow, rain, and bitter cold to millions of people. Weather alerts are posted across the country. We're tracking what's coming and when. Returning fire, the U.S. leads a wave of strikes on rebel groups in Yemen over attacks on commercial ships. The new threats of retaliation and how the White House is defending the move. Grounded, more MAX 9 flights are canceled as Boeing tries to deal with the aftermath of the door plug scare, how the government is cracking down, and the Alaska Airlines passengers now filing suit. And from A to Z's. Before you rest your weary head tonight, we have some tips and tricks to help you get a better night's sleep. So good to be with you. We're going to start this hour with the winter weather that just doesn't seem to let up. Parts of the country now bracing for a third blast. Around 46 million people are under some sort of alert, from blizzard conditions to Arctic temperatures and dangerous wind. Right now, snow and ice in the Midwest are causing a ripple effect across the country. Flights were grounded at Chicago's O'Hare Airport earlier today. Nearly 700 flights have been canceled there alone. And it could get worse because another storm is now headed to the West Coast. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking when that storm is going to hit. But we start with NBC's Adrian brought us outside in a very snowy and very cold and possibly wet Chicago. So, Adrian, you've been out there all day, bundled up, thankfully. But how is the system impacting travel for people across the country?
Hey, Zinklea, I caught I didn't catch the last part of what you said, but I'm thinking we're talking about not only the Midwest here, but also what's happening across the country. You know, this is not just isolated to the Midwest. Almost every state has some sort of weather alert. We're talking about high winds affecting nearly 145 million people and winter storm warnings effective for 56 million people. Here in Chicago, we're expected to get up to 9 inches or more inches of snow by Monday. That's more snow than what the city saw last year. And out west, they've already surpassed us, especially in Island City, Oregon. They've received 13 inches of snow, and in Deadwood Reservoir, Idaho, about 11.2 inches of snow. Now, another thing that's a big concern are these extremely strong wind gusts. We're talking about 45 miles per hour, and out west, they could range from 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then when you factor in the wind and that wind chill, it's just miserable. But back here in Chicago, people are concerned about the ice.
For the first time on any weather news, any news that was with the weather, it said wickedly cold. That's an interesting word for a new weather person to use. So yes, I am. I have a 94-year-old mother. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about being out in this weather.
The real cold, it's not good to be out in it for a long time. I worry about people who like have to be stuck out in it because they don't have anywhere to go.
And so that is the big thing. Once this temperature drops, the snowfall and the rain could form ice. Zinkley?
Yeah, I know the elements are really hard out there. Adrian Broadus, thank you so much for your reporting. Bill Cairns, let's bring you in now. I know you're tracking two separate storms, one in the Midwest and one on the West Coast. What should we expect this weekend?
Yeah, both high impact. So the one that we were just standing in there in Chicago, that's the one that we're going to watch all weekend long, plaguing the Great Lakes and a little bit there in the Northeast. You can already see out in the Pacific that next storm and that fetch of moisture on this warm front that's going to come into the Oregon coastline. This one is going to be a storm mostly for Northern California, Oregon, and then through all the mountainous areas as we go through southern Idaho. We even have blizzard warnings that have been issued. Northern Nevada, Salt Lake City area. I mean, this is great for the ski resorts. They're going to get a lot of snow and powder, but people just will have to be able to get to them first. Many areas are going to see up over a foot at the high elevations. And on top of this, the wind chills and the cold air. This is the coldest of the season by far. The temperatures in Montana, Zinkley, we are now at about -39 in Great Falls. Even Wyoming is now dropping down to -35. And all of this bitterly cold air is plunging to the south. I mean, even areas like New Mexico and Arizona are going to be saying burr.
Ooh, I'm saying it too. Burr. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Well, this weekend will mark 100 days since the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. 1,200 Israelis were killed that day. Hundreds of hostages were captured and taken into the Gaza Strip. More than 100 hostages remain there today. And now a deal has been reached to get vital medications into Gaza for the Israeli hostages, as well as Palestinian civilians. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Tel Aviv. So, Raf, what more do we know about this deal to get some medication into Gaza?
Well, Zinkley, there had been rumblings of an agreement over the last couple of days, and tonight Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office making it official. There is a deal to get prescription drugs to the hostages being held inside of Gaza. From the perspectives of the families of the hostages, this is a major breakthrough. They have been calling for this since October 7th. There are a range of health conditions among the hostages. One thing we are hearing from the families tonight is they want visual confirmation that these medicines are actually making it to the hostages wherever it is they're being held in Hamas tunnels and different places inside of Gaza. We believe it's going to be the Red Cross that will be responsible for delivering them. This deal also designed to get more medicines to the 2 million Palestinians inside of Gaza. And as we've been talking about, Zinkley, the healthcare system collapsed basically in the early days of the war. Doctors inside Gaza operating under just unbelievable conditions, short of even the most basic drugs. And the hope here is that this will provide at least a little bit of relief to those people, especially as this cold winter weather is setting in and disease is spreading among displaced people in Gaza. Zinkley.
And Raf, as you're talking about the early days of the war, I'm reminded we're coming up on 100 days since that October 7th attack by Hamas. How are people in Israel going to mark that day, especially as so many are still held hostage?
We've seen a range of events. There were some families, the hostages, who went all the way down to the Gaza border, and they used loudspeakers to call out in the vain hope that their loved ones might be able to hear them. The kind of beating heart of the hostage movement here in Tel Aviv is a place called Hostage Square. It's near the big art museum here. There's going to be a 24-hour rally on Sunday to mark 100 days. That rally is going to be addressed by the American ambassador here in Israel, Jack Lew. We're going to hear from some of the hostages who were actually released. And one of the big concerns, Zincle, as we head towards this 100 days mark, we were hearing it today from the family of one of the American hostages, is that the world may move on and that it may forget about these people who are still being held. It's not clear when, if ever, they'll be released. Zincle.
Yeah, we won't forget, and we're certainly going to continue to cover it. Raf Sanchez, thanks for all your reporting in Tel Aviv. We appreciate it. Let's stay in the Middle East. There are growing tensions as the U.S. gets more directly involved with conflicts in the region. American and British militaries launched strikes against an Iranian-backed militant group, the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis say 5 fighters died, and they're promising to retaliate. These new strikes from the U.S. and U.K. follow weeks of attacks from the Houthis on shipping lanes and boats in the Red Sea. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa is following the latest for us. But let's start with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey. Courtney, how significant is this attack on the Houthi rebels here, and what does it mean for the war between Israel and Hamas?
It's extremely significant. In fact, Sinclair, we literally just learned moments ago that there were many more locations of these targets than we originally heard. So there were nearly 30 different locations where the U.S. and British military struck last night, more than 60 total targets. And this really, the goal here was to degrade the Houthis' ability to continue to carry out these attacks in the Red Sea. They've been launching drones, ballistic missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles at a pretty steady pace for the past 2 months. The goal here, take out some of the munitions facilities, some of the launchers where they literally launch off these missiles and take out their ability to continue these attacks. And now, the more we hear about, while the battle damage assessment continues by the U.S. and the British military, the more we hear about it, we get the sense that this was an enormous and punishing series of strikes that they carried out against these Houthis overnight, Sinclair.
So with all that, Ali, let's bring you in here. What's the White House saying about this? Could more strikes be coming?
Yeah, Zincle, well, White House officials are saying that really the final straw for the president was the attack by the Houthis that we saw on Tuesday, that major assault in the Red Sea. And they say that that is when the president convened his national security team to go over retaliation options. And he decided to move forward on this coordinated strike on Houthi land assets, which U.S. officials say the damage assessment of those assets is still ongoing. But as far as what happens now, whether we could see more strikes. As you mentioned, Houthi forces have vowed retaliation. U.S. officials are saying as of now they don't have any operational info on any potential plans. But from the U.S. side, they continue to point to part of the president's statement last night in which he vowed further measures to protect Americans and U.S. assets in the Red Sea should these Houthi strikes continue, Zincle.
All right, Ali, Rafa, and Courtney Cubey with the latest for us. Thank you both. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. An important warning for parents of young kids, and some student loan debt could get forgiven. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins me now. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Zincle. Well, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled millions of kits designed to keep furniture from tipping over yesterday over potential child safety risks. The plastic zip tie in the kits can weaken, allowing the anchored furniture to detach. Kits that say manufactured by the New Age Industries from November 2019 and later are affected. Tesla announced they will be suspending most of their car production in Berlin. The automaker said yesterday that they did not have enough components to build because of supply chain delays from the Red Sea attacks. While Tesla is the first to say the attacks are directly impacting them, other automakers could soon suffer as well. And 6.9 million student loan borrowers will see some relief soon. The Biden administration said today that loans will be forgiven for some as early as next month. Borrowers who originally took out loans $12,000 or under were in repayment for at least a decade and enrolled in the SAVE program are eligible for early forgiveness. No doubt, Zincle, very welcome news for some.
Yeah, I'm sure. I understand almost over 40 million Americans have some student loans, so I'm sure that'll be impactful. Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. And still ahead, the dramatic rescue of a grandmother and a baby from a car rapidly filling with water. Plus, are you ready for some playoff football? A look at the big games this wild card weekend, including a first ever exclusive right here on Peacock. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're following breaking news. The Justice Department has announced it will seek the death penalty for the white gunman who killed 10 black people and injured 3 others in a racist shooting in Buffalo, New York in 2022. The shooter, Peyton Gendron, was already given 11 life sentences after he pleaded guilty to a hate crime charges in his state trial. Let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney and legal analyst Danny Savalos. Ken, I'll start with you. What more do we know about this decision from the Justice Department?
Well, Zinkley, this is a very interesting move because Attorney General Merrick Garland imposed a moratorium on federal executions back in 2021. But he did not preclude federal prosecutors from seeking the death penalty in cases where they thought that was warranted. And in some other cases that were pending that they inherited, they have continued to pursue the death penalty. But this is the first time that they have sought it in a new case under the Biden-Garland administration. And clearly they believe this case is heinous enough and aggravated enough that it merits the ultimate punishment. But again, federal executions are not happening right now. And Joe Biden is a president who says he's against the death penalty and came to office vowing to eliminate the federal death penalty. So it remains to be seen whether this penalty actually ever gets carried out in this case, assuming they achieve this result. But it's kind of a symbolic move that they wanted to impose the ultimate penalty.
Interesting. And Danny, let's bring you in because this is a significant move. And the shooter's attorney said he would plead guilty to federal charges if prosecutors did not seek the death penalty. They now have done that. So what do you think's happening next?
This negotiation, they may still plead guilty because now the ante has been upped. Maybe they could still enter into negotiations with the government, but the government has just filed a notice. They arrive at that completely unilaterally. It's up to them. They have to go through what are called these statutory factors, aggravating factors that warrant the death penalty, and then they make that decision whether or not they want to seek it. Among those factors, the non-statutory factors that they consider are whether race was a factor. That's one. one, but also the danger to other people in addition. So this is a case that would clearly qualify under the statute. But the death penalty at the federal level is very clearly discretionary. There are probably many more such crimes that would qualify, but it's truly up to the DOJ, which is why, as Ken pointed out, this is such a significant piece of news.
And it's unique in that a jury would decide.
A jury decides. It's the only criminal case in which the jury decides not only guilt, but life or death, the penalty phase.
All right, Danny Savalos, Ken Delaney, and thank you both so much. And Boeing is under increased scrutiny today. The Federal Aviation Administration says it's expanding oversight of the company just a day after announcing it was launching an investigation. Last week, a panel blew out of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight. It was 16,000 feet above ground. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, who covers aviation, joins me now. So, Tom, Boeing is feeling the heat right now. The FAA is investigating, so is the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. Walk us through what both agencies are looking at and what more oversight from the FAA practically means.
Keep in mind, this is a dramatic development from the FAA today because we know that the NTSB is investigating how this accident happened and what contributed to the accident, right? That's the NTSB's job. The FAA yesterday announcing it's launching an investigation into what the heck is happening at Boeing that would allow this kind of a defect to come through its entire production line and then make its way onto a commercial jetliner. And then today, the FAA coming out and saying, we're not comfortable with the FAA's quality control. We're not comfortable with their commitment to safety. We are dramatically increasing the auditing, if you will, the safety auditing there of the Boeing's production line. Let me just read you something that the FAA released in a statement as they're talking about all of their concerns. They say this incident should have never happened, and it cannot happen again, says the FAA. FAA formally did notify Boeing that it is conducting an investigation to determine if Boeing failed to ensure completed products, in other words, planes, were in fact conforming to its approved design and were in a safe condition. That coming from the FAA. So Boeing, by the way, responding, saying that it is going to continue to completely, fully agree with, I should say, cooperate with the investigation, both at the FAA and also at the NTSB. Make no mistake about it. Boeing, which 5 years ago was recovering following 2 MAX 8 crashes that killed 346 people, Boeing's reputation right now is clearly on the line, and it knows it.
So, Tom, speaking of that reputation, right, we're also learning a class action lawsuit has been filed against Boeing on behalf of some of those passengers who were aboard last week's Alaska Airlines flight. What's the latest on that?
Well, I think there may be several, and this is not unusual. Whenever any aviation incident happens, you have class action lawsuits pretty quickly. But despite the fact that nobody was killed, thankfully, nobody seriously injured, this lawsuit claims many people did suffer emotional trauma and also some physical injuries, eardrum damage because of that open window and the wind howling through, also some minor physical injuries. Boeing can expect quite a few lawsuits as a result of this, and they may very well, this may cost them dearly.
I can only imagine how scary that experience was. Tom Costello, thank you so much, and we got a lot more ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is day 2 of a trial in a disappearance case that made headlines from coast to coast. Jennifer Dulos was a Connecticut mother of 5 whose body has not been seen since 2019. Last year, her family petitioned to declare her dead as her body has never been found. Prosecutors are alleging Jennifer's estranged husband and his girlfriend planned Jennifer's killing. The girlfriend is pleading not guilty to a murder conspiracy charge. Shannon Miller from our NBC station in Connecticut reports.
A missing mother of 5. Now to the case of missing New Canaan mother Jennifer Dulos. The frantic search for her captivating the public. The estranged husband charged with murder, but his suicide under house arrest blowing up the entire case. And her body never found. Now, more than 4 years of investigations and legal drama, the grieving family of murdered mom Jennifer Dulos is finally getting a chance at justice. The trial of Michelle Draconis kicking off in a Connecticut courthouse. She stands accused of conspiring with Dulos' husband to plan the murder, charges she has pleaded not guilty to. I've been covering every twist and turn as a reporter for NBC Connecticut along the way. Lots of photographs being taken out here tonight.
Jennifer is an incredibly gentle and wonderful person. She loves her children dearly.
It began in May of 2019. Family and friends of Dulos reported her as missing, kicking off a statewide search. Almost immediately, suspicion landed on her husband, Fotis Dulos. The two were in the middle of a messy divorce and child custody battle. His new girlfriend, Michelle Draconis, also suspected.
A stunning development. Fotis Dulos, along with another woman, are under arrest in connection with the criminal investigation.
A week later, prosecutors charged a couple with evidence tampering and hindering prosecution. Surveillance video caught Fotis Dulos disposing of items that were found to contain traces of Jennifer's blood. Fotis' defense team hitting back with a shocking claim that Jennifer might have staged her own disappearance, like the plot of the book Gone Girl.
We are actively contemplating a revenge suicide hypothesis as an explanation for her disappearance.
Prosecutors not convinced by that theory, but after months of searching, they still had no idea where Jennifer Dulos was. But 8 months after Jennifer went missing, prosecutors felt they had enough physical and circumstantial evidence to bring charges. In January of 2020, they charged Fotis Dulos with murder and charged girlfriend Michelle Draconis with conspiracy to commit murder.
Michelle Draconis in handcuffs.
Both of them put under house arrest as they awaited trial. But then, just weeks later, a disturbing twist. This is where it all began earlier this morning at Fotis Dulos' Farmington home, that suicide attempt. Fotis Dulos rushed to the hospital after attempting suicide at his home in Connecticut.
When officers responded, they could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle, and he had obvious signs of medical distress.
The accused, father of 5, trying to die by carbon monoxide poisoning in his garage. Then, 2 days later,
Fotis Dulos was declared dead tonight at 5:32.
Prosecutors' main suspect gone, leaving behind a suicide note proclaiming his innocence.
Quote, I refuse to spend even an hour more in jail for something I had nothing to do with.
The next day, I sat down with Dulos' attorneys who vowed to clear their client's name.
He was accused by the world, and there was nowhere he wouldn't go or could go without whispering and hateful comments made about him.
Leaving his girlfriend, Michelle, to fend for herself in court. In May of that year, Draconis breaking her nearly year-long silence, proclaiming her innocence in a statement, saying she didn't know what Fotis was capable of, and, quote, I think it was a mistake to have trusted him. NBC's Dateline features the saga that year, and I was happy to help provide context through all the twists and turns.
We were finally able to put a face with this name. That immediate day after, it was the lead story on every single newscast.
Another 3 years pass without a major break in the case. Jennifer Dulos' body is still missing. Her memory lives on in her 5 children and in a makeshift memorial. But her most enduring legacy may be Jennifer's Law, signed by Connecticut's governor on the 2-year anniversary of Dulos' disappearance, which broadens the definition of domestic violence to better protect victims.
That was Shannon Miller reporting. Still ahead, we'll visit a group working to solve housing inequality with the hopes of tackling racial injustice. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That, of course, is all those places you see on your screen. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. At least 8 cases of measles have been reported in the state of Philadelphia. The outbreak began when a child who recently traveled to another country was admitted to the hospital. The highly contagious disease then spread to 3 other pediatric patients. According to the city's health department, one of those children was then sent to daycare while still infectious. 4 people at that daycare have since been infected. North Korea is set to admit its first tourists into the country since the start of the COVID pandemic. The group is reportedly made up entirely of Russian travelers. According to an online itinerary, the 4-day trip will begin next month. The group will visit Pyongyang and a ski resort. And all 6 crew members aboard a Navy helicopter that crashed yesterday are recovering. The chopper went down in the water near San Diego. A spokesperson for the Navy says the crash happened during a routine training mission. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Well, there may be a blizzard in Iowa, but the campaign trail, well, that's red hot with the state's caucuses now 3 days away. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are battling for second place as former President Donald Trump maintains a big lead heading into the final stretch. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Sioux City, Iowa. Priscilla, you're in a very conservative part of the state, but it's also the area where former President Donald Trump actually performed the worst back in 2016. So what are you hearing from folks there this time?
Yeah, I'm hearing from a lot of folks in Sioux County who say that they are still undecided but leaning towards Trump. They like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, but feel that they know what they're getting with Donald Trump. Take a listen to some of those conversations.
Donald Trump already did it all. He knows how to do it. He's experienced, so probably just leaning towards him.
Will you actually come through DeSantis? Will you? Because Trump is
abrasive enough to push his envelope. You have backed down a couple of times. I am still undecided, but I do believe I'm leaning towards Trump.
And given how poorly Trump performed in Sioux County in 2016, you might think it's fertile ground for someone like Ron DeSantis, who has really tried to court evangelical voters. But what we heard from caucus goers is that they just don't feel like they know him as well as they know the former president now. Zinkley?
Priscilla Thompson in Iowa for us. Thank you so much. Stay warm. Well, newly released video shows a dramatic rescue in Florida. First responders racing to rescue a grandmother and small baby from a car sinking into a ditch. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas explains how they pulled it off.
Hey, can you hear us? The sheriff's office.
An incredible rescue with Flagler County Sheriff deputies arriving within minutes after a car crashed on its side in a Florida ditch, quickly filling up with water during the rescue.
Oh, the kid, Jen.
Trapped inside, just barely above water, a baby and a grandmother.
All right, we're going to get your baby first, all right?
First responders breaking the window with the baby still strapped in her car seat.
Watch your eyes. Let's get the baby out.
And the water was almost up over the car seat.
We got a kid in here, and this baby's head is just barely above water.
So they knew that they had to quickly get this child out of the car seat and out of that car before it slipped or even completely turned over.
There's the baby.
Get her out, come on. Deputies handing the child off to firefighters, then helping the grandmother get out too.
Command 2 incoming unit. We got one child out. We're working on the female now.
The harrowing rescue all caught on camera last week. The video just released by the Flagler County Sheriff.
How does it feel to know that your officers made this rescue?
But I'm very proud of our team. I'm proud of the teamwork that was shown between the fire rescue guys and the sheriff's office. So it's a great way to start 2024. It just shows the community how well trained our deputies are and how they're willing to, in this case, get very wet, jumping into a drainage ditch and rescue two people.
I did. You're good. You're doing great, man. You're doing great. Take nice and deep breaths.
A grandmother and an infant lucky to have survived. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Wow, so glad they're okay. Guad, thanks for that one. Well, inequality is a huge barrier when it comes to racial healing, but one group in rural Kentucky is working to bridge that gap by fighting a common enemy, poverty. NBC's Antonia Hilton reports as part of NBC News Now upcoming special National Day of Racial Healing sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation.
Nestled on the eastern Kentucky border between Ohio and West Virginia sits Ashland, a town of more than 21,000, where a quarter of residents live in poverty, some in dire and dangerous conditions.
The ceiling is it's in bad shape.
NBC News was allowed inside this Ashland apartment, where tenants say the landlord has all but abandoned them.
I have nowhere else to go.
How does that make you feel? You're paying hundreds of dollars a month to live here?
It don't make me feel good.
Everybody say KPU!
The Kentucky People's Union, in conjunction with Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURJ, is working to bring together people like Jerry and others to rally around a shared goal of guaranteed safe and affordable housing for everyone. Kentucky native Beth Howard is a lead SURJ organizer and co-founder of KPU. She believes highlighting common interests like housing can be a first step toward racial healing.
Is your concern that if you don't reach these folks, someone else will?
Absolutely. We know if people are not talking to white people about their suffering, we know someone else is. And that someone else is the far right. They know that there are so many of us, working class people, white, black, and brown, that if we came together, we would outnumber them.
Kathy Johnson was among Beth's first recruits.
It has really opened up my eyes, and I'm proud to say that I have friends that are different than me.
Why do you think this work is rare?
Because it doesn't serve those who empower to have white people First of all, recognizing whiteness and having us talk to other white people about racism.
Okay. Volunteers wear red bandanas and call themselves rednecks in what organizers say is a nod to the history of the region's working class, a 1921 labor uprising in which white, black, and immigrant coal miners joined together to fight for better wages and working conditions.
The miners wore red bandanas around their necks to signify to each other they were union.
So you use the term redneck.
Yes.
Some people see that as a pejorative or disrespectful term. What does it mean to you?
That label has now been, distorted to mean racist, right? Or trash. Our history that show this different story, that show this different way of being a white person is hidden. Those truths are dangerous to those in power.
Antonia Hilton joins us now. Antonia, you spend so much time traveling the country, covering civil rights, poverty, race. I wonder what struck you specifically about this report?
This story shocked me in some ways. Not the basic facts of it. I understood how housing could be an issue that unites everyone, because everyone cares about where they lay their head down at night and the conditions they're in, right? But what I saw in this community in Kentucky, it doesn't seem like something that you could imagine should be in the United States. The wealthiest country in the world. We pride ourselves on the economy and our ingenuity all the time. And we have Americans who are working, who are paying rent. These are not homeless people who deserve all the support, but who aren't paying rent for where they're staying, right? Like, these are people paying to a landlord to live in the conditions you just saw there. And it really changed me, I think, to see that on the ground. And so it made me have an appreciation for the work that community organizers of all backgrounds do to support people for their housing, to connect them with renting support and organizations that do this work. But also I can see how it can create a larger conversation and change. Yeah. And that really was a lesson for me.
Wow, well, really impactful report. And you can see more of Antonia Hilton's reporting tonight as part of our upcoming NBC News Now primetime special on racial healing, sponsored by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. So be sure to join Kate Snow and me as we host the conversation tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, streaming right here on NBC News Now. In case you missed it, the road to the Super Bowl kicks off tomorrow. It's the first round of the NFL playoffs, and you can find half of the games on NBC and Peacock. Here's the weekend slate. NBC has both Saturday games, the Cleveland Browns and the Houston Texans, as well as the Miami Dolphins and Kansas City Chiefs. Then on Sunday night, maybe the most highly anticipated matchup of the weekend, it's the Los Angeles Rams taking on the Detroit Lions. To break down the major storylines behind all of it, and beyond the Taylor Swift factor, let's bring in Ahmed Fareed. He's the host of Football Night in America on NBC. Ahmed, I'm so excited to see you. I can hardly get my words out here. So let's begin with tomorrow. Not only is the Dolphins-Chiefs matchup the first ever NFL playoff game to be exclusively streamed on Peacock, of course, it may also be one of the coldest games in league history. No thank you. 0 degrees is the forecast. The chilliest ever was in 1967 when it was a brutal negative 13 degrees. I can't even fathom that. So can you just walk us through the key storylines here?
Well, Zinkley, you've done a good job of pumping us up because, we're excited about having all these games on NBC and Peacock. And I do think that Taylor Swift will be part of the storyline, perhaps during the game. But you're right, the cold temperatures for sure. But the Chiefs are a story in and of themselves. Defending Super Bowl champions, they got one of the most recognizable players in Patrick Mahomes. But it's interesting this year, Zinkley, is that their defense is what's carrying this team, not Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift in that offense. And so we'll see the Dolphins team that has been run by their offense most of the year, also features a player, Tyreek Hill, who used to play for the Kansas City Chiefs, now going back to Kansas City. So there are a lot of storylines with this game. We're pumped to have the Chiefs on our air.
And moving to Sunday night, Detroit will actually host a playoff game for the first time in 30 years. And just to remind viewers what was happening 30 years ago, that was 94. There was the Tanya Harding-Nancy Kerrigan controversy. Schindler's List won the Oscar for Best Picture. And, of course, Jeff Bezos started that little company that would later become Amazon, right? Put simply, 30 years ago, there was a lot going on, Ahmed. And there's still a lot going on for the Lions and Rams beyond hosting the playoff game. So can you talk to us about that quarterback drama?
Yeah, that was all really 30 years ago. That seems like it was just yesterday for some of that. You're right. There is quarterback drama in this game. Matthew Stafford, a longtime Detroit Lion quarterback, set so many records with them, got traded a couple years ago to the Los Angeles Rams. Promptly won a Super Bowl with them, had never won a playoff game with the Detroit Lions. And so now Matthew Stafford will go back wearing another uniform. And this guy you're seeing on your screen, Jared Goff, was the other part of that trade. He was basically discarded by the Los Angeles Rams. He went to Detroit. Now he gets a chance at a little bit of revenge and to try to end his former team season, his former coach and Sean McVay. So it's the two quarterbacks that used to lead the other teams now trying to eliminate their original teams, if you can keep up with all that, Zinkley.
Oh, and then if we switch gears again, there have been a number of coaches leaving their teams. We covered this yesterday, including Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots. New Englander over here. So what can you tell us about his replacement that was just hired today?
Well, Gerard Mayo has been around that organization for many, many years, spent his entire playing career there, has been around there post his playing career. And really, many years ago, the discussion was already that he was going to be the man to replace Bill Belichick whenever he retired. That was in his contract. And so here we are. And Gerard Mayo at 37 years old is going to go in there. And the big debate on is this the end of the Patriot way? Because there are some in that organization that think like they need to modernize parts of their game, maybe move in a different direction. But I would be skeptical. Gerard Mayo seems to be doubling down on the Patriot way. How can you talk about that in a bad way because they've had so much success? But it will be interesting. Bill Belichick, the greatest coach in NFL history by all accounts, out in New England.
All right, we'll see how it all plays out, quite literally. Host of Football Night in America on NBC, Ahmed Fareed. Such a pleasure. Thank you so much. And be sure to tune in for Football Night in America Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Well, still ahead, how you can get a better night's rest and improve your mental health at the same time. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
In today's mental health check, we're talking about how to sleep better in the new year. According to a new study published by the American Academy of Neurology, people in their 30s and 40s who experience interrupted sleep are more than twice as likely to have problems with their memory. And not only that, it's also tied to poor cognitive performance a decade later. Joining me now to talk about this, Dr. Jade Wu. She's a board-certified behavioral sleep medicine specialist. Dr. Wu, Happy New Year. Good to see you. So what causes our sleep to be interrupted, and specifically, what's keeping people up in their 30s and 40s?
It could be anything from a poor sleep environment or not having a very consistent sleep schedule. Sometimes things like aging and too much coffee or too much alcohol can also contribute.
So with all that, right, it's not just a matter of waking up and being a little grumpy, right? It actually has some serious health risks by not sleeping well and has been linked to cognitive decline. Can you just break that down for us a bit?
Yeah, so during sleep, especially deep sleep, the brain is actually clearing out toxins from the brain. So that's really important because these toxins over time accumulate into beta amyloid plaques that cause Alzheimer's disease.
And with that, I know experts then really emphasize that sleep is a tool to stay healthy. I'm always hearing that 7 to 9 hours a night, which can feel a bit lofty at times. But talk to us, is that the number that we should be trying to hit? And what are some practical steps we can take to improve our sleep? Is it sleep apps? Is it listening to music? What should we be doing?
You know, more important than the amount of sleep you get is actually the consistent timing of your sleep. So using a device like Hatch, for example, the sound machine and light machine to automate your bedtime routine to make it consistent and to make your bedroom really comfortable and dark and quiet when it needs to be, but also, you know, a different context than your waking environment can be really helpful.
I love that. Using apps, creating a calm environment, and also being consistent about when you choose to sleep. I know some people think they can just catch up on sleep over the weekend and recover from what some experts call a sleep deficit. Can you explain that for us and why it's important to actually go to bed at the same time every night?
Well, the thing is, you can't actually really catch up on sleep debt. I mean, maybe a little bit. You can catch up, an hour and two here and there. But over the long run, the damage of sleep debt, which is not getting enough sleep, just builds up and the damage is done. So getting that consistent sleep from night to night is much better than just, trying to catch up later when the damage has already been done.
And to the point of damage, for some people like me, earlier this week, I did not sleep well for one day, but then I went back to my normal routine. But for others, it may be a sign of a deeper issue. When might someone need to go actually get some professional help?
Yes, if you find that you're very sleepy during the day, like you're falling asleep during meetings or while driving, or you can't stay awake during a movie, that's a good sign that something is not going right at night. You're not getting enough sleep or not good quality sleep. Might even be a sign of sleep apnea. Or if you just feel like no matter what, you're not getting good quality sleep, you can't fall asleep or stay asleep well, that's a good sign to get professional help too.
I love that, especially in the new year when so many people are making new goals. Starting with the basics, good sleep is a good place to start. Dr. Jade Wu, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, there's a lot more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For one family, the plot of the iconic movie The Parent Trap hits a little closer to home. In 2021, two sisters saw a spark reignite between their divorced parents, and, well, the rest is history. Today, co-host Hoda Kotb shares their story.
If you're new here, my parents are divorced, but they're getting remarried.
Some might say you'd have to believe in magic if you ever thought Scott Gady and Julie Shore would ever get back together.
Started this account in the phase of their divorce where they were very much like not friends, not pals, not vibing in any way.
The couple's daughters, Rachel and Caroline, have racked up millions of views on TikTok.
How did you meet?
Documenting their parents' second chance at love.
Are you guys holding hands right now?
Scott and Julie divorced nearly a decade ago, started new lives of their own while co-parenting. That changed during the pandemic while caring for elderly parents. The family of four found themselves in the same quarantine bubble.
My parents were still definitely separate, but it was nice to see them getting along.
The sisters picked up on something their parents had not yet realized.
This is the notorious photo that we call the Parent Trap photo. We were like, our parents like each other.
So Rachel and Caroline began teasing their parents, joking with the mom that she still had deep feelings for their dad. Julie realized her daughters were right. After a trip away, Scott and Julie decided to move in together. 1 year later, with some consistent encouragement, Scott proposed to Julie once again.
What are we doing? We're gonna go shop for dresses, and we're gonna go. What dresses? Oh yeah, my wedding dress.
And just like the movie's ending, sealing their everlasting love.
We actually did it.
Caroline and Rachel actually did it. They're here with the newlyweds, Julie and Scott. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. Well, first, how's newlywed life? You guys have been married for how many weeks?
Since the days, couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks. How's it been going?
I think really good. Is this super weird, this whole situation?
Yeah, it is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But, I think the girls just left after being home for a bit of time. So, literally, we're just now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it.
We're married.
Yeah, I kind of like how you guys had to be forced together because of COVID. And you guys, let's be honest, you weren't friends. You weren't on good terms. And yet here you guys found yourself in the COVID bubble together.
Yeah. That was a super challenging time, I think. But for my mom, we wanted to make sure we were staying safe. And
she's actually watching right now. So hi, Grandma. So she kind of brought you together. So you wanted to stay safe, be in one place. Scott, obviously you want to be with your girls. So suddenly you're thrust together.
Yeah.
Rachel, how did you start noticing that there's maybe not even just, there's no more animosity. Now there's a friendliness. Wait, is this romance we're detecting?
It wasn't for a while. It wasn't until, I would say, almost a year after COVID. COVID was just when they became, friendly with each other, which was new enough in itself. And I would say it wasn't until, 2021 that we were what's going on here? What's happening?
I love that story, and I think we all love The Parent Trap. You can't go wrong. Hoda Kotb, thank you so much for that interview. So cool to see that couple. Now, let's take a look at some of the stories trending right now. You know what they say about one man's trash? Well, for one former employee on the show Friends, trash is their $36,000 treasure. You heard that right. That's how much 2 original scripts sold for today at auction. The former employee says she rescued the scripts from the trash, if you can believe it, while the cast was filming in the UK in 1998. Oh, go figure. And is Tom Cruise heading back to the danger zone? Paramount is reportedly working on a script for a third Top Gun movie. In 2022, Top Gun Maverick was largely credited with bringing audiences back into theaters following the pandemic. That film brought in nearly $1.5 billion. No word on whether the new one will also have a volleyball scene. But look, I love a good Tom Cruise action movie. Okay, folks? And speaking of movies, the suit Nicole Kidman wears in that infamous AMC ad, that it plays in movie theaters before the movie. Well, that suit is heading into auction. The pinstripe pinstripe Michael Kors suit is expected to fetch between $5,000 to $10,000 as part of the auction house Sotheby's new Visions of America series. Pretty cool. And we're going to end with one of my favorites. Pop singer Ariana Grande is out with a new single. It's called Yes And. The song features house-inspired beats. This is Grande's first solo single in 3 years. She's been keeping busy acting. And girl, I'm so glad you're singing again. Thank you. Thank you. Next. I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thank you for watching all week. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
If it's Friday, it all starts in Iowa. We're live in dangerously cold Des Moines, where all eyes are on the frontrunner, the field, and the weather, as caucus goers and candidates face frigid temperatures in the final 72 hours before the first-in-the-nation presidential contest. Plus, the U.S. military leads deadly airstrikes against dozens of Iran-backed Houthi targets in Yemen, prompting vows of vengeance from the rebels and stoking fears of further escalations in the Middle East. And Congress barrels toward a partial government shutdown as House Republicans revolt against Speaker Johnson's spending agreement with just 1 week to go until the deadline. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I am Kristen Welker. We are here in a very snowy, very cold Des Moines, Iowa, with just 3 days to go until the all-important Republican caucuses get underway. And let me tell you, folks, it sure is cold out here. That is the word of the day. The weather is now a factor for candidates and caucus goers. You are looking at some of the wintry scenes all across the state this week. The cold and the snow forced campaigns to cancel events today. Now, the forecast for Monday is dangerously cold temperatures with stinging wind chills, colder than any previous caucus day. And candidates are doing their best to motivate their supporters to brave the cold and turn out to caucus.
You know, it's going to be cold. I know it's going to be not the most pleasant, but I don't think you'll ever be able to cast a vote that has more impact given the circumstance. We don't know what the turnout's going to be. It could be much smaller than what it's been in, in the 16 cycle. That's possible.
It's going to be cold. They've already told you that. Well, you know what? George Washington didn't complain about the weather when he crossed the Delaware.
It's going to be negative 15, but I'm going to be out there, and I want you to go out there. But you get it. Iowans get it. You know that you start all of this. You know you send a message to the rest of the country about where you think we should go.
Now, in addition to watching the weather, we are also watching to see just how dominant former President Trump's performance is on caucus night. Polls show him leading by more than 30 points, which would be an historic margin of victory. The current record in an Iowa Republican caucus was...
I'm hearing her on delay, so I'm just going to turn it off. Tell them.
88. And of course, we're also watching the fight for second place. Nikki Haley is hoping she'll have a strong showing here, and it'll give her some momentum heading into the New Hampshire primary. Ron DeSantis, who staked his entire campaign on a strong performance in Iowa, may need a second-place finish to even have a campaign this time next week. Joining me now here is NBC News' Garrett Haake. Garrett, you have been covering this campaign from the beginning. Well, we'll go sledding after these live
I hope so, yeah.
First of all, let's start here because it is snowing. You were here in 2012, as was I, covering caucuses then, back in 2016. This cycle feels unique. It feels different. What are you watching, and what are the key themes for you right now?
Well, I think the fact that Donald Trump is running as functionally an incumbent and we're seeing as being treated as an incumbent is really making this different from those other caucuses. The fact that he has had such a dominant lead really from the jump without anybody coming close to challenging him in a significant way, coupled with this weather, which has made the idea that anyone could sprint anywhere, much less kind of sprint through the finish line, has taken some of the urgency out of what we've seen here at the end of the day. But when you talk to Trump when you talk to Trump's staff, when you talk to his supporters, they really want to try to break the record here. They want to prove that he is this dominant figure in the party and see if they can end this primary process before it even really gets started.
And Garrett, it's notable because you've been talking to first-time caucus goers as well, and they are fueling part of the enthusiasm
That's right.
we're feeling around these caucuses that are set to get underway in just 3 days from now. What are they telling you?
So this is interesting because this is a group that, it's very difficult to measure, right? And Donald Trump has always done well with people who he has pulled in from outside of politics, non-traditional Republicans, non-traditional political people at all, whether they be young people, whether they be folks who just didn't care about voting before. Our poll has shown that he gets 63% of people who identify themselves as first-time caucus goers. And what he's done differently now than what he was able to do even in 2016 when he came close here but couldn't win is he's professionalized his operation, and they are turning these people who are first-time caucus goers into volunteers and caucus captains, and they're sort of weaponizing them in this caucus in a way that he's not been able to do before but could be really decisive on Monday.
Yeah. It's interesting. Obviously, this is all about the people who are going to turn out. And we're watching Donald Trump, but we're watching this all-important fight for second place, in part because the game has changed after Chris Christie has now gotten out of the race. He was barely a blip here in Iowa, but he was polling at 12% in New Hampshire. So if Nikki Haley can have a strong showing here, Garrett, she heads into New Hampshire with a lot of momentum. I've been talking to some undecided voters. They say they are now looking at Nikki Haley. What is your sense of this second place fight?
Well, look, I've been at DeSantis and Haley events this week, and I have met people who are considering both candidates at the others' events, right? There are still people who are certainly shopping between the two here in Iowa. In New Hampshire, it's a more interesting picture, as you say, because Haley appears to be in a much stronger second place there, and the polling indicates that she could take some of those, perhaps the majority of those Christie supporters with her, with him being out of the race. She has the narrowest possible opportunity here to make this a real fight. But you could see it. You could see it if you look hard enough. Just strong second place here, pulling those Christie voters, maybe even winning in New Hampshire. But again, it's going to take that, generating that momentum, generating that enthusiasm. Her events were larger than they have been for her recently, but I don't know if I've detected that kind of groundswell that would make this into a real fight. We'll find out on Monday.
You sure will. You're going to be there to cover all of it, Garrett. Your reporting has been tremendous. Thank you for being here in this.
Stay warm.
I will try. Thank you, Garrett. Really appreciate that great analysis. Now we want to head over to Sioux City, Iowa. That is where my colleague, NBC's Priscilla Thompson, is live. She's talking to caucus goers there. And Priscilla, Sioux City is a county that could give us some early insight into the enthusiasm for former President Donald Trump. What are caucus goers there telling you, Priscilla?
Yeah, absolutely, Kristen. And we are hearing from a lot of caucus goers in Sioux County who say that they're still undecided. Some of them may not make a choice until caucus night, but that they are leaning towards Donald Trump, even as they're kind of between Ron DeSantis and Trump. We spoke with first-time caucus goers at Northwestern College. That is a Christian college here. We also spoke with folks at the local Pizza Ranch, Republicans there, and I want to play some of those conversations for you.
The one that stands out to me the most is probably Donald Trump. It's because I feel like he has more of authority, and people, like different countries, respect him more than so far any other presidents I could think of. I think Ron is a good leader too, but I don't really know much about him yet because he's been the governor of Florida, and we've seen 4 years with Donald Trump already.
I am still undecided, but I do believe I'm leaning towards Trump.
Tell me why.
I believe that he did what he said he was going to do in 2016, and I was surprised about that.
And the idea of Trump being a known entity is something that we heard over and over from from caucus goers that we've talked to across the state. Obviously, we're here where there's a very large evangelical population, abortion ranking really high on a lot of these caucus goers' list of priorities. And they say that while Donald Trump did sort of pave the way for the overturning of Roe v. Wade, that's not necessarily the deciding factor for them this time around. Kristen?
Really fascinating to hear from those caucus goers, Priscilla. And of course, just taking a step back for a bit, Donald Trump didn't do so well in Sioux City back in 2016. So hearing that enthusiasm for him is certainly significant as we head into the big caucus night. Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much from Sioux City, Iowa. Now I want to head over to Steve Kornacki, who is live at the big board. And Steve, of course, you are watching all 99 counties here in Iowa, but there are a few that are particularly significant. Tell us what you're watching and tell us what we should be watching for on caucus night.
Yeah, a couple things here. We'll just pick up where you left off with Priscilla here. Show you Sioux County here, northwest Iowa, really. This is an area, evangelicals play a big role in Iowa caucuses in general. Back in 2016, 64% of the Iowa Republican electorate was evangelical Christian, but it's especially true in northwest Iowa, and it's not just folks who are affiliated as evangelical Christians, it's folks who go to church regularly. Church is a major part of their lives. And I think it's no true anywhere else but Sioux County. And we saw in 2016 how skeptical evangelicals were of Donald Trump. Many were at the beginning, and the story of the last 8 years has been this political bond Trump seems to have generated with them. So again, Sioux County back in 2016, here's the result. Ted Cruz won it. You don't even see Donald Trump's name here at the top. He finished at 11%, his worst of the 99 counties. So I think Sioux County is one we're going to look at right away, or as soon as we get results in it. We can't control the order these counties come in, but as soon as we get Sioux County, I think it's going to tell a big story. This is a story about Donald Trump. Has he improved his standing with evangelicals? How much has he improved his standing with evangelicals? Is he winning this county? Is he winning it big? It's also a story about Ron DeSantis. If Ron DeSantis is going to make a stand on Monday night, he has really courted evangelicals aggressively, got an endorsement from one of the top evangelical leaders of the state. This was, as we see, a Cruz County in 2016. This is the kind of place that DeSantis has really got to make a stand, make a statement if he's going to be a factor and he's going to pull off a surprise of any sort on Monday night. Now, let's look at it from Nikki Haley's standpoint. If we zoom out to all the counties here, Nikki Haley, we found her strongest support: political independents, college-educated voters, higher-income voters, voters in the suburbs, voters with a more negative view of Donald Trump. Broadly speaking, the coalition that Haley's been putting together in Iowa and elsewhere resembles the coalition that Marco Rubio had in Iowa back in 2016. So I'm going to call the 2016 results up on the screen here. And again, the pink counties here, salmon, whatever you want to call them, these are the Rubio counties. Now, there's only 5 of them that he won, but see, he came close to getting set. He really came close in Iowa overall. These are big, these are, relatively speaking, Iowa, densely populated big counties. They're the counties, too, with the highest concentration. This is Polk County, the state capital. This is Dallas County, suburbs, wealthy suburbs right outside of Des Moines. One of the highest concentrations of college degrees in the state. This is Story County, where Iowa State University is, one of Donald Trump's worst counties, one of Marco Rubio's counties. This is Johnson County, most Democratic county in the state, Iowa City, University of Iowa, Scott County, where Davenport is. These are the 5 counties that Rubio won. Is Haley winning these 5 counties? Is she winning any of them? Is she winning all 5 of them? If she's going to get a second place showing and get the momentum Garrett was talking about to go into New Hampshire, she's got to be doing real well in these 5 counties. And the other question with her, too, is where did Rubio fall short, and where could Haley make inroads in the places where Rubio fell flat in 16? Could she move beyond that base of the well-educated, higher income? Because take a look like at southern Iowa here near the Missouri border. County after county looks like this. Rubio didn't even register here. These are small rural counties here. Rubio didn't even register. Ben Carson got 3rd. You know, Ben Carson got 3rd. So you see it over and over in these counties. Ben Carson, not Marco Rubio. So Haley, if she's going to have a surprise showing here, a really strong showing in Iowa, it's not just winning or doing well in those Rubio counties, showing inroads in the rural places with low concentrations of college degrees where Rubio didn't register at all, and where her types of the voters who are gravitating towards her are not many in number so far in those places.
Well, we know you will be watching it closely. We're going to be talking to you throughout the weekend, including on Meet the Press on Sunday. Steve Kornacki, thank you for breaking all of that down for us. Really appreciate it. Now we are joined by senior political editor Mark Murray, who is here braving the elements with me in Des Moines. Mark, thank you for being here.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Look, let's pick up where Steve left off. You talk about a place like Sioux County, the importance of that, the fact that Donald Trump didn't do well there in 2016. And boy, you heard that enthusiasm in Priscilla Thompson's piece there. Do you think this could be a potential historic night for former President Trump?
Yeah, and it's important to note that he is the former president of his party, and still importantly, he is still incredibly popular. And so he's being treated in a different way than he ever was in 2016. I think it's important for us to kind of remember that. But our poll and other polls end up showing him with a substantial lead, potentially historic lead, Kristen, in this contest. And so I do think that that's something for us to kind of keep in mind as we see who battles out for second place, where, you know, Donald Trump and his standing might be the biggest storyline of them all on Monday night.
And I know we're talking about this battle for second place as well. Steve Kornacki talking about the fact that Nikki Haley, if she wants to do well, she's got to do well in the suburbs, educated voters. She's got to be able to pick up that swath of voters if she wants to, for example, come in second place. What does the second place finish mean for a Nikki Haley versus a Ron DeSantis?
Yeah, so for Nikki Haley, it means that that momentum is real. Even in a place, remember, she hasn't campaigned in Iowa as much as Ron DeSantis has. Ron DeSantis is the one who has the endorsement from the state sitting governor, Kim Reynolds. He's the one who's been to all 99 counties. And if somehow he finishes in 3rd place, that is a huge indictment on him. Nikki Haley might be able to afford a 3rd place finish because we've seen her situation in New Hampshire. She's actually in a pretty decent position right now, regardless of what happens here on Monday night. So I do think that Ron DeSantis has more on the line than Nikki Haley does. But then again, everybody, we're going to see the intensity. If you can actually come out to vote and participate on the Monday caucus in these conditions, you have to be the most committed of caucus goers. And our poll has actually showed that when it comes to enthusiasm and commitment, it's Donald Trump who's actually has the most.
Well, I have to say, soon after I landed here last night, Mark, I hopped on the phone, started talking to voters who I've been in contact with throughout this process, and some of them still undecided, but they say nothing's going to prevent them from turning out to caucus on Monday. How do you think, I know it's still an X factor, I know you're not Al Roker, but how do you think the weather could impact these results?
Yeah, and again, you know, one of the reasons why we end up seeing a caucus process is it does measure the intensity and enthusiasm. You know, there is no early vote, there is no vote by mail, there is no absentee. You either show up or you don't, regardless of the conditions. And so our own polling has been measuring intensity and enthusiasm for Trump and for everyone else, and we're going to see who really does have the most enthusiastic, and whether you're Trump, DeSantis, or Nikki Haley.
All right, we sure will, and I know you're going to be here to cover all of it. Mark Murray, thank you so much. Thanks for braving the elements with me. We really appreciate it. And our special coverage here in Iowa is just getting started. On Sunday, I'll have a special edition of Meet the Press live right here from Des Moines. And on Monday, NBC News Now will have special coverage of the caucuses starting at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. And now, a very special moment here. I am going to toss it to my colleague, Yamiche Alcindor, who is holding things down back in the Meet the Press studios in Washington, D.C. And Yamiche, it is a special day for our entire NBC News family because you are back from maternity leave. I want to welcome you back. We have missed you, but we're thrilled you had that time with your family and with your precious new baby.
Well, thank you so much. I am so grateful to have had the time off with my adorable baby boy. And Kristen, thank you for toughing it out in chilly Iowa for us. I missed you, and seeing you out there in the elements, it just proves just how great of a lead you are. So thank you so much. We will, of course, check back with you later this hour. And coming up, a major escalation in the Middle East. The U.S. military and its British allies launched strikes on more than 60 Houthi targets in Yemen. We have the details and the fallout next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Well, Welcome back. I'm Yami Shalsender in Washington, where we continue to learn more about the U.S.-led strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. It comes after a recent surge in attacks by the Iran-backed Houthis against shipping vessels in the Red Sea, and amid concerns that the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas could grow into a wider regional war. The U.S.-led strikes targeted multiple locations throughout Yemen. According to the U.S. Air Force, it struck over 60 targets at 16 locations using more than 100 precision-guided munitions. In a statement following the military action, President Biden said the strikes were intended to send a, quote, clear message that the U.S. and its partners would not tolerate attacks on its personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil the crucial waterway. In response, Houthi leaders have said they will not back down and have vowed to retaliate. Now, while speaking to reporters on Air Force One, the NSC's John Kirby was questioned about a potential war with Yemen.
We're not interested in a war with Yemen. We're not interested in a conflict of any kind here. In fact, everything the president has been doing has been trying to prevent any escalation of conflict, including the strikes last night.
Joining me now is Courtney Kube at the Pentagon. So, Courtney, tell us more about these strikes and what is this latest response by the U.S. and U.K.? Is it going to deter the Houthis and weaken some of their capabilities, possibly?
So the strikes were targeting some of those capabilities. So things like launchers, places where they were launching ballistic missiles and anti-ship cruise missiles, warehouses where they kept their munitions, and some of these one-way attack drones, some of their command and control sites. So the idea here is to do just that, to try to deter future attacks. And I got to tell you, Yamish, you know, they fired off, the U.S. and the British military, they fired off more than 150 precision-guided bombs and missiles last night at more than 60 different targets. This was a huge bombing campaign that they undertook that last night. So while we don't have a good sense yet still of the battle damage assessment, you have to assume the military officials here believe that it was successful, this targeting. You have to assume it was able to degrade at least some of the Houthis' capability to carry out these attacks against commercial shipping and, frankly, military ships in the southern Red Sea. And that was the whole goal here, to try to deter those future attacks. But not just by taking out their capabilities, but also by sending a message to the Houthis and, frankly, back to Iran, who backs the Houthis with funding, with equipment, with intelligence. Sending the message to the both of them, if you continue to carry out these attacks and you threaten global commerce, the U.S. and the British military, at least, will respond.
And as you talk about that message, I was also thinking about the idea that we had that map up and you said huge bombing strike. So can you talk a bit about how the countries in the region are reacting when you look at all of the different countries that are surrounding that area?
So it's actually been kind of a mixed reaction, Yamish. So NATO ally Turkey has condemned it, saying that it has the potential to escalate the situation further. Saudi Arabia, who has a difficult and bloody relationship, frankly, with years of bombing campaign inside Yemen against the Houthis, they have also condemned it. But keep in mind, they have reached this current ceasefire with the Houthis that's been holding now for more than a year, going on 2 years, actually. They do not want to get dragged back into any kind of a conflict in Yemen. They have condemned this. So has Oman, who generally has a pretty good relationship with the U.S., particularly military to military. But it's not just the U.S. Even though the U.S. and the British military were the ones who actually carried out these strikes last night, there were a number of other nations, including Australia, who were supportive of the strikes. They played sort of a non-operational role in supporting the strikes last night. And I have to say, remember, there is this continued maritime operation there. It's called Operation Prosperity Guardian. This is a defensive maritime group that's come together. It's more than 20 nations now. They have been patrolling through that region, trying to defend against continued Houthi attacks. This strike last night, these strikes, they were completely separate and apart from that. It's a totally different alliance now, Yamish.
Well, such important reporting on what, of course, is a really important moment in this situation. So, Courtney Kube at the Pentagon, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Let me now bring in Bilal Saab. He is the founding director of the Defense and Security Program at the Middle East Institute and a former senior advisor at the Pentagon. So thank you so much for being here, Bilal. And I want to ask you, you have an article laying out the different options that the U.S. could have taken against the Houthis. And you called the strikes inside Yemen, quote, the least bad option. So what's your reaction to these strikes? Did they go far enough to stop the Houthis' attacks?
It's good to be with you, and it's good to be on your show again. Believe it or not, I actually wrote that article before the strikes happened, and I thought that that was the most likely course of action, and it so happened to be it. Look, the president was presented with a number of options, which I believe, frankly, all of them were bad. Then it became an issue of which one do you choose that is the least bad and potentially most effective. And that is the course of action that the United States and the UK, along with a small number of other allies, have pursued. Look, is it going to work? I mean, obviously, this is the million-dollar question. The Houthis themselves have already said that we're going to retaliate, so it might still lead to escalation. But the bottom line is that our entire position in the Middle East, our core interest in the Middle East, our enduring interest in the Middle East is to protect freedom of commerce and navigation. So the alternative of inaction or adopting a defense-only posture was simply not going to work. Now it's a matter of pairing that military instrument with hopefully some kind of a more invigorated diplomatic effort to try to come to a resolution of the Gaza war, and frankly call the bluff of the Houthis, because the reason why they seem to be launching these attacks is to support Hamas and to end Israel's war against Gaza. So let's just do a much better job on the Gaza front in hopes that this would sort of change the calculus of the Houthis. I'm not sure it's going to work, but we can test that proposition.
Well, as you said, you're not sure it's going to work. So talk to us about how strategically significant the locations that were targeted are, and could they possibly weaken the Houthis' capabilities?
Well, I agree with Courtney. I mean, those were not small strikes. Obviously, the lethality, the precision, the significance of them, they're all certainly noteworthy. But the Houthis still have, obviously, a tremendous amount of capabilities, all of it provided, as Courtney suggested, and she's correct, by the Iranians. So this is a process, okay? This is not going to be a one-off strike that is going to debilitate the Houthis. This is a process, and if there's going to be a tit-for-tat, then you're going to have to up the ante a little bit more and escalate and try to go after more sensitive targets and perhaps even leaders of the Houthis, which is going to require more accurate intelligence. And I hope that we're going to have the capabilities to collect that really precious intelligence.
I want to ask you, you talk about intelligence. There's also this idea that this ultimately goes back to Iran. Even the British Foreign Secretary David Cameron, he was talking about this being a message not just for the Houthis, but also for Iran. So talk a bit about what impact that might have on Tehran and what could it deter it?
Yeah, this is not a two-way conversation for sure. This is a three-way conversation. This is us, or if you want to say the Western coalition, the Houthis, and then the Iranians. The Iranians are obviously involved. They're invested, given the fact that they, once again, provide material assistance to the Houthis, whether it's the funding, whether it's the weapons, the training, and lately, of course, the intelligence to strike those targets in the Red Sea, without which simply the Houthis are incapable of waging those attacks. So is this going to deter the Iranians? We don't know. The honest answer is we don't know. We also do not know what is the precise nature of the relationship between the Houthis and the Iranians. How much control do the Iranians exercise over the Houthis? We don't know that. But once again, we have to test all of these propositions as we continue to apply diplomatic pressure paired with some use of force, which I believe is not only legal, but legitimate and necessary. And hopefully that combination with international cooperation will somehow deter the Iranians.
And briefly, I want to ask you, what might retaliation by the Houthis look like?
Increased attacks against commercial ships in the Red Sea. They might be using weapons that we did not think of before, a combination of weapons. They can certainly make those attacks more deadly, more intense, more frequent. And then once again, they have the capabilities. This is going to take us quite some time. And I'm not going to put a specific, time frame on this, to actually severely degrade the capabilities of the Houthis. They've amassed a good amount over the years, inherited some from the previous regime in Sana'a in Yemen, and obviously some provided by the Iranians.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Bilal Saab. I really appreciate you coming on and breaking this all down for us.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Absolutely.
And up next, it's a countdown to Election Day at home and abroad as voters in Taiwan prepare to hit the polls hours from now amid rising tensions and threats from China. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back to Iowa, where caucus goers will be caucusing in just 3 days, but voters will be voting in the high-stakes presidential election in Taiwan, with polls set to open in less than 3 hours. On the eve of that consequential election, the Senate unanimously approved a resolution highlighting Taiwan's commitment to democratic elections despite the looming threat by Beijing. Joining me now is Republican Senator from Alaska, Dan Sullivan, who, along with Senator Tim Kaine, introduced that bipartisan resolution on Taiwan. Senator, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen, and Happy New Year from beautiful Alaska.
Happy New Year to you. I do want to get to the elections in Taiwan, but first I want to ask you, of course, about the news that we have been talking about, President Biden ordering those airstrikes against Iran-backed Houthi targets in Yemen. What was your reaction to learning that? Do you think that it went far enough?
No, I don't think it went far enough. I've been encouraging the Biden administration for weeks to take much more aggressive actions. So I supported the strikes, but they were long overdue. But, you know, the previous segment you just had on really gets to the heart of the matter, and that's the broader appeasement strategies that the Biden administration has undertaken with regard to Iran. They reversed a number of initiatives that the Trump administration had put forward. And I've actually talked to the president and Jake Sullivan directly about, hey, reestablishing deterrence with regard to Iran, and in particular reimposing things like sanctions against their oil and gas sector, sanctions against their ballistic missile sector. So this is something I think is going to take a long time to reestablish deterrence. And we could also start with the Houthis. I've pressed Secretary Blinken. You know, they removed them from the list of organizations that sponsor terrorism. I've pressed the Secretary of State for the last year and a half. Hey, put the Houthis back on that list. They're trying to kill Americans, for goodness sake. So there's a lot more we can do that our government should be doing. But this was an important step. It was overdue, but I supported it.
You're calling it appeasement. The Biden administration would undoubtedly take issue with that word. They would argue they are trying to get the Iran nuclear deal back on track. You are calling for tougher measures, though, and I wonder if you can be specific. What would those measures look like? For example, your colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham, is arguing that the U.S. should make strikes against the IRCG inside Iran. Is that something that you would support? Is that the type of tougher action that you're calling for?
Yes, but let me just back up again, because I do think it's important, the context. During the Trump administration, yes, we pulled out of the JCPOA, although the Trump administration launched a historic peace initiative. We reestablished deterrence by killing Soleimani, the head of the Quds Force, and we initiated very broad-based sanctions against their oil and gas sector. By the end of the Trump administration, the Iranians had about $4 billion in foreign reserves. That's actually not a lot. Now they have about $70 billion in foreign reserves that enables them to fund their terrorist proxies, whether it's the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. So I think reestablishing deterrence talks about, well, I would certainly support what Lindsey Graham's talking about on the kinetic side. But like I said, I had a pretty long discussion with Jake Sullivan and the president saying you would have bipartisan support to reestablish very strong sanctions against the Iranian oil and gas regime, which is a huge source of their power. And you may have seen, Kristen, just a few weeks ago, the UN sanctions against the Iranian ballistic missile sector expired. We should be pressing that. Again, these aren't that difficult. You would have Republican and Democratic senators supporting those kind of much more aggressive actions against Iran.
And, of course, independent inspectors have determined that Iran is now closer to developing a nuclear weapon. But let me ask you, do you think that this is becoming a wider war, Senator? How concerned are you about that?
Well, I'm concerned about it, and I think everybody is concerned about it. But I think the way in which you avoid a wider war is to show much more toughness with regard to Iranian proxies. I don't think Iran wants a broader war. And the key is, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis, when they're taking action, particularly action, Kristen, and they've been doing this a lot just in the last few weeks, to kill American service members, that's where we need to draw the line. What happened with regard to deterrence previously was that the Iranians thought, through the Quds Force, that they could kill Americans with impunity. You might remember the Soleimani and the Quds Force ended up killing and wounding over 2,000 American service members in Iraq through Iraqi Shia militias. That had to stop, and that's why I strongly supported and encouraged President Trump to kill the leader of the Quds Force, Soleimani. We certainly reestablished deterrence back then, and what I worry is that deterrence has now unraveled. It's difficult to reestablish deterrence, but if the president took much stronger actions against the Iranians, kinetic and non-kinetic like sanctions, he would get support from both Democrat and Republican senators. I'm sure of that.
Let me turn to Taiwan, Senator, and just ask you for your perspective about the elections there. Obviously, we are watching it closely here. For folks who are sitting at home wondering why Americans should care about this election, what is the answer, and how concerned are you that the results of the election could further provoke China?
Well, I think it's already provoking the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping, and that is the concern. So the elections, as you mentioned, Kristen, are actually tomorrow. That will be the 8th presidential election that the Taiwanese have had. So very important, the inauguration of whoever the new president is isn't until May. So we are likely going to see a very volatile and possibly even dangerous period in the Taiwan Strait. So what we need to be doing, and I think it's starting to happen, is our government needs to show strong support and resolve for Taiwanese democracy, and we need to enhance deterrence in the Taiwan Strait. You mentioned the resolution that we passed in the Senate yesterday. We had 50 co-sponsors on that resolution, Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives, and then it passed unanimously in the Senate yesterday. That's good news. That's the United States Senate showing not only the people of Taiwan, but the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping, we support Taiwan democracy. And I think that's enormously important for our own national security interests, but to help the courageous people of Taiwan.
Senator, let me ask you about the race for the White House. Obviously, I am here in Iowa, where former President Trump, according to the polls, has a very strong lead. We'll have to wait and see what happens on Monday. An increasing number of your colleagues are now endorsing the former president, including Senator Barrasso. Do you plan to endorse Mr. Trump?
Well, what I've said is I plan to endorse the Republican nominee, and I think President Trump is looking quite strong in that regard. And look, I think one of the most important things we can be doing right now is just comparing the policies of the Trump administration with the Biden administration. You know, Kristen, we've been talking about a very dangerous world. Think about what's happened under the Biden administration, an invasion of Ukraine, a horrible, atrocious invasion of Israel, certainly supported by the Iranian terrorist regime, huge tensions in the Taiwan Strait, as we just talked about. And I think a lot of that has been, you know, driven by the Biden administration's weakness. The president is cutting our military every year. This year's Department of Defense budget shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. In terms of energy policies, we've unilaterally surrendered that
Senator,
strength.
Senator, let me just stop you there, because Republicans are calling for budget cuts that would presumably impact defense spending in the military as well. Would it not?
Well, during the, I'll tell you this. The second term of the Obama administration cut defense spending by almost 25%. It was actually one of the big reasons I ran for the U.S. Senate as a Marine Corps officer myself. And during the Trump administration with the Republican Senate, we significantly, well, this is an important point, Kristen, we significantly increased defense spending and readiness. And I think that is such an important issue right now. By the way, a lot of Democrats support that. President Biden has put forward 3 years in a row his budget cuts defense spending while significantly increasing all the other federal agencies. This is a huge policy issue where there's disagreement. I think President Trump and other Republicans have strong disagreement with President Biden on this.
Senator, but at the same time, just in terms of what's happening right now, you have Republicans, particularly in the House, who are calling for budget cuts that would inevitably impact defense spending. But let me ask you about former President Trump. Of course, when you talk about his foreign policy, he has called for pulling back from NATO. But I want to ask you about some of the headlines this week. He was before a D.C. appeals court. His lawyers argued that a president would be immune from prosecution even if he ordered the assassination of a political rival by SEAL Team 6 unless he was impeached and convicted by the Senate. You, of course, voted to acquit former President Trump twice. Do you agree with this interpretation of presidential immunity? Is he above the law?
Well, look, I have not seen the details of the presidential immunity lawsuit, so I'm not going to comment on that. But what I do think is that all of these
I just read it to you, though. I just read it to you. Do you think he's above the law?
Well, I mean, again, I do. I don't think anyone's above the law, but I do a lot more due diligence before I answer questions on a topic of that importance, not just listening from, reading it from a news reporter. But let me make a broader point here, and I think it's an important one. All of these actions by different prosecutors, whether in Georgia or a couple in New York, I think that what they're doing is they're only strengthening President Trump's support in the Republican Party. The people should be the ones choosing the next president, not, liberal prosecutors in New York. And I think that that's becoming a broader issue in these elections that are coming up. They're certainly becoming a broader issue with regard to what's happening in the Republican primaries.
And of course, the indictments, the federal indictments that he was facing were brought by an independent special counsel. Senator, I thank you for your time today. I have to say, we did a fact check. It is colder here in Iowa than it is in Alaska today. So we thank you very much for joining us on this very chilly Friday before the caucuses.
I hear you might be getting a big storm there, so hang in there, but it's always great to have beautiful snowy weather. Certainly we love it in Alaska.
We're enjoying it here. Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chris.
And when we come back from the break, we do have much more Meet the Press Now. Do stay with us. Yamiche will pick up from Washington with new developments and turmoil on Capitol Hill. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. While much of the political world is focused on Iowa right now, we're also keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill. We are just 1 week away from a potential partial government shutdown and 3 weeks away from a potential complete government shutdown. Today, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he is sticking with a deal on top-line spending numbers for 2024 that he reached with Democrats last week. But some in his party are opposed to the deal. Chairman of the Freedom Caucus, Bob Good, announced today that he opposes the agreement. That makes it more likely that Speaker Johnson will have to rely on Democrats to keep the government open. Senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, break this all down. How much pressure is Speaker Johnson facing right now from the far right of his own party?
Hey, Yamish. Well, it's substantial pressure because it comes from the same group of right-wing troublemakers who ousted Speaker Johnson's predecessor, Kevin McCarthy. They've shown that they're willing to use scorched earth tactics to get what they want in this tiniest of tiny majorities, and they're demanding that he walk away from the spending deal. But Johnson also faces pressure from other quarters, from centrist Republicans who are telling him stick to this deal, that he has to keep his word here, as well as Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans who say it's important that he stick by his agreement on this top-line spending deal. Yes, it's a little less spending than Kevin McCarthy got in his deal with President Biden, so there are wins for conservatives count here, but it's not enough for these right-wing members. And the question is, are they willing to take the L and go home and be content with these modest wins in divided government, or are they going to try something drastic like they did with Kevin McCarthy and threaten his job?
Well, of course, as you just mentioned, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, this situation reminds me of exactly how he got ousted. So is there any talk, any pressure there of possibly ousting Speaker Johnson?
Well, it's certainly a lot of deja vu here, Yamish, but there's no specific plot to oust Speaker Johnson. Let's put it that way. There are some Republicans, like most notably Texas Congressman Chip Roy, who have said this is a tool that is on the table if that spending deal isn't adjusted. He hasn't gone beyond that and explicitly threatened to do it. But there are other members, including in the Freedom Caucus, like Ralph Norman, who say it's not going to happen, that Mike Johnson is not going to get ousted so soon. Congressman Bob Good, who was one of those 8 votes to overthrow Kevin McCarthy and is currently the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, said it was a ridiculous supposition to even talk about overthrowing Mike Johnson just a few months into the job. So at the moment, his job doesn't appear to be in danger, but this is, you know, let's think of it as a lot of straw suddenly on the camel's back. The honeymoon is over. He's going to have to figure out a way out of this jam and keep the government funded when you've got just 4 days, Yamish, on Monday when Congress returns to get that job done.
Quite the countdown, and I will underscore, at the moment, his job is not on the line. So thank you so much, Sahil, for your reporting.
Thank you.
And joining me now is the panel. On set is Mariana Sotomayor. She's a congressional reporter for The Washington Post. Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris and co-host of The Weekend, which is premiering tomorrow on MSNBC, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. So, Mariana, I want to come to you because we are using words like plot, like partial government shutdown versus complete government shutdown. It's all head spinning. Can you just break down what's going on the Hill right now?
Yeah, today I felt completely head spun around and literally had to say that to a couple of sources because that's what happens on Capitol Hill sometimes, especially when things are moving. And yeah, we actually saw Johnson stick to his plan and stick to what a majority of Republicans in his conference want him to do. There are concerns about, you know, cutting spending, addressing the border. Those things are still happening. Those conversations still happening. But, you know, a lot of Republicans saying, we are still going to defend you. You need to stick with this deal because it's already been baked in. They've wasted so many months last year to only get to a similar deal. So is the government going to shut down? It's a question mark. I've been hearing from some sources that it's possible that they actually do a short-term extension, which is something that Johnson has said he would not do to try and appease the far right. So any move that Johnson makes right now, he's going to get backlash from the far right. He's going to get backlash from the moderates. But the fact that there is still some goodwill, the fact that there are Republicans, including from those hardline members, who are saying, we can't oust him, we couldn't agree on anyone for 3 weeks, who are we going to agree on next if we try and oust someone? So as of right now, it's a little sticky.
Sticky is a good word. Sticky is a good word. Simone, I want to also now turn, of course, there's Iowa that's just looking us down the road here, but there's also New Hampshire, which is where Senator Joe Manchin, our favorite senator who just goes around touring right now, not declaring that he's running for president, but touring and listening to people. I want to play a little bit of sound from him in New Hampshire. Here he is.
And then you have to make a decision. The character of that candidate, whether you agree or disagree, whether you support or haven't supported, whether you're in the same political party or not. The people that are just telling me, I'm going to vote for the Democrat because I'm a Democrat, I'm going to vote for the Republican no matter who it is, that's bullcrap. Vote for the person. Vote for the best person that should be leading this country.
So that was Joe Manchin non-committally answering a question from a voter about who they should vote for. Again, he is someone who is a Democrat, but he is not saying vote for Joe Biden. So tell me, how worried should Democrats be when you have someone like Senator Joe Manchin, who's always been a thorn in their side, answering a question like that?
Well, I was waiting for Senator Manchin to tell us who he thinks is the best person. And I think it's telling that he did not answer that question, maybe partially because he hopes to be a pick for no labels. I don't think no labels is seriously considering Senator Manchin, but I think Senator Manchin himself would like to be considered. Look, I think the thing that should keep Democrats up at night is not Joe Manchin and his town hall in New Hampshire, but rather the real threat of third-party candidates and what the Joe Manchin conversation represents, because that is very real. I think in this election, more so than any other in recent presidential election history, third parties really have the ability to do real damage, and all the data and history suggests that that damage will be to the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden, and not to whoever the Republican nominee ends up to be, who we assume to be Donald Trump.
Brad, do you agree? And talk a little bit about what you're thinking.
Well, Joe Manchin's a pretty good weather vane. He's been tuned over many decades. And so I think if I were a Democrat, I would say that what I would be most worried about is the fact that Joe Manchin, who is highly tuned to be a centrist weather vane, feels like it's not the popular thing to say that. And this is evidence in Joe Biden's problems with independents. He's got to win back independents if he's going to win re-election. And he would need people who Joe Manchin is looking for approval. If he's going to win.
And now, talking more about sort of presidential politics, who would you rather be, Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis? Brad?
Well, Nikki Haley's closer to Donald Trump in an early state, so I'd rather be Nikki Haley. And she has momentum. And what do we know about early primaries is that momentum really matters a lot. I do think she wants to finish second in Iowa. I think if she's within 1 or 2 points, she'll try to say she beat expectations. But she is the candidate with momentum in this race. In addition to President Trump, former President Trump's going to get 50% maybe of this Iowa electorate. He got half that in 2016. So I think all the attention's focused on who's second, but there probably should be some credit given to the fact that he's going to double his vote from 16 there.
Can I make a point about Nikki Haley? I think I too would, if I was a betting lady, put my bets on Nikki Haley. The concern, I think, that Republicans who are putting their chips in Nikki Haley's basket is what happens after New Hampshire. Let's just say she does well in Iowa. She wins or comes up very close second in New Hampshire. Nevada, she's participating in the state-run primary, not the party-run caucus. And in South Carolina, she is not favored to win. There has not been a nominee for president, let alone a president who has gotten the nomination and then won the presidency and lost their home state.
That's a really good point. I also want to, of course, turn to the really big issue in Iowa, which is the weather. Mariana, you've been there, you've covered the caucuses. How much of an impact do you think this could have? These are people who are used to cold, but this is a different kind of cold and a different kind of snow.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen all week a number of these candidates canceling events simply because you can't get to them. And that is something that I have experienced, and driving through that as a Floridian, do not recommend. But most people, to your point, sure, they might know to drive and get there, but it is a problem. It is a legitimate turnout problem, and we've seen candidates like Nikki Haley telling a lot of people, listen, I know the weather is going to be bad, but please carefully, safely try and get there, because the problems that we want to fix is much bigger than a snowstorm. So please turn out.
And Brad, I want to ask you about, of course, Donald Trump, who is leading the Republican nomination there. His lawyers this week were in court saying that he could assassinate a political rival using SEAL Team 6, and if he wasn't impeached and convicted by the Senate, he would not be able to be criminally held liable by that. That, of course, to me, in my mind, connects to the fact that Trump has said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. What do you make of where we are now and the fact that Trump is still able to hold on to voters, those evangelical voters, those rural voters? He's holding on.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I would tell you that that's bad politics. And typically in these cases, the lawyers don't really listen to the political advisors. And so we'll see if it has an impact going forward. There are a lot of Republican voters who want to be on his side in a lot of these cases, so the manner in which he conducts himself in the case probably will determine whether they take his side.
It's bad politics for everyone but Donald Trump, who voters are saying, well, yeah, I kind of like the fact that he's strong.
Well, a lot of rules have not applied to him in politics, for sure, for quite a long time. Part of it's because voters see him as a disruptor, and they think that he doesn't mean everything he says, and but he is willing to say things that weren't scripted for him. And so that level of candor that he gives off also gets him a lot of latitude with a lot of voters.
Last 30 seconds, Simone. I mean, what do you make of this?
I think that people should take Donald Trump at his word. What we know now that went on during the Trump administration, and we just know a sliver of the details of what happened. I think that the former president does mean what he says. I think it's so outlandish, though. It is hard for people to believe, but I encourage people to watch his actions.
Yeah, watch his actions and see sort of how this all goes. I am so thankful for all of you for being here, for talking us through this. Mariana, Simone, Brad, thank you, of course, at home for watching, and thank you for welcoming back as I came back from maternity leave. Kristen Welker will be back on Monday with a special Iowa Caucus Day edition of Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press Live from Iowa on your local NBC News station. And we're also back Monday night for a special live coverage of the Iowa caucus. The news continues with Hallie Jackson straight ahead.
We are coming on the air tonight with crowds of people flooding the streets of Yemen. Look at this. You're about to see it. Furious about those U.S.-led strikes against Houthi rebels. President Biden late today saying there could be more to come. So what exactly would that even look like? We're breaking it down in just a second. Plus, dangerous, even potentially deadly cold is getting set to sweep the country. And I do mean the whole country. Every state today at some point under some kind of weather alert, where it's worst and where it's going to get worse coming up. Plus, new calls for the removal of a university president after a school vice president died by suicide. What her mother is telling NBC News exclusively about the last days of her daughter's life. Then the presidential election the world is watching tonight. Not our election, but Taiwan's. We're going to take you there live for a look at the ripple effect on China and the rest of the planet, too. And the new NFL play that a lot of its fans kind of hate. Why the league's making history by putting a playoff game only on streaming for the first time ever. And the viewer's guide for you later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that new fallout tonight on those dramatic military strikes against the Houthis in Yemen, with President Biden late this afternoon saying he's willing to label them a terrorist group. Here he is talking about what comes next.
We will make sure that we respond to the Houthis as they continue this outrageous behavior, along with our allies.
That's after the Houthi rebels warned that these strikes, in their words, will not pass without a punishment. And as that wider war that so many had feared in the Middle East could be creeping closer. Look at this today. The big crowds of people in the streets of the capital of Yemen, which is controlled by the Houthis, just some of the aftermath of those joint strikes that involved more than 60 targets in 16 locations. You can see some of those locations here. The Houthis say at least 5 people died, 6 people were hurt. And while the timing of the strikes themselves were ostensibly a surprise, it was a well-telegraphed one after weeks of warnings from the U.S. and the U.K. for the Houthis to stop attacking commercial ships in the Red Sea. We're talking about more than 24 attacks in more than 50 countries that all started after the war between Israel and Hamas began, according to the rebels, their way of protesting the killing in Gaza. So the fallout tonight in 3 big areas, 3 buckets, if you will. First, geopolitically. The Houthis, remember, are backed by the Iranians, so that's a concern for those watching this unfold. Secondly, there's the domestic piece of it, with anger from some in Congress on how these strikes went down. And then third, there's the economic picture, too. The Red Sea is so important to the global supply chain. And because of these attacks, some companies are taking longer routes to get their big ships where they have to go to avoid getting near the Houthis, which means those companies are spending more money, which could mean higher prices for the stuff that you buy. Courtney Kuby has been following this for just about 24 hours now, Courtney, as we covered this as breaking news on our show last night. There's now this concern about potential retaliation from the Houthis. You heard President Biden late today deliver that warning.
What is the U.S. getting ready for? What does any potential escalation actually look like?
So, and Hallie, we've already seen the first signs of retaliation today. The Houthi rebels launched off one ballistic missile into the southern Red Sea. It didn't hit anything. It didn't have to be shot down. But Pentagon officials here saying it was clearly an act of retaliation for these massive strikes that the U.S. and the British military carried out overnight in Yemen. So the question now, though, they struck more than 60 targets at more than 24 locations, more than 150 precision-guided bombs and missiles fired off at these targets throughout the Houthi-controlled part of Yemen last night. So the question is, how much of their capability was degraded with these strikes last night? Will they be able to keep carrying out, as you've just been describing here, these continued attacks and threats against commercial shipping in the Red Sea and throughout that entire region? And the reality is, we just don't know. They fired off just one missile here. I will say, recently, they have shown more of a propensity towards firing volleys of strikes, so missiles and drones at the same time. We didn't see that yet today. But I must point out, officials we've been speaking to all day about these strikes concede that if the Houthis continue with these strikes, we will likely see more military action like we saw last night, Hallie.
You know, it's such an important point here that you're talking about, Corks. I was going to ask you, right? Can we read anything from this single launch that we saw from the Houthis today about what their capabilities now are? It sounds like the answer is mostly a no, right?
Right. At this point, we still don't know. I mean, I think it could be days before we really see that, or maybe if we'll see some sort of a U.S. military assessment or defense intelligence assessment of what maybe they actually hit and how much of their capability was degraded. But I really need to impress the fact that they fired 150 missiles and bombs here. Now, some of them would have gone after smaller things like a generator, potentially. But if they hit ballistic missile launchers, multiple launchers throughout the Houthi-controlled area of Yemen, they may have really degraded some of their capability. The Houthis may need to take a step back here, look at what was hit, what they still have, and see what capabilities they really have to keep moving forward with these continued attacks, Hallie.
We also have this sort of domestic political impact here, too, because there's now some criticism coming from some various corners against the Biden administration that they did this with no congressional oversight, with some lawmakers saying that these strikes are unconstitutional. How much is the Pentagon at play in some of the response here, as you can see some of these statements here on screen?
Yes, some members of Congress specifically calling for a war powers resolution for President Biden to go to Congress to notify about this sort of action. The reality, Hallie, he doesn't have to. The president doesn't have to do that. I mean, they've been telegraphing these actions for some time. One of the ways that the U.S. the Biden administration, frankly, the U.S. military, can always carry out these sorts of strikes is by calling them self-defense in nature. And we actually heard that about some of the targets and the strikes that they took out, they carried out last night, that they saw them as self-defensive in nature. The U.S. military always has the right of self-defense. But I wouldn't be surprised, candidly, if we do see a war powers resolution going forward here. But the Biden administration was fully within its rights to carry out and order these strikes last night, Hallie.
Courtney Kuby reporting, I know, up to the minute, as always, there at the Pentagon. Thank you very much. We'll check back in with you as we get more news on this. Let's take you now to the dangerous cold sweeping the country, with every single state at some point today under some kind of a weather alert for some kind of bad weather. We're talking wind or flooding or blizzards. Look at the whiteout, basically, that you're seeing here in Montana. This is obviously a huge hazard, no matter where you go. In Nebraska here, with very little visibility in some spots. And then down south, they're dealing with a ton of wind, some hail, the potential for tornadoes. You can imagine the travel nightmare. Take a look at this. These are planes getting de-iced, as if you could tell from the sort of white cloud that is covering all of them. You've got multiple airports putting in place ground stops. Overall, 5,300 delays, 2,000 cancellations. And listen, yes, it's winter, it's cold, it snows. We know, but this is a storm system that could break records. In Iowa, it could be the coldest caucus night ever on record on Monday. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. In Kansas City tomorrow, that Chiefs-Dolphins game could be one of the coldest NFL playoff games in history. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with more on that, but let's start with Adrian Broaddus, who's live for us in Chicago. Again, Chicago, a place that is used to the cold, but this is some of the coldest weather they've seen all season. Talk us through what the expectations are and what's happening on the ground.
Well, Hallie, you talk about breaking records. By Monday, Chicago could see up to a foot of snow. That's more snow than what we saw last year. People here are preparing. They have been dressing in layers if they had to be out today. They've got their gloves on. And they also have these, not only homeowners, but business owners. We've seen them out shoveling. But they've traded the shovels for now because we've got a break from the snow. If you look behind me, it's easy to notice it's raining. We just saw a gentleman walk by with an umbrella. At one point across the Midwest, about 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour fell. Earlier today, there was a ground stop at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. The FAA says that was because of snow and ice. But it's not just the snow that people are worried about. Listen in.
We are not scared of the snow, but we are scared of the ice that forms on the road. So we are scared that we might slip and fall.
The real cold, it's not good to be out in it for a long time. I worry about people who have to be stuck out in it because they don't have anywhere to go.
And that cold is dangerous when you factor in the wind. And again, we're expected here in Chicago to get wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour. It feels a whole lot colder than what it actually is. And if you're exposed to that type of temperature for 5 to 10 minutes, you're setting yourself up for frostbite. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, is also concerned, sending a letter pleading with Texas's governor, Greg Abbott, to stop sending migrants to this city because of the dangerous cold, saying to him, can you please help me save lives by not sending migrants here? Hallie?
Adrian, thank you very much. I want to get to meteorologist Bill Cairns now. And Bill, it is getting to be not just cold, but historically cold.
And Howie, I think you hit it on the head. I mean, like the first time before you get a snowstorm each winter, it's kind of a big deal because you kind of get a little anxiety. You haven't seen snow in like 9 months. And it's the same with this cold. We haven't had a big cold freeze, Arctic outbreak plunge throughout the country. And that's what's about to happen. First, we have to get done with this snowstorm and rainstorm in some areas, but it is quickly freezing on the backside of it. Like St. Louis, for example, 50 degrees in rain this morning. Now it is 30 degrees and everything that was water is turning to an ice skating rink. So that's kind of the scene. Iowa's by far the worst. We have highways shut down statewide. Blizzard warnings continue there. Blizzard warnings have actually been extended. It's not even snowing anymore. It's like a ground blizzard. It's so windy in South Dakota and Nebraska that the snow is just being picked up and just blown all over the place. Additional snow, nothing crazy. We're going to see possible areas in Michigan 6 to 12 inches. In Chicago, you may only get another inch or two. That'll be about it on the lower end of all your projections. But it's the cold behind us. So here's the wind. Storms right over the top of Chicago. That's why the winds are light there. But we're at 41 miles per hour in St. Louis and 45 in Columbia, Missouri as that cold air circles in. We also still have to get through this heavy rain in the I-95 corridor tonight. Again, it's not going to be like the last storm, 1 to 2 inches of rain. There'll be minor flooding problems, unlike the last time. But Hallie, here's the headline. Sioux City is down to -22 in Iowa. We're at -43 in Great Falls. This is the wind chill temperature on your skin if you stepped outside. We're at 7 in Wichita. And the forecast, it just keeps going south. By the time we get to Sunday, 3 in Dallas. Monday is -1. ERCOT, the energy supplier in Texas, just came out with their predictions, and they're now saying that on Tuesday will be the all-time record energy consumption in the state of Texas. It'll be very close to what they maximally can produce. So if it gets colder than expected, and if it's cloudy, and we don't have any use of the solar, people are going to worry about rolling blackouts in a situation like we had a couple years ago. So that'll be a story to watch as we head into next week. Hopefully the projection's worse than what will happen, but I know a lot of people in Texas are nervous about it.
Yeah, no kidding. Bill Cairns, it's going to be a busy weekend for you and for so many others. Thank you very much. And because of what Bill just laid out, you are seeing a freeze in campaigning in Iowa, quite literally, with a bunch of Republicans canceling stops because of just how bad that snow and that wind that Bill talked about is getting. But don't worry, it gets worse with a high. A high on Monday night for the caucus. The high forecast at 0 degrees, wind chill 42 below. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is braving all of it from Des Moines. So let's start with the run-up to Monday here, because you are blessedly indoors, friend. I was bracing to see where your live shot was going to be. I'm glad you're inside because, the candidates, some of them have moved inside. Nikki Haley has gone virtual for some of her events. Typically, this is a time, Vaughn, and you know this well, 72 hours out from caucus night where everybody's blitzing, right? Everybody's getting out there trying to get people to turn out on caucus night. This blizzard situation has really put a pause on that.
Right. I think we convinced the bosses that, 0 degrees is kind of high stakes. And I think that the candidates were convinced by their campaign staffs that, look, probably not many folks are going to actually show up for a campaign event. And this morning, Ron DeSantis was the sole candidate that actually did keep a campaign event on the books. And only about 50 to 60 people were there. The rest of his events, though, through the day were canceled. Nikki Haley, she canceled all of her events. Carrie Lake was going to be here, the Arizonan, on behalf of Donald Trump for an evening event just about an hour outside of Des Moines and Pella. That event canceled as well. I just went and checked the windows outside. The blizzard is coming down as we speak. Come sunrise tomorrow morning, it is only going to be more intense cold here. I want to let you listen, though, from Ron DeSantis talk about the stakes of the weather.
I don't think you'll ever be able to cast a vote that has more impact given the circumstances. We don't know what the turnout's going to be. It could be much smaller than what it's been in the 16 cycle. That's possible.
And this is sort of the dynamic of it here, Hallie, is that the polls have been pretty consistent over time. But when you throw in negative 45-degree wind chills, well, how does that change a ball game? Well, we've never lived through that ball game before.
Well, that's the thing. It is a question mark, and it is a factor, right? When you talk to sources, when you talk to operatives on the ground, Vaughn, as you've been doing, it's something that they bring up. What's interesting is the way that the front runner here is managing, in some ways, the expectation piece of it all, because in many ways, Iowa tends to be an expectation setter. You get some momentum, maybe you lose some momentum, depending how you do. Talk us through that as it relates to former President Trump, who hasn't campaigned a ton in Iowa, with obviously plans to get back there after the weekend.
Right. I was talking to a campaign senior advisor for Donald Trump who said, number one, look, even if they have a drop off in the number of folks that turn out for them, they still believe that they have a substantial enough of a margin of lead over the rest of the candidates, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, that they'll be fine. But also, when you look at, the latest NBC News Des Moines Register poll, when folks were asked about their enthusiasm for the candidate that they said that they intend to caucus for, 70% of those who said that, 70% of those who said Donald Trump said that they were firm in their support of him. Compare that to just about 1/3 for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. And so the Trump campaign feels very good about the firmness of their support. And, frankly, though, there is another dynamic here at play that we haven't.
I'm sorry, Vaughn. No, go ahead. I have a question for you after, but go ahead.
There was another dynamic at play here, Hallie, which was one, I was talking to a registered Democrat here last night, and she told me that she is going to show up in this freezing cold and change her party registration on caucus night to caucus for Nikki Haley, because she said that it's imperative to stop Donald Trump from becoming the Republican nominee. So there's a lot of dynamics even beyond the weather that we got to look at.
Given the dynamic that you just laid out, though, that poll that you just showed as it relates to enthusiasm and kind of who backs who most vociferously or vehemently, if you will, explain why Ron DeSantis, then, the Florida governor, is trying to frame this as, bad cold weather could actually be a boost for him.
They believe that they have built a ground organization that has reliant voters that will come out for them. This is when we covered Ted Cruz 8 years ago. The Cruz campaign felt confident about the exact number of folks that they were going to be able to turn out in order to win the caucus. They did exactly that. Now, Ted Cruz is very different than Ron DeSantis here, but Ron DeSantis has gone through all 99 counties, has made more than 170 stops since launching his bid last May. He believes he has put in the time, effort, he has met folks, and they believe that there is a certain number of folks that are highly committed to turning out. And so if Ron DeSantis, has put it in that sort of investment and frankly needs to come in second place here, well, you've got to be hopeful, or at least say that you are hopeful in front of the cameras that are on just 3 days before the caucus, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, in front of a camera himself, thank you very much, my friend. Keep in mind, we've got all that Iowa caucus special coverage right here. However you're watching right now on NBC News Now, I'll see you at 5 o'clock live from Iowa, hopefully inside. I'll be joined by my colleagues Tom Yamas and Kristen Welker starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then. So listen, back here to Washington. We've just learned the House is set to vote on the resolutions to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress on Thursday, so less than a week from today. A vote that the Republican chairman of both of those key committees say they're going to move forward with unless and until Hunter Biden says, I will show up in front of you, and here's the date that I'll talk to you. That's as the president's son is making yet another move, showing he's trying to go on offense in the face of those Republican investigations against him. You've got Biden's attorney now arguing that the subpoena issued against Biden was not valid, but if Republican lawmakers issue a new one, he says he'll show up. This is capping a pretty active week for the president's son. Remember when he surprised basically everybody by showing up in D.C. for a hearing a couple days ago? I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos, to break this one down. So let's start with, first of all, this contempt of Congress vote and the potential legal peril that it could place Hunter Biden in if it were to happen, Danny, which, as we said, those key Republicans have cracked the door open by saying if there gets to be a date on the books, maybe they won't do it.
Yeah, Hunter Biden's defense team is doing a tremendous job, in my opinion. I mean, they have come out and made the argument, and in support, they cite to Bill Barr in 2020 under the prior administration, essentially agreeing with their position, which is that if these subpoenas were issued in November of 2023, before this indictment, or excuse me, this impeachment inquiry was officially authorized, then they're invalid. Now, the reason that's so significant is that it may be argumentative vis-a-vis, Congress, but when it comes to DOJ has to make an independent decision whether to prosecute if there ever is a referral for prosecution. And I think that goes a long way to showing that this was arguably not even valid subpoena use of the subpoena power by Congress. So, I mean, for someone who is both looking to get out in front of any testimony that he has to give in front of Congress, and then also avoid being held in contempt and possible criminal liability, I think Hunter's defense team has done just an impressive job. And I'll just add one thing, that for the most part, criminal defense attorneys, including me, were really very risk averse. You got to admire this kind of bold approach by Hunter Biden's defense team, walking right into the middle of a House hearing, for example. It's really, really impressive, and something I wonder most criminal defense attorneys, probably including me, wouldn't be willing to take on that kind of risk, and it seems to be paying dividends.
Danny Savalos, thank you very much for that. We'll see you again, I know, as news warrants later on tonight. The head of the FAA tonight is sounding the alarm about what other issues Boeing might have with its planes a week after a piece blew out of the middle of that Boeing 737 MAX 9, that Alaska Airlines flight. I know you remember that. The FAA tells CNBC they think there may be other manufacturing problems as the agency starts to take a heavier hand in overseeing the auditing and production of the planes. It comes as Alaska Airlines is canceling all the flights on its MAX planes through Sunday while they do some inspections. That could affect as many as 150 flights a day. Tom Costello is joining us now. Okay, Tom, the FAA administrator telling our friends over at CNBC they think there could be other manufacturing problems. Put that into context.
Well, the FAA announcing today a very big development. The FAA is not comfortable, it believes, with the safety culture at Boeing right now, wondering how is it possible that they produce this plane that rolls off the assembly line and is flying in the air, and then suddenly the part blows out the side of the plane. So the FAA yesterday launched an investigation. Today, the FAA chief says we're going further than that. We now are going to up our overall assessment of and monitoring of Boeing because we're concerned about the safety culture. Here he is on CNBC.
So this is a brand new aircraft. It has just come off the line and it had significant problems. And we believe there are other manufacturing problems as well. So this is all about finding where the risks are, identifying the risks and mitigating them.
Yeah, mitigating them not only at Boeing, but also at Spirit Aerosystems, which made the fuselage with that door already in it, or I should say the door plug already in it, and then gave it to Boeing. So what the FAA is saying is we're not comfortable with this safety oversight at Boeing or its subsidiaries or the providers, if you will, the suppliers at Spirit.
So what does this extra FAA oversight, if you will, look like logistically? Yeah. Is that boots on the ground? Is that, assessing every bit of paperwork? What does that mean?
And here's where it gets complicated, Hallie Jackson, because the FAA, under approval from Congress, said we don't have the staff to go put all of our own people in these, manufacturing centers, so we will deputize Boeing employees to police themselves. Boeing employees to police themselves.
So that was the landscape already.
With an FAA license, if you will, or a badge from the FAA. All right, so here's what the FAA says it's going to do now with this improved and increased oversight of Boeing. Number one, it says it's going to audit the 737 MAX production line, increase the monitoring of any event. It says in-service events. That means when the plane is flying. Assessment of safety risks around authority and quality. And here's what really matters. They are now considering getting a third party involved in auditing and monitoring the safety procedures at Boeing because they're not comfortable right now with Boeing doing it themselves.
A third party like who? A contractor?
An outside individual, outside contractor. But the question is, okay, who has the expertise, right?
Yeah.
Former Boeing employees, former FAA inspectors, pretty small population.
Complicated, and in the meantime, we know those MAX 9s, at least for Alaska Airlines, will not fly at least through the weekend.
Correct.
Tom Costello, thank you so much. Appreciate that. A university president is on paid administrative leave tonight, with some students and alumni calling for his removal after an administrator's death by suicide. Antoinette Candia Bailey died by suicide Monday, weeks after family members say she told them her relationship with the university's president had deteriorated. Candia Bailey was the vice president of student affairs at Lincoln University, one of 2 historically black colleges in Missouri. She was also a graduate. Rahema Ellis is joining us now. Rahema, there are still a lot of questions with this story. Walk us through what we know and some of the questions that we still have.
Well, it's important to reiterate what you just said, and that is that NBC News has learned exclusively from both her mother and her husband that she told them during the holidays last month that her relationship with the university president, Dr. John Mosley, had deteriorated. Her mother and husband also said that she told them that she had been terminated by Mosley on January 3rd. This is really significant because it means she only had a 7-month tenure as the vice president of student affairs, having been appointed to that position only in May of last year. Her husband said that his wife was depressed and did not feel supported in her role at the university. You should point out the university is bringing in a third party to review personnel issues and concerns, and they said tonight, putting up a statement, "We are committed to make certain the mental health of Lincoln University employees is a priority and that every employee is always treated with dignity and respect." We should point out that Sherman Bonds, who is the president of the University National Alumni Association, is also among those who are calling for the ouster of Dr. Mosley. He said tonight, "My primary concern is institutional care has been breached, and that falls on the office of the presidency." Hallie, there are so many questions of which we do not have answers to tonight about all of what it might have been going on that caused this tragic loss of life, and that community there is in mourning tonight.
Rahema Ellis, thank you so much for that reporting. If you or anybody you know or love is struggling, there is a suicide and crisis lifeline available 24 hours a day, 988, or text HOME to the crisis text line at 741-741. Coming up here on the show, what flu numbers look like right in the middle of the season and why it seems like everybody that you know is still coughing. Plus, the Paris Olympics tapping a different kind of beverage for its official beer this summer. We'll explain.
leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
New numbers from the CDC today showing flu cases actually went down a little bit. So, good news. However, we're not out of the woods yet. Because remember, flu season peaks basically between December and February, so right about now, and the numbers are expected to go up again soon. That's partly because the CDC says vaccine rates are abysmally low, just 47% for adults, majority of those over 65. Overall, this newest CDC number layout shows that people getting sick, right? Fever plus cough or sore throat, that is up in most of the country. Flu levels are either high or very high in at least 32 states. Dr. John Torres is joining us now. We talk about the flu every year. People get the flu kind of every winter. There is a flu season every year. How does this compare, and what should we be thinking about now?
And Hallie, it's not just the flu, it's what we call ILI, the influenza-like illnesses, which right now includes COVID, includes RSV, includes all these other things. And when we're looking at the numbers right now, particularly for flu, and that's what the CDC does, is they're tracking them, and they're finding out some statistics that are out there. You can see right there, 14 million illnesses, 150,000 hospitalizations, unfortunately 9,400 deaths, and that includes 40 pediatric deaths, 13 in the last week alone. And so we are at that peak part of the season. Like you mentioned, it seems to be coming down, but there's this thing called a bimodal distribution. That's your word for the day, bimodal. And what that means is that we're seeing a peak, it comes down, and then we see another peak, which we typically see February timeframe. And so we're expecting that to come up. People need to protect themselves.
What about this lingering cough that, basically everybody that I know still has, right? There's that, there's COVID, there's RSV. What's your sense of things?
So this lingering cough, you can hear it everywhere. I was on an airplane and just about everybody was coughing or sniffling. And that is pretty typical. You get the flu, and this one in particular seems to be even worse for this. And even though you recover from the flu or the illness you can have this cough for weeks to go on. So what you need to do is protect yourselves. And that means, foremost, wear a mask. And it's our old friend, the mask. And I know we've had them for years and people are tired of them. Get vaccinated. It's still not too late to get vaccinated. If you think about it, we're only really about halfway through the flu season. And then if you are sick, stay home, cover up when you cough and sneeze, and do the things you can to get healthy. And I can tell people all the time, one of the best things for you is chicken soup and mom's love.
Okay, Dr. John Torres, or Dr. John's love, too. That is always very helpful. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Justice Department says it'll seek the death penalty for the white gunman who killed 10 people in a racist shooting at a Buffalo supermarket in 2022. The attacker was sentenced to life in prison without parole on state charges last year, but he's still facing dozens of federal charges. This will be the first time that the DOJ is seeking the death penalty under President Biden. There's been a pause on federal executions since 2021. Number 2, the Biden administration is going to start canceling student loans for some people starting next month, part of a new repayment plan that's taking effect sooner than expected, like 6 months sooner than expected. It's only going to apply to people who borrowed money if they enrolled in the new SAVE plan, if they borrowed less than $12,000, and if they've been making payments for more than a decade. So that's like a Venn diagram there. No word as to how many people are in the center of that. Number 3. The New England Patriots have announced the replacement for Bill Belichick as the head coach next season. It's going to be Jared Mayo. He's been with the team since 2019 as the linebackers coach. He'll be officially introduced next week and will become the youngest coach in the NFL. He'll also be the first black head coach in Patriots history. Number 4, the Olympics is rolling out the official beer of this year's games, and there's no alcohol in it. It's the Corona Cero from Anheuser-Busch. The drink company is also the first ever global beer sponsor for the Olympics, a non-alcoholic beer for this one. Number 5, you know that kind of iconic Nicole Kidman ad you see before basically every AMC movie? Well, the suit she wears in it is going up for auction for up to $10,000. It's part of Sotheby's Visions of America auction series. When we come back, a lot more to get to. We'll take you live to Taiwan ahead of its very high-stakes presidential election. We'll tell you why the U.S. is watching the results there so closely, live from Taiwan.
us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, police in New Jersey are looking into whether a family member shot and killed an imam. Remember, this happened outside his Newark mosque last week. Police had said they didn't think it was motivated by bias. Now, sources are telling NBC News police are looking into whether a relative was caught on some surveillance cameras riding away from the scene on a bike. No details yet on a potential motive. Out of our Western Bureau, health officials in San Diego say 41 cases of norovirus have been linked to a batch of raw oysters from Mexico. Most of the cases so far have been traced back to the Carlsbad Aqua Farm and 3 locations of the fish shop. The fish shop tells NBC it has stopped selling and buying those specific oysters and is fully cooperating with the health department. The Carlsbad Aqua Farm also says it stopped selling the oysters. And out of our Southern Bureau, a big sinkhole swallowed up a car in downtown New Orleans last night. Look at this, very scary. You can see the car, that's the tail end of the car, like sticking up out of that hole. No word yet on whether anybody was hurt. That's just days after another car and a school bus fell into some other essential holes, basically, got hung up in the city. So we took you to some election coverage out in Iowa in this country earlier in the show. Let's take you to some other critical presidential election coverage overseas, this time in Taiwan, where right now voters are getting ready to go to the polls. Remember, it's tomorrow there today. They're getting ready to choose a president in a race that could have a ripple effect, not just in the region, but around the world. And why is that? Because voters there are going to have to choose between one of these 3 men and decide if they want a leader who will continue to create a distance between Taiwan and China or one who will embrace Beijing. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory. So there's this kind of limbo there. Beijing has vowed lately to retake Taiwan by force if necessary and regain control over what has become one of Asia's strongest democracies. It is where we find tonight our NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer live for us in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. Janice, we're so glad to have you there. First of all, it's morning where you are. People are waking up. They're getting ready to head out to go vote. What is the expectation here, and what should we be looking at as we're watching from our perch here in the U.S.?
Well, this is perhaps the most consequential election here since the first one in Taiwan back in 1996. Choosing a president from 3 candidates, regardless, there will be a new leader of Taiwan by the end of this day. Where they stand on the political spectrum, there isn't actually a lot of space between them. We have the ruling DPP, the Democratic People's Party. William Lai is the current vice president. He is now running for president because Tsai Ing-wen is limited to 2 terms. Over the past 8 years, the DPP has distanced itself from Beijing, and it's why we've seen a lot of tension rising across the strait. There is also the KMT, the Kuomintang, the main opposition, which over the past several weeks, Hallie, has actually gained a lot of ground. The 2 candidates are neck and neck going into this voting day. But there's a 3rd candidate to consider, too. This is a new political party, the TPP, the Taiwan People Party, with Ko Wen-je. He's actually been taking a lot of votes from these 2 political mainstays with people, primarily younger people under the age of 40, who are looking for some sort of change, but still maintaining the status quo here in Taiwan. So these are the 3 candidates going into this very tight race. At the outcome, it could dictate relations between Taiwan and Beijing, which, of course, will have a ripple effect across the rest of the world.
Yeah, no kidding. Beijing, as you talked about, has an impact here. How has China tried to insert themselves here? What kind of effect is that having?
Well, we have to remember that from Beijing's perspective, Taiwan is part of its own territory. And it's made no secret over the past several years that of its intentions, that it plans to reunify Taiwan with the mainland. They're using words like inevitable, unstoppable. This is a point that is uncompromising for Beijing, something that China's President Xi Jinping raised with President Biden directly when they were meeting in San Francisco. We've seen attempts, what experts see as attempts at disinformation here, military flyovers, increasing pressure by having military drills around the island, routine to the point that it's almost normalized. There have also been weather balloons that have been coming over, economic pressure, those sort of tactics to try to make the mainland known. We haven't, in terms of disinformation, seen the kind of overt pro-Beijing messaging that one might expect. It's actually been more nuanced, trying to sow divisions between people on almost benign issues like the price of eggs. But what there has been is a trend of what is called U.S. skepticism here. This is a type of messaging believed to be originating from the mainland that looks to sow doubt about the U.S. as a reliable partner. That's the trend that has defined this particular election campaign. Whether it's working is unclear. There are several watchdog groups that have formed over the past several years to look for these sort of trends, whether it's Chinese influencers, whether it's AI bots, to try to identify these trends in disinformation to make people more aware of them.
Real quick, Janice, as you are wearing our, road warrior campaign reporter hat for us there from Taiwan, as you're talking to people there, as you're talking to people who are getting ready to go out and vote, what are they telling you about how much sort of the China factor weighs in on their decision-making process here? What seems to be driving some of that based on the conversations you've had?
Well, it's a factor. It's a fact of life here, but it's not one that paralyzes people in their day-to-day. Certainly, it's a focal point in this election. Cross-strait relations will define the atmosphere here. But people are also concerned about all of the issues that anyone would be concerned with on an election day. Housing, the affordability, wage deflation, economic issues, climate change. So people are taking all of these issues to the polls as well. What polls have showed is that the majority of people aren't wildly in favor of independence the way that they're not wildly in favor of reunification with the mainland. What the vast majority of people here want is the status quo. They just want things in Taiwan to stay the way they are.
Janice Mackey-Frere live for us there from Taipei. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Coming up, we're taking you inside an experiment at a women's prison that officials call the California model and others call Prisony Land. How the changes there could help both inmates and the people who work there as part of yet another series in our original coming up.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it is part 2 of our series looking at California's push to fundamentally change how it operates its prisons. A trial program that puts the focus on rehab, on essentially rehabilitating prisoners to cut down on recidivism. It's up and running at 2 prisons so far, earning them, in the words of some, the nickname Prisonyland. We showed you the men's facility last week. Now, our Steve Patterson is spending time right across the street in a women's prison this time to find out how and if it's working.
The Central California Women's Facility is one of the world's largest women's prison, a place no one wants to end up. But there's a surprising sense of beauty. Manicured gardens upkept by prisoners right in the middle of the yard. It's all part of an experiment happening at 2 prisons in California. Officials calling it the California model, built on what they say are new foundational pillars like promoting positive relationships between staff and incarcerated people and aiming to make life behind bars more similar to life outside of prison. The goal is to replicate the results in Scandinavia, where Norway says reforms over the last 2.5 decades have brought down the rate of reoffending within 2 years to only 20%, much lower than here in the U.S.
If you treat an inmate with respect, he'll respect you back.
The hope back in California that the new approach inspires young women to rehabilitate, like Angela.
Did you think prison could be like this?
So initially, no. I came in with the same type of people that I like, gang members, criminals, and so I just did what I did out there in the streets and continue that behavior. But this term was different because when I came, there was a lot of programs and there was a lot of people changing.
Those programs, here to help people change, are especially important for women re-entering society. Research from the Prison Policy Initiative shows they face higher rates of unemployment and homelessness than formerly incarcerated men and are frequently the primary caretakers of their children, needing extra support. Angela says she's come a long way.
What did you do?
I found out my brother was murdered. I knew I was going to retaliate. You're not only brother and sister from the same family, but we're also from the same gang family. Wow. So it was a double whammy, and I stabbed him in the neck, and I left him there to die and try to survive.
Do you still think about that?
It hurts. The more I change, the more I think about it, like, how could I do something like that? Yeah. And so I think that's one of the hardest processes of changing, is that you have to take accountability and responsibility.
But when she came in, she was a lot more like the first-timers we met a few yards over.
I hate this place.
Why do you hate this place?
I hate this place because we get treated like inmates.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the unfair treatment.
What don't you like about this place?
Everything.
Some young women, like Mariana, haven't yet taken advantage of all the rehabilitation programs.
The truth? Anything but the truth?
Yeah, tell me
this
the truth.
place ain't shit.
Why isn't it?
We have no program. We log down 24/7. These people like to be all up in our business for no reason. Like, they need to mind their business. They're too involved.
But her tone changed when a lieutenant came over.
What do you want to say? I mean, the leadership's all right here. What do you want to say to them?
I can't. You know what? I cannot complain about the people here. I've met so many different types of people. I'm so used to being in a community so tight, so close, that I've expected so much, and I've learned so much from different people. I've learned from lifers. I've learned from short-termers. I've even learned from the staff.
And as we learned, it's not just the inmates who benefit from going through a shift in perspective.
So on this facility, we're doing things a little bit different.
Correctional Officer John Kuski says this new California model completely changed the way he works and gave his life a better direction.
How were you acting when you first started to the way you see the population now?
I was stereotypical, us versus them. Like, I come in, I'm a peace officer, you're an inmate. Like, I looked at him as almost subhuman. And then something clicked inside of my head, like I'm such a hypocrite because I'm coming here and being the complete opposite.
Correctional officers here are also supposed to benefit from a more positive environment and healthier relationships with the incarcerated population. A Department of Justice review found that officers in conventional prisons face multiple stressors and elevated levels of depression and suicide, even leading to lower life expectancies than the average working age population.
I didn't learn to interact the way I interact now until I was 32 with my life experience.
Yeah.
I got 5 daughters, and now I come to work like I kind of look at it like I got 700 daughters. Like, where do I meet them where they're at?
Officials say there's proof that the new approach is working. Just look at who's now able to get out. Angela was originally sentenced to 15 to life, but she says thanks to the program's changing her mindset and preparing her for the future. When I met her, she was 4 months away from potentially walking out the gate.
What are your feelings about getting out? Are you like excited, a little nervous?
I am afraid because I am a youth offender. I never took life seriously, and this is going to be my first time going out there. Yeah, I'm afraid, but the person I am today will do it afraid.
Steve Patterson is joining us now, again, with yet another just really informative and compelling report. Steve, thank you. So talk to us, though, about what seems to be part of the challenge here, which is this is a model that is happening in these prisons that you've showed us here, including that women's prison. The question is, can it scale? Is it replicable?
Well, that's exactly what California officials are asking, and likely part of the calculus on why they gave us access in the first place, right? Remember, they are trying to make this the way that California handles incarceration, but it's still early. We know that 6 other prisons have now started to adapt that model, and it's all about what data they can collect on things like recidivism rates. I would say the challenges are really all about mindset. You're asking everyone from corrections officers to parole officials to the incarcerated population itself to rethink and relearn everything they know about incarceration that goes decades deep. That takes buy-in, that takes people, that takes training, that takes facilities, that takes patience, that takes funding. It's a lot. And it's not going to be a fast-turning ship. And part of the whole experiment is what happens when these incarcerated people leave prison. You need an exit program for that. You need special skills for that. You need to be able to train these people. And that's part of our reporting as well. Happy to share that with you, hopefully next week, Hallie.
We will see you then, Steve. Consider a book. Thank you very much. We're glad to have you. Still to come, a lot more here on the show, because if you want to watch the game between the Chiefs